Sword God Chapter 1386 to Chapter 1437. Half-step sword intent, 80%, it was extremely sharp, piercing through heaven and earth and tearing everything apart. The sword rose, the sword light pierced through the sky, and a light breeze blew out from the void. It drizzled and smoke curled up, as if the night was hazy and illusory fog was everywhere. The sword light dispersed into the water like paint, and the water rippled and spread out. Like smoke, like rain, like fog, it seemed to have turned into a cloud, moving in the vacuum. Misty rain rising clouds, Chen Zong's hand holding the sword disappeared, and the sword also disappeared. Sima Huanyu's expression suddenly changed. Chen Zong's sword gave him an indescribable feeling, as if it existed between existence and nothingness, drifting outside of reality and illusion. Falling star sweeping through the sky, misty rain rising clouds, falling star sweeping through the sky was Sima Huanyu's own unique skill. After the guidance of the elders in the clan, he had perfected it many times and used it with the help of half-step starlight Dao meaning. Its power was amazing. The extremely tyrannical collision seemed to have shattered a vacuum. An incomparably terrifying force of energy poured out like a torrent bursting a dike, rushing in all directions and crushing everything. The sky fell and the earth cracked, the moon fell and the stars sank, the roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The terrifying power shattered the vacuum, shattered the earth, and cracked it inch by inch. The storm rolled as if the end of the world was coming. The terrifying power made Chenzong and Sima Huanyu's faces change as they retreated again and again. Sima Huanyu didn't expect that the opponent could block his unique skill, falling star sweeping through the sky. It was incredible. Since when did this rogue cultivator country bumpkin possess such strength? It was like a dream. Chenzong calmed down. It turned out that unknowingly, his strength had increased to the point where he could fight with the top 10 peerless geniuses of the Netherworld list. Suddenly, a trace of pride rippled in his chest, gushing out, and his fighting spirit soared. Let's fight again. The sword light turned into a blood-red color and broke through the sky. Blood spurted out from the sword. Kill. Chenzong completely regarded Sima Huanyu as a whetstone. He rushed forward and used his sword art to the extreme. Sima Huanyu's strength was very strong, and his own strength had also become very strong, enough to compete with him. In that case, let's fight. Sima Huanyu was shocked and angry. His superior mentality was broken. His heart was full of disbelief, but he had to accept such a fact. Such a situation made him even more annoyed. I am young Master Sima, the young master of the Sima family. How can a mere rogue cultivator be my opponent? Sima Huanyu secretly said as his attacks became more and more fierce. His 10 fingers were suffused with dazzling starlight as half-step starlight Dao insight suffused and condensed, emitting an aura that interweaved with ghastly coldness and blazing heat. It seemed as if it could pierce through everything, and it was terrifying to the extreme as it pierced through the heavens and the earth. Strands of starlight shot out in all directions, and beams of sword light shattered the vacuum. Sima Huanyu was completely enraged. His heart was filled with killing intent, and he had already thrown away the idea of not killing people in the regional competition. An ant, a mere ant that he looked down upon suddenly had the power to compete with him. This was unacceptable in the heart of Sima Huanyu, who was used to being superior. Therefore, he had to destroy him with his own hands. With killing intent in his heart, his attacks were overflowing with killing intent, which made Chenzong's hair stand on end, as if countless chills had penetrated into his body. As if there were countless fine needles intertwined with cold and heat piercing into his body, Chen Zong's skin was numb and his hair stood on end. Under the stimulation of such killing intent, Chen Zong felt more excited. His mind became more focused, as if he had entered a certain realm. Unconsciously, the domain of heart was displayed, and everything around was clearly under the control of Chen Zong. All the trajectories were presented in the domain of heart and were controlled by the mind. When the sword came out, its trajectory was extremely mysterious and fast, as if it was in accordance with some kind of mystery. Under the domain of heart, Sima Huanyu could not avoid the domain of heart even if his martial arts attainments were superb and his attacks were mysterious and fast. When Chenzong's cultivation broke through to the high level of the half-saint realm, his domain of heart became more and more stable. Even if the power of the first level of the saint realm was fully released, it would not be affected at all. At least an expert of the second level of the Saint Realm could shake the domain of heart. Sima Huanyu's strength was indeed very strong. His martial arts attainments were brilliant and his attacks were powerful, but he did not have the strength to kill a Saint Realm expert. The fierce battle continued. Sima Huanyu was more shocked to find that he could not do anything to Chenzong even if he released all his strength. Panic, a trace of indescribable panic spread out from the depths of his heart. Secret method, Starlight Battle Body. In the blink of an eye, Sima Huanyu activated his secret technique. Immediately, countless starlight gathered from all directions, hovering and swirling, quickly gathering and covering Sima Huanyu's whole body, as if he was wearing a starlight heavy armor. In an instant, Sima Huanyu's body seemed to expand, looking mighty and overbearing. His every move was filled with amazing power. Boom! Under the starlight battle body, Sima Huanyu's eyes shot out like flying stars. Immediately, he slapped out a palm and blasted it from the sky. This palm condensed bright starlight, with an extremely strong aura of the half-step starlight Dao Will. It blasted down in an instant, as if it was going to explode the sky, and immediately brought a strong pressure to Chenzong. Under the starlight battle body, the power of Sima Huanyu's every move was even more amazing. Every strike burst out with amazing power. Under the domain of heart, Chenzong's expression was cold. He clearly saw the trajectory of Sima Huanyu's palm and could clearly feel the terrible power contained in it. Starlight, destroy everything. The sword rose, the sword light shot out, and the blood light exploded. Blood splattering sword, the blood light shattered, but then the second sword, the third sword, and the fourth sword. Blessings come to mind, celestial crystal battle body, blood burst sword, the blood light exploded, and the impact seemed to destroy everything. Under the pressure brought by Sima Huanyu, the accumulation of the past burst out in an instant. Bloodburst sword broke through from the entry level to the initial level. Bloodburst sword was the second move of the blood drop sword technique. Its power was naturally stronger than blood splattering sword. Of course, the initial level of blood splattering sword was stronger than the entry level. But now, bloodburst sword had also broken through to the initial level, and its power directly surpassed blood splattering sword. Blood splattering sword and bloodburst sword had both reached the initial level, which meant that Chenzong could officially comprehend the last move of the blood drop sword technique, which was also the most powerful move, Endless Blood Sea. But now, he was still fighting with Sima Huanyu, so he had no time to comprehend it. He had to defeat Sima Huanyu first. Misty Rain Morning Cloud. Sima Huanyu's strength was very strong, and he was undoubtedly a good target to sharpen his skills. Sima Huanyu also knew Chenzong's thoughts. He treated him as a sharpening stone, and he was extremely annoyed. I want you to die. Sima Huanyu said angrily. His voice surged out from the depths of his throat. His eyes were extremely fierce, and his face was full of ferocious killing intent. Suddenly, his killing intent soared. It was like a volcano eruption, like a surging tide. The starlight was extremely bright. Beams of starlight shot out in all directions, and the aura was overwhelming. The night had completely fallen. In the twinkling of an eye, Sima Huanyu's starlight battle body expanded. It was 3 feet tall, sturdier, and more majestic. Suddenly, Chenzong had a feeling of looking up at a high mountain. Boom! As soon as Sima Huanyu made a move, countless starlight surrounded him and blasted. It was like a group of meteorites that destroyed everything falling, which made Chenzong's pupils shrink like needles. Strong, the power of this punch was extremely strong. It was more than 50% stronger than before. It was obviously beyond the limit of the Misty Rain Chaoyun. Even if it was the heart domain, although it would not be shaken, there was a feeling of being distorted. It seemed that the punch contained a unique and terrible force field, which was constantly rotating and fluctuating, distorting the surrounding space. Because of this, the heart domain had a feeling of being distorted. This blow immediately shocked Chenzong. Sima Huanyu had actually mastered such a skill. What was the mystery? A thought suddenly flashed through Chenzong's mind. Force field. It was a little similar to a force field, but it was not. The feeling of being specious was very strange. But in any case, the power of Sima Huanyu's blow was tyrannical enough to threaten him. However, the 50% increase in strength was not the most important factor. The most important factor was the force field that distorted everything. Even Qianzong's heart domain was affected. This was the first time Qianzong had encountered such a situation. Very strong, a very tyrannical blow. This blow was comprehended by Sima Huanyu these days. It was the most tyrannical move. The power of this move was very terrifying. With this move, Sima Huanyu was even confident that he could face a real first-level Saint Realm expert head-on. However, this move was not perfect. It was not easy to use. Once it was used, it would directly cause damage to the enemy and himself. Usually, Sima Huanyu did not have any intention to use it. But this time, he was completely infuriated by Qianzong. Blast him to pieces. The terrible power and strange distortion were difficult to resist. This blow is not bad. It already has the embryonic form of a force field. Indeed. Unknowingly, a trace of the embryonic form of a force field has been integrated into the attack. In the sky, the two Saint Realm experts looked down. Their super eyesight allowed them to see everything clearly. They were talking to each other. Qianzong could not help but take a deep breath. Suddenly, a tyrannical and incomparably cold force that seemed to come from hell fluctuated from his body. It covered all directions and replaced the heart domain. Heavenly Fiend Force Field. The moment Qianzong displayed the Heavenly Fiend Force Field, the expressions of the two Saint Realm experts in the sky changed slightly. Their pupils shrank in an instant. Force Field. He has mastered a complete force field. The evil aura is amazing. This force field is closely related to the evil aura. The two native Saint Realm experts of the Heavenly Cloud State were shocked. It was amazing that a half-step Saint Realm expert had mastered a true force field. One had to know that even among the peerless heavens prides of the Heavenly Cloud State, there were not many who had mastered a force field. No, his force field is a bit strange. It doesn't seem to belong to him, but it also seems to belong to him. One of the Saint Realm experts frowned slightly, a little puzzled. It should be some kind of special trump card, the other person explained. The two did not have any intention to investigate. Every peerless heaven's prides had their own secrets. Even they had their own secrets. What's more, they were in the middle of the state tournament and could not be disturbed. Moreover, since they felt that the force field did not seem to belong to that person, they could only speculate that it was some kind of trick left behind by other masters or borrowed treasures. Heavenly Fiend Force Field, invisible and colorless, it covered all directions, covering a radius of 20 meters, including Sima Huanyu. The extremely cold aura was like thousands of ice needles, fiercely piercing Sima Huanyu's mind, as if to pierce his knowledge see, his spirit will, and his soul. Immediately, Sima Huanyu snorted and his face changed dramatically. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood seemed to appear around him, and an astonishing baleful aura swept out like a hurricane. Sima Huanyu's spirit and will were extremely tough. He immediately knew that he had fallen into an illusion and wanted to get rid of it, but he found that it was difficult to do so. His mind was constantly impacted and disturbed, which affected the power of his terrifying move. The starlight armor outside his starlight battle armor fluctuated as if it was about to disintegrate. Sima Huanyu had to divert more attention to maintain it, which affected his own strength imperceptibly. The terrifying move he blasted out was also fluctuating. Qianzong drew his sword, blood spurted out from the sword, with a flash of blood, it directly broke out. Sima Huanyu's strength was indeed very strong. The move he had just used was enough to threaten an ordinary First Heaven Saint Realm expert, which made Qianzong feel greatly threatened. However, Qianzong released the Heavenly Fiend Force Field, which directly interfered with his opponent's impact and indirectly greatly reduced his strength. An ordinary First Heaven Saint Realm expert's strength would be indirectly weakened by at least 30 to 40% in the face of the Heavenly Fiend Force Field. If Azura's doppelganger used it, the weakening would be even more obvious. Sima Huanyu's strength was very strong, but after all, he was not a real Saint Realm expert, so the weakening of the Heavenly Fiend Force Field was even more obvious. Sima Huanyu had no power to resist Qianzong's sword at all. In an instant, it pierced through the sky and nothing could stop it. Killing was not allowed in the state competition, and Qianzong did not intend to kill Sima Huanyu. That would make him lose his qualification, which was not worth it for Qianzong. However, he could injure Sima Huanyu and seize his beast core. In an instant, a blood light shot out and hit Sima Huanyu, who could not dodge. However, in that instant, a hint of light spread out like water ripples. Countless starlight was born from nothingness, and they gathered from all directions like tadpoles swimming over water. In the end, they condensed at one point, blocking Chenzong's sword attack. With a loud bang, countless starlights seemed to explode in an instant, bursting out with a terrible impact force that repelled Chenzong's sword. At the same time, Sima Huanyu's body flew back hundreds of meters in an instant. Without hesitation, with the help of the power of the starlight explosion, Sima Huanyu immediately burst out the remaining power, turned into a starlight and flew away. The moment he flew out, his eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. It was as if he wanted to pierce through the heavens and pierce Chenzong full of holes. Chenzong was hit by the power of the exploding starlight. His sword trembled and his arm was numb. By the time he unloaded the power, Sima Huanyu had already turned into a streamer and flew away. It was too late to chase after him. What a pity, Chenzong said secretly. There should be a lot of beast cores in Sima Huanyu's storage ring, but Sima Huanyu escaped. However, Chenzong did not intend to chase after him. Just now, he had consumed a lot of strength in the battle with Sima Huanyu. If he chased after him and encountered other talents, would he be defeated because of his lack of strength? He had to be bold and aggressive, but also cautious. He had to restore his strength first. He could not take out the elixirs, so he could only restore his strength by running his cultivation method. In the distance, a meteor-like light fell. Sima Huanyu rushed forward a few steps and stopped, gasping. In the battle just now, he was defeated. If he had not had a defensive secret treasure, even if he did not die, he would have been seriously injured. He was not far from being eliminated if he was seriously injured here. Hate, Sima Huanyu hated Chenzong. A rogue cultivator who was not worthy of his attention now had the strength to threaten him. Although he did not want to admit it, just now, he had a very bad feeling that he was going to be killed. He smelled the smell of death. He hated it. After a while, Chenzong's strength was finally fully restored. Chenzong also gained a lot from the battle with Sima Huanyu. In all fairness, Sima Huanyu's strength was very strong. If he did not borrow the innate killing force field, he would not be his opponent. In that case, the strength of his own body might be similar to that of the peerless talent who ranked 10th on the Netherworld list. Maybe he was a little stronger, but not by much. But when he borrowed the innate killing force field, Sima Huanyu was not his opponent. He was almost crushed. In this way, Chenzong did not know what level his strength could reach after borrowing the innate killing force field. Was he ranked 8th on the Netherworld list, or 7th, or higher? Without comparison, he could not be sure. After all, every peerless talent had their own means. For example, Sima Huanyu's terrible power under the Starlight Battle Body made him feel a great threat. It was hard to guarantee that other peerless talents did not have their own unique skills or some secret treasures. Thinking of this, Chenzong became more and more cautious. He was not the only genius in the world, and he was not the only one with a trump card. But in any case, after defeating Sima Huanyu and proving his strength, Chenzong was more confident. Not long ago, his strength was far from what it was now. Potential, this was superhuman potential. Sima Huanyu, next time we fight, I don't need the power of the Azure doppelganger. I can defeat you with the strength of my own body, Chenzong said secretly with incomparable confidence. Yang, I really want to test your current strength. There seemed to be traces of black flames burning around Xianxia's body, emitting a terrible aura as if it could burn everything. Then give it a try. Yang was wearing a golden-red blazing sun robe. His expression was arrogant, like a king. His indifferent tone had an indescribable momentum. Boom, a terrible aura suddenly erupted from Xianxia's body. Black flames surged out in all directions, as if they were going to fill the world and burn everything into ashes. This terrifying aura was even more amazing than a First Heaven Saint Realm expert. But Yang did not move at all, as if he was not affected at all. Are they going to fight? The experts in the sky looked down and were slightly surprised. Xianxia and Yang were the strongest local skyprides in the heavenly cloud state. They had an amazing record of breaking through to the Saint Realm with their own strength, without the help of external objects. Both of them had the talent and potential of a top-notch king-level expert. If they fought, it would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. But in the next breath, the terrifying black flames that seemed to burn everything in the world retracted into their bodies. The fierce look on Xianxia's face disappeared in an instant. Now is not the time for you and me to fight. Let's wait until the mystic Yuan sacred assembly. As soon as he finished speaking, black flames swirled around Xianxia's body. He turned into a black flame and disappeared in an instant. Yang Quan's expression did not change at all, as if everything was under his control. In a flash, Yang Quan turned into a streak of golden-red light and flew away. The experts in the sky heaved a sigh of relief. In all fairness, they did not want the two of them to fight. It was not a trivial matter. It would be bad if it affected the state competition. With Yang Quan, Xianxia, and Yichengdao's strength, it was certain that they would qualify for the state competition. They even had a 90% chance of entering the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly through the Dao competition. If they fought on their own, the internal friction might affect the final result. It was best if they did not fight. On the other side, the Heavenly Sword King, Yichengdao, held a sword in his hand. The color of the sword light could not be seen clearly. It was like a swimming dragon, filled with the aura of the sky and the depths of the sea. Without any movement, the sword light shot out like a ray of light breaking through the clouds. It was incomparably fast and sharp. In an instant, a pseudo-high-tier demonic beast hundreds of meters away was directly penetrated. It was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. The sword light swirled and the beast core flew into the Heavenly Sword King's hand. 1,550 points, Yichen said with a smile at the corner of his mouth. If Chen Zong were to hear this, he would be extremely shocked. Only 2 days had passed and Yichengdao had already accumulated 1,550 points. On the other hand, Chen Zong only had slightly more than 400 points, not even 500. The difference was huge. It was several times more than what he had. However, Yichengdao's strength was very strong, and he was strong enough to kill a saint in a head-on battle. With his strength, he naturally had no scruples, and could kill demonic beasts faster to seize the beast cores. In addition, he could also rob others, and the speed of accumulating points would be faster. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong felt a chill run down his spine. Previously, Xianxia had asked how the points would be calculated if he killed a high-tier demonic beast. He did not expect to encounter a high-tier demonic beast. It seemed to be a first-tier high-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a first heaven saint realm expert. It was a black bear, 3 meters tall. It was not very big among demonic beasts, but it exuded an astonishing aura. It was extremely ferocious and violent, as if it wanted to crush Chen Zong. The black bear stared at Chen Zong with its huge eyes, as if it wanted to eat Chen Zong. It brought about an extremely terrible pressure. Chen Zong's muscles tightened and his blood flowed like a river. A powerful half-saint level aura surrounded his body. His right hand grasped the hilt of the gilded mountain sword. He lowered his body slightly and shifted his center of gravity forward. He narrowed his eyes and contracted his pupils. A sharp light flickered in his eyes. He gathered 80% of his half-step sword intent. In the face of a high-tier demonic beast, even if it was just a high-tier demonic beast with an ordinary bloodline, he could not be too cautious. Chen Zong was not Yang Quan, Xianxia, and Yichengdao. He did not have such strength. The black bear also felt a trace of threat from Chen Zong's body. It seemed to be very sharp, able to cut through its fur and injure it. Although high-tier demonic beasts could not speak human language, they already had good intelligence and could think normally. Of course, even if demonic beasts had intelligence, most of them did not have so many thoughts. They were more straightforward, just like some boars in the human race. The stench of blood assaulted Chen Zong's face like a storm. Instantly, Chen Zong's hair stood on end and his hair stood on end. In an instant, Chen Zong felt like he was facing an ancient era, and he felt like he was about to be crushed by the roar. Pressure, a terrifying pressure assaulted him, and this feeling was even greater than facing an ordinary first heaven saint realm expert. The black bear's speed was shocking, and it stirred up a black demonic wind as it charged towards Chen Zong. It lifted its paw, and it was as heavy as a black mountain, exuding a terrifying pressure. Countless black demonic winds revolved around it as it slammed down, as if it wanted to slap Qianzong into a meat patty and sink the earth. Rumbling sounds pierced through Qianzong's ears, and he felt dizzy as if a rock was stuffed into his brain. It was extremely uncomfortable. Strong, it was simply too tyrannical. An extremely terrifying pressure came from all directions, binding his body and making him unable to move in the slightest. The heart domain spread out, and the pressure was relieved. Qianzong regained his freedom, and the innate ferocious force field was released. In an instant, all the pressure disappeared. Under the impact of the innate ferocious force field, a trace of panic flashed across the black bear's eyes, but it was soon replaced by a scarlet color. It became frenzied, and its killing intent was shocking. It let out a series of terrifying roars, and the giant paw that was attacking Qianzong suddenly paused, and it slammed to the side. Compared to humans, demonic beasts were more intelligent, but they were more bestial. They were naturally violent, and were more easily affected by the innate ferocious force field. However, the effect on demonic beasts was different from humans. Humans would be affected by the innate ferocious force field, and illusions of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood would appear, disturbing their minds and forcing them to resist. This would weaken their control over their own strength, and indirectly affect their strength. On the other hand, demonic beasts would not resist the illusions of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, but would attack instead. This was because most demonic beasts would mistake the illusions for reality, and under the influence of the illusions, their bestial nature would erupt, and they would attack madly. In such a state, not only would the strength of a demonic beast not be weakened, it would instead become even more berserk due to its wild nature. Every strike would be at full strength, making it even more terrifying. At the very least, it would be 10 to 20% stronger than its normal state. But there was one thing, and that was that once the demonic beast became berserk, it would not be able to distinguish its true target. For example, at this very moment, the black bear demonic beast had originally slapped Qianzong, intending to smash Qianzong into a meat patty and smash him into pieces. But now, after a pause, it changed its direction. The terrible wind brushed past Qianzong's body and blasted a huge gully on the ground, as if an invisible earth dragon was pushing forward. The ground kept shaking, which shocked Qianzong. So powerful, what a terrible power. If he was hit, he would not be able to resist it at all with his physique, and would be smashed into pieces in an instant. However, this blow did not hit Qianzong, but Qianzong was not afraid at all. He took a step forward, and the gilded mountain-heavy sword was unsheathed in an instant. A fierce golden sword light flashed, and the arc of light stretched out like a crescent moon, directly hitting the black bear demonic beast's body. Slash, the next scene shocked Qianzong. The gilded mountain-heavy sword slashed the black bear demonic beast's body, but it did not cut it in half as expected. Instead, it was resisted by an extremely tough force. As a high-ranked demonic beast, not only was its flesh and blood extremely strong, which was countless times stronger than steel, but it was also covered by a layer of protective force, which further enhanced its defensive power. Therefore, Qianzong's sword only broke the protective force on the surface of the black bear demonic beast, and slightly cut into the extremely tough skin membrane, causing a very slight injury. For the black bear demonic beast, it was not affected at all. Roar! The black bear demonic beast went berserk. It raised its extremely thick arms, and fiercely struck out with its huge paws. Both of its paws rolled up in extremely terrifying black demonic wind, tearing and destroying everything, as if it would turn everything into powder. Qianzong could only retreat. The black bear demonic beast in its berserk state was extremely terrifying. It would kill anyone who stood in its way, like a god who stood in its way. Qianzong retreated, but did not go far away, because the black bear demonic beast became berserk under the influence of the innate killing force field, and the range of the innate killing force field was 20 meters. Qianzong could control the innate killing force field to 20 meters in one direction at most, and could not go further. This distance was actually very dangerous, because the black bear demonic beast in its berserk state was too powerful. Even if they were 20 meters apart, Qianzong could still feel the extremely horrifying wind whistling towards him, as if it was going to tear him apart. Using his movement skill, Qianzong kept dodging, but he had to keep a distance of 20 meters from the black bear. This distance was just right for him to use the innate killing force field to affect the black bear demonic beast, and it was the safest for him. Boom. Boom, boom. Like an earthquake, everything shook, and everything was bombarded into ruins. Under the black bear demonic beast's paws, the ground within 100 meters was completely shattered and collapsed. It was a ghastly sight, and it was horrifying. The black bear demonic beast did not seem to know fatigue, and it attacked madly. The powerhouses from the heavenly cloud state in the sky were naturally attracted to this scene, and when they looked over, they were immediately shocked. What kind of means did this person use? He could actually turn a high-rank Class 1 demonic beast into such a state. It seemed to be some kind of force field. In an instant, Xianxia was remembered and left a deep impression on them. He just relied on some tricks. If it were Yang Quan and the others, they wouldn't have to do this. They could have killed this black bear directly, another Saint Realm powerhouse sneered and said coldly. He was a powerhouse from the heavenly cloud state, and he was more inclined to be a prodigy from the heavenly cloud state. Of course, this was also related to his personality. The other powerhouse knew his opponent's personality, so he did not speak and did not argue with him, because there was no need to. However, this prodigy from outside the heavenly cloud state was indeed very extraordinary. Perhaps he had a chance to get a place in the state competition and enter the Tao competition. As for whether he could get a place in the Tao competition and enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly, no one knew. No one could guarantee it. In fact, in the entire heavenly cloud state, except for Yang Quan, He Yanzai, and Yi Chen Dao, no one else could guarantee that they could enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly. Sometimes strength was important, but sometimes luck was also very important. On the ground, Xianxia was constantly circling around the violent black bear, narrowly avoiding the bombardment of its huge paws time and time again. It was as if he was walking on a steel wire, and below him was an endless hell. It was extremely dangerous and terrifying. Although the black bear demonic beast's movements were slightly clumsy, that was relatively speaking. For a half-step saint, it was still very fast. The most important thing was its strength, which was really terrifying. It was as if it could destroy mountains and crush everything. However, although the black bear demonic beast was very strong, its physical strength was not endless. Especially when it was in such a violent state, the consumption of its strength was even more astonishing. After a while, the black bear demonic beast's movement slowed down a little, and Xianxia was keenly aware of it. Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he continued to circle around, waiting for the right opportunity to come. As long as the black bear demonic beast's strength was almost exhausted, it would be the time for him to counterattack. At that time, he would be able to kill the black bear demonic beast and hopefully get a beast pill worth 1,000 points. Another moment passed, and half an hour had passed. The black bear demonic beast had consumed a lot of its strength. Its movements were at least 20% slower, and its strength was not as strong as before. It gradually felt like its strength was running out. However, it was still very strong. If Xianxia was hit head-on, he would probably die. Therefore, he needed to continue to consume its strength. Xianxia's strength was also constantly consumed, but relatively speaking, his consumption was much smaller because he was only using his body movement to circle around the black bear demonic beast. Under such a high-intensity crisis pressure, Xianxia also made great progress in his body movement and had a deeper understanding of it. Breakthrough. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. It was the illusory Luo 9 transformation technique, which had improved to a higher level. Strength was comprehensive in nature. It was a combination of all aspects. The improvement of body movement also improved strength in a disguised way. On the other hand, the black bear demonic beast's aura weakened, and its movements became more sluggish. The strength of each of its attacks seemed to be insufficient. It's time to fight back. With a flash of extremely sharp cold light in his eyes, Xianxia made up his mind. He stepped out and avoided the black bear demonic beast's attack in a flash. He approached the black bear demonic beast and swung his gilded heavy mountain sword horizontally. With the support of the 80% half-step sword intent, the sword edge instantly became extremely sharp, as if it could cut through all the hard and void between heaven and earth. In a flash, the sword edge cut through the black bear demonic beast's body. The layer of tyrannical protective power was immediately cut open, and the black bear demonic beast's tough skin also weakened due to the consumption of strength. It was immediately cut open by Qianzong's sword and went straight into its flesh. The flesh was torn apart. The intense pain caused the black bear to let out a furious roar. That furious roar shook the heavens and the earth. This demonic beast is not ordinary. In the distance, a flying figure suddenly stopped. His eyes emitted an extremely sharp light, and the light kept flickering. That demonic beast seems to be injured as well. Thoughts flashed in his mind, and he immediately made up his mind. He once again used his body movement and quickly flew in the direction of the sound. This person's body was filled with an extremely terrifying aura fluctuation. It was as if an extremely hot flame was going to burn everything. In the distance, he saw two figures fighting fiercely. That's a high-ranked demonic beast. This person was immediately shocked. There was a high-ranked demonic beast, and he could tell that the high-ranked demonic beast was not in good condition. Its strength had been greatly reduced. Just in time. This person's eyes flickered with a myriad of thoughts. The beast core of a first-ranked demonic beast was worth 1,000 points, which was a lot. Most importantly, killing a high-ranked demonic beast was also a great honor. In the entire Tianyun prefecture, only Yang Quan, brother Black Flame Zhe, and Yi Qindao had the strength to kill a Saint Realm expert, which represented supreme glory. If he could kill this high-ranked demonic beast, wouldn't he become the fourth person to obtain supreme glory? He also saw that the person fighting the black bear demonic beast was quite strong and seemed to have some extraordinary skills. However, he was stronger. The black bear was raging violently, attacking in all directions. Qianzong performed his movement art to continuously dodge the attacks, and at the same time, he waved his sword to counterattack. The 80% half-step sword intent cut through the bear's skin, leaving wounds one after another. Consumption: the black bear was too strong, so Qianzong could only use this method to kill it slowly. As long as he killed it and got its beast core, Qianzong would get 1,000 points, which was more than killing so many pseudo-high-ranked demonic beasts before. Suddenly, an extremely strong feeling of danger assaulted him, causing the space between Qianzong's brows to twitch repeatedly. His figure spun to avoid the violent bombardment of the black bear, and at the same time, he looked towards another direction. He saw a blazing black light flash over at a shocking speed, and it was like a ball of burning and leaping flames that was terrifying to the extreme. The source of the danger was the Black Flame. The Black Flame clan. Qianzong hadn't been in the Tianyun prefecture for long, but he recognized the man's characteristics. He was from the Black Flame clan, which was the same clan as Black Flame Zhe. Was he Black Flame Zhe? The man gave him a strong sense of danger, almost as strong as the black bear, but there was still a gap. He shouldn't be Black Flame Zhe. After all, there were 3 disciples of the Black Flame clan on the list of talents, including Black Flame Zhe. This man might be one of the other 2. When they were several hundred meters away, the other party made his move. A huge ball of black flame shot through the sky like a meteor. It carried an extremely terrifying might as it blasted over with the power to destroy everything. Qianzong felt his hair stand on end. The black flame made him feel the breath of death. The berserk black bear demonic beast also felt it. In terms of instinctive perception, demonic beasts were much better than human beings. They immediately felt the danger of being killed. Maybe they wouldn't die if they were hit, but they definitely wouldn't feel good. In the crisis of life and death, the black bear got rid of the influence of the innate killing force field and burst out all its power in an instant. The red light spread and condensed on its palm, and then it fiercely attacked. This was the explosion of power under the pressure of a life and death crisis. At the same time, Qianzong attacked with his sword, and the blood light exploded. The 80% half-step sword intent. One sword burst blood. Instead of moving forward, Qianzong performed the flowing light flying shadow and retreated rapidly. Boom! In an instant, Qianzong's blood-burst sword and the black bear's all-out attack collided with the black flame that was like a meteor. They paused for a moment, as if they wanted to fight back, but were defeated in an instant. Like a hot knife through butter, in an instant, the black flame meteorite arrived and struck the black bear demonic beast. It exploded and turned into a terrifying torrent of black flame that swallowed the black bear demonic beast in an instant. Zong, on the other hand, quickly retreated out of the range of the black flames. Immediately, he felt a terrifying wave of heat surging towards him. It was so hot that it felt like it was going to roast him dry. His heart was filled with shock, but his expression sank, and his eyes emitted an incomparably fierce killing intent. Since he had tried to kill him, he showed no mercy and deserved to die. However, Zong did not let the killing intent get to his head. Instead, he retreated again and again until he was far enough away to observe the situation. Roar! A large cluster of black flames raged, continuously fluctuating and emitting waves of extremely frightening explosive sounds. Its momentum was like a tide. Immediately, an extremely frightening and furious roar sounded from within the black flames and charged out. An astonishing power burst out and tore the black flame apart, revealing the black bear demonic beast's body. The extremely strong body was scorched black, as if it had been burned for a long time. Many charred wounds could be seen. It was not dead. The black bear demonic beast resisted the attack of the black flame with its powerful strength and amazing vitality. Even so, the black bear demonic beast was seriously injured. Originally, it was already disturbed by Zong's heaven's ferocious force, causing it to go berserk. After continuously attacking with all its might, it had already used up 60 to 70% of its strength. After that, it fought with Zong and was slashed by Zong's sword. Although the injuries from each slash were not serious, there were too many slashes, and the black bear's strength was continuously depleted. Because of this, the black bear demonic beast was seriously injured by the black flame. Otherwise, if the black bear demonic beast was in its peak condition, it would be able to destroy the black flame without suffering any injuries. Now, the black bear demonic beast did not have much strength left. Its injuries were not light, and its strength was greatly reduced. It was the best time to kill it. Zong was confident that he could kill the black bear demonic beast with only 3 attacks and get the beast core that was worth 1,000 points. However, Zong still did not make a move, because the Black Flame Clan's prodigy was approaching the black bear demonic beast and attacking again. A fist broke through the air and blasted out. The terrifying black fist energy was like a black flame burning fiercely. It was like a black meteor piercing through the air. Its power was extremely terrifying. Zong felt a wave of shocking heat coming at him from afar, as if it wanted to burn him into ashes. This attack contained a strong Dao aura. It seemed to be a kind of half-step fire Dao intent, but Zong did not know what kind of fire Dao intent it was. He could only feel that it was a kind of half-step Dao intent with extremely terrifying power. It was extremely shocking. Boom! The punch directly hit the black bear demonic beast. The black bear demonic beast's movements were a little slower, and it was unable to defend itself in time. It was instantly hit, and its strong but charred body swayed as it retreated continuously. A broken and charred hole appeared where it was hit, and its blood was evaporated and burned. The black bear demonic beast let out a painful roar. It was filled with grief, indignation, and rage. The desperate struggle of a cornered beast, this black bear demonic beast did not care about its own injuries as it unleashed all of its remaining strength. Like a heavy war chariot, it charged forward with murderous intent. Even if it died, it would drag its opponent down with it and perish together with it. The counterattack of the black bear demonic beast in a desperate situation was extremely frightening. Even though it did not have much strength left, it still erupted with an extremely shocking might. This black bear demonic beast was a first heaven high-grade demonic beast. Its strength was much stronger than an early first heaven Saint Realm cultivator. Its body was extremely strong, and its vitality was tenacious. Moreover, it had survived countless life and death battles. Its battle instincts and willpower were shocking. Even if it was in a desperate situation, it did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, it fought to its death. You're courting death. He Yanlin's face was cold and murderous. If the black bear demonic beast was at its peak, he would not dare to fight it. Even if he used all his strength, he would at most be able to injure it. However, the black bear demonic beast's strength had decreased significantly. It was a good opportunity to kill it. Killing the black bear demonic beast would not only give him a beast core worth 1,000 points, but he would also gain the supreme glory of killing a high-grade demonic beast. It could be said that he would gain both fame and fortune. Fight, He Yanlin used all his strength. His fists burned with black flames as he bombarded the black bear demonic beast. Every punch not only contained terrifying power, but also an indescribable mystery. The black bear demonic beast was unable to dodge and was bombarded by punch after punch. Its injuries accumulated and worsened. Once it exploded, the black bear demonic beast would die without a doubt. While it was being attacked, the black bear demonic beast frantically counterattacked. Its palms were like meteors flying towards He Yanlin, but He Yanlin continuously dodged them, leaving behind terrifying holes in the ground. Take advantage of this opportunity. A light flashed in Chenzong's eyes as he made a prompt decision. Or leave. If he did not leave, now was the best time to attack. Otherwise, when the black bear demonic beast was killed, it would come for him. While the black bear demonic beast was still alive, he could restrain the black bear demonic beast to a certain extent. He took a step forward and turned into a flash of light with astonishing speed. His sword moved along with him, turning into a streak of bloody light. His speed was extremely fast. Blood-spurting sword, without hesitation, without mercy, a sword pierced through the sky and attacked. The blood-spurting sword under the influence of the 80% half-step sword intent had reached the extreme speed. Its power was also very terrifying. Moreover, it was executed with the gilded mountainous sword that weighed 150,000 pounds, so it had an indescribable forcefulness. When it arrived, it seemed to shatter the sky. He Yanlin's expression suddenly changed. Immediately, his eyes were filled with ferocious killing intent. "You're courting death." In a rage, He Yanlin threw a punch at the black bear demonic beast and another punch at Chenzong's sword light. Under the extremely terrifying half-step blazing fire Dao intent, the power of the punch reached the extreme. It seemed to be able to shatter everything. The terrifying power contained in it seemed to be able to turn everything into ashes. The fist force collided with the sword light. After a slight pause, the sword light was shattered. This made Chenzong extremely shocked. Seeing that the black fist force was approaching like a meteor, Chenzong threw out a second attack. Shatter, close, chop down, the gilded mountainous sword immediately rolled up a terrifying storm, smashing everything into pieces. Facing the black bear demonic beast and Chenzong, the pressure on He Yanlin suddenly increased. "You're all going to die." He Yanlin was extremely furious. With a boom, a terrifying black flame immediately burst out from his body. It soared into the sky and burned fiercely. An astonishing heat constantly spread out, as if it was going to burn everything between heaven and earth into ashes. Chenzong retreated in an instant. He only felt the heat wave coming at him. He felt like he was going to be roasted into a jerky. The black bear demonic beast roared again and again, but it did not retreat. It still attacked violently, but its power was getting weaker and weaker. The threat it brought to He Yanlin was also getting smaller. The threat He Yanlin brought to Chenzong was very, very strong. Innate ferocious force field. In an instant, the power of the innate ferocious force field enveloped He Yanlin. He Yanlin frowned and resisted it immediately. Chenzong was extremely surprised. The innate ferocious force field had actually lost its effect. No, it should not be said that it had lost its effect. Instead, it seemed that the opponent had some kind of method or treasure that could resist the attack of the innate ferocious force field. After all, the innate ferocious force field targeted the opponent's mind and soul. It caused illusions and indirectly affected one's strength. If one's mind and soul were strong enough, one could resist it. Similarly, if one had a treasure that could resist the attack of the innate ferocious force field, one would be safe and sound. So this is what you're relying on. Die. He Yanlin sneered. In a short moment, he got rid of the impact and influence of the innate ferocious force field and struck out with his palm. The black palm print was burning fiercely, as if it was going to cover heaven and earth and burn it into ashes. Among them, 80% of the half-step blazing fire Dao was contained in it. Its power was unparalleled. I can only borrow the power of the Azure clone, Chenzong thought to himself. Azure's avatar, power descended. There was a loud rumble in his body and it was as if thunder had gone berserk. Terrifying holy fiendish chi instantly surged out. The holy fiendish force was the power of the Saint Rudiment stage, and it was the condensation of terrifying baleful chi. It was even more terrifying than the power of an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage. With Chen Zong's cultivation base and physique, it was actually difficult for him to withstand it completely. He could only exert a portion of its power. Even though it was just a part of his power, it was enough to greatly increase Chen Zong's strength. An extremely tyrannical power filled his body, limbs, and bones. It seemed as if they were about to explode. It was much more tyrannical than the half-saint power that he had cultivated with the Taiyuan cloud-shattering technique. After all, the Taiyuan cloud-scraping art was only a saint-level upper grade, and its power was only at the half-saint level. The Burning Fiend de Jura art was a top-grade saint-class art. Even if it was only missing the last 3 levels, it was still better than a high-grade saint-class art. Not to mention, in this period of time, Azura avatar Xianxia had cultivated the Burning Fiend de Jura art to the 14th level. If he could bear the full weight of Xianxia's holy fiendish qi, the strength he could unleash would be terrifying. It would be on par with the Saint Rudiment stage. Even now, Chen Zong could only unleash a small portion of the holy ferocious force's power, but it was enough to increase his strength significantly. The murderous aura was like a dragon. With one strike, the holy ferocious force that contained a portion of the holy ferocious force exploded with an astonishing power. Combined with the 80% half-step sword will, the sword pierced through the air. The dragon's roar reverberated high up in the sky. Its momentum was astonishing and intimidating in all directions. He Yanlin was shocked. His pupils dilated and constricted as he stared at the gray-fled dragon with murderous aura. He felt a sense of danger. Boom, heaven and earth shook, the black palm and the murderous aura collided in an instant. There was a slight pause, and then it exploded. The terrifying power of the collision spread out in all directions, shocking everyone. Black Flame Monarch. He Yanlin made a prompt decision. Without the slightest hesitation, he formed a seal with both hands and unleashed the Black Flame Clan's secret art. In the blink of an eye, countless black auras spread out from his body, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they surged endlessly and gathered in the air. Descend. With a loud roar, his momentum was like a tidal wave, shaking the heavens and the earth. Countless blazing auras gathered and condensed into a black figure in the air behind He Yanlin. Only the upper half of the figure was condensed. Although it wasn't solid enough, it gave off a powerful feeling. The lower half of the figure was like a black spiral fog that merged into the void. An astonishing fiery aura spread out crazily, covering the sky and earth as if it wanted to burn everything to ashes. Kill. He Yanlin raised his right arm and struck out with his palm. The tall black flame sovereign king behind him also raised his right arm. It was as though there were tens of thousands of yuan qi accompanying him, causing him to tremble. Boom, a towering palm blasted out, seemingly wanting to shatter everything in front of it. Spirit-level martial arts drew upon a portion of the heaven and earth's yuan qi. Therefore, it gave people a feeling of grandeur. However, compared to saint-level martial arts, it gave people a feeling of being strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Saint-level martial arts also drew upon the power of the heavens and the earth, but it merged the power of the heavens and the earth into the martial arts. Therefore, it seemed that the power of the heavens and the earth was not as great as spirit-level martial arts, but it was more restrained and its power was many times more tyrannical. If the power of the heavens and the earth drawn by spirit-level martial arts was compared to mist and water vapor, it covered a large area, but its power was scattered. However, the power of the heavens and the earth drawn by saint-level martial arts was like water, a highly condensed mist and water vapor. In terms of quality, it was much better and more condensed. As for whether the so-called power was majestic and mighty, if there was enough water, it would be like a tide, naturally majestic and astonishing. Whether it was He Yanlin or Chen Zong, they were both using saint-level martial arts. Moreover, they were all very advanced saint-level martial arts. The power of the heavens and the earth that they drew upon was extremely astonishing and terrifying. The black flame sovereign king's palm blasted out, immediately bringing great pressure to Chen Zong. A sword. Murderous thunder, the sword light transformed into a bolt of grey lightning, as if it could split the heavens and the earth. It carried an extremely terrifying power as it tore through the air. This sword was much more tyrannical than the murderous dragon. The Azura doppelganger was condensed from a pure sea of murderous qi. It cultivated the Burning Fiend Azura skill and the Burning Fiend Azura sword technique that were incomparably compatible. Its progress was naturally incomparably astonishing. The Burning Fiend Azura sword technique always had 4 moves, or rather, 4 realms. The first move, the first realm, was the Murderous Dragon. The second move, which was also the second realm, was the Murderous Thunder. What the Azura doppelganger knew, Qianzong's original body also knew. However, it was not as profound as the Azura doppelganger. This was because Qianzong's original body did not deliberately comprehend and cultivate. After all, the Burning Fiend Azura sword technique could only be unleashed with the power of the Burning Fiend Azura skill. In addition, he still needed to cultivate other things. Time was limited, so Qianzong did not comprehend the Burning Fiend Azura sword technique. However, he could still unleash a portion of its power. The grey lightning-like sword light instantly collided with the Black Flame's Sovereign King's palm. They both paused and then exploded. Black Flame's Xianxia hand. With a low roar, the Black Flame's Sovereign King's eyes emitted a shocking light, as if piercing through the void. Immediately, he raised his hand, burning with extremely terrifying raging flames. It spread out in all directions, and an incomparably scorching aura swept through the heavens and earth. With a palm strike, a huge palm print condensed from black flames descended from the sky. It covered the sky and the sun, as if it had transformed into a world. Black flames. Qianxia, an astonishing pressure fell from the sky, landing on Qianzong's body. Suddenly, Qianzong felt as if his entire body was suppressed, unable to move. There was also an extremely terrifying scorching aura crazily spreading from all directions. It wanted to drill into his body, burn his blood, and turn him into ashes. Roar, the black bear demonic beast rushed over. It raised its huge bear paw and ruthlessly slammed it towards Black Flame Lin. Scram! The Black Flame's Sovereign King attacked Qianzong, but Black Flame Lin could actually divert his attention to deal with the black bear demonic beast. A terrifying palm strike blasted out. It was also the Black Flame's Qianxia hand. Its power was astonishing. However, compared to the Black Flame's Qianxia hand displayed by the Black Flame's Sovereign King, there was still a big gap. The black bear demonic beast, which had little strength left, was immediately sent flying by the palm strike. The Black Flame's Sovereign King's palm also blasted towards Qianzong, as if it wanted to smash Qianzong into the ground and shatter the earth together. Celestial Crystal Battle Body, the secret technique was displayed and it exploded in an instant. Even though the Celestial Crystal Battle Body's increase in strength was minimal with the help of the Holy Ferocious Force, it was better than nothing. Heart Realm, suddenly, the terrifying pressure was neutralized. Qianzong's expression was cold and solemn. The light in his eyes was as sharp as a sword's edge, as if it could pierce through the black palm and pierce through the sky. The strongest sword move. Sky-shattering demonic chi, boom, the Holy Ferocious Force blasted out in an instant without any reservation. The corner of Qianzong's eyes twitched unconsciously. The Holy Ferocious Force that was unleashed at full force had placed a great burden on his body. This sword move was obviously not something that he could fully control. Sky-shattering demonic chi, the third stage of the burning demonic Azura sword technique, the strongest sword move shattered the sky. The moment the sword was unleashed, heaven and earth changed colors. Even though it was just a beginner sword move, it exploded with astonishing power. This sword move was extremely condensed with the Holy Ferocious Force, the power of heaven and earth, and the half-step sword intent. All the power was highly condensed within. It was as if the wood had turned into steel. It was extremely terrifying. The huge black palm print was instantly pierced through. A ray of sword light that was filled with dazzling gray chaotic light pierced through and shot towards He Yanlin. Block it. He Yanlin's expression changed drastically. He roared and clasped his palms together. The Black Flame King clasped his palms together and slashed fiercely, using offense as defense. Boom, the sword chi flew in all directions and tore through heaven and earth. Kill! Qianzong roared. He suppressed the discomfort in his body and slashed out with his sword. Holy Ferocious Thunder, although the power of this sword move was not as strong as the Holy Ferocious Sky Shattering, it was still very powerful. It pierced through the chaotic and violent power and charged towards He Yanlin. He Yanlin's face was aghast. He had used all his strength to block the sword move just now. He could not block the sword move. Retreat, without hesitation, He Yanlin retreated. Quickly. However, the sword move was still coming. It was as swift and violent as thunder. Retreat, retreat, retreat. As He Yanlin retreated, he continued to attack with both hands. Fist energy tore through the air, shattering the sword light. He Yanlin gave Chen Zong a deep look before using his movement technique. He immediately turned into a beam of light and circled around from the side to attack again. Chen Zong frowned slightly. He had borrowed the power of the Azure doppelganger. Although it was strong enough to fight with the peerless geniuses on the list of geniuses, the disadvantage was obvious. It could not be sustained for long. When he used the sword move just now, the holy ferocious sky shattering was extremely powerful. However, it also increased the burden on him. With a thought, Chen Zong immediately dodged his opponent and rushed towards the black bear. Holy ferocious thunder, a sword slashed through the air. The black bear was severely injured. Its strength had dropped to the freezing point and its defensive power had disappeared. Even its tyrannical body was not as strong as before. It could not block Chen Zong's sword move at all. With a boom, it was as if a bolt of lightning had broken through the sky. It directly shattered half of the black bear's body, and a beast pill flew out. Chen Zong flew over like a bolt of lightning, grabbed the beast core, put it into his storage ring, and immediately ran away. He Yanlin almost vomited blood. He immediately unleashed his strength and chased after him. 1,000 points, that was a beast core worth 1,000 points. Not only was it snatched away by his opponent, but the black bear was also killed. This scene could not be faked. There were powerhouses watching from above. This little brat is really good. A Saint Realm powerhouse nodded with a smile. He's just an opportunist. Another Saint Realm powerhouse coldly snorted with a look of disdain. He turned around and slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword chi under the holy ferocious force slashed towards He Yanlin like a crescent moon. This sword move could not hurt He Yanlin, but it could slow him down. Chen Zong would not let go of a beast core that was worth 1,000 points. He Yanlin attacked and directly shattered the sword chi. His body paused for a moment before he chased after the black bear again. His face was filled with a cold murderous intent. The black aura on his body surged wildly. He could not forgive Chen Zong for killing the black bear right under his nose and snatching its beast core that was worth 1,000 points. The crazy pursuit put a lot of pressure on Chen Zong. The burden of the holy ferocious force grew stronger and stronger. Chen Zong felt like his body was constantly being pricked by countless needles. It was very uncomfortable. In desperation, Chen Zong could only urge the power of the blood-dripping sword seal. Endless blood sea. The sea of blood surged and covered the sky, and an extremely terrifying energy surged in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Zong fled far away while He Yanlin faced the endless bombardment of the blood sea. He had no choice but to gather all his strength to resist. Chen Zong had used this move to block a first-level Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Although He Yanlin was strong and had many tricks up his sleeve, he was not a true Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. He had to use all his strength to resist the endless blood sea. However, although the endless blood sea was powerful, it was not enough to injure He Yanlin. Chen Zong did not need to injure He Yanlin. He only needed to delay him for a while. He fled far away and erased his aura, making it harder for He Yanlin to chase after him. Chen Zong returned the fiendish saint energy to his Azura avatar when he did not sense any danger. He immediately felt a stabbing pain all over his body as though he was being pricked by countless needles. It was very uncomfortable. He circulated the Great Abyss Cloud scraping skill to relieve the pain and burden. It gradually eased and disappeared. His body, which had consumed a great deal of energy, was gradually recovering. The heaven and earth origin energy here was more than twice as rich and pure as in the mystic underworld territory. His recovery speed was faster when he circulated the Great Abyss Cloud scraping skill. After a while, Chen Zong's strength was fully recovered and he even improved a little. His strength seemed to have improved. Chen Zong became more cautious. He searched for demonic beasts to hunt while avoiding the powerful skyprides. Although Qianzong wanted to fight with them and it did not matter even if he lost, this was a matter of great importance. It was related to the mystic Yuan sacred assembly and he could not afford to lose. He could only endure for the time being. He accumulated and refined his strength as he waited for the moment to erupt. The beast cores in his spatial ring continued to increase and so did his points. The third day, the fourth day, Qianzong had accumulated more than 2,000 points. Of course, if he had not killed the first-level advanced black bear demonic beast and successfully obtained its beast core, Qianzong's points would only have exceeded 1,000 points. 1,000 points and 2,000 points were two different concepts. With more than 2,000 points, I wonder if I can get into the top 30. Qianzong thought to himself. Without a clear reference target, Qianzong could not be sure. But no matter what, he could only continue to work hard and do his best to obtain beast cores and accumulate points. Only by completing the regional competition with a higher number of points would he have a higher chance of obtaining one of the 30 spots. The fifth day, time passed slowly. There were only 6 hours left until the end. Die. Qianzong's sword pierced through the air and instantly killed a pseudo-high-rank demonic beast, obtaining its beast core and more points. More than 2,400 points. We don't have much time left. Let's continue hunting. Qianzong's eyes flashed as he said to himself. However, the number of demonic beasts in this area was actually limited. After all, they were restricted by the experts of the heavenly cloud state. Every time one was killed, there would be one less. In the next 6 hours, Qianzong did not find many demonic beasts to kill. Suddenly, a terrible breath locked onto Qianzong from afar and rapidly approached him. The breath was as vast and boundless as an abyss and immediately brought indescribable pressure to Qianzong. So strong. Qianzong's pupils contracted. This breath was not weaker than that of the black flame forest. It seemed to be even stronger. Time is almost up. It's not a good time to fight. Qianzong thought to himself. Without hesitation, he turned around and displayed the flowing light flying shadow to the extreme and flew away. Want to escape? Leave your storage ring. An extremely cold voice pierced through the air like a sword and penetrated Qianzong's eardrums. It seemed to penetrate his eardrums and mince his sea of consciousness. Qianzong was secretly shocked. This voice contained such a terrible spiritual impact. An ordinary half-saint could not resist it at all and would be defeated in an instant. However, Qianzong's soul was very strong. His sea of consciousness and spiritual will were also very strong. He directly resisted the impact of the opponent's momentum and willpower. He was safe and sound, and his speed was not reduced at all. The opponent was secretly shocked. Who was this person who could resist the impact of his momentum and willpower? However, this person's speed was extremely fast, even faster than Qianzong's. He was constantly closing the distance between them. His amazing coercion made Qianzong somewhat frightened. Perhaps only by borrowing the power of Shura Doppelganger could he compete with him, but it was unlikely that he could defeat him. Moreover, borrowing the power of Shura Doppelganger would cause him a lot of burden. The longer he used it, the greater the burden. Qianzong did not want to borrow it unless it was absolutely necessary. Close, the man kept closing in and was less than 5,000 meters away from Qianzong. For ordinary people, 5,000 meters might be very far. However, for a high-level half-saint genius, 5,000 meters was nothing. He could fly over it in the blink of an eye. 4,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, the closer he got, the greater the pressure, which made Qianzong's face turn serious. Stop it. His low cry was suffused with a shocking chill. Soon after, he straightened his palm like a blade and slashed through the air. An extremely frightening cold blade light slashed through space and blasted out. It was as powerful as thunder and mercilessly blasted towards Qianzong. It seemed as though it wanted to cut Qianzong into two with a single slash. Qianzong felt a chill on his back. He felt like he was being split open. He turned around and unsheathed his sword. Blood explosion, the powerful sword slashed out. The blood light surged and exploded repeatedly, bursting out with amazing power. It blasted toward the fierce knife light. In an instant, the blood light surged and shattered, but it also blocked the knife light. Zhong flew out without slowing down. 500 meters, the distance was getting closer. Water-breaking blade, the knife light was bright and cold. It streaked across the sky like a stream of light blooming in the sky. It was like a divine light with endless mysteries. The power of this knife was more than twice as strong as the one from before. Zhong felt a chill on his back and goosebumps all over his body. Misty rain morning cloud, the most powerful sword slash was performed. The sword light disappeared. It was like smoke, like torrential rain, and like rolling clouds. The sword energy was everywhere. Barely managing to block the saber, Zhong felt an extremely terrifying force rushing towards him. While his chi and blood surged, Zhong borrowed the terrifying force of the saber to instantly fly backwards, once again widening the distance between them. Do I have to borrow the power of Azure's doppelganger again? Zhong flew backward while watching his opponent approach with the knife. His heart sank. Attention, everyone. The time for the regional competition is up. Immediately go to the Cloud Wilderness Swamp to calculate the results. No delay. A vast, mighty, and deep voice suddenly resounded. It was like the rumbling of divine thunder at the beginning of the world, and it entered everyone's ears. You're lucky, the man who chased Zhong with the knife suddenly sneered, turned around, and flew toward the outside of the Cloud Wilderness Swamp. Zhong also performed his body movement and quickly went out of the Cloud Wilderness Swamp. He didn't know if he could get one of the 30 places with his more than 2,500 points. Unknown, now he could only wait and see. Maybe he could, maybe he couldn't. Many figures flew quickly toward the outside of the Cloud Wilderness Swamp. Zhong met Sima Huanyu again. When Sima Huanyu saw Zhong, his face was cold. His eyes emitted a sharp cold light, as if he wanted to pierce through Zhong. Zhong just glanced at Sima Huanyu and didn't pay attention to him. Now, Sima Huanyu was no longer his opponent. Although Sima Huanyu's strength was very strong and could completely suppress him before, after that battle, Zhong fought with a stronger opponent. His vision was broadened, and his strength was further enhanced. Of course, Zhong wouldn't look down on Sima Huanyu, because his opponent was a peerless genius. When he arrived at the exit of the Cloud Wilderness Swamp, Zhong also met He Yanlin. He Yanlin's eyes seemed to be burning with a terrible black flame, as if he wanted to turn Zhong into ashes. The anger and killing intent in his eyes were clearly visible, and others could feel it. Being stared at by He Yanlin like this, Zhong couldn't help but feel a little pressure. You'd better hope that you don't pass the regional competition. He Yanlin's voice was extremely cold, containing an amazing power and violence. He directly threatened Zhong. When Zhong heard this, he only smiled slightly and looked at the other party fearlessly. Pass the regional competition, of course, if there was even half a chance, Zhong would fight for himself. Although a peerless genius was very strong, much stronger than himself, it wasn't enough to be his obstacle. There were a total of 180 geniuses who entered the Cloud Desolate Great Lake. However, Zhong realized that there were less than 180 geniuses who came out of the Cloud Desolate Great Lake. There were 162 geniuses. Perhaps they encountered some danger that they couldn't defeat and could only use their tokens to save their lives, so they gave up. Now, take out all the beast cores in your storage rings. A powerhouse opened his mouth and said. Immediately, the 162 geniuses took out the beast cores in their storage rings and piled them up in front of them. At a glance, one could see who would be eliminated, because the gap was very big. In front of some geniuses, the beast cores were like a small hill, while in front of some geniuses, there were not many beast cores, only a few dozen. When the geniuses with few beast cores saw this, their faces turned gloomy, because they knew clearly that they had no chance and could only be eliminated. As for those geniuses who had a lot of beast cores, some of them looked calm and confident, while others smiled. It was as if they were about to get a spot. Zhong took a deep breath. He didn't have a lot of beast cores, but there was one that was worth 1,000 points. Therefore, it wasn't easy to judge whether he would be able to get one of the spots. Yang Quan, 5,520 points. He Yanzai, 5,521 points. Yi Chen Dao, 5,518 points. A powerhouse's divine sense swept across and immediately converted everyone's beast cores into points. It was extremely accurate and reported one by one. Hearing the points of Yang Quan, He Yanzhe, and Yi Chen Dao, everyone was shocked. They knew very well how many points they had. Compared to more than 5,000 points, the difference was simply too big. Chen Zong's heart sank slightly. Everyone was shocked by the points obtained by Yang Quan, He Yanzhe, and Yi Chen Dao. Soon after, the expert began to announce the points obtained by the others. However, he seemed to only announce the points obtained by the 30 people in the regional tournament. The fourth person was Yang Feng, who was from the same family as Yang Quan. He obtained more than 4,200 points, which was more than 1,000 points less than the top 3 supreme geniuses. The difference was obvious. The fifth person obtained more than 4,100 points, which was closer to Yang Feng's. The sixth person, the seventh person, the eighth person, the ninth person, the 10th person, for 100 points, more than 4,000 points, more than 3,900 points, more than 3,800 points, more than 3,700 points. The further down the list, the fewer points they obtained. However, they all obtained more than 3,000 points, which was surprising. Many people were frustrated because they felt that they had no hope of obtaining a spot. Some people were nervous and unsure if they could obtain a spot. 10, 15, as the number of spots that had not been announced decreased, Chen Zong could not help but take a deep breath. There were 20 spots left. The 20th person also obtained more than 3,000 points. Among the 20 people, the fierce Phoenix King, Feng Yanyan, and the Xianming Prince, Su Mubai were among them. In addition, the top supreme geniuses of the Hengjiang Prefecture and Tong Mountain Prefecture were among them. 10. There were only 10 spots left. Subconsciously, some supreme geniuses who felt that they had a chance of obtaining a spot clenched their fists. He Yanlin, who had fought with Chen Zong, was also among the 20 spots. The disciple of the Heavenly Cloud sect who had chased after Chen Zong with a long saber was also among them. His name was Long Zhan. The 21st spot. Zhao Xingkong obtained more than 2,900 points. Zhao Xingkong heaved a sigh of relief at that moment, and his clenched left hand loosened. As the second supreme genius of the Mountain Flow Prefecture, it would be embarrassing if he could not obtain a spot. Immediately, the second supreme geniuses of the Hengjiang Prefecture and Tong Mountain Prefecture obtained a spot. The 24th spot was obtained by the second supreme genius of the Xianming territory, Jian Lingxiao. After obtaining a spot, Chen Zong noticed that Jian Lingxiao's brows relaxed slightly. The spots were very important. Obtaining a spot meant that one could enter the Taoist competition. If one did not obtain a spot, it meant that one had no chance of entering the Taoist competition. The Tao competition was the key to participating in the Shanyuan Sacred Assembly. Chen Zong found that he couldn't help but feel nervous. This was a matter of great importance, so he couldn't help but feel emotional. The 25th spot, 26th place, the 27th spot, they were obtained by the Skyprides of Mountain Flow Prefecture, Horizontal River Prefecture, and Copper Mountain Prefecture respectively. The 28th and 29th spots were taken by the local prodigies of the Heavenly Cloud State. There was only one spot left. All the prodigies who felt that they had a chance to get a spot started to breathe rapidly. Chen Zong subconsciously took a deep breath and clenched his fists. The 30th spot, there was only one spot left, but who knew whose score would be announced? The 30th person. After the announcement, the strong cultivator's tone became heavier, and he paused for a moment. His gaze swept across the crowd, causing everyone's hearts to become more and more nervous. They felt that every breath had become longer, and the air was filled with traces of anxiety. The 30th spot. That expert seemed to have sensed this as well, and purposely teased them. He repeated his words, making them even more nervous. 2,452 points. The expert didn't directly announce the name, but instead announced the points. Suddenly, everyone's expression changed drastically, because they didn't seem to have just 2,452 points. Chen Zong was stunned at first, and then a touch of joy appeared on his face. It seemed that he had 2,452 points. Chen Zong. As soon as the two words fell, a name entered everyone's ears, as if it was the final word. Great joy immediately surged into Chen Zong's heart, and he was extremely excited. He had gotten a spot. He had gotten a spot as he wished. Damn it, how could it be, how could it be? One of the skyprides of the heavenly cloud states suddenly lost his composure and slashed the ground with his saber, creating a long gully in the ground. He vented his anger viciously. He had 2,451 points. He was so close, so close. Fan Lin. The expert said another name, which puzzled everyone. You two have the same number of points, the expert said. Chen Zong immediately felt two extremely sharp gazes piercing through the air, and they were as cold as the tip of a sword. It was Fan Lin's gaze. Fan Lin was dressed in a cyan sword suit, with a cyan scaly long sword at his waist. There seemed to be invisible sword chi around him, and his eyes were so sharp that they seemed to contain the tip of a sword. The 30th spot will be taken between the two of you, the expert said again. It's up to you to decide who the spot belongs to. My name is Fan Lin, and I'm a core disciple of the Heavenly Cloud sect. Give me the spot, and I'll owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me, and I'll do my best to help you. Fan Lin stared at Chen Zong with sharp eyes, as if he wanted to put enough pressure on Chen Zong. His tone was a little cold, and it was as sharp and direct as the tip of a sword. It was as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed and was about to strike. It had the sharpness of a sword and the momentum of heaven and earth. His sharp words were like the sharpness of a sword. He revealed his identity, and with the momentum of the Heavenly Cloud sect, he was like the momentum of heaven and earth. Compared to him, Chen Zong was just a skypride from outside the Xianyuan dynasty, and he was nothing at all. You also practice swordsmanship, and we'll see who's better. Chen Zong's response was unexpectedly direct. It was like a divine sword had been unsheathed, and there was no way to beat around the bush. Why beat around the bush? In the face of such a situation, Chen Zong couldn't beat around the bush. He was determined to get the spot. If he didn't have enough points, he would have to give up. However, he had enough points to get the 30th spot, but there was someone who had the same number of points as him, which meant that there was one more competitor. If that was the case, then let's compete and rely on our own abilities and means. Fan Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a flash of anger in his eyes. How dare Chen Zong not give him face? Very well, you asked for a defeat, and I'll grant you a defeat. Fan Lin smiled coldly, and his words became sharper, as did his gaze. In terms of words, Fan Lin didn't lose at all, and he was determined to gain the upper hand. However, this kind of forceful momentum had no effect on Chen Zong, and it was useless. When practicing swordsmanship, the winner would be determined by the sword. The winner would get the spot, and the loser would be eliminated. It was very direct and simple, and it was also very suitable for practitioners. In the world of practitioners, the weak were prey to the strong. As soon as the words fell, Fan Lin's face was full of coldness, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Sharp light burst out like cold lightning, piercing the sky, and it was extremely terrifying. Immediately, he took a step forward. His steps were very direct, one step after another, and he quickly approached Chen Zong. His momentum was constantly condensed with his steps, becoming sharper and more shocking, as if there was a kind of horror that could tear the world apart. In the eyes of the crowd, Fan Lin seemed to have become a sharp sword that could tear the world apart. Approaching, Chen Zong looked dignified. This step alone brought obvious pressure to Chen Zong. It was very strong. This was a very strong opponent. However, this kind of pressure was still not as strong as that of He Yanlin, but it was much stronger than that of Sima Huanyu. Fortunately, Chen Zong's strength had improved since the battle with Sima Huanyu, and he was even more powerful. Without any posture, Chen Zong's right hand fell on the hilt of the gilded heavy mountain sword, and his 5 fingers were tightly clasped. The muscles and veins on his arm suddenly bulged, like a python turning over, or a flood dragon coming out of the abyss, instantly bursting out in extremely powerful force. The sword came out of the scabbard. In an instant, a wisp of incomparably heavy and extremely overbearing golden sword light blasted out as if it was shattering space. Although it was a very ordinary sword strike, it emitted a terrifying might that could shatter a mountain. Fan Lin's expression grew colder and colder. His eyes were like cold lightning that shot into the sky. His footsteps became even faster. In an instant, his footsteps intersected, seeming to bring about an extremely mysterious illusion. Even his body was pulled out into a series of afterimages. In an instant, he dodged Qianzong's sword attack and almost stuck close to the golden sword light as he closed in. The sharp sword was unsheathed, and the cloud-white sword light was like the flowing clouds in the sky, and also like the flowing sea. The sword broke through the air to kill. Qianzong felt his hair stand on end. The sword light was as high as the clouds in the sky, and also as overbearing as the thunder in the clouds, penetrating and destroying everything. With a shake of his arm and a twist of his wrist, the extremely heavy gilded heavy mountain sword was as light as a feather. It was obviously an amazing sword, but in Qianzong's hand, it was as agile and changeable as an embroidery needle. The two swords collided with each other. Suddenly, Qianzong felt an endless force of the sword, which was both soft and hard, passing through the body of the sword and constantly hitting him. The force seemed to be tearing and shattering the meridians in his arm. Fan Lin did not feel good either. The power carried by Qianzong's sword was really overbearing and incomparable. It was like an unreasonable ancient beast crazily attacking. Fan Lin's face suddenly changed, and he felt that his arm was about to be broken and smashed. The two swords collided, and they were evenly matched. "Not bad, you can actually block my sword." Fan Lin took 3 steps back and said at the same time. Suddenly, his body was filled with an increasingly sharp aura, as if countless sword chi were born in his body. In an instant, they shot out and merged into the body of the sword, penetrating the tip of the sword. "Sword in the clouds." A low shout sounded. It was as light and leisurely as the flowing clouds, and it also revealed an indescribable sharpness. The sword drew an incomparably mysterious trajectory, like a rolling cloud, and instantly filled the air towards Qianzong. Within the flowing cloud, a faintly discernible sharpness was swimming. The moment it approached Qianzong, it suddenly shot out, penetrating the sun and the moon. Blood spurted out from the sword, the blood surged, piercing the sky. It was incomparably fast, and it attacked without hesitation. The surrounding people retreated and stared at the battle between Qianzong and Fan Lin. Some of them looked understated, as if they did not care at all. Although the strength of the people approaching Qianzong and Fan Lin was not weak, for them, it was not enough. They could easily defeat them. 3 moves or 1 move, that's all. There were also some who watched with shining eyes. There were also those who were weaker than Qianzong and Fan Lin, those who were at the same level as them, and those who were only slightly stronger than them. The floating clouds in the sky fluctuated in all directions, like a tidal wave, like a storm, endless and overwhelming. An indescribable force of heaven and earth followed, pressing down. "Sky cloud. Sky refining sword." The voice was vast and boundless, as if it was rolling down from the heavens like the thunder at the beginning of the world. It was getting lower and lower, getting softer and softer. The clouds were vast and boundless while the horizon was lofty, and it surged and crushed down with the force of toppling mountains and overturning seas. The sword light seemed to have slashed apart the heavens and the earth, and it tore through the ages as it struck down from the sky with a vast and boundless might. Qianzong's expression was extremely solemn. The sword light was like a piece of the sky, pressing down. Full strength, 80% half-step sword intent, misty rain rising clouds, with one strike, the sword light disappeared. Only the clouds were like fog, formed by countless extremely sharp and peerless sword chi. They pierced through the sky and shot out, as if they were going to shatter the heavens. Among them, the changes were unpredictable and abnormally mysterious. Countless sword lights collided, as if the heavens and the earth were colliding, bursting with an incomparably tyrannical force, raging endlessly in all directions. Qianzong's eyes narrowed slightly. What he saw in his eyes were streaks of turbulent flow, like sword chi shooting, circling, cutting, and twisting endlessly. Boom, he suddenly stomped his feet, and an incomparably tyrannical force burst out in an instant. The ground was immediately trampled and shattered, creating layers of ripples. An incomparably strong recoil force instantly rushed up, pushing Qianzong's body, like a sharp sword tearing through the sky, rushing straight up. His figure was as fast as the aurora, and extremely agile. He avoided the streaks of turbulent flow, cutting and twisting, quickly approaching Fan Lin. Fan Lin saw a figure approaching with an extremely terrifying force. He was instantly shocked and struck out with his sword. The figure in front of him dissipated like an illusion under the sword, and an extremely terrifying wind whistled and attacked. Cut, the sword seemed to cut off the connection between heaven and earth. Unable to dodge, Fan Lin could only raise his sword to block. An extremely terrifying force burst out continuously, like a raging wave that wanted to destroy everything. Boom! Under the explosive force, Fan Lin's entire body fell from the sky. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he was slightly injured. Looking down from above, Qinzong's eyes emitted an incomparably bright light as he stared at Fan Lin. With a shake of his huge sword, an extremely terrifying aura instantly burst forth, as though it was repelling the air, causing his speed to rise to the maximum. His speed was too fast, and the friction between his body and the air instantly erupted. Charge! When the sword struck down, it was as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Fan Lin was once again struck by the sword, and his entire body fell once more. Qinzong seized the opportunity and swung his sword repeatedly, gathering his strength to the extreme. Heart domain, in that instant, all of Fan Lin's flaws were revealed. Innate fiend force field, an astonishing baleful aura directly attacked, causing Fan Lin to be slightly startled in an instant. An illusion of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared before his eyes. His mind was attacked, and his strength was also affected. The sword slashed down, and there was no way to block it. Under this sword, Fan Lin spat out a mouthful of blood. Defeat, under the impact of the heart domain and the innate ferocious force field, Fan Lin was inevitably defeated. Of course, Qinzong might have borrowed the power of the Azure doppelganger, but the fact was that he had defeated his opponent. You. Fan Lin stared at Qinzong angrily and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The quota belongs to me, Qinzong said straightforwardly. Don't even think about it, Fan Lin said angrily. This caused many people to frown. Since victory or defeat was decided by the sword, one should admit defeat. But now, it seemed like he wanted to act shamelessly. It was extremely embarrassing. I announce that the last quota belongs to Qinzong, the expert said, making the final decision. Qinzong heaved a sigh of relief, but Fan Lin's expression became even more unpleasant. Wait, I didn't agree to decide the quota through a duel, Fan Lin immediately explained. Since you didn't agree, why did you attack? That expert swept his gaze over, his gaze incomparably sharp, causing Fan Lin's entire body to tremble, and he was speechless. Fan Lin was about to speak again. Shut up, Yi Qindao suddenly said. Yi Qindao suddenly spoke. His voice was cold and harsh, like a cold wind blowing across the sky. There was a trace of sharpness in the depths of his indifferent eyes, like a heavenly sword with endless power, which made Fan Lin tremble all over. The threat that Yi Qindao brought seemed to be even greater than the Saint Realm expert. Immediately, Yi Qindao's gaze turned and fell on Qinzong. In an instant, Qinzong felt a chill run down his spine, as if he was being seen through. Yi Qindao's eyes seemed calm, but they were extremely sharp, causing people to be terrified. They pierced straight into their hearts and souls. An ordinary sage-to-be would immediately lose all their fighting spirit if they looked into Yi Qindao's eyes. Is this the peerless genius who can turn the tide and enter the Saint Realm? Qinzong was secretly shocked, but he still looked into Yi Qindao's eyes without fear. You. Very good, Yi Qindao nodded slightly and said calmly. He withdrew his gaze and ignored Qinzong. Those who didn't know would think that Yi Qindao was praising Qinzong, but Qinzong felt a trace of pressure from Yi Qindao's words. It was an indescribable pressure that went straight to the depths of his heart. Fan Lin smiled coldly and stared at Qinzong, a trace of pity flashing in the depths of his eyes. It seemed that being praised by Yi Qindao was not a good thing. Qinzong wasn't afraid. He didn't know how many people he had offended to reach this point. Many of them were stronger than him, but he still walked step by step. Until now, he was standing here, and he still wanted to continue forward. No one could stop him from moving forward. Good, 3 people from the mysterious Nether territory have won the quota. The group of experts from the mysterious Nether territory were overjoyed. In the previous tournament, only one person had managed to enter the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. This time around, no one knew how many people there would be. However, no matter what, with so many Skyprides competing against each other, it was already an amazing feat to be able to obtain 3 spots in the regional tournament. However, what made everyone feel surprised was that Qianzong was actually one of the 3 spots. Everyone felt that it was natural for Su Mubai and Jian Lingxiao to win the quota. If they couldn't win the quota with their strength, it would be even more impossible for the others. However, the peerless geniuses who were ranked 3rd to 10th on the dark leaderboard did not win the quota. Instead, Qianzong won the quota. It was unbelievable. Lucky bastard, Sima Li said in a low voice. He was very unhappy. Immediately, many geniuses from the mysterious Nether territory glared at him. Try your luck if you can, Nan Wukong said coldly. Being lucky is also a kind of ability. Do you have such ability? Zhen Tuo retorted with a cold smile. Sima Li's face turned ugly, but he did not say anything else. He vaguely knew that if he said anything bad, he might incur the wrath of the crowd. That would not be fun. Congratulations to the 30 of you for winning the quota in the regional tournament and advancing to the Path tournament. Now, let's set off for the Mingyuan Path, an expert from the Skycloud continent said. Immediately, the huge white cloud produced a suction force again, sucking all 30 geniuses up and onto the white cloud. The white cloud shuddered before flying forward at an incredible speed, as if it were repelling space itself. Quick, keep up. The experts from the mysterious Nether territory also drove the mysterious Nether ship and followed. The Mingyuan Path was one of the 3 paths in the Xianyuan dynasty. The Xianyuan dynasty was composed of 1 capital, 3 paths, 9 states, and 27 prefectures. 1 capital and 3 paths each had their own jurisdiction. In theory, they were on the same level. Of course, as the capital of the Xianyuan dynasty, the capital was subconsciously half a level higher. The 9 states were under the direct jurisdiction of the 3 paths. Each path had jurisdiction over 3 states. The 27 prefectures were under the direct jurisdiction of the 9 states. Each state had jurisdiction over 3 prefectures. For example, Mountain Flow Prefecture, Horizontal River Prefecture, and Copper Mountain Prefecture were under the direct jurisdiction of the Skycloud continent. Therefore, whenever the Xianyuan dynasty held a grand event, the 3 prefectures would gather in the Skycloud continent. The Skycloud continent was under the jurisdiction of one of the 3 paths, the Mingyuan Path. The other 2 continents were the Canglang continent and the Wanlin continent. The geniuses from the Skycloud continent, the Canglang continent, and the Wanlin continent would compete with the geniuses from the Mingyuan Path for the quota to participate in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. This competition would be very important, far more important than the previous 2. On the white cloud, the 30 geniuses were adjusting their breaths to prepare for the Path tournament of the Mingyuan Path. Qianzong was constantly reflecting on the battle with Sima Huanyu, the battle with the high-ranked demon beast, the battle with the black flame forest. In each battle, he had used all his strength and all his means, and each battle had brought him great enlightenment. Now, Qianzong was reliving the battles to comprehend and improve himself. Suddenly, a flash of sword light appeared in his mind. The sword light was extremely sharp, like a meteor streaking across the sky, piercing through everything and erupting with unparalleled terrifying power. The journey from the Skycloud continent to the Mingyuan Path was not short. With the speed of the giant white cloud, it would take at least 4 to 5 days to arrive. These 4 to 5 days were enough for everyone to cultivate and comprehend, improving themselves as much as possible. At the very least, they would be able to adjust themselves to their peak condition. After a day, Qianzong had finished comprehending. Although his strength had not improved, his accumulation had become deeper and more vigorous. The unique skill, Misty Rain Cloud, has been further perfected. It's just that this skill focuses more on changes. It's mainly used to confuse and disturb the opponent, and it's supplemented by sword chi, Qianzong said to himself. The Misty Rain Morning Cloud was indeed a very good ultimate move, but it was also very obvious. It was more focused on changing. It was like an illusory fog that changed constantly. It could interfere and confuse the opponent's judgment, and use the sword chi that was hidden within it to kill. In terms of direct lethality and attack power, Misty Rain Cloud was not strong enough. When Qianzong first created it, he did not think much about it. However, as he used it in battles, especially against strong opponents, its drawbacks became apparent. Of course, it was not accurate to use the word drawback to describe it. After all, there was no such thing as perfection. If I have the chance, I should create a unique skill focused on attacking, Qianzong said to himself. Unique skills with different strengths and weaknesses naturally had their own strengths and weaknesses. It depended on how to use them to improve their power to the extreme. However, for now, Qianzong did not have any clues. Therefore, he was not in a hurry. Creating a unique skill could not be forced. It required enough accumulation and the right timing. The giant white cloud was moving at an extremely fast speed. Above it was a boundless blue sky, and below it were endless rivers and mountains. On the giant white cloud, Qianzong was thinking about how to improve his strength. Without external help, I can only improve steadily and take time. Other than that, there are martial arts and secret techniques. In terms of martial arts, blood drop swordsmanship is my strongest sword technique. Now that I've cultivated blood spurt sword and blood burst sword to minor accomplishment, I can cultivate the last move, Endless Blood Sea. The Endless Blood Sea was the last move of the blood dripping sword art. It combined the power of the blood spilling sword and the blood bursting sword. Compared to the previous two moves, the power of the Endless Blood Sea was not increased by 10 or 20%, but by several times. It was extremely powerful. Endless Blood Sea at the beginner level was much more powerful than Blood Burst Sword at the minor accomplishment level. If he could cultivate this move, it would become his strongest move at the moment, surpassing Misty Rain Chaoyun. Of course, Misty Rain Chaoyun's potential was greater than Endless Blood Sea. There is not much power left in the blood dripping sword seal. At most, I can only use the Endless Sea of Blood twice. I will try not to use it, but I can comprehend the blood-dripping sword seal and use it to comprehend the endless sea of blood. As for secret techniques, there weren't many secret techniques in Great Abyss King's memory. Currently, the only one suitable for Qianzong was the 8th grade secret technique. Celestial Crystal Overlord Body. This was a secret technique very similar to Celestial Crystal Battle Body. Qianzong had chosen the 7th grade secret technique Celestial Crystal Battle Body because of the 8th grade secret technique Celestial Crystal Overlord Body. If he cultivated Celestial Crystal Battle Body to great accomplishment, it would be easier and faster to cultivate Celestial Crystal Overlord Body. After all, to a certain extent, Celestial Crystal Battle Body was the foundation of Celestial Crystal Overlord Body. The more stable the foundation, the easier it would be to cultivate it. Qianzong immediately set his goals. First, cultivate Endless Blood Sea, the 3rd move of blood drop swordsmanship. Second, cultivate Celestial Crystal Overlord Body, the 8th grade secret technique. If he could cultivate Endless Blood Sea and Celestial Crystal Overlord Body, his strength would be further enhanced, and it would be more beneficial for the Dao competition. Let's cultivate the Celestial Crystal Body first, Qianzong said to himself. This was a giant white cloud. It was not suitable for him to use the Endless Blood Sea, so he would cultivate a rank 8 secret technique first. Qianzong had cultivated the Celestial Crystal Battle Body to the great success stage for some time. He had completely grasped the mysteries of the Celestial Crystal Battle Body and had a solid foundation. Moreover, his soul was strong and his perception was strong. Therefore, in just 2 hours, Qianzong had completely comprehended the Celestial Crystal Battle Body and started cultivating it. Cultivating the Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body was somewhat similar to cultivating the Celestial Crystal Battle Body. They both required one to first cultivate a secret technique's power, which was usually hidden. It would only be activated when used, covering both arms. However, the power of the Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body was more concentrated and overbearing. Moreover, after cultivating it to the great success stage, it would cover every part of the body. Not only would it increase one's strength, but it would also indirectly increase one's defense and better defend oneself against attacks. Another day passed in a flash. Qianzong had cultivated the Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body to the entry level. When he secretly used it, Qianzong could feel that the increase in power from the entry level of the Celestial Crystal Battle Body was equivalent to the great success stage of the Celestial Crystal Battle Body. Continue to cultivate. Try to cultivate the Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body to the small success stage before the Dao competition, Qianzong said to himself. If he could cultivate the Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body to the small success stage, his strength would be even stronger after he used it. 5 days later, the giant white cloud arrived at the Bright Prime Path. There was a huge city in the Bright Prime Path called Bright Prime City, which was the center of the path. The city was larger than Heavenly Cloud City, at least twice as large. It was majestic, like an ancient giant beast prostrating on the ground, exuding an astonishing aura of vicissitudes. The giant white cloud stopped outside the city, and everyone could only enter the city on foot. Soon, everyone was arranged to stay in Bright Prime City, waiting for news. The rules of the Tao competition have changed. What's going to happen? Go straight to the capital city, where the prodigies of the 3 paths will jointly decide on 108 people. Those 108 people will be the final candidates for the Xianxia Sacred Assembly, and they will be ranked according to their strength. I can't believe the rules have changed. Is this good or bad? A group of powerhouses from the Heavenly Cloud State, Songlong State, and Wanlin State discussed among themselves. The sudden change in the rules had brought about a temporary loss of what to do. After all, although the rules of the Tao competition had been adjusted in the past, there had never been such a big change. Going straight to the capital city of the Xianxia Sacred Assembly to compete with the prodigies of the capital city for the 108 spots of the Xianxia Sacred Assembly. The change was too big, and for a moment, no one could tell whether it was good or bad. In my opinion, it's a mixed bag. In the end, it still depends on strength. As long as you are strong enough, you can handle everything. It doesn't matter how the rules change. That's right, strength is the most important thing. Trust them. Yes, all we have to do is tell them the news and trust them. The rules have changed. Go straight to the capital city of the Xianxia Sacred Assembly to compete with the prodigies of the capital city for the final spot of the Xianxia Sacred Assembly? When the local prodigies of the 3 major states and the Mingyuan Path heard the news, they were all shocked. According to the past, the Mingyuan Path would compete first, and the winner would enter the Xianxia Sacred Assembly directly. As for the number of spots, it was closely related to the results of the previous Tao competition. The Heavenly Cloud State, in the previous Tao competition, if the prodigies of the Heavenly Cloud State had achieved better results in the Xianxia Sacred Assembly, they would have more spots in this Tao competition. As for the results, it was related to the number of prodigies that entered the Xianxia Sacred Assembly and their ranking in the Xianxia Sacred Assembly. However, with the change in the rules this time, the advantages of the previous Tao competition were gone, and so were the disadvantages. Everything seemed to have started from scratch. However, no matter what they thought, they could only follow the new rules set by the ruler of the Xianxia dynasty. If they disobeyed, they would be eliminated. Chenzong did not know what the previous Tao competition was like, so he did not feel anything about the changes this time. No matter what the changes were, he just had to participate and give it his all. Let's go. After staying in the Mingyuan city for less than a day, they set off again. This time, their destination was the Xianxia kingdom. Setting off from the Mingyuan path, with the speed of the giant white cloud, it would take even longer to reach the Xianxia kingdom. It would take a total of 10 days. To Chenzong, a longer period of time would undoubtedly be better, because he would be able to cultivate better. 10 days should be enough for me to cultivate the celestial crystal tyrant body to the small success realm. As for the great success realm, it won't be that easy, Chenzong thought to himself. However, even the small success realm of the celestial crystal tyrant body was enough to increase his strength by a large margin. In addition, he could also cultivate the third move of the blood drop swordsmanship, Endless Blood Sea. All in all, before the new Tao competition began, he would do his best to improve his strength and become even stronger. The Xianxia kingdom was the center of the entire Xianxia dynasty. It stood in the center of the Xianxia world, and was the most prosperous and powerful place. There were countless experts here, and their foundation was extremely deep. Rumor had it that the great sage expert who could move mountains and seas was cultivating in seclusion and suppressing everything. Time flew by, and soon, 10 days had passed. Chenzong and the others sat on the giant white cloud and saw the silhouette of a city in the distance. The city was like a giant beast from the primordial age lying on the boundless earth. It seemed to be in a deep sleep, and it exuded an ancient aura of vicissitudes. Standing on the giant white cloud, Chenzong was greatly shocked. That city was not only a city, but also a country. He could see mountains and rivers, and he could see forests and forests. It was boundless. The Xianyuan Kingdom, this was the Xianyuan Kingdom. The giant white cloud and the other flying divine weapons landed in front of the huge city, and they were tens of thousands of meters away. Tens of thousands of meters was nothing to them. Tens of thousands of meters was like a flat plain, and they could gallop freely. The group of experts took the lead, and the skyprides followed behind. They used their movement techniques and flew forward at an incredible speed, approaching the Xianyuan Kingdom. The closer they got, the more obvious the ancient aura became. Facing this ancient giant city, everyone felt their hearts sink, as if they were being suppressed. Even the pure and majestic energy in their bodies seemed to be restricted and became sluggish. So powerful. Chenzong could not help but exclaim in shock. This was a kind of grand momentum that came from the primordial age and went straight to the future. In front of it, there was only a feeling of insignificance. Even a Saint Realm expert would feel this way. This ancient giant city bore the vicissitudes of thousands of years, the cycle of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, and the alternation of generations of experts. It was the aura and foundation that had settled down over the years. It was like an ancient giant beast, or a divine giant that had been sleeping since ancient times. According to Chenzong's understanding, the Xianyuan Kingdom had existed for more than 100,000 years. In other words, this capital had existed for at least 100,000 years. At least 100,000 years of vicissitudes, 100,000 years of vicissitudes, 100,000 years of endless time, 100,000 years of alternating sun and moon, 100,000 years of inheritance from generation to generation, 100,000 years, from the beginning to the present, countless powerhouses and skyprides had been born. The mottled city walls seemed to have recorded the endless vicissitudes of time. Chenzong stopped and stared at the city walls. Looking at the mottled traces and feeling the vicissitudes of time, an indescribable sense of tragedy and heroism unconsciously emerged in his heart. He seemed to be in a trance, as if he saw yellow sand filling the sky and countless figures overlapping in it. He seemed to hear all kinds of voices in his ears. Endless lights and colorful lights filled the air, shaking the sky and bombarding the earth. It seemed to be a fierce battle between powerhouses. Scene after scene flashed by like a fleeting view, rapidly changing and passing by. Chenzong was not the only one. Many other skyprides also seemed to be shocked and stopped. The group of experts waited with smiles on their faces. It was the same when they first came here. The Black Origin Royal City had stood tall since the beginning of time. It was immortal, indestructible, and indestructible. The Black Origin Royal City was shockingly vast, with mountains, forests, and rivers running through it. It was a wondrous sight. The Royal City was an ancient giant city that was divided into an inner and outer city. The outer city was surrounded by mountains, forests, and rivers. It was surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the heaven and earth Yuan-Chi was pure and rich. The inner city was an important place where the royal family resided. It was the center of the entire capital, and was protected by a great array. Therefore, the heaven and earth Yuan-Chi in the inner city was much richer and purer than the outer city. The difference was huge. The royal city battle arena in the inner city was shockingly vast. It could accommodate 100,000 people at the same time without being crowded. At this moment, more than 1,000 prodigies were gathered here. Other than them, there were many powerhouses. They were Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses from the 27 prefectures, the 9 states, the 3 paths, and the 1 capital. The rules of the Dao tournament had changed. It would be held directly in the Black Origin Royal City to compete for the final spot in the Black Origin Sacred Assembly. However, the competition method had not been announced yet. Waiting, the prodigies and powerhouses were all waiting. Time passed slowly. Wisps of solemn and majestic aura permeated between heaven and earth. It seemed to emerge from the void and shook all directions. In the distance, in the direction of the Black Origin Royal Palace, a rosy glow condensed out of thin air and formed half of the sky. Within the rosy glow, flowing lights were constantly changing. It was extremely mysterious. Every ray of light was filled with shocking mysteries that could suppress heaven and earth and traverse through time. This aura. Chenzong was greatly shocked. He could only feel that the aura was extremely mysterious. It was far more powerful than a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. In the images in the Great Abyss King's memory, the great Saint stage powerhouses who made earth-shattering moves seemed to be like this. Could this rosy glow come from a great Saint stage powerhouse? The Black Origin dynasty was the most powerful dynasty in the Black Origin world. It had a great Saint stage powerhouse overseeing it. The Black Origin Sacred Assembly was of utmost importance. It was reasonable for a great Saint stage powerhouse to emit this aura. This could intimidate the weak. After all, there were also dark forces in the Black Origin dynasty. They were very powerful. Now was the time for all the prodigies to gather. Every prodigy was selected from layers of selection. They were the elites of the prodigies. They could not afford to lose. If they were not powerful enough, the dark forces might take the risk and kill some of the skyprides at the risk of their lives, causing unnecessary losses. The aura of the great Saint stage powerhouse spread out in all directions to intimidate the people from the dark forces who were hiding in some unknown place. They did not dare to act rashly. Otherwise, the wrath of the great Saint stage powerhouse would not be so easy to bear. This also seemed to be telling everyone that they could participate in the competition without worrying about anything else. The throne was solemn, rising from the palace. A tall figure sat on it, looking extremely luxurious. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The group of experts immediately bowed. "Your Majesty, this was the ruler of the Xianxia dynasty, the emperor of the Xianxia dynasty. You may rise." The majestic voice was slightly low, resounding through the heavens and the earth. It carried an indescribable profundity, as if it came from the ancient times, and it went straight into the depths of everyone's hearts. Half-step great sage, the king of the Xianxia dynasty was a powerful half-step great saint expert. He held a high position and was majestic. The figure seemed to be shrouded in endless light, making it difficult for people to see him clearly. He stood between the heavens and the earth, as if he was the only one in the world. The Xianxia Sacred Assembly is held once every 100 years. Like the previous ones, there are 108 participants for this year's Xianxia Sacred Assembly. The king opened his mouth, and his majestic voice sounded again. This year's competition will be held in the Xianxia Treasure Scroll. With a wave of his hand, a scroll suddenly flew into the air. It paused in midair, and then slowly unfolded. Thousands of mysterious auras spread out. Everyone stared at the scroll. It was gray, and it seemed to contain countless mysterious lights and shadows. Mountains, flowing water, grass, forests, it seemed to be a world of its own. Xianxia Treasure Scroll. Secret Spatial Treasure. It's actually the Secret Spatial Treasure Xianxia Treasure Scroll. The experts who heard the name of this treasure scroll were shocked. Secret Spatial Treasure, this was a rare treasure. For example, Ming Daozi's Golden Light City was a type of secret spatial treasure. However, the Golden Light City was only a low-level secret spatial treasure, while the Xianxia Treasure Scroll was a high-level secret spatial treasure. The difference between the two was not small, but the difference between heaven and earth. One should know that the Xianxia Treasure Scroll was a world of its own, and the Golden Light City was only the size of a small city. There are a total of 1,080 participants. Everyone has 1 point. Killing someone else will give you 1 point. If the person you kill has more than 1 point, you will get half of their points. Xianxia King's voice sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone thought for a moment and understood what the rules were. 1,080 participants, each with 1 point, had to kill someone else to get their points. At the beginning, killing someone else would give them 1 point. Later on, some people's points would increase, and if they killed someone with more points, they would get half of their points. For example, if the person had 10 points, then killing him would give him 5 points. If the person who was killed had 1 point, then killing him would give him 1 point, but he would still have 1 point, and it would not become 0. That 1 point was the foundation of everyone. What surprised Chinzong was killing people. In other words, if one was killed in the Xianxia Treasure Scroll, one would not really die. It was indeed a very shocking treasure. The competition would last for a month. Everyone would stay in the Xianxia Treasure Scroll for a month. Within this month, they would fight and kill each other to get more points. In the end, the 108 people with the highest points would enter the Xianxia Sacred Assembly. When the scroll was fully opened, mountains and rivers formed a forest, and it was extremely mysterious. Suddenly, an invisible force spread out and landed below, sucking the 1080 skyprides from the one capital and 3 paths into the scroll. No one could resist, and no one had any intention of resisting. They allowed the suction force to suck them into the Xianyuan treasure scroll. When all 1080 skyprides were sucked into the Xianyuan treasure scroll, a light screen immediately appeared beside them. 1080 names were listed on the light screen, and they corresponded to the 1080 skyprides who had entered the Xianyuan treasure scroll. After each name, there was a number 1, which represented 1 point. Chen Zong's figure appeared out of thin air. He had already gathered all his strength, and his eyes shone with an extremely sharp light. He stared in all directions and instantly saw his surroundings clearly. There was no one around him. There were only a few boulders scattered around him. Further away, there was a dense forest. Behind him, there was the sound of water. It was a stream flowing past. He quickly checked himself. As expected, his storage ring was sealed by a force and could not be used. The competition will last for a month. 1080 people will participate, and only 108 will be selected. Chen Zong was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he pondered while maintaining a high level of vigilance and paying attention to his surroundings. My strength is not considered the strongest among the 1000 people, but I'm not the weakest either. I should be in the middle. Chen Zong thought to himself. In this competition, luck was less important. Strength was the most important factor. Without sufficient strength, there was no hope of winning this competition and obtaining one of the 108 spots. Now, I'd better find a place to cultivate and do my best to improve my strength. Chen Zong made a decision. The celestial crystal tyrant body was cultivated to the small success level, but it was not so easy to cultivate to the great success level. Even with the solid foundation of the celestial crystal battle body, Chen Zong estimated that it would take 1 or 2 months to cultivate to the great success level. By then, the Xianyuan sacred assembly would have ended. The celestial crystal tyrant body could not be cultivated to the great success level, but it could be cultivated to the endless blood sea. Chen Zong had already comprehended the mystery of this move. What he lacked was the real cultivation of the sword. With a swing of his sword, a bloody light instantly spread out. It was as if a bloody wave was surging endlessly. It swept out in an instant and spread out in all directions. Endless blood sea, the power of this sword was extremely tyrannical. It was even more powerful than the blood-burst sword. Of course, the endless blood sea that Chen Zong displayed with his own ability was still incomparable to the blood-drop sword seal. After all, the endless blood sea that he had mastered was only at the entry level. It was not completely at the entry level. However, the endless blood drop sword seal's endless blood sea was at the perfection level. Entry level, small success level, great success level, and perfection level. There were 4 major realms, and the gap between each realm was not small. However, one day, Chen Zong's endless blood sea could reach the perfection level, or even surpass it. Cultivate, draw the sword, with one move, the bloody light surged like a tide. It was not a sea yet. At most, it could be considered a pond. However, it was already showing signs of its power. Boom! Boom, boom. Every sword move caused the endless blood sea to surge. Its power was amazing. Countless bloody light and sword chi surged endlessly, instantly destroying everything in all directions. Boulders were shattered, and gullies appeared on the ground. It was a shocking sight. Chen Zong practiced one move after another as if he did not know fatigue. In fact, it was not that he was not tired. It was just that Chen Zong controlled the consumption of his power well. After all, his storage ring was sealed, so he could not take out elixirs to take. Once his power was consumed, he needed time to recover. If he was unlucky, he might encounter some genius, and a fight would be inevitable. Therefore, even when he was practicing the endless blood sea, Chen Zong only used a little half-saint to activate it. He was just practicing, not fighting, so he did not need to consume too much power. After every move, Chen Zong would stand still and think for a while. He would summarize and perfect it. Then, he would attack again, perfecting it more and more. Entry level, after dozens of moves, the endless blood sea was really at the entry level. Its power was much stronger. The increase in power was one thing. Another thing was to reduce the flaws. The fewer flaws there were, the harder it was to break through. The endless blood sea is at the entry level. Shenzong put his sword back into the sheath. He adjusted his breath to recover some of the power he had consumed. At the same time, he thought to himself, but it's not so easy to cultivate it to the basic level. I don't think I can do it in a short time. Shenzong thought about whether there were other aspects he could improve. However, he did not expect to create a unique move with extremely strong offensive power. He wanted to, but there was no suitable time. Outside the Xianyuan treasure scroll, the names on the huge light screen began to change. At first, the 1080 names on the light screen had nothing to do with the ranking. It was completely random. However, at this moment, some names jumped to the top, and the points behind them changed from 1 to 2 or 3. The change in the ranking and points meant that someone had been killed. The competition had begun. Being able to kill without holding back meant that the competition would be more direct, cruel, and even tragic. Shenzong couldn't improve for the time being, so he didn't waste any time. He walked toward the forest while comprehending the half-step sword intent. He had comprehended the half-step sword intent to 80%. If he could comprehend it to 90%, his strength would be improved a lot. Although he couldn't improve immediately, he could accumulate. When the opportunity came, he could naturally make a breakthrough. At the same time, a figure quickly entered the forest from another direction and bumped into Shenzong. Not bad, I got 1 point. This person stared at Shenzong from afar. His eyes shone with an incomparably sharp light, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He was the genius of the capital city. Just like the geniuses of the Tianyun prefecture would have a natural sense of superiority when facing the geniuses of the Mountain Flow prefecture. The geniuses of the capital city would also have a natural sense of superiority when facing the geniuses from outside the capital city. This sense of superiority was deeply ingrained in their bones and was hard to get rid of. The man was extremely fast. He flew past like an aurora and quickly approached Shenzong. A trace of fierce aura locked onto him. He was approaching. He unsheathed his long saber. The saber light was bright and cold, like a stream of light blooming from a snowy mountain. It swept through the air with a trace of amazing sharpness, leaving a trace in the air. One could kill people here, but one would not truly die. Thus, when one attacked, one would be able to display one's strength to their heart's content. Kill. The cold and bright saber light was reflected in Shenzong's eyes. It was like a stream of light falling from the sky. A trace of fierce killing intent made Shenzong feel cold all over. Very powerful, no wonder they were geniuses who could enter the Taoist competition. Each of them had extraordinary strength. He unsheathed the gilded mountain sword and struck out. The 150,000 gene gilded heavy mountain sword struck out in a flash. The sword light was golden, and the sword mark was left behind. This strike was also merciless. The saber light was instantly shattered, and a sword mercilessly slashed out, causing the other party's expression to change drastically. Flying snow. With a low shout, the saber light rose again and suddenly shattered, turning into countless snowflake-like saber lights that filled the air. Every snowflake was filled with an extremely terrifying and cold-killing intent, and the temperature of the world suddenly dropped a lot. The cold chi assaulted Shenzong, causing his entire body to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, Shenzong's physical body was strong and he had the purple cloud black star flame, which greatly resisted the cold chi's invasion and did not affect him. Blood splattered from the sword, bloody light shot out, piercing through the fluttering white snowflakes as the sword slashed towards the prodigy of the royal capital. The expressions of the heavens' favorites of the royal capital changed drastically. They were all shocked. This sword was so fast and powerful that it was hard to defend against. The saber light became denser, and the snowflakes became denser. Every snowflake released an extremely shocking light, as if the sky was reflecting on the snow. The intense light made people dizzy. Endless blood sea. Shenzong's heart skipped a beat. He immediately tried the beginner-level blood drop swordsmanship's third move. This move was new to him, but its power was not weak. The prodigy was not weak either, so he could be the perfect target to test it out. The sword rose and fell, and the bloody light exploded, turning into a surging tide that instantly drowned all the cold snowflakes. Even the prodigy's body seemed to be swallowed up and disappeared. Within the bloody light, countless blood-colored sword chi pierced through the air, carrying a powerful force that could cause blood to splatter and blood to explode. A scream was heard. When the bloody light dissipated, the prodigy of the royal capital was also killed. His body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. He was dead, but he was not really dead. He would be reborn somewhere else in the Xianyuan treasure scroll. After killing the prodigy, Qianzong had a feeling that he had obtained 1 point. His current points were 2. At the same time, on the light screen outside, Qianzong's name had also changed. It was now closer to the front, and the points behind his name had also changed from 1 to 2. Qianzong moved forward while circulating his cultivation method to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth to recover some of the power he had consumed. 2 points were nothing at all, because the time limit was 1 month. The further one went, the more points one would obtain. When the time came, he would be able to obtain half of the prodigy's points, which could be dozens or even hundreds. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the Xianyuan treasure scroll was very rich and frighteningly pure. As soon as he circulated his cultivation method, a large amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth was immediately absorbed into his body and quickly refined. It was very easy. Qianzong could also feel that his cultivation was increasing little by little. This place was really like a holy land for cultivation. Qianzong estimated that if he cultivated here for a few months, his cultivation would probably reach the peak of the high level of the half-saint realm and reach the upper limit of the half-saint realm. However, the purpose of coming here was not to cultivate, but to compete for a place in the Xianyuan sacred assembly. It took Qianzong 3 days to cultivate the endless blood sea to the beginner level. The person who ranked first on the light screen was named Chu Zhongyang, who had 38 points, while the person in second place had 33 points. The lower the ranking, the fewer points one had. Qianzong's points were 2, and his name was listed in the lower hundreds. However, it had not been long since the beginning, so there was still time to accumulate points and improve his ranking. The 1,080 prodigies had all stood out after going through many rounds of selection. Each of them had powerful strength and extraordinary means. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed. Qianzong had encountered more than a dozen prodigies. Some were from the royal city, while others were from the 3 paths. More than a dozen prodigies had fought with Qianzong. In the end, all of them had died under Qianzong's sword, and the points had been obtained by Qianzong. 22, this was Qianzong's current number of points. His ranking had also increased by dozens, but there was still a big gap between him and the top 108. The continuous battles with other prodigies had not only brought Qianzong an increase in points, but also a more amazing effect. His opponents in every battle were prodigies. Even if they were defeated by his sword in the end, they still brought pressure and threat to Qianzong. Such battles were excellent training. Under such training, Qianzong's foundation had unknowingly become more solid, and his accumulation had become more profound and vigorous. After more than a dozen battles, Qianzong felt as if he had been comprehending and cultivating alone for several months. Perhaps I can improve my half-step sword intent to 90% here, Qianzong thought to himself. If his half-step sword intent reached 90%, his basic strength would be even more powerful, and everything based on his basic strength would also be greatly improved and become even more amazing. If he were to compare his current strength to the Xianming territory's dark list, he would be stronger than Sima Huanyu, who was ranked 9th, and not inferior to Hu Lizhan, who was ranked 8th. As for his ranking on the dark list, Qianzong was not sure because he had not fought with anyone before. However, Qianzong was confident that he would not be inferior to the 5th on the dark list. If his half-step sword intent could be improved to 90%, his strength would definitely be stronger, and it would not be impossible for him to be ranked in the top 3 of the dark list. He would not be inferior to Jian Lingxiao at all. As for Su Mubai, Qianzong felt that he was somewhat unfathomable and could not judge him. Given Su Mubai's strength, it should not be difficult for him to obtain 108 places. As long as he obtained 108 places, he would be able to participate in the real Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. No matter what ranking he obtained in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly, he would be rewarded and become famous. It could be said that he would gain both fame and fortune. If he did not enter the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly, everything would just be an experience. Although it was good, it was nothing more than that. Since all the Sky Prides had to participate in the various selections, they had the intention to obtain better benefits. If a Xianyuan Sacred Assembly could not obtain any benefits, no one would be willing to participate and waste their time. The Tao of cultivation was originally the Tao of competition. Competition with others, with heaven and earth, and with oneself. Fighting for a way out, fighting for a future, and fighting for a bright Tao. If that's the case, I'll find a place to meditate in seclusion and try to improve my half-step sword intent to 90% in a short time, Qianzong said to himself as his eyes flickered. Originally, it would take at least a few months or even longer to improve from 80% to 90%. However, after going through one battle after another, he had accumulated, deepened, and honed it continuously. There was hope that he could make a breakthrough in a short time. Qianzong also intended to give it a try and see if he could improve it in a short time. If he could improve it, he would become stronger and obtain more points. Sharpening a knife would not delay the work of cutting firewood. After making up his mind, Qianzong did not waver and immediately found a place to meditate in seclusion. He used the mountain rocks as a cover and restrained his aura, making it difficult for others to detect him. He calmly meditated in seclusion. With an incomparably solid foundation and repeated honing, Qianzong's mind was filled with inspiration and countless sword Tao feelings permeated. Time passed slowly. In the Xianyuan treasure scroll world, a group of Skyprides was constantly looking for other Skyprides to kill and steal their points. Of course, there were also a few Skyprides who chose to temporarily lay low and improve themselves. They would only attack when their strength improved further. By then, they would be able to obtain more points by killing others. Those who chose this method often had some gains and were confident that they could improve their strength in a short time. As for the others, it was difficult for them to improve, so they chose to look for others to kill and obtain points. In the blink of an eye, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and 3 days passed. Qianzong continued to meditate without being disturbed at all. This was because no one found Qianzong. Even if someone passed by, they would only glance at him and would not go into details. Qianzong was also unique in concealing his aura. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. It was so sharp that it tore the world apart. Half-step sword intent, 90%, Qianzong broke out of the stone and resisted the urge to roar. His body shot into the sky like a sword and then slowly landed. His eyes shone with an unparalleled light. He had successfully broken through the 90% half-step sword intent. As expected, it was much more powerful than the 80% half-step sword intent. The breakthrough of the half-step sword intent had improved Qianzong's basic power. If he performed sword arts, it would be even more powerful and his strength would increase significantly. Qianzong was not in a hurry to find a powerful enemy to kill. Instead, he wanted to get used to the 90% half-step sword intent. The more powerful the half-step sword intent was, the more powerful it would be. He needed to master it completely. Drawing the sword, 3 moves of the blood-dripping sword art, Misty Rain Cloud, after trying it out, he found that its power had indeed increased by more than 50%. I wonder if there is still a gap between my current power and Jian Lingxiao's. Qianzong thought to himself. Then, he thought of something else. Misty Rain Cloud was created by myself when I was at the 60% half-step sword intent. It has been improving along with the improvement of the half-step sword intent. However, the 90% half-step sword intent has almost reached the upper limit of Misty Rain Cloud's potential. Every martial art had its limit. If one wanted to improve further, they had to break the limit. Compared to the cultivation methods and martial arts passed down by others, self-created cultivation methods and martial arts were easier to break through the limits and reach a whole new height. Of course, after breaking the limit, there would be some changes. Misty Rain Cloud's power was not bad. However, the most important part of it was its flexibility. The direct attack power was secondary. The 90% half-step sword intent was almost the upper limit of this move. If it was the 100% half-step sword intent, it would be the upper limit. Unless one could break through it. However, Misty Rain Cloud had already broken through the limit once. The second time would be even harder. At least for now, Qianzong did not have any clue. Moreover, Qianzong also wanted to create a unique skill that focused on attack power and lethality. In all fairness, Qianzong preferred extreme attacks, attacks that could pierce through everything with one sword and tear everything apart with one sword. Unbreakable, unbreakable, sensing something, Qianzong sheathed his sword and returned to his original closed-door training spot. He continued to ponder. My Tao intent is the Heart Sword Tao intent. It was comprehended from the Heart Sword Sutra and the Heart Domain. My sword is born from my heart. What was Tao insight? It was an ultimate move created by oneself. With this as the foundation, only then could the might of Tao insight be unleashed to the extreme and increase one's strength to the extreme. If he made a mistake, he would have to work twice the effort for half the result. The heart is mysterious, indefinite, firm. The mind was the most mysterious and unfathomable. It was constantly changing and could change every minute, every second. It could even change every moment. A Pyrrhon, on the other hand, sometimes didn't even know what she was thinking. Firm. Once one's mind was made up, there would be no change. Unaffected by the outside world, one would be incomparably firm and advance courageously. Misty Rain Morning Cloud's move was a bit inconsistent, but it wasn't completely compatible. It was about 70 to 80% compatible. 70 to 80% compatibility and 100% compatibility were two completely different concepts. It was just that on this point, there was no possibility of improvement for the time being. If it's a pure attack, it should be determination. A sword that can pierce through everything and tear apart everything. It's incomparable and unstoppable. Qianzong thought to himself, and his eyes shone with an incomparably sharp light. A pure attack, a sword born only for killing, should be the extreme. Qianzong couldn't help but think of Edgeless Absolute Saber move. It was a very pure saber move that pursued the extreme. However, the extreme Qianzong wanted was different from Edgeless Extreme. Edgeless Extreme would leave behind shortcomings and flaws. However, the extreme that Qianzong wanted was under the extreme without leaving behind any obvious flaws. My sword should be where my heart desires, where my sword will go. When the heart desires, the sword will go. Gradually, his thoughts became clearer and clearer. My sword should be the sword of extreme speed. My sword should be the sword of the extreme. Qianzong thought to himself. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Using his finger as a sword, he suddenly stabbed out. A sharp cold light bloomed from the tip of his finger, as if it could pierce through everything. An indescribable sharpness pierced out in an instant, piercing through the air, leaving behind a finger mark. After pausing for a few breaths, Qianzong's eyes shone with a sharp light. He thought for a while and attacked again. His sword fingers pierced through the air again. This time, the speed seemed to be a little faster. One finger after another, over and over again. The speed of each finger was faster than the previous one. However, when he reached the 10th finger, the speed stopped increasing. It seemed that he had reached a bottleneck and couldn't break through. Qianzong couldn't help but frown. He had a feeling that he was about to break through and create his own sword move, the ultimate attack move. However, there was still something missing and he couldn't really break through. It seems that I still need enough external pressure, Qianzong thought to himself. Under enough external pressure, it would stimulate one's own potential and lead to a breakthrough. This was a method that many cultivators would use. Of course, it didn't work every time, but it was very practical. Qianzong got up and glanced around. He chose a direction based on his thoughts and quickly flew out. There were a total of 3 people from the mysterious nether realm who had entered the competition. Su Mubai, Jian Lingxiao, Qianzong. Not long after, Qianzong saw Jian Lingxiao. He was fighting with a peerless genius from the mysterious ancient path. Jian Lingxiao came from the Golden Sword Manor. He was born with an extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. He practiced the sword very quickly and his strength was amazing. He held a golden longsword in his hand. Rays of golden sword light rolled up. Each ray of golden sword light was extremely sharp. They pierced through the sky and attacked his opponent. Qianzong's eyelids twitched. Even from a distance, he could feel the aura from the golden sword light. It was extremely shocking. It seemed to be able to tear everything apart and pierce through everything. The sword technique of the golden sword matter was called the Golden Radiance 9 Extinction Sword Technique. It was an incomplete superior grade saint-level sword technique. Its attack power was extremely shocking and terrifying. Xianxia's opponent was also very strong. However, it could be seen that as Xianxia displayed his sword technique to the extreme, his opponent was gradually suppressed. Chenzong stopped to observe. The power of Xianxia's swordsmanship was astonishing. Not only did it have an astonishing speed, but it also had a terrifying power. The combination of the two made the lethality reach a terrifying level. Moreover, there were no obvious flaws. The swords connected, and golden light shone in all directions. Each ray of sword light pierced through the sky. There was nothing it couldn't break. Chenzong squinted his eyes slightly. In his mind, there seemed to be rays of sword light that flashed past. It was a trace of inspiration. Xianxia's Golden Radiance 9 Extinction Sword Technique gave Chenzong a lot of inspiration. It was helpful for his accumulation of sword technique. Golden Radiance 9 Rotations. With a low roar, the sword light became even more intense and dazzling as the momentum surged. As the sword struck out, the dazzling golden sword light shone brightly. It was as if a golden sun had crossed the sky. It rotated in an instant. With each rotation, its aura increased by a few notches. The second rotation, the third rotation, after the third rotation, the sword's power multiplied. It became even more terrifying and sharp. The Golden Radiance 9 rotations was extremely powerful. With Xianxia's current ability, he could only perform it up to the third rotation. With each rotation, the sword's power would increase by a few notches. The further it went, the more terrifying the increase would be. This was because each rotation's amplification was based on the previous rotation. For example, if the base power was 10, and the amplification ratio was 30%, then after the first rotation, the power would be 13%. The 30% amplification of the second rotation was based on the 13% power of the first rotation. The further it went, the stronger the amplification. After the third rotation, the sword seemed to have pierced through the void and smashed towards the peerless genius of the mysterious ancient path. Chenzong put himself in Xianxia's shoes and found that he couldn't avoid the sword at all. He could only take it head-on. However, the sword's power was very strong and astonishing. Perhaps, this was Xianxia's most powerful sword. After the golden radiance passed, the void seemed to have been pierced through. A void appeared. The peerless genius from the mysterious ancient path trembled and suddenly exploded into countless rays of light, disappearing into the air. After killing his opponent, Xianxia's eyes turned. The golden radiance was extremely sharp. It crossed the sky and fell on Chenzong's face. Chenzong was slightly surprised. He felt as if he had been pierced through. Half-saint power swept through his body. The half-step sword essence condensed. His eyes became sharper. The gilded mountain sword trembled slightly in its scabbard. It was about to be unsheathed. Immediately after, Xianxia's eyes shot out like cold lightning. With a sway of his body, he turned into a streak of golden light. With an indescribable sharpness, he approached Chenzong in an instant. He raised his sword and the sword disappeared into the air. Only an extremely sharp sword light shot out as if it was tearing through the world. Fast, shockingly fast, sharp, unparalleled sharpness, it was like an aurora piercing through the sky. Its sharpness could pierce through everything in the world. Chenzong's eyes could not help but tremble. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. The subtle golden radiance pierced through the air. It was indescribably sharp, as if it wanted to pierce through his body and spiritual will. It seemed that he could not dodge or resist this sword. In an instant, Chenzong condensed his spiritual will and got rid of the sword's influence. The gilded mountain sword was unsheathed. With an extremely terrifying power, it blasted out like a volcanic eruption. Chenzong did not dodge. He wanted to test the power of Xianxia's attack. He thought that he could compete with Xianxia. However, that was just his own opinion. He still needed to fight to know whether he could really contend with Xianxia. Since Jian Lingxiao wanted to fight, he would fight. It had nothing to do with the fact that they were both from the mysterious underworld territory. In the end, they were just geniuses from the mysterious underworld territory. There was no other relationship between them. They had not even spoken a word. Therefore, he would not hold back. The quota for the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly was extremely important. Fight, compete, seize the opponent's points. Since the start of the competition, both Chen Zong and Jian Lingxiao had accumulated a lot of points. Their fighting spirit soared, their sword essence surged. In the blink of an eye, the two swords collided. Chen Zong immediately felt an indescribable sharpness penetrating his sword. It was as if it wanted to pierce his arm and body. A bright light flashed in Jian Lingxiao's eyes. He stared at Chen Zong in astonishment. He found it hard to believe. Like him, Chen Zong had obtained one of the quotas and entered the cultivation competition with Su Mubai and himself to compete for the 108 quotas in the Xianyuan treasure scroll world. However, Jian Lingxiao had always thought that Chen Zong relied on luck. Therefore, he somewhat looked down on Chen Zong. After all, luck was only temporary. Ability was the key to success. Moreover, Chen Zong was a rogue cultivator, while Jian Lingxiao was the chief disciple of Golden Sword Villa. Their identities were even more different. Jian Lingxiao had thought that he could kill Chen Zong with one strike, but he did not expect that he would not gain the upper hand. Only then did Jian Lingxiao take Chen Zong seriously. Perhaps, the reason why Chen Zong was able to enter the finals like him was not purely due to luck, but also due to his strength. Golden Radiance 9 Swords, Jian Lingxiao did not hold back anymore. He immediately performed his most powerful sword technique. With one strike, the golden sword light streaked across the sky and reached Chen Zong in an instant. Chen Zong was shocked and immediately performed the blood-dripping swordsmanship. The blood-dripping swordsmanship was an upper sacred grade, while the Golden Radiance 9 Swords was a superior sacred grade. Even though it was incomplete, it was still very powerful. Moreover, Jian Lingxiao had extraordinary talent in sword principle. He had practiced the Golden Radiance 9 Swords for many years and had already reached the initial realm. Its power was very terrifying. The half-step sword essence that he had comprehended was called Golden Radiance Sword Essence. It was perfectly compatible with the Golden Radiance 9 Swords and greatly enhanced its power. With each strike, the golden sword light pierced through the sky, leaving sword marks in the air. It was so sharp that Chen Zong felt like he had been pierced through and riddled with holes. Chen Zong was shocked. With a dignified expression, he performed the blood-dripping swordsmanship to the extreme. The difference in the level of martial arts techniques brought about a difference in power. The power of the Golden Radiance 9 Swords at the Small Success Realm was close to or even comparable to the blood-drop swordsmanship at the Great Success Realm. In this regard, Chen Zong did not have an advantage. However, as they fought, Chen Zong found that his incomplete sword intent seemed to be stronger than his opponent's sword intent. Jian Lingxiao was also very surprised at this point. Demon-destroying golden light. With a swing of the sword, the golden sword light splashed out like a stream of light pouring down from the sky. With great power, it was as if it could drive away all evils. It made Chen Zong's heart tremble and he felt that his mind was swaying. Fortunately, Chen Zong's mind was firm and steady, so he was hardly shaken. Misty rain morning clouds, he unleashed his self-created ultimate move. This move had become Chen Zong's second strongest move. As for his strongest move, it was the third move of the blood-drop swordsmanship, Endless Blood Sea. The terrible sword chi surged and rushed in all directions, as if it could tear everything apart. It left a series of shocking sword scars, which quickly spread out in all directions. Under the sword chi, whether it was grass, trees, or stones, everything was smashed into powder. The more they fought, the more surprised Jian Lingxiao was. This guy didn't enter the final by luck? He is really strong. Chen Zong was also a little surprised. Jian Lingxiao's strength was really terrible. If he hadn't broken through to 90% of the incomplete sword intent, he would have been no match for him. Even now, he could barely hold on. It was almost impossible for him to defeat Jian Lingxiao. Golden Radiance 9 Rotations. After being shocked, Jian Lingxiao finally looked at Chen Zong seriously. He believed that Chen Zong was qualified to make him use all his strength, so he immediately used his ultimate move. Chen Zong had seen the power of this move with his own eyes. It was very terrible. The golden sword light was very dazzling. In an instant, it burst out like a golden sun, shining with unparalleled light. First revolution, the golden light became more dazzling, and its aura became more terrifying. It had a feeling of extreme overbearingness. Its sharpness was extremely shocking, as if it could shatter everything between heaven and earth. Second revolution, the aura surged again, making Chen Zong feel like he was being pierced and shattered. It was very uncomfortable, and his face was extremely solemn. I can't let him complete the third revolution, Chen Zong thought. Although he didn't know where the limit of Jian Lingxiao's sword was, he had seen Jian Lingxiao kill the peerless genius with one sword. He put himself in Jian Lingxiao's shoes and thought that he couldn't resist it at all. Then, he could only interrupt Jian Lingxiao in advance. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, Endless Blood Sea. In an instant, the small success Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body was displayed, and Jian Lingxiao's strength increased by several times. Endless Blood Sea went all out. When Jian Lingxiao's sword struck out, the blood light surged like a raging tide, as if it could shatter everything. Third revolution. At the same time, the third revolution was formed, which was beyond Chen Zong's expectation. In an instant, Chen Zong felt like he was about to be torn apart and smashed into pieces. Block it, he had to block this sword, because the consequence of not being able to block it was death. Once he was killed, all the points he had obtained would be lost. Block it, block it, block it, his belief was strong and unparalleled. He had to block it. He had to block it. Unknowingly, Chen Zong managed to fend off this sword attack with great effort under his strong conviction. However, he sensed an extremely terrifying power surging toward him. It was as if it wanted to penetrate through his body, spirit, and soul. Fortunately, he managed to block it in the end. Taking advantage of the momentum to retreat, Chen Zong felt as if his arm had lost all feeling. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Even if he used the Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, he could only barely block Jian Lingxiao's sword. However, Jian Lingxiao didn't immediately pursue him, as if it was a burden to display this sword. Let's go. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately displayed the flowing light flying shadow and quickly left. At present, his strength was not enough to defeat Jian Lingxiao. He could only barely contend with him. In that case, it was better to retreat first. Jian Lingxiao didn't pursue him. Instead, he stared at Chen Zong's retreating figure and immediately adjusted his breath. The two battles had consumed a lot of energy. If he didn't recover in time, he would be in danger of being killed if he encountered other peerless geniuses. My sword doesn't need so many changes and revolutions. One sword. Only one sword, with the strongest power. There's no need for so many changes. Where the heart desires, the sword will go. One sword to kill the enemy, and there's no turning back. After Chen Zong fled far away, he pondered. Jian Lingxiao's strength was very strong, even stronger than his. Of course, it was mainly because of the 9 golden lights sword. If it weren't for this sword, Jian Lingxiao's strength wouldn't be stronger than his. A tyrannical unique skill was enough to reverse the outcome of the battle and reverse life and death. The most important thing right now was to create a unique skill with extremely strong offensive power. It was very necessary and also the most important thing. Chen Zong increasingly realized this. After all, the geniuses who entered the Xianyuan treasure scroll this time weren't weaker than Jian Lingxiao. There were many of them, and some of them were even stronger than Jian Lingxiao. Like Su Mubai, like Zhao Xingkong, like Blazing Phoenix King, like Yang Quan, like He Yanzai, like Yi Chen Dao, these were all things he knew. There would only be more that he didn't know. If he encountered these geniuses, he would be no match for them. Sometimes, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. He could only be killed, lose half of his points, and drop his ranking. Therefore, strength was very important. Now, the way to improve his strength was either to break through the half-step sword intent to 100%, which would significantly increase his strength, or to create a unique skill with tyrannical offensive power. Of course, borrowing the power of Azura's doppelganger was also a way. However, it wasn't his own strength after all. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Chen Zong didn't want to borrow it. On the other hand, Chenzong also had a feeling that in the Xianyuan treasure scroll, the power of a Saint Realm expert would be suppressed to the extreme. He was afraid that the power of Azura's doppelganger wouldn't be of much help to him and might even be exposed. In the final analysis, his own strength was the most important. Everything else was ultimately external forces that couldn't be put to good use. Chenzong stopped and kept recalling Xianxia's golden light sword technique in his mind. Every sword move was so sharp and tyrannical, especially the last golden light 9 revolutions. Although it was only the 3rd revolution, its power was terrifying. That sword had pointed out the direction for Chenzong's self-created attack. However, Chenzong did not need to go through 9 transformations, nor did he need to go through 3 transformations. As long as he poured all his strength into that one sword strike, he would be able to kill his enemy in one strike. One sword move to kill. The light in his eyes flickered incessantly as more and more spiritual lights appeared. Gradually, the ultimate move became clearer and clearer, but it still lacked something. Fight. He continued to look for strong opponents to fight, using the external pressure to stimulate himself and also to hone himself. Fight, 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 kill, kill, kill. Over the next few days, the number of geniuses that died under Chenzong's sword increased by another 6. However, Chenzong was also nearly killed once more. That time, he had no choice but to borrow the power of the Azura doppelganger to escape. However, Chenzong also found that the power of Azura's doppelganger was indeed more restricted here. It consumed more energy and could only last for a shorter time. After several life-or-death battles, Chenzong's points reached more than 300. His ranking also improved a lot, reaching the 300th place. However, there was still a big gap to enter the top 108. Similarly, the effect of the sharpening under the life-or-death crisis became more and more obvious. Countless inspirations filled his mind like lightning and sword light, as if 10,000 swords were flying at the same time. This sword move should be the sword of extreme speed and strength. It should be the ultimate combination of speed and strength. It should be the sharpness that abandons all ostentatiousness. This sword move should be unsheathed when I feel like it, piercing through everything in the world. This sword move should come from the heart and end with the sword. The extreme of the heart and the extreme of the sword, the inspirations became clearer. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, an unparalleled cold light shot out from his heart and soul, piercing through the sky. Immediately, Chenzong used his finger as a sword and stabbed straight out. The sword light was extremely fast, piercing through the sky like a ray of light. There was a cold light at the tip of his finger. It was so sharp that it pierced through everything in the world. It was indestructible and unstoppable. The sword moved as if it had pierced through time and space. It seemed to have shrunk the distance of the world. The black flame spread and burned. The scorching aura swept across the land and charged forward. Everything in its path seemed to be burned to ashes, leaving behind a straight trail. Chenzong's expression did not change as he faced the black flames head-on. In an instant, as the black flames fluctuated, a black flaming dragon rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. The scorching aura seemed to want to destroy Chenzong and turn him into ashes. Behind the black flame dragon was He Yanlin's cold figure. Seeing Chenzong, He Yanlin could not help but think of the battle in the Cloud Wilderness swamp. Chenzong took the opportunity to snatch the high-tier demonic beast's beast core, causing him to lose 1,000 points and the great glory of becoming a saint. This was a disgrace that he must wash away. Therefore, when He Yanlin saw Chenzong's figure, he was furious and filled with murderous intent. In the Cloud Wilderness swamp, due to the rules of the competition, killing was not allowed. When attacking, it was inevitable that one would be restrained, fearing that killing would cause one to be eliminated. But here, one could kill without any scruples. There was no need to hold back. All of one's strength could be displayed to the fullest. Kill. He Yanlin's heart was extremely violent. He swore to kill Chenzong. He unsheathed his sword and sword light surged through the air. A bloody light raged. The 90% half-step sword intent exploded, causing the sword to spurt blood. Its power was unparalleled. In an instant, it pierced through the black flame dragon and charged towards He Yanlin. He Yanlin's expression changed drastically. How could Chenzong's strength have increased so much compared to before? It was terrifying. Black Flame King. Without hesitation, He Yanlin immediately used his strongest secret technique. Countless flames swept out and condensed into a black flame tyrant's phantom behind him. An extremely terrifying blazing aura rippled out, burning everything in all directions. Black flame skylifting hand, in an instant, He Yanlin used his ultimate move. A huge black hand condensed out of thin air. It covered the sky as if darkness had descended, suppressing all life on the earth. It was as if the earth was collapsing, burning all living things into ashes. Previously at the desolate cloud swamp, Qin Nan was quite clear about his opponent's capabilities. Now that it was a real battle of life and death, a battle of life and death to steal his opponent's points, it was most appropriate to kill him directly. When his hand struck down, it was as if it could shatter mountains and split the earth. The terrifying heat was like raging waves, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking. So powerful, this was a move without any reservations. Its might was much stronger than when he was in the cloud-desolate swamp. This level of strength was not inferior to Xianxia's Golden Light 9 transformations. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, Chen Zong's eyes gradually lit up. The light seemed to be silver, but it also seemed to be golden. It was so sharp that it pierced through all obstacles and illusions and went straight to the essence. The 90% half-step sword intent gathered in an instant, and the half-saint power in his body was also condensed to the extreme. One sword strike, only one sword, an ultimate sword strike, the most tyrannical sword strike. Wherever the heart goes, the sword will go, the pinnacle of the heart, and the pinnacle of the sword, one slash. Absolute void, one sword. Killing heart, a single sword. Spirit slaughter, only one sword. Killing. Limitless, the incomparable sword light seemed to be a touch of gold, incomparably mysterious and extremely fast. It seemed to be even faster than lightning, even faster than extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the horizon as if it was right in front of him. Extreme Heart Sword Style. This sword was called Extreme Heart Sword Style. It started from the heart and stopped at the sword, kill. With an incomparably firm heart, he launched the ultimate sword strike. The mysterious and sharp sword light was thinner than a finger. It pierced through the sky, pierced through the black hand, and went for He Yanlin. There was no way to dodge, there was no way to resist. He Yanlin's body trembled, and the black flame king behind him also trembled, disintegrating instantly. Killed with one sword strike, He Yanlin, who was originally stronger than Chen Zong, could not block Chen Zong's sword strike at this moment. Killed with one sword strike, Chen Zong was also a little surprised. Dead, it was only one sword strike, but he had killed his opponent directly. Moreover, it was under the condition that his opponent had used his strongest move. Thinking back to that day in the Cloud Wilderness Swamp, Chen Zong had relied on the power of the Azure Doppelganger to fight against his opponent. After that, Chen Zong had cultivated the 8th grade secret technique, Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, to small success. He had also comprehended the half-step sword essence to 90%. His cultivation had improved further, and his basic strength had increased significantly. Moreover, he had comprehended a purely offensive sword strike after many battles. Extreme Heart Sword Style. This sword strike was Chen Zong's first battle. He did not expect its power to not disappoint him at all. Very strong, under the enhancement of Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, he had killed He Yanlin with one sword strike. He Yanlin's strength was not weak at all. He was not much weaker than Xianxia. But I wonder if Extreme Heart Sword Style can kill Xianxia. Chen Zong could not help but think to himself. That day, when Xianxia attacked, Chen Zong had seen it with his own eyes. He had also experienced it personally. It was very, very strong and extraordinary. Moreover, he was not sure if it was Xianxia's strongest strength. Because of this, Chen Zong did not have absolute confidence. However, with this sword strike, perhaps his strength was not inferior to Xianxia's. From the beginning, he was far inferior to Xianxia. Now, he was catching up step by step. Chen Zong was full of confidence that he would soon surpass Xianxia. The road was under his feet. Moving forward courageously. Killing He Yanlin immediately increased Chen Zong's points by more than 200, reaching more than 500. His ranking also rose by dozens, nearing the top 300. He was even closer to the top 108. In another place, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was He Yanlin. There was still a trace of shock and disbelief on He Yanlin's face. He had been killed. Moreover, he had been killed by Xianxia's sword strike. How was this possible? How could Xianxia's strength improve to such a level in such a short time? It was unbelievable. Although He Yanlin was furious, he did not completely lose his mind. He suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart and started to think. He could not understand how someone who was originally inferior to him could improve so much in such a short time. He could even kill him with a single sword strike. It was unbelievable. He Yanlin, why didn't you go hunt? A voice came from behind him. He Yanlin quickly turned around and joy appeared on his face. Brother Ming. He Yanlin immediately said. Then, a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. I was killed just now. Killed? He Yanming's eyes emitted a sharp killing intent. His voice also carried a trace of shocking killing intent. Who killed you? In the Black Flame clan, He Yanzhe was the number 1 Sky Pride. He Yanming was the number 2 Sky Pride. As for He Yanlin, he was actually the number 3 Sky Pride. He Yanzhe was undoubtedly the strongest. Although He Yanming was not as strong as He Yanzhe, his strength was not weak at all. He was much stronger than He Yanlin. He Yanlin directly told He Yanming about Chenzong. Black light flickered in He Yanming's eyes, as if black flames were burning. He Yanming's body was very majestic. He gave off a very oppressive feeling. His body was surrounded by an extremely tyrannical aura, as if it could suppress everything. He was not as strong as you before. However, he improved by leaps and bounds in such a short time. He was able to kill you. This person must have a big secret. He Yanming said in a low voice. That's right. This person must have a great opportunity. He Yanlin seemed to have just thought of this. Let's go and hunt others for points. No matter what, as a Sky Pride of the Black Flame clan, we must enter the Xianxia Sacred Assembly. He Yanming said. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. If I meet that person, I will kill him and avenge you. Thank you, Brother Ming. He Yanlin quickly said. On the screen outside, the rankings were constantly changing. The top 108 received the most attention. This was because only the top 108 could enter the Xianxia Sacred Assembly. Those outside the top 108 had no chance at all. The competition was very fierce. Once one was killed, one's points would be reduced by half. Immediately, one would fall from the top and fall out of the top 108. However, if one could kill a Sky Pride in the top 108 and obtain half of their points, one's own points would increase by a lot, causing one's ranking to rise. Currently, the first-ranked Sky Pride already had more than 5,000 points. Even the 108th ranked Sky Pride had more than 1,000 points. As for the Sky Prides after the 108th ranked Sky Pride, they were all below 1,000 points. Chenzong's points were more than 500. Hence, his ranking was not high. He was only around 300. Die. A sword slashed through the air. The sword radiance condensed into a beam. It was extremely fast and unparalleled. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was extremely frightening. Kill. After killing his opponent, Chenzong's points increased by nearly 200 points. From the original 500 points, it increased to more than 700 points. His ranking also rose from the 300th place to the top 300, and he was now in the 250th place. Chenzong did not know his ranking on the list at this moment, but that did not prevent him from killing other Sky Prides to obtain points. In short, if he wanted to stand out in this battle, he had to keep killing others to increase his points. The more, the better. It's you. A cold voice came from afar. Chenzong also looked over. It was the Sky Pride from the Heavenly Cloud sect who had chased after him with a saber in the Yunhuang swamp. At that time, this person was extremely strong and stronger than him. Fortunately, time was up. Otherwise, he would have to borrow the power of the Azure doppelganger to compete with him. But now, it was unusual. In front of him, a dazzling saber radiance tore through the sky. It was like a torrent bursting a dam or an avalanche in the sky. It was extremely powerful and wanted to tear everything apart. The saber slashed through the air, and the extremely strong saber pressure immediately cut open the ground, leaving a straight saber mark. The saber mark was endless, and it was as if it wanted to cut Xianxia in half. It was extremely ferocious. The figure, holding a saber, followed closely behind the saber mark and closed in on him at an extremely fast speed. The last time Xianxia managed to escape, it was also because time was up. This time, there was no such opportunity or luck. Kill, Xianxia's eyes flashed and he slashed out with his sword. The power of the 90% half-step sword essence was even more powerful. The endless sea of blood surged and swallowed the saber radiance in an instant. The waves were like surging sword chi, sweeping over. The opponent's face suddenly changed. How could the power of this sword be so strong? He swung his saber. The saber radiance was like a rolling snow wave, pouring down from the sky. The saber chi was so powerful that it tore the world apart. Xianxia stood still, his back like a sharp sword pointing to the sky. He faced the astonishing saber waves that were like an avalanche, as if he was going to fight against the power of heaven and earth by himself. The 90% half-step sword essence, activated, the sharpness surged in the sky and raged in all directions. Endless sword chi was produced, as if it was going to pierce through heaven and earth. Kill, the gilded mountain sword trembled, and the sword broke through the sky. Extreme heart swordsmanship, the fastest sword move, the most powerful sword move, the sword move that came from the heart, the sword move that came from the heart was invincible. Wu Yu, the genius of the Heavenly Cloud sect, was shocked. How could this sword move be so powerful, so fast, and so fierce? This sword was too fast. The moment the sword was raised, it had already pierced through the air. In an instant, it pierced through the snowy waves of saber light. The extremely shocking sharpness of the sword was right in front of him, giving him a terrifying feeling of being pierced through. Dodge, he must dodge. His conviction was so strong that he had to dodge it no matter what, because if he couldn't, he would be killed, lose half of his points, and drop in ranking. However, this sword also carried Xianxia's conviction. Conviction was so strong, conviction was supreme. Where did conviction come from? It came from the heart. In this regard, Xianxia, who had inherited the Heart Sword Sutra and comprehended all of it, was more proficient in it. The extreme heart swordsmanship was created based on the 90% half-step sword essence. It was a sword move that was created purely for attacking and killing. It abandoned all other changes and vanity, and purely pursued the perfect combination of lethality, speed, and power. Fierce, extremely fierce, it was extremely fierce. The trajectory of the sword was straight and pierced through everything, whether it was real or not. The saber radiance paused for a moment, and Wu Yu's eyes were slightly dazed. He felt that the beam of sword radiance had slowed down, but a stronger feeling of horror rose in his heart. It was as if the sword didn't slow down, but became faster. It was so fast that he had an illusion that it had slowed down. His thoughts seemed to have been affected as well. He had no time to dodge at all, and the sword pierced through the sky. There seemed to be a slight pain blossoming from the center of his brows, and then it spread throughout his head and body. After that, his vision turned dark, and his consciousness became sluggish, sinking into an abyss. Wu Yu, the genius of the Heavenly Cloud sect, was dead. Xianxia sheathed his sword and stood still on the spot, his brow slightly furrowed. Xianxia had infused the extreme heart swordsmanship with his belief that he would definitely kill his opponent. He wanted to be as fast as possible so that he could kill his opponent with one strike. Under the strong conviction to kill, some kind of change seemed to have occurred. It was a very subtle and mysterious change. The change made Xianxia feel a little dazed for a moment. It seemed that the speed of his sword had slowed down. No, it seemed that the surroundings had slowed down. It was a very strange feeling that was hard to describe. It was precisely because of this that he was able to kill his opponent with a single strike. Deep in thought, Xianxia did not pay attention to how many points he had gained. Instead, he kept recalling the mysteries of that sword move in his mind. Soon after, the gilded mountain sword was unsheathed and slashed through the air. Extreme heart swordsmanship, the golden sword light was very thin, and it pierced through the air. In a flash, it pierced through a huge rock 100 meters away, and then it exploded. No. Zong shook his head. He did not find that feeling. After trying a few more times, Zong still could not find the feeling of that sword move, so he had to give up for the time being. If I can find that mystery, the power of that sword move will definitely be more powerful. Zong said to himself thoughtfully. He even had a feeling that if he could find the mystery of that sword move, not only would the extreme heart swordsmanship be more powerful, but it would also be more beneficial for his future cultivation. However, it was not so easy to find. He could only wait for the opportunity in the future. Perhaps if he fought with a strong opponent again, it would appear again. A strong opponent. Zong's eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. In the world of Xianyuan treasure scroll, he would not really die if he was killed. In this way, he could fight without any scruples. The advantage was that he could better hone himself and stimulate his potential at the edge of life and death. This was a great opportunity that could not be missed. A moment of enlightenment caused Zong's thoughts to undergo a slight change. Take the initiative to attack. Before, Zong was a little passive. Now, he changed to take the initiative to find other strong opponents to fight with. After discarding all his worries, Zong had a feeling that his mind seemed to have become even clearer, transparent, and pure. All the profundities seemed to have become even more lively. Original mind, it was not that points were no longer important, but he did not need to be restrained by points and let his sword be stained with dust. Flowing light flying shadow, in a flash, Zong felt that his speed was a little faster, and as he used his body movement, his speed gradually increased. His flowing light flying shadow had a breakthrough. Advanced level, his flowing light flying shadow in the advanced level was about 30% faster than when he was in the initial level, which made Zong even faster. Chu Tianlu, the peerless talent in the capital city, the surname of the king of the Xianyuan dynasty was Chu, and Chu was the surname of the king. Chu Tianlu was not only the peerless talent in the capital city, but also one of the peerless talents in the royal family. He was temporarily ranked 180th on the list. Chu Tianlu's eyes were cold and disdainful. He stared at Zong with a trace of dominance. With the sky piercer in his hand, he pointed it to the sky. His astonishing dominance rushed to the heavens. Boom! Chu Tianlu stomped his feet, and a terrifying force instantly hit the ground through his feet. The ground cracked and rippled. Chu Tianlu's whole body suddenly rushed out like a giant ballista shooting out to attack a city. His speed was extremely fast and his momentum was unparalleled. The extremely domineering golden-red sky piercer rolled in the air, bringing with it a ring of blazing golden-red flames. It carried with it a terrifying force that seemed to be able to smash a mountain into pieces. Zong was shocked. The power of this blow was really terrifying. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It gave him an unparalleled feeling of invincibility. He was like a great general who had fought on the battlefield and won every battle. He was brave and invincible. The impact of the momentum and the battle of the yellow sand did not allow him to retreat. Zong's eyes focused. His unparalleled faith condensed into a solid light that pierced through the sky as if it was piercing through the heavens. In an instant, the gilded mountain sword erupted with an unparalleled power. The sword swung through the air, and layers of ripples surged endlessly like waves. Blood burst with the sword and the sky piercer collided in an instant, and the most terrifying aura was instantly released. It was as if starlight had exploded. The ripples rolled out and raged in all directions. The void was like a turbulent wave, and wild waves rose in all directions. Zong only felt an extremely domineering and powerful force fiercely rushing towards him. It was as if it was going to break his arm and collapse his body. For the first time, Zong experienced this feeling. After all, his body refining cultivation was not bad, and his physique was very strong. Usually, it was others who were pushed back by his violent attacks. But this time, his opponent's strength shocked Zong. Body refining, this person also practiced body refining, and it was very brilliant. In other words, this person was a body refining cultivator. A body refining cultivator who focused on body refining and chi refining as a supplement. His situation was the opposite of Zong's. His body refining cultivation had reached the peak of the half-saint level, and the body refining cultivation method he practiced was also very brilliant. Naturally, it would give birth to an unparalleled power. His half-mixed sky force was very brilliant, far more powerful than Xianxia's. It gave off a feeling of crushing. Terrifying, very terrifying, it made Xianxia feel like he was being crushed by an ancient beast. Chu Tianlu was slightly stunned, and a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. His attack did not directly defeat his opponent. It was a little surprising. Body refining. Chu Tianlu's mouth curved into a faint smile, as if he was interested and disdainful. He seemed to be saying, "How dare you use the power of body refining in front of me?" The extremely exuberant vital energy and blood fluctuated incessantly, like a surging tide. Chen Zongdo could hear the grand and loud sound of the surging tide, resounding through the void without stopping, like the beating of war drums that shook the heavens and the earth. This sound made Chen Zong's qi and blood fluctuate, and he could not help but tremble. Immediately, blood light spurted out from Chu Tianlu's body, diffusing behind his back and gradually condensing. However, it was still somewhat illusory. It was the shadow of a blood-colored war general, holding a long halberd and looking forward, as if he was invincible, shaking the earth. Spirit, that was spirit. The body refining cultivation method that Chu Tianlu practiced was of the highest grade of the saint level, and it was a complete top grade of the highest grade of the saint level. Moreover, the spirit that he cultivated was very powerful. Even though it was not solid enough, it already had the iron blood spirit that could win every battle. As soon as the spirit appeared, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, like a mountain suppressing the sky, the earth, and all living things. It made Xianxia feel like his neck was stretched out, and he was horrified. Boom, on the sky halberd, blood light rushed out, and a blow was blasted out. It carried the most terrifying power of Chu Tianlu's body, and it attacked without reservation, shattering and destroying everything. Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. There was no room to dodge this blow, as if it would pierce through him, tear him into pieces, and then turn him into powder. The surrounding space was suppressed by the opponent's spirit. Faith, the strongest, a sword attack, extreme heart swordsmanship, a blow that originated from the heart and ended with the sword. This sword attack poured all of his strength, willpower, and faith into it, and it was only for the sake of killing the enemy. The golden sword light was condensed to the extreme, faster than flowing light, faster than lightning, and more explosive than thunder. This blow alone could destroy all living things and slaughter all living things. Kill, in an instant, the sword and the blow collided. The void froze in an instant, and Xianxia and Chu Tianlu seemed to be frozen in a scroll, unable to move. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power rippled out, destroying everything in its path. It turned into rolling ripples, destroying everything in its path. The sand and stones on the ground were instantly pulverized, leaving behind countless scars on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Xianxia's body trembled. An extremely terrifying power, as if it was going to destroy him, hit him. As his muscles and bones trembled, he felt sore, as if they were about to disintegrate. He flew backward, and his feet drew two long gullies on the ground. The ground was shattered. Xianxia was shocked and his face was cold. He blocked it. The extreme heart sword style was blocked by his opponent. The extreme heart sword style had killed two peerless geniuses with one strike. He thought he could do it again, but he didn't expect it to be blocked. This person's strength was really strong. Fight! Xianxia shouted in a low voice. It was like a muffled thunder, and thunder surged in the void. A strong enemy, a strong enemy, a strong enemy that even his strongest strike couldn't kill, a strong enemy that could make his heart tremble and his fighting spirit soar to the sky. Fight, only this fight, only this fight, fight without rest, fight without fear, fight without exhaustion. Okay. Chu Tianlu's eyes were burning. His vigorous qi and blood roared like a dragon and rolled like thunder. He looked at Xianxia seriously. The tyrannical half-mixed heavenly power roared in his body, like a giant dragon dancing in the sky, driving the four seas in all directions. It poured into the sky halberd, and the blood light surged in the sky. Fight! Chu Tianlu felt that his fighting spirit had been completely awakened. His blood was like a torrent of magma, surging endlessly. The halberd flew across the sky, breaking mountains and rivers, and shattering the vacuum. The power of the halberd was pushed to the extreme under the aura of an iron-blooded warrior. One halberd shatters mountains and rivers, Chenzong was horrified. Compared to before, the might of this halberd didn't seem to have increased by much, but its aura had increased explosively by quite a few times. It directly charged over, causing Chenzong to have a tragic feeling as if mountains and rivers were being shattered. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, Extreme Heart Sword Style. This sword was unparalleled in its power. The power of the sword was strengthened by the Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, and the golden sword light pierced through the void. Conviction, the conviction to kill the enemy with one strike, the conviction to pierce through everything with one strike. They collided again, and the horrifying power rippled and raged in all directions. Chenzong only felt that the horrifying power rushed straight at him, as if it was going to destroy everything. Retreat, he retreated once again to disperse that extremely terrifying power. The ground shattered one after another. Chu Tianlu paused for a moment. His muscles, tendons, and bones surged downwards like waves. He directed his strength to bombard the ground, causing it to collapse and crack. His entire body also borrowed this terrifying strength to charge out. A halberd struck out horizontally. The halberd broke through the air and shattered the mountains. Extreme Heart Sword Technique, he gathered his strength and slashed out with his sword. This sword was Chenzong's most powerful attack. Even the endless blood sea could not compare to it. If he were to use any other sword art, he wouldn't be a match for Xianxia at all. Only the Extreme Heart Sword style could contend against it. Moreover, Chenzong planned to use the pressure from his opponent to sharpen himself and further perfect his sword technique. Faith, sincerity, heart domain, it was completely integrated into the sword. Kill, in a trance, Chenzong found that feeling again. It seemed that under the sword, the flow of space slowed down. Vaguely, he seemed to feel that it was like the murmuring of water. His opponent's halberd also seemed to slow down, and its trajectory was even clearer. Chenzong felt that he seemed to be able to avoid his opponent's attack. The speed of the sword did not slow down in the slightest. Kill, Chenzong saw a hint of surprise appear on Chu Tianlu's face. That surprise was like a ripple in his eyes. Immediately, a cold light shot out from the depths of Chu Tianlu's eyes. His head shifted in an instant to avoid the Extreme Heart Sword style. Originally, the sword should have pierced through Chu Tianlu's glabella. After it was shifted, it pierced through Chu Tianlu's left ear. The terrifying power immediately shattered his left ear. The sharp pain from his left ear caused Chu Tianlu's expression to change greatly. The momentum brought by the terrifying sword directly penetrated his sea of consciousness, causing him to feel dizzy in an instant. The halberd struck at the same time, but Chenzong avoided it. Retreat, Chu Tianlu did not hesitate at all. He immediately burst out with all his strength and retreated rapidly. The sharp pain from his left ear being shattered was very intense. It constantly attacked him, and it also contained the terrifying impact of the sword chi. The astonishing momentum reverberated. In such a state, his strength would inevitably be affected. If he continued to fight fiercely with his opponent, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantageous position. He might even be killed. Retreat first, wait until his injury had recovered. Chu Tianlu made a prompt decision. His speed was astonishingly fast. Chenzong was slightly startled by the mystery of the Extreme Heart Sword style, so he let Chu Tianlu go far away. Chenzong did not pursue him. Even if he caught up, it was unknown whether he could kill him. Moreover, Chenzong felt that it was more important to take this opportunity to comprehend the mystery of the Extreme Heart Sword style. The mystery was very strange. It actually made him feel that the speed of his sword had slowed down. For a moment, Chenzong could not grasp the opportunity to comprehend the mystery contained in it. Even with his powerful soul and comprehension, it was difficult to comprehend anything. Chenzong felt that this mystery was even more profound. After a while, Chenzong only felt confused. It seemed that he wanted to grasp something, but could not grasp it. He could not comprehend anything, so he could only give up temporarily. However, after the fierce battle with the strong opponent, Chenzong had repeatedly used the Extreme Heart Sword style. It allowed him to grasp more of its mysteries. The Extreme Heart Sword style became more complete, and its power increased. Chu Tianlu's expression was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. One of his ears was shattered. This was a disgrace. Of course, it was not that the shattered ear could not be recovered. As long as he left the Xianyuan treasure scroll, it would be as good as new. There would not be any injuries left. It was just that the feeling was very unpleasant. However, at the same time, Chu Tianlu was also afraid of Chen Zong. He clearly felt that his opponent was not that strong, but he was tenacious and tenacious. The more they fought, the stronger he became. He was very difficult to deal with, and in the end, he could even injure him. "Brother Ming, it's him." He Yanlin noticed Chen Zong and immediately said to He Yanming, "Kill him." He Yanming revealed an extremely cold smile, and a murderous intent bloomed from the depths of his eyes. "Kill." He Yanlin shouted in a low voice, and instantly turned into a black flowing light. His aura was shockingly hot, and he was like a black meteor that streaked across the sky, closing in on Chen Zong. Chen Zong turned around, and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. He stared at He Yanlin, and a smile appeared on his face. "Chen Zong, you deserve to die." He Yanlin's furious voice directly rushed out, filled with murderous intent. "You're just a dead soul under my sword." Chen Zong's rebuttal made He Yanlin extremely angry. "A loser, a dead soul under my sword." He Yanming's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. "I'm going to cut you into pieces." He Yanlin was extremely furious, and his speed increased by a notch. Chen Zong's eyes focused, and his pupils were like needles as he stared at He Yanlin. He waved his right hand lightly, and his 5 fingers grasped the hilt of his sword. The gilded heavy mountain sword was instantly unsheathed. Kill. The moment the sword was unsheathed, it shattered the vacuum. Extreme heart sword style, He Yanlin's strength was not weak, and the other person's aura seemed to be even stronger. If the two of them joined forces, Chen Zong was afraid that he would not be a match for them. Therefore, he had to kill one of them first. He Yanlin's strength was not weak, so he could only use his strongest sword. Extreme heart sword style, kill. He Yanlin was horrified. He felt as if he was being torn apart by an extreme sharpness, not only his body, but also his mind. Extremely horrifying, extremely terrifying, the sharpness bloomed in front of his eyes. He Yanlin wanted to dodge, but he found that he could not. Kill. The intense pain spread rapidly, and He Yanlin's consciousness sank. He was killed by Chen Zong's sword. Death. He died under Chen Zong's sword for the second time. He had accumulated some points, but half of them were taken away by Chen Zong again. "You deserve to die." He Yanming's eyes widened in anger. "The person who said that is already dead." Chen Zong replied. He took a step forward, turning into a stream of light that swept across the sky. He quickly approached He Yanming, and his extremely tyrannical aura was like an invisible sword aura. Boom! He Yanming's strength exploded, and the black flame aura soared into the sky. It danced wildly and burned fiercely, burning everything and turning everything into ashes. That was the flame of anger. That was the flame of destruction. Just now, He Yanming was just a bit slower, and his clan brother, He Yanlin, was killed by the other party's sword. This person must die. Chen Zong unleashed his full strength and pointed his finger. The black flame energy pierced through the sky, one after another, and shot out continuously. An astonishing hot aura filled the air. Kill, kill, kill. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be the sound of killing, majestic and mighty. Extreme heart sword style. Chen Zong muttered to himself, and attacked again. This sword was extremely powerful, and the more perfect it was, the more tyrannical its power would be. A powerful opponent was the best whetstone to sharpen one's sword, to sharpen one's everything. Throw away your worries and be fearless. Wherever your heart desires, your sword will go. A sword pierced through the air. Chen Zong did not find the unique and mysterious feeling in this sword. An intense battle. He Yanming's strength was much stronger than He Yanlin's. Once the battle was intense, it immediately brought Chen Zong a lot of pressure. This pressure was what Chen Zong needed. With enough pressure, his potential could be further stimulated. Die, die, die. He Yanming was extremely furious, and both of his hands struck out continuously. The power was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. The black palm print burned with extremely hot flames, and the flames were extremely violent. Every palm strike was as if it could shatter a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. Qianzong felt that his body was about to be burned into ashes. Extreme heart sword style, he attacked again. He Yanming's pupils shrunk to the size of needles, and black flames rapidly condensed in front of him, turning into an exquisite and solid shield, blocking Qianzong's attack. The shield was instantly pierced, but the extreme heart sword style was also slightly hindered, unable to hit his opponent. Black Flame King. He Yanming executed a secret technique, and the Black Flame King appeared behind him. It looked more solid than the Black Flame King that He Yanlin had executed, and the aura it emitted was also more tyrannical. Black Flame Skylifting Hand, the Black Fire King immediately struck out with his palm. A huge black palm print covered the sky, as if it was going to crush the earth into smithereens. Strong, the power of this attack was much stronger than the one that He Yanlin had executed. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, Extreme Heart Sword Style, the power increased by several times, and it became even more tyrannical. He Yanming felt his hair stand on end, as if this sword could pierce through everything. Boundless Blood Sea, with a thought, the sword struck out, and the blood light swept out like raging waves, drowning the surroundings, including He Yanming and the Black Flame King. Extreme Heart Sword Style. The sword light was like a shooting star that pierced through the sky. It carried an indomitable will and belief that pierced through, shattered, and destroyed everything. This sword carried Qianzong's killing intent. The Black Fire King's eyes were burning with blazing flames that emitted a terrifying destructive intent. He struck down with his hand as if he wanted to sink the earth. Ultimate attack, belief, will. In an instant, Qianzong felt a trace of absent-mindedness flash past him. The void under his sword seemed to have slowed down again. The Black Fire King's attack also slowed down under Qianzong's gaze. Its trajectory was incomparably clear. Under the heart domain, Qianzong realized that his mastery of the extreme heart sword style was getting stronger. The indomitable sword's trajectory made a slight turn in an instant. He avoided the Black Fire King's ferocious attack and charged towards He Yanming. It was a completely unexpected and unimaginable sword that pierced through He Yanming's throat and went straight to the back of his neck. He Yanlin was dead, He Yanming was dead. After Qianzong came to his senses, he checked his points again. He Yanlin had provided him with more than 100 points. It wasn't a lot. It only increased his ranking by a dozen places. The other person had provided him with a large amount of points, more than 600. More than 600 points was a large amount of points. It directly increased Qianzong's ranking by a lot as he continued to advance. He Yanming was very strong. He was very close to the top 108 on the list. Now that Qianzong had obtained half of his points, his ranking shot up from the 200th place to the 200th place. He then entered the 150th place and continued to rise. 140, in the outside world, a group of experts and skyprides were staring at the list. All of them noticed that a name was constantly flashing. Every time it flashed, the ranking would rapidly advance. 130, 120, 110, the experts of the mysterious underworld territory were all very excited. They subconsciously clenched their fists. Qianzong, the name that had soared was Qianzong. Qianzong, on the other hand, came from the mysterious underworld territory and was a genius of the mysterious underworld territory. In the beginning, the experts did not place much hope on Qianzong. However, they did not expect that Qianzong would not only pass the prefectural competition, but also the regional competition. He even achieved a good ranking in the overall competition. 105, in the end, Qianzong's name was fixed. 105. That's great, said an expert from the realm of mystic Nether. Currently, 2 of the top 108 were from the mysterious Nether region. One was Qianzong, who had just risen, and the other was Sumu Bai. In the previous session, only one person from the mystic underworld territory had made it into the top 108. Although it was not the end yet, it was still a great hope that 2 people would make it into the top 108. After some enlightenment, Qianzong further perfected the extreme heart sword style. The extreme heart sword style's lethality was very strong. It was more than twice as strong as the misty rain morning cloud. It brought about an obvious improvement in Chenzong's strength. With this sword style, Chenzong did not need to use any other sword techniques. He could use it to fight his enemies. I wonder if I can make it into the top 108 with the points I have now. Chenzong thought to himself. He could know how many points he had, but he could not know his ranking. This was an unknown factor that made people hunt for others to obtain more points. This was because no one could be sure that they would make it into the top 108 in the end. As a result, the competition intensified. Otherwise, if they were able to find out about their quota, it was difficult to guarantee that there would be some people who would be satisfied, go into hiding, and no longer compete with others, causing this competition to be much less intense. If he did not know his ranking, he would continue to hunt. The improvement in his strength and the leap in his spirit gave him more confidence to face everything. With a sword in hand, he could fight for the top of the world. His strength was completely restored. His half-saint power was more powerful and vigorous. He was getting closer and closer to the upper limit of the half-saint level. It could be said that other than Chenzong, the cultivation of the other geniuses had all reached the upper limit of the half-saint level. They could not improve their cultivation anymore. The only thing that could be improved was the level of the cultivation method. The improvement of the level of the cultivation method would make one's strength purer and more vigorous. It would indirectly increase one's strength. In addition, the breakthrough of the martial arts would also increase one's strength. Finally, it was the half-step Tao meaning. The breakthrough of the combination of these three would bring about the most intense improvement. If his cultivation reached the upper limit of the half-saint level, his strength would be further enhanced. Taiyuan cloud-piercing technique. With a low shout, the 12th level of the Taiyuan cloud-piercing technique was fully activated. The vigorous chi of heaven and earth surged like a tide and turned into an astonishingly huge vortex funnel. It instantly condensed above Chenzong's head and poured down. The chi of heaven and earth was incomparably vigorous, rich, and pure. It poured into Chenzong's body from the top of his head. It was as if it had broken through all the shackles and obstacles in his body. Activate, 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 refine, 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 absorb, absorb, absorb. The chi of heaven and earth in the Xianyuan treasure scroll was incomparably pure. It could be absorbed as soon as it was refined. There were not many impurities. The 9 spiritual wheels were fully activated. They became faster and more magnificent. The mighty sound burst out like thousands of thunderbolts, shaking the chi, blood, tendons, and organs in his body. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. When there was no more upgrade, the huge vortex in the sky gradually slowed down and slowly dissipated. After the chi of heaven and earth vortex completely dissipated, Chenzong gradually stopped the operation of the cultivation method. He felt that there was an extremely powerful and vigorous force in his body. It was the upper-level half-saint power cultivated by the Taiyuan cloud-piercing technique. It was very strong and had reached the upper limit of the half-saint level. If he cultivated normally, it would take at least half a year or more to reach the upper limit of the half-saint level. But now, after going through one life-and-death battle after another, his body's potential was constantly stimulated, and his cultivation speed would be faster. The upper limit of the half-saint level, his body was filled with vigorous and pure half-saint power, and his strength was further enhanced. With my current strength, I should be able to defeat Jian Lingxiao. Chenzong's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Jian Lingxiao's strength that day was no match for his current strength. Even if Jian Lingxiao was 10%, 20%, or even 30% stronger, he was confident that he could defeat and kill Jian Lingxiao. Of course, if Jian Lingxiao had more tricks up his sleeve, it would be difficult to predict the outcome. But Chenzong was also a little happy that his strength had improved to this extent. He took a step forward and performed the flowing light flying shadow body technique. He directly turned into a light shadow and flew out. His speed was several times faster than before. The faster the speed, the more obvious the increase in strength. Time flew, and more than 20 days had passed. There were only a few days left before the end of the competition. The more time passed, the more intense the competition was, and the more intense the changes in the rankings were. Chenzong was originally ranked 105th. But now his points had increased, and his ranking had dropped. He was ranked 110th. Of course, Chenzong did not know that his ranking had dropped, but the experts and geniuses of the mysterious underworld territory were secretly anxious. Now, Sumubai was the only one in the top 108, and he was ranked 78th. The higher one's ranking was, the harder it was to be pushed down. However, if one encountered a stronger opponent and was killed, he would lose half of his points and fall out of the top 108. On the 28th day, there was another change in the rankings. In the top 108, one name dropped rapidly, while another name rose rapidly. Jian Lingxiao's name had entered the top 108, and he was ranked 93rd. Great. The experts of the mysterious underworld territory were overjoyed. 2 more people had entered the top 108. In fact, to the whole, it was a good thing no matter who entered the top 108. It was a good thing for the mysterious underworld territory's reputation. But in terms of details, the mysterious underworld palace was the happiest and most honored that Sumubai entered the top 108. The Golden Sword Villa was the happiest and most honored that Jian Lingxiao entered the top 108. As for Chenzong, if he entered the top 108, no force would be happy for him. After all, Chenzong was a rogue cultivator. Die. The staff slammed down from the sky, accompanied by a thunderous and powerful momentum. It carried the terrifying weight of a mountain, as if it was going to shatter the ground into countless pieces. Chenzong only felt an extremely shocking pressure falling from the sky, as if it was going to suppress him and crush his muscles, bones, and flesh into powder. It was very strong. Moreover, the intent contained in the staff was extremely shocking, and he felt that he could not dodge it. It was like a landslide, it was like the sky was falling. Chenzong squinted his eyes slightly. Through the mountain-like staff shadow, he stared at the figure behind the staff shadow. He suddenly exerted strength in his right hand, and his muscles bulged as his strength surged out. 90% half-step sword intent, ultimate half-saint energy, kill, extreme heart sword style. The sword trembled slightly and turned into a finger-sized golden sword radiance that pierced through the sky. It was extremely sharp and pierced through everything. It also carried an extremely powerful and terrifying force, shattering the air around the golden sword radiance. It was a sword that originated from the heart and ended in the sword. It was an ultimate sword that was unparalleled and indomitable. A golden radiance pierced through the sky, and the horizon seemed to be within reach as it pierced through in an instant. The ultimate half-saint energy made Chenzong's sword even more powerful. The staff shadow was pierced through by the sword, and the incomparably powerful staff that was as heavy as a mountain also trembled. It was directly pushed away by the terrifying power of the sword, and was slightly deflected. A slight deviation would result in victory, defeat, and death. The pupils of the peerless Sky Pride, who was holding the staff with both hands, shrank like needles. His body trembled subconsciously, and a chill ran up his spine and rushed to his brain. Close, under the realm of heart, Chenzong grasped all of his opponent's reactions. His mastery of the extreme heart sword style had also reached the ultimate level. The sword radiance flashed and disappeared in an instant. The Sky Pride widened his eyes with shock and reluctance. Then, his body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Death. Chenzong gained a large number of points, and his ranking on the list rose again. He entered the top 108 from the 110th place, and then continued to rise. The 100th place. Look, Chenzong has entered the top 108 again, a Sky Pride from the mysterious Nether territory exclaimed. The 99th place, the 98th place, the 97th place. 95th place. This was Chenzong's final ranking after killing his opponent and obtaining half of his opponent's points. There was only 1 day left before the 1-month deadline. On this day, many geniuses were frantically searching for others to kill and obtain points. Chenzong also encountered 2 peerless geniuses in succession. One of them died under Chenzong's sword, causing Chenzong's points to increase further, and his ranking rose to 88th. The other genius was very strong. Chenzong went through an extremely difficult battle, but in the end, he was unable to kill him and let him escape. Time's up. A majestic voice directly resounded through the void and spread in all directions. It was as mighty as the sound of divine thunder at the beginning of the world. At the same time as the voice rang out, a mighty and irresistible force descended from the sky, suppressing everyone's bodies in an instant, causing them to be unable to move at all. Some geniuses who were fighting fiercely suddenly paused, as they had no choice but to move. A few of the heavens' prides who were about to use their killer moves to kill their opponents and steal their points also stopped. The intense light from their killer moves was less than an inch away from their opponents. Just a little bit more and it would be enough to hit and kill their opponents. In the span of a breath, everything came to a standstill, as if time and space in the entire world had been frozen. However, the interesting thing was that everyone's consciousness was clear, and they were clearly aware of their current state at this very moment. It was as if they were ants being dominated by someone else. Their life and death were not in their own hands, and everything was under the control of others. If they wanted to live, they would live, and if they wanted to die, they would die instantly. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. Power, this feeling immediately made everyone thirst for power even more, and Xianxia was no exception. Only with great power could one better control one's own fate, and not be controlled by others. In the blink of an eye, everyone immediately felt an extremely strong and irresistible repulsive force land on their bodies, as if the will of the world itself was repelling them, expelling everyone. In an instant, everyone disappeared from the world of the Xianyuan treasure scroll. Soon after, streaks of light descended from the Xianyuan treasure scroll and turned into figures after landing. They were the 1080 skyprides who had entered the Xianyuan treasure scroll. With a glance, everyone realized that they had left the world of the Xianyuan treasure scroll. 1 month, in the world of the Xianyuan treasure scroll, a month of life and death battles had suddenly appeared here. Everyone was not used to it. However, everyone was extraordinary, and they quickly adapted to it. Their gazes fell on the light screen in midair, and the names on the light screen. The 108 names at the top were also the most eye-catching. All the geniuses were either confident, expectant, or hesitant, trying to see their own names at the top. When he didn't see his name, an indescribable disappointment surged like a tide, swallowing his mind and almost suffocating him. Whether or not his name entered the top 108 meant that he would be able to participate in the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly. How can this be? Some of the geniuses couldn't accept the reality of the situation and mumbled to themselves in a daze. With his strength, how could he not be able to obtain one of the 108 names? However, the points on the light screen were clear as day. There was no mistake about how many points he had. Moreover, the points he had were indeed not qualified to be listed in the top 108, because the points of the top 108 were much higher than his. When Xianxia saw his name, even with his temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. The Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly was held once every 100 years, and it was related to the supreme treasure, the Mystic Yuan Sacred Tower. It was a rare opportunity, and it would be a pity if he missed it. After all, it was held once every 100 years, and 100 years was not a short time for the geniuses. It was enough time for their cultivation to break through to the Saint Realm. However, a Saint Realm cultivator was not qualified to participate in the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly. Of course, a Saint Realm cultivator had the opportunity to enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Tower, but it was very difficult. It was a rare opportunity to enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Tower when one was a half-saint. It meant that one would surpass one's peers and surpass one's seniors. 93 RD place, at the last moment, someone's ranking increased further, causing Xianxia's ranking to drop from 88th to 93rd. However, whether it was 88th or 93rd place, as long as one could enter the top 108 and obtain a spot to enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly, it would be enough. Xianxia also saw some familiar names on the light screen. For example, Feng Yanyan, the top genius of the Mountain Flow Mansion, Fierce Phoenix King, was ranked 58th, Zhao Xingkong's name was ranked 69th, Su Mubai's ranking was slightly higher, at 65th. As for Jian Lingxiao, it was a pity. His name was ranked 109th, and he was only one name away from obtaining a spot to enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly. The ranking did not completely represent one's strength, but when the difference in ranking was huge, it also represented the difference in strength. For example, the peerless geniuses ranked in the top 10 or even the top 30 were definitely stronger than the peerless geniuses ranked 80th, 90th, and 100th. After all, the more powerful one was, the more points one could obtain. However, no matter what, obtaining a spot to enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly was a good thing, as it meant that one was qualified to enter the final competition. As for those who did not obtain a spot, it did not matter whether they were strong or weak. Most of the experts and geniuses from the mystic underworld territory were overjoyed. This time, 2 people from the mystic underworld territory had entered the mystic Yuan sacred assembly. However, the experts from the Mountain Flow Mansion were very unhappy, as only 2 people from the entire Mountain Flow Mansion had entered the mystic Yuan sacred assembly. It was actually not bad to have 2 spots. After all, among the 27 mansions in the 1 capital, 3 paths, and 9 states, many mansions had only 1 person who had obtained a spot. The reason why the experts from the Mountain Flow Mansion were unhappy was that the mystic underworld territory, which they looked down on, had obtained 2 spots. In fact, some mansions did not even obtain a single spot. The experts from the mansions who did not obtain a spot had ugly expressions on their faces. However, the outcome had already been decided, and there was nothing they could do. Chen Zong felt a sharp, violent, and domineering gaze piercing through the void, as though it wanted to pierce through his body. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and when he looked back, he saw 2 sharp, murderous gazes that seemed to want to pierce through him and kill him. It was the genius whose left ear had been shattered by his sword in the mystic Yuan treasure scroll world. That person's left ear had already recovered, and Chen Zong could see the sharp, murderous intent in his eyes. He expected that this person would definitely seek revenge on him, but Chen Zong was not afraid. Congratulations to all the geniuses for obtaining a spot to enter the mystic Yuan sacred assembly, and entering the real mystic Yuan sacred assembly. A majestic voice rang out. It was a little low, but it contained an unparalleled majesty that suppressed the sky, causing the surrounding heaven and earth Yuan Qi to fall silent. It was the king of the mystic Yuan dynasty. The mystic Yuan sacred assembly will begin in 3 days. The king did not say much, but this sentence made everyone excited. The mystic Yuan sacred assembly, all the geniuses started from the prefecture competition, went through the state competition, and went through the cultivation competition just now. All of them had come so far for the mystic Yuan sacred assembly. Even peerless geniuses like Yang Quan, He Yanzi, and Yi Chindao could not help but feel excited. This was because they knew the mysteries of the mystic Yuan sacred tower, and they were eager to enter it. However, even with the ability of the forces behind them, they could not get a spot to enter. They could only rely on their own efforts to participate in the mystic Yuan sacred assembly. The 108 geniuses who had obtained a spot to enter the mystic Yuan sacred assembly were arranged to stay in the Mystic Sky Park. The Mystic Sky Park occupied a vast area, and there were countless houses that were located in clusters. The periphery was enveloped by a large array. Once it was activated, even a half-step Great Saint Realm expert would not be able to break through it in a short period of time. Everyone's safety was greatly guaranteed. One had to know that these 108 geniuses were selected from numerous battles. Perhaps some of them were not necessarily stronger than those who were eliminated, but they were able to obtain a spot because they were outstanding. All in all, when these geniuses grew, they would further enhance the overall strength of the mystic Yuan dynasty and the mystic Yuan world. No matter how strong the protection was, it would not be too much. The death of any one of them would be a great loss. Not only was the Mystic Sky Park protected by a powerful array, but there were also many Mastery Saint Rudiment stage experts secretly guarding it. There were even 2 half-step Great Saint Realm experts personally guarding it. Even if the experts from the Dark Forces made a move, they would not be able to kill any of the peerless geniuses. This was because the Great Saint Realm expert guarding the Mystic Yuan dynasty would make a move in a very short period of time. Chen Zong stayed in one of the palaces. This palace was not big, but it was very stylish and artistic. As soon as Chen Zong stepped into it, his mind was clear, and there were no distracting thoughts. His entire person seemed to be in a profound state, which was somewhat helpful for his comprehension. Moreover, the world's essence here was very rich, which surprised Chen Zong. Compared to the world's essence in the Mystic Yuan treasure scroll world, the world's essence here was at least 50% richer and purer. However, his cultivation had now reached the peak of the half-step Saint Realm. In terms of cultivation realm, unless he broke through to the Saint Realm, he could not improve it. But I can still improve the level of my cultivation technique, Chen Zong thought to himself, his eyes shining brightly. Although his cultivation could not be improved, his cultivation technique could still be improved. Once it was improved, his half-step saint power would become more vigorous and pure, and the explosive power would also be more powerful, which was equivalent to the improvement of his strength. Without hesitation, Qianzong did not waste any time. He immediately sat cross-legged, cleared all distracting thoughts, and quickly cultivated. A large amount of world's essence quickly surged from all directions and poured into Qianzong's body. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. One after another, the 108 sky prides woke up from their cultivation and walked out of the palace. In the sky, strong winds blew endlessly, and the clouds drifted endlessly. The real mystic Yuan sacred assembly was about to begin. The sky pride's eyes shone brightly. They were full of energy, and spirit, showing their astonishing confidence and faith. The mystic Yuan sacred assembly was held in the mystic Yuan dynasty's capital, and it was called the Divine Mystic Palace. Normally, the Divine Mystic Palace would not be opened, and it would only be opened for important occasions. The mystic Yuan sacred assembly, which was held once every 100 years, was naturally not a small matter. It was a grand event of great importance. The Divine Mystic Palace was magnificent and stood alone among the palaces in the capital. It exuded an incomparably mysterious aura that intoxicated the nearby Saint Realm powerhouses. They could feel that the place was filled with traces of Tao intent. They were fluctuating like elves dancing in joy in all directions. They could feel this just by getting close to it. What would happen if they entered it? The group of powerhouses was looking forward to it. The gate of the Divine Mystic Palace was closed. It was green and seemed to have countless rays of brilliance flowing around it. Each ray of brilliance exuded an incomparably ancient and profound aura. Qianzong looked awe-inspiring. He could feel traces of Tao rhymes from the brilliance. The so-called Tao rhymes were a type of Tao intent. The stronger the Tao rhymes, the more beneficial it would be for one's comprehension of Tao intent. The gate alone contained a strong Tao rhyme. What would happen if they entered it? How strong would the Tao rhymes be? For a moment, Qianzong was slightly excited. The other sky prides were the same. The Divine Mystic Palace, it looked like a palace, but it was actually a precious treasure. It was rumored that the ancestor of the mystic Yuan dynasty had brought back a supreme artifact from the void outside the realm. It contained great power. The condensation of Tao rhymes was just a side effect. Of course, just the side effect of the Tao rhymes was enough to shock the group of sky prides and powerhouses. It could be called a cultivation holy land. Open. There seemed to be a mighty sound that reverberated in all directions. The gate in front of everyone trembled slightly. Then, there was a mighty sound as the gate slowly opened inwards. The moment a crack appeared, a gust of wind blew out. The wind blew against Qianzong's face, causing him to shiver. He had an indescribable feeling. It was a wind that contained countless Taoist rhymes. It was a Taoist rhyme wind. All of a sudden, Qianzong seemed to have sensed countless Tao rhymes. Wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, light, darkness. However, it was too brief, so Qianzong could only faintly sense it and didn't have time to comprehend it. Qianzong felt that if he was able to persist for a longer period of time, then perhaps he would be able to comprehend a second type of half-step Tao insight. At that time, his strength would be even stronger. Of Tao intent. Of Tao of heaven of Tao. Of Tao of Tao. Of Tao of Tao's Tao. Of course, while Tao of Tao was important, one's cultivation could not be neglected. Otherwise, if one's cultivation was too low, it would be difficult to unleash one's full potential. A true powerhouse had no shortcomings. At least, there were no obvious shortcomings. Enter. When the gate of the Divine Mystery Palace opened halfway, there seemed to be another mighty sound that reverberated in everyone's souls. Step forward, the group of sky prides stepped into the Divine Mystery Palace. It was dark inside, and nothing could be seen. However, when everyone stepped in, it suddenly lit up. There seemed to be countless green lights that filled all directions. The green lights spun like stars, and there was an indescribable brilliance and magnificence. The rich Tao rhymes almost made people lose themselves. At this point, the 108 sky prides participating in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly were separated from the other powerhouses and sky prides. The 108 sky prides strode forward. Once again, they passed through a gate that flickered like flowing water. The 108 skyprides suddenly appeared in an open space. The open space was circular and very large. However, the light was somewhat dim. It seemed that there was only a ray of light shining down from above. It felt like a patio. Immediately, the light that shone down from above became more intense. However, it was not dazzling at all. Instead, it lit up the entire area. Rays of light flickered and condensed in the air, turning into lotus platforms. Each lotus platform was the same size and color. They all had 12 petals. There were a total of 108 lotus platforms, corresponding to the 108 skyprides. In an instant, the 108 skyprides were enlightened. They leaped up and flew straight up, landing on the lotus platforms. The 108 lotus platforms were all filled in an instant. They naturally floated in all directions, leaving the most central open space. Immediately, countless rays of light circulated and condensed in the central open space. A huge 36-petal lotus platform that was 1,000 meters in diameter appeared. When the huge 12-petal lotus platform appeared, there seemed to be Tao rhymes in the air. The rules of the Xianyuan sacred battle. Everyone will have to fight to the death with the others. A mighty voice suddenly rang out. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It sounded very simple and easy to understand. It meant that one would have to fight against 107 other skyprides. Moreover, it was not an ordinary battle. It was a battle to the death. Just thinking about it made one realize how cruel it was. 107 battles to the death. It was not just a matter of strength. One also needed to have a strong will and determination. Otherwise, it would be difficult to endure. If it were any other skyprides, they would definitely not be able to endure more than 100 battles to the death in a short period of time. This was also a kind of training. It was also a way to develop one's own potential. The Xianyuan sacred battle will determine your ranking on the Xianyuan Little Saint ranking. The higher your ranking, the longer you can cultivate in the Xianyuan sacred tower, the mighty voice said again. 108th place, you can cultivate in the Xianyuan sacred tower for 2 hours. 107th place, you can cultivate in the Xianyuan sacred tower for 4 hours. And so on. First place, you can cultivate in the Xianyuan sacred tower for 108 hours. Chen Zong's understanding of the Xianyuan sacred tower was superficial. Therefore, he did not know how amazing it was to be able to cultivate in the sacred tower for 108 hours. However, those skyprides who knew about the Xianyuan sacred tower were all excited. Even if they could not get first place, as long as they could get into the top 10, they could cultivate for close to 100 or even 100 hours. How amazing was that, even if they could only get into the top 20 or 30, they could still cultivate for 80 to 90 hours. For a moment, everyone was excited. If you win, you will get 2 victory points. If you draw, you will get 1 victory point. If you lose, you will get no victory points. The Xianyuan sacred battle is a battle to the death. You will be chosen randomly. As soon as the voice finished speaking, the lotus seats suddenly shone with light. About 10 breaths later, 2 of the lotus seats shone brightly while the rest of the lotus seats dimmed. In the next moment, the 2 figures on the 2 lotus seats flashed out of thin air and disappeared from the lotus seats. However, they reappeared in the center of the huge lotus seat below, facing each other from a few hundred meters away. Clearly, the 2 of them had not fully reacted. They were still a little confused. After quickly looking around, they finally understood their situation. Duel, they had been chosen as the 2 sides for the first duel. Their eyes suddenly became sharp as they gathered their strength in an instant. One of them was a skypride from the Xianyuan ancient path, while the other was a skypride from the Mingyuan path. Their eyes focused as they stared at each other with incomparable sharpness. Traces of killing intent bloomed in their eyes. This was a duel of life and death. There was a mysterious power here that could make people die, but they would not really die. Therefore, they could go all out and use all their strength without restraint to kill their opponent. Killing their opponent would give them 2 victory points. The more victory points they had, the higher their ranking. If they did not lose, they would definitely get first place in the end. The 2 of them gradually sped up and moved quickly. They gradually closed in on each other and launched probing attacks. First, they probed to see how strong each other was before making a counterattack. After a few rounds of probing, the two of them seemed to have found out something and immediately unleashed their true strength. Boom! When the two of them collided, an extremely terrifying and violent force blasted out in all directions. It was like a rolling wave that was extremely tyrannical. An extremely shocking might spread out in all directions, directly bombarding the 36 lotus leaves on the huge lotus platform. It was like a raging wave crashing against the shore, but it was all blocked, unable to shake the lotus leaves in the slightest. Instead, it shattered on its own, gradually reverberating within the lotus platform, transforming into gusts of wild wind that blew and whistled. Die. The skypride from the Xianxia ancient path was a body cultivator. His physique was extremely strong. Half of his mixed heavenly power surged into his right arm. His muscles swelled and his tendons protruded like pythons and dragons. A terrifying blood chi filled the air and rushed out, causing his arm to turn red like a soldering iron and emit an extremely high temperature. He punched out. Vaguely, there seemed to be an ancient beast roaring in the sky that wanted to destroy everything. You're the one who's going to die. The peerless skypride from the Mingyuan Dao path had a cold look on his face. His body stirred up a storm that was filled with an extremely terrifying aura. It roared out and destroyed everything. Once they collided, an even more terrifying force burst out and surged crazily. Once, twice, thrice, every time they collided, there would be a shocking shockwave that crashed onto the lotus leaves and shattered, turning into a turbulent flow and then into a mighty gale. The wind whistled and raged endlessly. The Tao that the peerless skypride from the Mingyuan Dao path had comprehended and grasped was a half-step wind Tao will. At this moment, on the lotus seat where the wind was raging endlessly, it was perfect for him to use it. With a kick, the gale was drawn and blasted out together. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, every kick was a strike. The speed was getting faster and faster, and the power was also getting stronger and more terrifying. The peerless skypride from the Xianxia ancient path had an extremely solemn expression. His blood chi seemed to be burning as the shadow of an ancient beast appeared behind him. It was his chi spirit. He unleashed his full strength and continuously resisted the opponent's attacks while slowly retreating. Die, die, die. The peerless skypride from the Mingyuan Dao path roared 3 times in a row and blasted out 3 kicks in an instant. The 3 kicks condensed into 1 kick. Amidst the raging gale, one could vaguely see traces of electric arcs jumping. Boom! Boom! The peerless heavens chosen one of the Mingyuan Dao sect's leg was like a lightning dragon drilling through the air. It landed heavily on the chest of the heavens chosen one of the Xiangu Dao sects 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 chosen one of the Xiangu Dao sect's strongest victory, 2 victory points. The candidates for the second battle were also chosen in a short span of 10 breaths. This time, everyone was mentally prepared. Therefore, the 2 prodigies who were chosen to appear on the gigantic 36-petaled lotus platform reacted instantly. They gathered their strength and engulfed their bodies. An astonishing aura also spread out. Boom, boom. Boom, the terrifying aura collided and turned into an astonishing storm that raged in all directions. They had not yet made a move, but they were already exchanging blows. Immediately, the 2 of them attacked and engaged in a fierce battle. Chen Zong stared at the 2 of them in the battle, trying to see each of their moves as clearly as possible. His mind was working at lightning speed. He put himself in their shoes and imagined fighting against each other, dismantling each other's moves, counterattacking, and even defeating each other. This was no doubt a heavy burden on his mind. Fortunately, Chen Zong's mind was strong enough to withstand it. In fact, Chen Zong was not the only one who did this. The other prodigies were doing the same. Fighting with strong opponents was a way to hone oneself. Watching the strong fight was also an indirect way to hone oneself and further strengthen oneself. There were 108 people here, all of whom were peerless prodigies. Perhaps there was a difference in strength, but they all had their own strengths and were worth watching. Of course, for those extremely strong prodigies, the current battle was not enough to arouse their interest. Everyone had their own way of cultivation, and Shenzong's way was to constantly observe and experience, so as to accumulate, consolidate, sharpen, and improve. This battle lasted for half an hour, and the winner was decided immediately. Immediately, the third battle began. One battle after another went on. There was no time to rest at all. The people who were killed would disappear on the gigantic 36-petaled lotus platform and appear on their own 12-petaled lotus platform. Other than experiencing the feeling of death, they would not suffer any other losses. In the 12th battle, the lights kept flashing. Shenzong's lotus platform shone brightly. Shenzong knew that he had been chosen. However, he did not know who his opponent was. Of course, it didn't matter which of the 107 peerless geniuses his opponent was, because Shenzong would have to fight the other 107 people to the death. Of course, if they could win the first round, it would undoubtedly cultivate a trace of sharpness, which would more or less be of help to the following battles. However, it wasn't absolute. Shenzong's figure flashed and disappeared from the 12-petal lotus platform. He reappeared on the 36-petal giant lotus platform. Another figure appeared several hundred meters away from him. The figure had his eyes closed, as if he was enjoying something. However, there was a faintly discernible fluctuation of aura emanating from his body. The fluctuation of aura immediately made Shenzong's hair stand on end. It was terrifying. Shenzong's heart skipped a beat. Subconsciously, he gathered all his strength to protect himself. In an instant, that person opened his eyes and a cold light shot out like a shooting star. It pierced through the air and shot towards Shenzong, causing Shenzong's pupils to shrink to the size of needles in an instant. He was instantly horrified. A trace of blood bloomed in the depths of the figure's eyes, which seemed to be magnified in front of Shenzong's eyes. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was coming at him. Immediately, the figure's lips curled into a sinister smile. "As my first opponent, it's your misfortune." The cold and evil voice sounded. In an instant, the terrifying aura swept over like a hurricane, making Shenzong's hair stand on end. He was chosen as Li Han's first opponent. This person's luck is really bad. In the periphery, a group of experts could see. Those who were familiar with Li Han shook their heads and laughed. That's true. Li Han is the number 2 genius of the Li family in the capital city. In the capital city, the surname Chu was the most respected. It was the royal surname of the Xianxia dynasty. However, in the capital city, or in the entire Xianxia dynasty, there were 2 other clans besides the Chu family with the surname Wang. They were the Li family and the Zhong family. With the Chu family as the leader, the Li family and the Zhong family were slightly behind them. They were the 3 most powerful forces in the capital city, and the other forces could not be compared to them. The 3 clans had been passed down for countless years, and they had been passed down from the same era. The ancestors of the Li family and the Zhong family had once assisted the ancestor of the Chu family to establish the Xianxia dynasty. In the Xianxia dynasty, the Li family and the Zhong family's status could be said to be second only to the Chu family. As the number 2 genius of the Li family, Li Han was extremely talented and powerful. In the previous Xianxia treasure scroll world, he was ranked in the top 10. This was a strong opponent, a very powerful one. Make your move. Let's see how far you can go. Li Han exuded a terrifying aura, but did not make the first move. Instead, he spoke in a cold tone, with a hint of arrogance. This kind of contempt did not make Shenzong angry. Instead, it made him solemn. Shenzong stared at his opponent. For a moment, he did not know where to start, because he felt that his opponent was full of flaws. There were flaws everywhere. There were only 2 situations. First, his opponent was very weak, and the gap between them was too big. Therefore, he seemed to be full of flaws. Second, his opponent was very strong, even stronger than himself. Therefore, although he seemed to be full of flaws, in fact, he deliberately revealed them to lure his opponent. If he attacked when those were the real flaws, he would definitely suffer a strong counterattack. This person was obviously the latter. Suddenly, a trace of fighting spirit spread out from the deepest part of Chen Zong's heart. To be able to have a life-and-death battle with such a strong opponent, and not have to worry about real death, he could fight without any scruples. Even if he was defeated and killed in the end, he would have no regrets. After all, this was a very rare experience. What could stimulate one's potential more than a true life-and-death battle? As his thoughts raced, Chen Zong's eyes became brighter and sharper. His aura spread out, like a sharp sword unsheathed, and vaguely, it seemed to tear the entire lotus platform apart. Interesting. Li Han was slightly surprised. He did not expect that his opponent would not show the slightest fear under his aura. Instead, he condensed such a shockingly sharp aura. Immediately, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. However, he still did not take Chen Zong seriously. The 13th level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was fully activated. In 3 days, Chen Zong successfully raised the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique from the 12th level to the 13th level with the help of the pure and boundless qi of heaven and earth in the Xianxia garden. The increase in the level of the cultivation technique caused Chen Zong's high-level half-saint power to become more vigorous and pure, causing his strength to increase by a lot. Full force, half-step heart sword Dao intent of 90%, celestial crystal dominating body of lesser mastery, greater mastery of flowing light shadow. In an instant, Chen Zong turned into a ray of flowing light and approached Li Han. Li Han did not seem to notice and did not move at all. He just stared at Chen Zong, who appeared in front of him, with a faintly discernible smile on the corners of his mouth. The light in Chen Zong's eyes was extremely sharp. The moment he approached Li Han, his right hand clasped the sword hilt and pulled out the gilded heavy mountain sword like a knife cutting water. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword attack burst out. Horizontal slash. Even though it was not the extreme heart sword style, it was still a very powerful sword attack. The sword light was extremely fierce and unparalleled. It was as if a mountain would be directly cut into pieces under the sword. However, in that instant, the sword slashed through the air and missed. Li Han, who was full of openings, seemed to have disappeared in an instant. He did not really disappear, but Li Han's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he took a step back and cleverly avoided Chen Zong's horizontal slash. He took a step forward and the second slash followed. Third slash, fourth slash, fifth slash, the gilded mountainous sword seemed as if it didn't have the slightest bit of weight as it ceaselessly slashed out. Every single sword strike contained Chen Zong's entire strength, and every single sword strike was extremely formidable and ferocious, causing an extremely terrifying storm of swords to arise, and it caused the hearts of everyone to tremble. You have some strength. Not enough. You are still not Li Han's opponent. Although Chen Zong's attack was very shocking, he could not hit Li Han. Li Han's body movement and footwork seemed simple, but in fact, it was very mysterious. Every step seemed to be in accordance with some kind of mystery. He very cleverly avoided Chen Zong's big sword attack. As Chen Zong attacked with his sword, he also paid attention to Li Han's footwork. Looking at it, he suddenly felt a little dizzy. It was difficult to describe the mystery. Slash, 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 Chen Zong knew that if he could see through the mystery of his opponent's footwork, he might be able to hit his opponent. With his super strong soul, his amazing comprehension ability was fully activated. As he attacked with his sword, he comprehended at the same time. The others did not know, not even Li Han himself. In fact, Li Han did not take Chen Zong seriously. There were only a few people who could be regarded as opponents by him. The others were not in his eyes at all. Now, Li Han had a playful attitude. He was playing with Chen Zong. This was also Li Han's usual style. Little did he know that his play gave Chen Zong a very good opportunity. To fully display his strength and observe the mystery of his opponent's footwork, he used this to improve himself. No one knew how terrifying Chen Zong's comprehension ability was. After about 30 slashes, Chen Zong's sword paused slightly. The light in his eyes was completely restrained. A trace of indescribable mysterious aura spread out. Heart domain, extreme heart swordsmanship. It started from the heart and stopped at the sword. As he attacked with his sword, the sword light condensed into a beam. It pierced through the sky like a finger. The speed of the sword reached the extreme, but it also seemed to break through the limit. The moment the sword stabbed out, it had already appeared in front of Li Han, directly between his eyebrows. If this sword pierced through, it would be enough to smash Li Han's head into powder. He would die very miserably. In an instant, Li Han's heart trembled. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. He only felt a great sense of horror. It was as if he saw the hand of death reaching out from hell and grabbing his soul. It was as if it wanted to capture him and drag him into hell, sinking him into eternal oblivion. It was hard to imagine that his opponent could actually perform a sword attack that frightened him. Extreme heart swordsmanship, it was a sword attack with all his strength, and it was a sword attack that seized the opportunity for an instant, but it didn't work. This made Qianzong feel a little regretful. After all, he had used dozens of sword attacks to paralyze his opponent, to pave the way for the final extreme heart swordsmanship. For a strong opponent like Li Han, the extreme heart swordsmanship wouldn't work at all when he used it at the beginning. Instead, it would let his opponent see through it and be more vigilant. Although the sword attack didn't work, it made Li Han feel a chill in his heart, and he was scared. Almost, just a little bit, he would have been hit by that sword. Even with his strength, if he was hit, only death would await him. If he was defeated by those who he regarded as strong opponents, Li Han could accept it. But if he was defeated by someone who was weaker than him because of his slight contempt, he couldn't accept it. It was a disgrace. This feeling made Li Han angry. His eyes became colder and colder, and his face was gloomy. Traces of killing intent lingered, and his breath became more and more terrifying, making Qianzong feel cold all over for no reason. "You have successfully angered me." Li Han's voice was like a cold wind from the extreme north, freezing everything and shocking the world. The moment Qianzong's pupils contracted unconsciously, a shocking chill came. The chill grew from his spine and rushed to his brain. In front of him was a flash of bright sword light. Fast, too fast, it was so fast that he was unprepared, and the sword had already attacked. How did he attack? He didn't know, because he couldn't see it clearly at all. This saber strike that was filled with anger contained Li Han's full strength, all for the sake of killing Qianzong. His hair stood on end. Qianzong could only rely on the subconscious that was tempered by countless life and death situations to explode. He quickly retreated and blocked with his sword. Qianzong blocked the blade by a hair's breadth, but the extremely terrifying cold chi flowed along the blade of the sword. It was as if it had frozen his arms and body, causing Qianzong's arms and body to go numb. His reaction also slowed down a bit in that instant. Even though he quickly operated the ancient flame refining technique to dispel the chill, it was too late. The second sword attack had already arrived. Too fast. Qianzong's consciousness had just sensed it, but his body slowed down a little because of the chill of the previous saber strike. His vision suddenly turned black. Die, he was killed by Li Han with a single slash. Ant. Sheathing his saber, Li Han stared at the body that had been cut in half and laughed disdainfully. In the next breath, Qianzong appeared on the original 12-petal lotus platform. There was still a trace of fear on his face, and it took him a few breaths to recover his calm. But it was only on the surface, and it was difficult for him to calm down in his heart. Death, this kind of feeling of death was really unbearable. In an instant, he fell into darkness. He couldn't hear, see, or feel anything. It was as if he had fallen into eternal darkness. How terrifying! That kind of dark terror of death was like a virus that corroded one's mind. Fortunately, Qianzong was also a person who had experienced a real death and reincarnated into the Lingwu holy world. Therefore, he really calmed down very quickly. If it were other people who didn't have such an experience, it was inevitable that they would find it difficult to calm down for a period of time. Li Han appeared on another lotus platform. His sharp and cold eyes stared at Qianzong as if he wanted to penetrate Qianzong's body. It was as if he wanted to kill Qianzong a second time to vent his hatred. Qianzong didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he calmed down and started to reflect. No matter what Li Han's personality was like, his strength was undeniably strong. That mysterious footwork avoided dozens of slashes from his sword. The last two slashes were not only extremely fast, but also extremely powerful. All of this was worth reflecting on. The next battle continued, but Qianzong didn't watch. He was immersed in his own reflection. The mysterious footwork, the ultimate saber technique, and the darkness of death and the light of rebirth. It was a cycle of life and death. Between life and death was a great terror, but also a great opportunity. Whether one could grasp it or not depended on the person. Chen Zong felt that he seemed to be able to grasp it. After losing a battle, Chen Zong didn't gain any victory points. Therefore, he had no chance of getting first place. However, Chen Zong didn't feel regretful. With his current strength, it was indeed difficult to get first place. Then, he just had to do his best to get the final place. In short, in this cruel battle, he still had the hope of continuing to improve and go further. Battle after battle, some won and some lost. Chen Zong didn't watch the battle. He was still immersed in his own reflection. This battle had brought him great benefits. After he finished his reflection, Chen Zong felt that the half-step sword intent seemed to show signs of improvement. 90% to 100%, this would be an even greater improvement, at least 50%. Chen Zong secretly estimated. It was expected that many of these exceptional geniuses had comprehended the half-step Dao intent to 100%. Some of them might even have mastered more than one half-step Dao intent. That was why their strength was so strong. Otherwise, although there was a gap in their cultivation, they wouldn't be able to easily kill each other with their cultivation at the peak of the half-saint level. It would only be so when the gap in all aspects was combined. After comprehending to the extreme, the half-step sword intent was still at 90%. It wouldn't be easy to break through, so Chen Zong wasn't in a hurry. The battle of life and death continued. Some won, some lost, and some tied. Sumu Bai, who came from the mysterious underworld territory with Chen Zong, defeated his opponent and gained 2 victory points. Chen Zong also knew that he would eventually have to fight with Sumu Bai. It was just a matter of time. Soon, all 108 geniuses had made their moves. The first round was over. After the first round ended, the second round didn't start immediately. Instead, they were given 15 minutes. At the end of the day, the Xianyuan sacred battle was to determine the final ranking, but it was also to further stimulate everyone's potential and bring them to the peak of the half-saint level. Therefore, it was necessary to give everyone some time to relax after a round of battle of life and death. After a while, the second round began. In the 8th round, Chen Zong was chosen again. His opponent was someone he didn't know, but he was also an exceptional genius from the capital. Many of the 108 geniuses who had entered the Xianyuan sacred battle were from the capital. Almost all of them belonged to the royal Chu clan, the Li clan, and the Zhong clan. The person in front of Chen Zong was dressed in a white jade robe with a white jade pendant hanging from his waist. He had an extraordinary temperament. When he opened his eyes, a sharp cold light shot out. "You were first defeated by Li Han, and now you're going to be defeated by me, Zhong Feihong. I really can't bear it." The person pretended to sigh softly. He shook his head as if he really felt sorry, but there wasn't any pity in his eyes. Instead, there was a trace of coldness. "Don't boast too early." Chen Zong smiled slightly. This person was a disciple of the Zhong clan, an exceptional genius from the Zhong clan. He was indeed powerful, but the threat he brought to Chen Zong was not as great as that of Li Han. "Shameless boasting. I'll let you wake up." Zhong Feihong smiled coldly and slapped out. They were hundreds of meters apart, but the slap swept out like a storm, mercilessly slapping toward Chen Zong's face. If he was hit by the slap, it would be more humiliating than being defeated. Chen Zong naturally wouldn't be hit by the slap. His figure flashed, and he calmly avoided the slap. Immediately, he rushed forward and flew away as fast as a flowing light. He was approaching. Zhong Feihong's eyes flashed. He didn't expect his slap to hit Chen Zong. With a wave of his right hand, a dazzling jade-white sword light suddenly shot out from the scabbard. The sword chi surged and turned into a cloud that was vast and mighty, but also like a meteor breaking through the sky. It blasted forward and stabbed toward Chen Zong without mercy. This was a battle of life and death. Whoever showed mercy would die. Even though one would be reborn after death, and it wasn't a real death, the experience was the same as a real death. Who would be willing to suffer so many deaths and feel the horror of falling into eternal darkness? Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. Light condensed in his eyes as if he could see through everything. He unsheathed his sword and released a terrifying power that instantly blasted toward Zhong Feihong. The power of the 13th level of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering technique was extraordinary, and so was the power of the 90% half-step sword intent. The sword light collided, and both sides shook before shattering. Zhong Feihong's sword followed the trajectory and attacked. The sword light was like a starry sky, and the tip of the sword trembled. Every sword strike was so sharp that it seemed to be able to shatter everything. It enveloped every part of Chen Zong's body, as if it was everywhere. Heart domain, Chen Zong immediately grasped the trajectory of all the sword light and saw it clearly. He moved his feet and dodged one sword after another. Suddenly, Li Han's eyes narrowed and emitted a cold light. Because in those steps, there was a trace of the mystery of his own footwork. It seemed to be the same but wasn't. Was it a coincidence, or did he comprehend it in the battle just now? Li Han believed it was the former, but he still felt unhappy. Boundless blood sea, with a sword, the blood light spread like wild waves, surging and surging in all directions. Immediately, it counterattacked and drowned Zhong Feihong. Zhong Feihong's sword suddenly emitted an incomparable light. Balls of rolling light bloomed like a cluster of flowers, enveloping all directions and forcibly pushing the blood-colored waves away. Countless jade-white sword light converged into a majestic ray. It pierced through the blood sea like a heavenly light and blasted toward Chen Zong with unparalleled power. Extreme heart sword style. In an instant, Chen Zong also displayed his strongest sword style. The golden sword light was small. Compared to the majestic jade-white sword light, it was like a puppy compared to an elephant. However, it was an extremely terrifying puppy that could bite a ferocious beast to death. In an instant, the golden sword light pierced through the jade-white sword light and attacked with irresistible force. Zhong Feihong was shocked and hurriedly dodged to the side. A few strands of his hair were cut and turned into powder. The terrifying sword momentum roared in his ears. His whole head buzzed as if it was hit by a huge force. He felt a little dizzy. The momentum of the 150 kilograms giant sword was too terrifying. It gave people a feeling that they would die if they touched it and be injured if they brushed against it. This was a rare opportunity. Chen Zong attacked again with the extreme heart sword style. Zhong Feihong's strength was obviously not as good as Li Han's. Under the dizzy state, although he instantly woke up and reacted, he was still a little slower. This little bit was enough to determine the outcome and reverse life and death. Boom! Chen Zong won, 2 victory points. It wasn't that Chen Zong was too strong, but that his opponents weren't strong enough. If it was an opponent like Li Han, Chen Zong knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, Chen Zong still gained something from the battle with Zhong Feihong. After returning to the lotus platform, he continued to meditate and improve himself further. Now that his strength had increased to such a level, unless he made a breakthrough, it would not be easy for him to improve himself further. Every little bit of improvement was like taking a step further from the top of a pole. It was extremely difficult and required a lot of mental and physical effort. However, it was all worth it. The more perfect his foundation was, the more benefits he would get after breaking through. The battles continued without rest. Every battle was a battle of life and death. None of the geniuses showed any mercy when they attacked. Sumubai defeated another opponent and obtained 2 victory points. He had accumulated 4 victory points. However, this was only the beginning of the Xianyuan sacred battle. There were still many battles to come. Only by winning all of them would one be able to get first place. Through these 2 battles, everyone could clearly see who was the stronger one. Just like what Chen Zong knew, Yang Quan, He Yanzai, Yichen Dao and Feng Yanyan, the strength of these 4 people was truly terrifying. They easily defeated their opponents and played it down. Obviously, they did not display much strength. In addition, there were some who were also terrifyingly strong. For example, Chu Zhongyang. Chen Zong didn't know much about him, but he could hear from others that Chu Zhongyang was the #1 genius of the royal Chu clan. No one could compare to him. He was also known as the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Xianyuan dynasty. #1 genius of the younger generation, what a shocking title. It was a supreme honor. However, at the same time, one had to bear the weight of it. If one didn't have the ability to call himself the number one genius of the younger generation, not only would it not bring any benefits, but it would also burden him. Not only was Chu Zhongyang not burdened, he was even better because he had enough strength and ability to bear the title. Of course, there were also many people who weren't convinced. For example, those peerless geniuses wanted to defeat Chu Zhongyang personally and take the title. The Xianyuan sacred battle was a life and death battle. It was an excellent opportunity. Whether it was the strength of Yang Quan and the others, or the strength of Chu Zhongyang and the other peerless geniuses, all of them made Chenzong wary. They were strong, too strong. He was no match for them now. Soon, Chenzong's third battle began. His opponent was from Mingyuan Dao. This opponent was not weak, but he was no match for Chenzong. After a fierce battle, Chenzong pierced through his body with the extreme heart swordsmanship, blowing up half of his body and killing him instantly. Chenzong won. His winning points were 4. The 4th round, the 5th round, the 6th round, in these 3 matches, Chenzong won 2 and lost 1. The reason he lost the match was not because Chenzong was weak, but because his opponent was too strong. It was Zhong Tianlin, the second genius of the Zhong clan. His strength was not inferior to Li Han's. Moreover, his character was different from Li Han's. He did not give Chenzong any chance and directly used his killing move. Chenzong tried his best to fight, but he was defeated after only a few moves, but he also gained something. Breakthrough. On the 12-petal lotus platform, Chenzong's eyes flashed. He shouted in a low voice that only he could hear. His heart domain spread out and covered an 8-meter radius, isolating all his aura. The battle on the 36-petal giant lotus platform became more and more fierce, attracting everyone's attention. No one paid attention to Chenzong at this moment. In his mind, countless sword lights were flying in all directions and surging in the sky. Every sword light was astonishingly sharp, as if it could tear the world apart. Supreme will condensation, countless insights emerged. Half-step sword intent. Breakthrough. After many life and death battles, 2 reincarnations of life and death, and many battles that brought out his potential, the half-step sword intent finally ushered in a breakthrough. 90% to 100%. Chenzong only felt that the half-step sword intent was constantly condensing and becoming sharper, like a sword embryo being sharpened. If the half-step sword intent at 90% and below were described as a rough embryo, then the half-step sword intent at 100% was a forged sword being sharpened. A rough embryo and a forged sword were 2 completely different levels. When the half-step sword intent broke through to 100%, countless mysteries emerged one after another, making Chenzong forget himself and completely immerse himself in comprehending. Under the cover of the heart domain, Chenzong's breakthrough did not leak out any aura. Of course, there were still experts who noticed it, but only a few. This boy is really extraordinary. One of the few experts who noticed Chenzong's change nodded secretly. Indeed, he has great potential and is worth cultivating. If he could have been born in the capital, his strength would be even higher now. These top experts all gave Chenzong great affirmation. The battle was still going on, and Chenzong was also immersed in the mystery of the half-step sword intent. 50%. After the half-step sword intent broke through from 90% to 100%, the increase was indeed 50%, but it was not as simple as 50%. The 50% increase was just a basic increase. In addition, the sharpness was further improved, just like the sharpening of the sword embryo. Under such superposition, the increase was more than 50%. In addition, there was a third point. The half-step sword intent was the half-step heart sword principle intent, which was closely related to one's mind. 100% meant perfection. Perfection, it meant completeness. It was more compatible with one's mind, as if there were no flaws. This kind of improvement was not something that could be described with a simple 50% increase. Chenzong was looking forward to the next battle. He hoped that the next opponent would be strong enough, so that he could test the power of the half-step sword intent. This was the perfection of the half-step sword intent. Chenzong was not in a hurry as his battle had not come yet. He continued to watch the battle, imagining himself fighting fiercely with the 2 peerless geniuses on the giant lotus platform. He wanted to hone himself and the application of the half-step sword intent in this way. As the battle went on one after another, finally, it was Qinzong's turn again. Qinzong was a little surprised by his opponent this time. Zhao Xingkong was the second strongest genius in the Mountain Flow Mansion. He had once fought with Su Mubai and was defeated by Su Mubai. There was no doubt that his strength was very strong. When Qinzong first arrived at the Mountain Flow Mansion, he felt a lot of pressure when he saw Zhao Xingkong. He knew that he was no match for Zhao Xingkong. However, with each battle, his strength had unknowingly improved. Compared to when he first arrived at the Mountain Flow Mansion, his current strength had improved a lot. Facing Zhao Xingkong, Qinzong was not afraid at all, because at this moment, he might be able to defeat Zhao Xingkong. "It's your misfortune to have met me." Zhao Xingkong was slightly surprised, but then he sneered. The people from the mysterious Nether territory came to the Mountain Flow Mansion to participate in the prefecture competition and took the quota that originally belonged to the Mountain Flow Mansion. This made Zhao Xingkong very unhappy, and Su Mubai, who had defeated him before, was among them. At the prefecture competition, he had declared that the people from the mysterious Nether territory would not get more than 3 quotas. In the end, he was slapped in the face. After that, Qinzong also got a quota in the prefecture competition. All in all, one thing after another piled up, making Zhao Xingkong increasingly unhappy. Now that he was facing off against Qinzong, the anger in his heart burst out immediately. "Maybe it's your misfortune," Qinzong said with a smile. "Then let's see." Zhao Xingkong sneered, and his eyes became even colder. His shoulders shook slightly, as if he was walking in the void. He looked slow, but in fact, he was extremely fast. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of meters and silently approached Qinzong. He flicked his finger, piercing through the air, and pointed at Qinzong's glabella. As soon as he made his move, Qinzong felt that Zhao Xingkong was extraordinary. This was different from the feeling of watching a battle. Even if he simulated it, he could not completely simulate it. This finger was very mysterious. Silently, it seemed to penetrate through the void gap. It was as light and sharp as a sword, as fierce and overbearing as a spear. It was unique and mysterious. If it was Qinzong in the past, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. But now, Qinzong instantly grasped its trajectory and a trace of its mystery. Dodge, counterattack. The power of the Gilded Mountain Sword was so powerful that it made Zhao Xingkong's heart tremble unconsciously. He had a feeling that he was going to be smashed into pieces. It was very terrifying. Void Finger. First, Zhao Xingkong's figure flashed and avoided Qinzong's sword. At the same time, he looked cold and solemn, and shouted in a low voice. His heavy voice echoed in the void. Immediately, he pointed his finger, which was shining with a light of nothingness. This finger pierced through the void and seemed to merge into the void. It was silent, and even the fluctuation of its aura was completely restrained. Qinzong could not detect or capture its trajectory. Realm of Heart. The 8-meter Realm of Heart was released, covering all directions. Immediately, Qinzong captured the trajectory of his opponent's finger. It was just that the trajectory was a little light. The void finger that Zhao Xingkong cultivated was an incomplete superior Saint-class martial technique. It was very unfathomable. This finger was also the first move of the void finger. Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Finger. Qinzong did not use his sword this time. Instead, he raised his left hand and pointed. Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Finger. This was a superior Saint-class martial technique that went with the Taiyuan Cloud Scraping skill. Qinzong also spent some time and energy on it, but it was not his main cultivation. However, because of the memory of Lord Taiyuan, the difficulty of cultivating the Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Finger was not very high. At least, it was much easier than the blood drop swordsmanship. The breakthrough of the half-step sword essence had led to the improvement of all aspects. Unexpectedly, the Taiyuan Cloud Scraping Finger also had a breakthrough and was close to the profound realm. Its power was even more powerful. "How dare you use a finger technique?" Zhao Xingkong's face darkened. He felt humiliated. Qinzong practiced swordsmanship. This was completely obvious. There was no doubt about it. However, at this moment, he used a finger technique to deal with him. Obviously, he did not take him seriously. How could Zhao Xingkong not be angry, In anger, Zhao Xingkong directly changed the first move of the void finger into the second move. In an instant, the trajectory became erratic, as if it had escaped from Chen Zong's grasp. It seemed to be coming from the front, but it also seemed to be coming from the side. It became more and more terrifying. Chen Zong looked dignified. He still pointed his finger. Under that finger, there seemed to be a sea of clouds following. The vortex flowed backward, the wind rose, and the clouds moved. The momentum was vast and fierce, pushing the power of the Taiyuan cloud-scraping finger to the extreme. This finger seemed to come from the sky, carrying the vastness of the sky and the majesty of the clouds. Its power was extremely shocking. It did not hold back at all. Boom, it sounded like a thunderclap. The two fingers collided and paused for a moment. Then, a terrifying power burst out. The power shook all directions. Circles of ripples spread out continuously as if they were going to shatter the void. Chen Zong only felt an indescribable power penetrating his finger strength and trying to destroy his fingers. Fortunately, Chen Zong sensed it in an instant. He immediately released a vigorous and overbearing power to resist it. Then, he quickly pointed his finger and the sword in his right hand blasted out. Zhao Xingkong was shocked as if he was going to be smashed by the sword. He quickly retreated. His body seemed to disappear into the void. It was faintly discernible and extremely light. Zhao Xingkong paused and performed the void finger to the extreme. The third move, he pointed out a finger. There was no finger strength, but Chen Zong was terrified. The terrifying power of that finger shuttled through the void. Under the heart domain, Chen Zong was shocked to find that he could not really capture the trajectory of that finger. It was mysterious and unpredictable. If not for his heart domain enveloping the area, allowing him to grasp the vague fluctuations, he would have been struck. Avoiding Zhao Xingkong's finger, Chen Zong's figure kept changing. He performed the illusory net 9 changes to the extreme. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The 4 figures approached Zhao Xingkong from 4 directions. 4 sword lights blasted out as if they were shattering the void. The shocking sword pressure pressed down, making Zhao Xingkong feel suffocated. His face became more and more dignified. There was a trace of cold light in the depths of his eyes. It seemed to be rotating like a vortex, swallowing everything. The void finger, the 4th move, this move was the strongest move that Zhao Xingkong had mastered so far. As he pointed out his finger, the finger seemed to be unable to withstand the overly powerful force and trembled slightly. Traces of faintly discernible aura lingered around it, causing the finger to become increasingly transparent, as though it was truly about to merge into the void. Chen Zong suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He felt that there was a terrifying finger strength shooting out from all directions. It was as if his body was going to be riddled with holes. Under the perception of the heart domain, there was a series of invisible finger strength around him. Every finger strength was as sharp as a sword and as domineering as a spear. It was so powerful that it could easily penetrate his body and render all his defenses useless. In the face of danger, Chen Zong's illusory net 9 changes had a breakthrough again. 5 figures appeared instantly. 4 of them were penetrated and turned into nothingness. The last one was Chen Zong's real body, which avoided Zhao Xingkong's finger. If it was not for the breakthrough of the illusory net 9 changes, Chen Zong would not be able to avoid Zhao Xingkong's finger. Extreme Heart Sword Technique, a sword pierced through the air. The golden sword light was extremely condensed. This move was made with the 90% half-step sword essence. Zhao Xingkong had already seen Chen Zong's move. The moment Chen Zong used it, he had already used his body movement to escape into the void. As a result, Chen Zong's sword missed. Child's play. I've already seen through it. Zhao Xingkong's voice seemed to come from all directions. It was as if his whole body had merged into the void and was difficult to catch. When Chen Zong's eyes opened and closed, a trace of extremely sharp light pierced through the void and stared at Zhao Xingkong. Then, he attacked again. Half-step sword essence, this move was the ultimate move. Under the effect of the half-step sword essence, regardless of the power, the speed of the sword was at least 30% faster than the previous move. Moreover, Zhao Xingkong found that he could not dodge this move. It seemed that there was no way to break this move. The sword seemed to pierce through the void. Zhao Xingkong exerted all his strength to resist, but he found that all his defenses were penetrated in an instant. It seemed extremely fragile, like a thin piece of paper. His head was suddenly smashed by the sword and disappeared completely. The corpse fell and disappeared immediately. Zhao Xingkong's body reappeared on the 12-petal lotus platform. His face was pale and his eyes were full of fear. He had been killed in the previous battle, but it felt different. Just now, Chenzong killed him by smashing his head with a sword. That feeling was so horrible that it almost left a psychological shadow in Zhao Xingkong's heart. Death was only a result, but there were many processes. Different processes led to different experiences. Of course, the experience of death was not pleasant, but there were also differences in strength. Being smashed in the head was definitely a very bad experience. Those who were not strong-willed enough would have a psychological shadow and become an inner demon. Although Zhao Xingkong withstood it and did not have a psychological shadow, he was still very unhappy and even had a trace of killing intent. At the same time, a trace of fear grew in the depths of his heart. In just a short period of time, this person's strength had gone from being inferior to his to being able to defeat him. This strength was even stronger than Sumubai's. Of course, the current Sumubai was definitely stronger than before. Even so, Sumubai could not help but look at Chenzong a few more times. Chenzong did not pay attention to any of the gazes. He was immersed in the sword move just now. The extreme heart sword style activated by the half-step sword essence was indeed very different from the half-step sword essence activated by the half-step sword essence. Not only was the speed of the sword increased, but it was also more complete and had fewer flaws. It was closer to perfection and became more complete. The feeling of the sword arriving with just a thought made Chenzong even more intoxicated. The profundity of the half-step sword essence was even deeper than he had imagined. It was even more worth uncovering. A thought suddenly appeared in Chenzong's mind. It seemed that the half-step Dao intent reaching the half-step Dao intent was the true beginning, or rather the beginning. On the basis of the half-step Dao intent, one could dig deeper and unearth even more potential. Currently, he was only at the beginning of the half-step sword essence. He had not excavated it to the limit. Only when he excavated it to the limit would he have a chance of breaking through and becoming the true Dao intent of the heart sword. At that time, it would be a transformation, a difference of heaven and earth. The battle continued, but Chenzong was immersed in his own comprehension. After 3 consecutive battles, his comprehension finally ended. Only then did he have the mind to watch the others' battles. Every battle was a form of tempering and sharpening the sword. Some battles were extremely intense because the strength of the combatants was close. However, some battles ended very quickly because the difference in strength between the combatants was obvious. This battle was Sumubai's battle, and Sumubai's opponent was Li Han, who had defeated Chenzong earlier. Chenzong's eyes shone brightly. Chenzong had no idea how strong Sumubai was. After all, Sumubai had not used his full strength when he fought earlier. Li Han was once Chenzong's opponent and had defeated him. He was also very strong. Both of their strengths were terrifying. If they fought, Chenzong might be able to see their full strength. Chenzong had not fought with Sumubai yet, but it was only a matter of time. Only by understanding his full strength would he be able to deal with him better. As for Li Han, Chenzong had already fought with him and lost. However, Chenzong was able to learn something by observing Li Han's movements. Li Han's profound footwork had played a part in the breakthrough of the illusory Net 9 transformations. Sumubai was a strong opponent, and Li Han did not underestimate him at all. He used his full strength as soon as he attacked. The blade light appeared out of nowhere. It was cold and sharp, and it seemed to split the sky. The speed of the blade was shocking. It was like a streak of light in the sky, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant. That blade caused Sumubai's pupils to shrink. After that, Sumubai's figure didn't move, yet his shoulder seemed to shake slightly, and a pure black palm had already torn through the sky and blasted out. The palm was powerful, yet it seemed to be slightly ethereal and light, and its trajectory was difficult to determine. In practically an instant, it avoided the wisp of extremely ghastly blade light and blasted towards Li Han, who approached him. This palm print caused Li Han's pupils to shrink. He felt as if the space around him was being pulled and suppressed, as if it was going to imprison him. Slash, the long blade slashed out. The blade light was peerless, and it instantly split the black palm print. It surged through the sky like cold lightning, and it was as if the 9 heavens had struck down with ice and thunder. Sumubai's body was split apart by the blade. However, it was only an afterimage. It was unknown when the afterimage was left behind, but the real body had already appeared on the other side, as if it had appeared out of thin air. This application was even more brilliant than Zhao Xingkong's, causing Zhao Xingkong's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. Strong, Zhao Xingkong discovered that he actually felt as if he could not see through Sumubai. There seemed to be a voice in the bottom of his heart telling him that when he had lost to Sumubai that day, he had originally thought that he would be able to wash away his humiliation and defeat Sumubai after becoming stronger. He did not expect Sumubai to be even more unfathomable. Zhao Xingkong no longer had any confidence in defeating Sumubai, even though they had yet to fight. Chen Zong's pupils shrank slightly. He actually could not see through Sumubai's technique, which seemed to be walking through thin air. If he could not see through Sumubai's technique, it would be difficult to deal with him, and he would be defeated sooner or later. Sumubai's technique was indeed extraordinary. He was a formidable opponent. Even if Chen Zong comprehended his half-step sword intent to 100%, he was not confident that he could defeat Sumubai. However, the final outcome would only be known after the battle. Right now, Chen Zong could only watch the battle wholeheartedly and try his best to see through Sumubai's strength. Only then would he be more confident when he fought against Sumubai. Sumubai seemed to be walking through thin air. Compared to Zhao Xingkong, he seemed even more ethereal. His movements were erratic and hard to grasp, making it difficult for Li Han to grasp his saber. The saber in Li Han's hand pulsed with an extremely cold saber light. The saber light was shocking. Every time it pulsed, it seemed to cut through space, leaving behind a faint saber mark. Without taking any stance, Li Han slashed out with his saber. The saber light was like cold lightning, tearing through the sky and splitting Sumubai in two. However, it was just an afterimage. Li Han's expression was ice-cold, and his gaze was shockingly cold. It was as if the saber light could penetrate everything. Countless saber lights shot out in all directions. From afar, it looked like a cold flower that had bloomed. The petals were the countless cold saber lights. Suddenly, the countless saber lights gathered in the middle like petals closing. They condensed into a majestic saber light that slashed down. Under this saber, nothing could hide. The shocking saber pressure pressed down in all directions. The space of the entire lotus platform was suppressed, making it impossible for Sumubai to pass through the spatial crack. He was forced to show himself. The saber light was majestic, mighty, and boundless. Sumubai had nowhere to hide when the saber struck. He could only take the attack head-on. Sumubai appeared on the lotus platform. His eyes emitted a pitch-black light. Amidst the darkness, there was a faintly discernible whiteness that rippled like water. Sumubai actually gave Chen Zong a bone-chilling feeling. He could not see through him. He reached out with one hand. His palm was pitch-black as though it was absorbing all light. There was also a bit of whiteness spreading out from his hand. It looked as though the pitch-black hand had turned white. Hand of the Void, he reached out with one hand and grabbed the majestic saber light. They were in a stalemate. The saber light was mighty, domineering, and extremely cold. It was about to shatter the Hand of the Void. However, the Hand of the Void was incomparably tough. The power in its hand fluctuated endlessly, and it continuously dissolved the power of the saber light. Crack, there seemed to be the sound of something shattering. The majestic saber light was broken by Sumubai's Hand of the Void and shattered. Chen Zong could see a trace of astonishment flashing across Li Han's face. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his extremely tyrannical saber would actually be broken by his opponent in such a manner. The Hand of the Void seemed to be alternating between black and white. After shattering the saber light, it mercilessly slammed toward Li Han. The terrifying palm pressure suppressed the surrounding space. Even the void was suppressed. The shocking pressure surged from all directions, causing Li Han's body to stop. He was like a turtle in a jar, unable to dodge. He unleashed all his power. The saber light was as dazzling as the sun. He suddenly slashed out, wanting to break through the pressure and restraint. Li Han was undoubtedly very powerful. When his saber slashed down, its power was extremely terrifying. It forcefully slashed apart the shocking pressure around him. However, it was too late. Sumubai's hand of the void had already arrived. The void shook and collapsed. Countless terrifying waves of power bombarded Li Han's body, causing him to spit out blood. In the end, he could not take it anymore, and his body was torn into pieces. This move caused the pupils of many exceptional skyprides to shrink. Chen Zong was shocked. I can't take it. If it were him, he would not have been able to withstand Sumubai's attack. This was a feeling that came from the depths of his heart. The power of that attack was simply too tyrannical. There was no way to defend against it. Chen Zong's heart sank a little, but his mind was racing like lightning, constantly thinking of a way to solve the problem. Li Han's body shattered and died under Sumubai's attack. He was defeated, and Sumubai obtained 2 more victory points. He had yet to lose a single battle. Young Master Xianming from the Xianming territory was indeed extraordinary. The duels continued, match after match, round after round. Chen Zong had already fought 20 battles. In these 20 battles, his opponents were both strong and weak. The strong ones were able to kill him, such as Li Han. The weak ones were not a match for him and were killed by him. In the 20 deathmatch matches, Chen Zong lost 3 and won 17, accumulating 35 victory points. In the 21st round, Chen Zong appeared on the giant lotus platform. The person who appeared in front of him made Chen Zong's pupils shrink to the size of needles, but there was also a trace of excitement in his eyes. Yi Chen said. The Heavenly Sword King Yi Chen, the #1 genius from the Heavenly Cloud sect in the Heavenly Cloud state. This person had an amazing record of slaying a saint, so his strength was terrifying. Moreover, not only was he strong, but he also used a sword. He was undoubtedly an excellent opponent. Chen Zong had also seen Yi Chen's previous attacks. He knew that this person was very strong and his swordsmanship was brilliant. However, he probably did not use his full strength before, so he did not know the depth of his strength. In any case, to be able to slay a saint, even if it was the most ordinary First Heaven Saint Realm early stage, his strength was terrifying. Moreover, that was before. Now, he might be even stronger. Yi Chen's strength was definitely not inferior to Li Han's. Yi Chen opened his eyes slightly and stared at Chen Zong. His eyes were extremely bright, as if they were shining, condensing into a sharp sword light that directly pierced through the sky, as if it was going to pierce Chen Zong's eyes. Chen Zong's pupils shrank unconsciously, as if they were pierced. Sharp, fierce, sharp, there was also a trace of indescribable coercion. Chen Zong was secretly in awe. The alarm bell rang, but there was even a trace of battle intent growing in him. It turned into a sharp sword intent that shot out through his eyes. He looked at Yi Chen Dao without fear. His gaze was like an invisible sword aura that touched and collided in the air, as if there was an invisible force and sparks sputtering. Draw your sword. Yi Chen was a little surprised. He immediately restrained the light in his eyes and said lightly, but there was a trace of disdain in his tone, as if he was examining Chen Zong to see if he was qualified to draw his sword and show his true strength. Chen Zong was not angry at his opponent's arrogant attitude, nor did he feel unhappy. The gilded mountain sword was unsheathed in an instant, and the sword pierced through the sky. The sword light surged, vast and overbearing. The terrifying power seemed to shatter the sky, and its power was even more shocking. The sword pressure of this sword was vigorous and overbearing, as if it was going to shatter Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen did not move at all, as if he did not notice anything. He did not move until the sword was about to hit him. He did not dodge, but just pointed his finger. The finger was like a sword piercing the sky, carrying some kind of inexplicable power, as if it came from the sky. The sword was mighty, followed by the wind and clouds. The power of heaven spread and went straight to the mind, which made Chen Zong's heart tremble slightly. However, Chen Zong's mind and willpower were so strong that this little impact could not affect him at all. The sword still shot out, as if it was going to shatter Yi Chen's body. This sword was integrated with the half-step sword intent, and its power was extraordinary. Yi Chen was very strong, but he could not ignore this sword. As a sword cultivator, most of his strength was in the sword. Although it was powerful to replace the sword with a finger, It also depended on who the opponent was. The sword was unsheathed, and a beam of sword light seemed to come from the sky with the magnificent power of heaven. There was no way to dodge. The sword was like the wrath of heaven and the judgment of heaven. The overbearing power rushed straight to the mind, and it was more than 10 times stronger than before. It rushed straight to Chen Zong's mind and willpower, as if it was going to shatter it. Chen Zong vaguely saw an ancient giant full of majesty standing between heaven and earth. Its body was full of unparalleled power and pressure, and it was high and boundless. The giant seemed to be a sky giant, and the sword seemed to be a random finger of the sky giant. In an instant, the sword light was shattered, and the terrible blow came as if it was going to shatter heaven and earth, suppressing Chen Zong. The light and shadow flickered and shone in all directions, binding Chen Zong's body and making him feel like he was going to be crushed. Blood explosion, the overbearing sword shot out, and the blood light surged and exploded. There was still a feeling of being suppressed, but Chen Zong's soul was strong, and his willpower was strong. He resisted the impact of the sword, which was like the power of heaven, and completely resisted the sword. Yi Chendao's eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. His swordsmanship had already reached a very high level. Every sword was accompanied by the impact of heaven's willpower, which was enough to make it difficult for the opponent to resist. The opponents he had killed before were unable to completely resist the impact of heaven's willpower in his sword, so their minds were restrained, and their strength was reduced a little. That was why they were killed. His experience of going against the odds to enter the Saint Realm was also inseparable from this point. But he did not expect the opponent's willpower to be so strong that it could completely resist the impact of heaven's willpower in his swordsmanship. It was a little unbelievable. It seemed that he had to go all out. Yi Chendao also felt a little excited. So far in the 20 battles, he had not met a strong opponent who could make him go all out. In fact, he was also eager to fight with a strong opponent. He wanted to use his full strength to fight to his heart's content, so that he could better stimulate his own potential. He originally thought that the opponent in front of him would be defeated by him in a few moves like his previous opponents, but he did not expect it to be so unexpected. The Heavenly Cloud cult had its own treasured book, and one of the sword techniques was the best of the saint level, and it was complete. Yi Chendao was practicing that sword technique. It was called the Heavenly Cloud Homing Sword. Naturally, with Yi Chendao's current ability, he was unable to cultivate the Heavenly Cloud's Great Darkness sword to perfection. He hadn't even reached the Great Accomplishment stage. He could only barely reach the Small Accomplishment stage, but its power was already very shocking. The sword just now was the starting move of the Heavenly Cloud Homing Sword, or it could be said that it was the basic move. Now, the sword was the real Heavenly Cloud Homing Sword. When the sword was slashed out, the heavenly clouds were mighty, and there were countless mysteries in the air. The shocking will of heaven's willpower descended again. The giant in the sky appeared again, and compared to before, it was more solid, but it was difficult for others to see it. Only Chen Zong could see it clearly. The giant's gaze was fixed downward, and its eyes were vast, like the sea of clouds that was constantly fluctuating, as if it wanted to absorb Chen Zong, and an indescribable aura spread out. Mighty heaven's might, endless heaven's might, Yi Chendao's sword was like the giant's finger pointing down. It was no longer a casual move, but a deliberate one, and its power was much stronger than before. The Heavenly Cloud Homing Sword of the Heavenly Cloud cult is indeed extraordinary. A top powerhouse secretly nodded and said. The Heavenly Cloud cult was a big sect in the Heavenly Cloud state, and in the entire Xianyuan dynasty, it was not a weak sect. The Heavenly Cloud Homing Sword was the best of the saint level, and any complete best of the saint level was amazing. It should be known that even the most powerful Chu clan with the surname Wang had the best martial arts of the saint level. Endless Blood Sea, Chen Zong exerted all his strength, and the Endless Blood Sea under the influence of the half-step sword was even more powerful. The blood light spread out, and like a tide, it swept in all directions and shook the heavens and the earth. It was like a sea of blood was surging endlessly, and it was even more shocking than before. It spread out and flooded in all directions, and it was about to swallow Yi Chendao's body. Illusory Net 9 changes. In the blink of an eye, the 5 figures dispersed and surrounded Yi Chendao from 5 directions. Extreme Heart Sword Style, a sword pierced through the air, and the speed of the sword was indescribably fast. This sword was a sure kill sword. Unexpectedly, it missed. A vast and mighty sword light bloomed in front of him. The white clouds were like the flowing clouds of the heavens. It swept across the sky and earth, filling the whole world. The fourth level of the heavenly clouds' great darkness sword, vast heavenly clouds. This sword was like the collapse of the heavens. It was as if a giant in the heavens had turned into 5 fingers and struck down. It was vast and boundless. Chen Zong had no way to dodge. Even the thought of resisting was suppressed to the lowest level. It seemed that he could only wait in place for this attack to strike down and kill him. Chen Zong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He only felt that the vast and mighty will of the heavens was bombarding down as if it was suppressing all living things in the world. It went straight to his mind and wanted to destroy it. Fortunately, Chen Zong's mind were far stronger than his peers. He was able to resist such an impact and quickly get rid of it. Heart Domain. Once the 8-meter Heart Domain was released, it weakened layer by layer, making the impact of the will of the heavens like a breeze. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. Through the countless flowing clouds, he caught the sword light and also the figure behind the sword light. It was Yi Chendao's figure. Celestial crystal body, extreme heart sword style. This sword was fully activated without reservation. It pierced through the vast and mighty sword light of the heavenly clouds and pierced through, killing Yi Chendao. Yi Chendao was horrified. However, the 4th level of the heavenly clouds' great darkness sword was the highest level that he had mastered. He would not use it easily. If he used it, he would use all of his strength. Using all of his strength meant that it was extremely powerful. However, it also meant that it would be difficult to rotate as he wished as usual. There would be a slight difference. This slight difference could not be seen in the eyes of an ordinary opponent. However, it was obvious in the eyes of a powerhouse. At this moment, it was caught by Chen Zong. It was difficult to dodge. Yi Chendao's mind turned and his eyes flashed with determination. Since he could not dodge, then he would not dodge. Let's see whose sword was stronger and who would kill who. He did not dodge or resist. He actually tried his best to rotate his sword and slashed at Chen Zong. It was a suicidal move. Chen Zong's all-out attack was flexible enough, but it was about to hit Yi Chendao. Yi Chendao's desperate attack was too sudden. If he wanted to, Chen Zong could withdraw his sword and dodge it again. However, he was not 100% sure that he could dodge it. If he retracted his sword and tried to dodge but was unable to completely avoid the attack, he would be heavily injured and his strength would be greatly reduced. He would not be a match for his opponent. In an instant, Chen Zong also grasped Yi Chendao's decisiveness. Since that was the case, let's see who would live and who would die. Disregarding life and death, Chen Zong's sword seemed to be even sharper. Resolute, the mutual destruction move attracted everyone's attention. Who would live and who would die in this sword? Life and death were related to victory and defeat. Chen Zong's sword accurately pierced Yi Chendao's heart. The terrifying sword aura crushed Yi Chendao's heart and rushed in all directions, destroying his mind. At the same time, Chen Zong tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit on the shoulder by Yi Chendao's heavenly clouds. His whole body was split in an instant. Both of their bodies disappeared at the same time and appeared on the 12-petal lotus platform. It was a suicidal move. It was a draw. Chen Zong and Yi Chendao were both in a draw with 1 victory point each. Chen Zong's victory points were 36. Yi Chendao's eyes were gloomy. This battle should not have been a draw. He should have won by killing his opponent. Unfortunately, his opponent was able to resist the impact of the heavenly will in his swordsmanship so well that the power of his swordsmanship was greatly reduced. The subtlety of the heavenly cloud's humming sword of the Saint Grade was that it condensed a trace of the heavenly will, as if it was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. When facing it directly, one would feel the wrath of the heavens. If the impact of the heavenly will was resisted, the power of the swordsmanship itself would become ordinary, no different from a Saint-grade upper-level sword technique. Facing Chen Zong, Yi Chendao was fighting with a Saint-grade upper-level sword technique. The difference between a Saint-grade upper-level sword technique and a Saint-grade upper-level sword technique was obvious. When the advantage was gone, his strength would naturally be reduced. He could not defeat Chen Zong and ended up in a mutual destruction draw. No matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Sometimes, strength was not comprehensive. If one encountered a method that could restrain one's strength, one could be defeated by a stronger opponent. Xianxia's ability to enter the Saint Realm was also a kind of restraint. He took advantage of the weakness of his opponent's mind and will to defeat him. However, it was ineffective against Qianzong because Qianzong's soul was so strong that it was comparable to the Mastery Saint Realm. Although he was limited by his cultivation realm and could not fully develop it, the foundation was there. With such a foundation and countless life and death experiences, he gradually rose from a humble place like a mayfly to become strong. His experience was not comparable to Yi Chendao, who was born as a peerless prodigy. It was like refining real gold in fire, forging an unparalleled mind and will. Coupled with the soul fire and all other means, it was difficult to be invaded by external evil. The heavenly will was majestic and boundless, but in essence, it was also a kind of external evil. Naturally, it would be resisted. It had to be said that Yi Chendao, the heavenly sword king, was really aggrieved to meet Qianzong. If it were other opponents, it would not be so. Yi Chendao was the same as the others. He had long been defined as a first-tier peerless genius. Qianzong, on the other hand, was not included in the first tier. Previously, he was defined as a third-tier genius. But now, he was regarded more highly. In the hearts of a group of cultivators, he could be considered as a second-tier genius. Of course, such a definition was actually useless now. It was just a judgment in the hearts of the experts. For Qianzong, every battle was a tempering and could be improved. This was what made Qianzong different from others. The other peerless prodigies had almost reached the limit of their cultivation. It was very difficult for them to improve further. Even the Xianyuan Holy War could only stimulate some of their potential and improve slightly. Qianzong was different. From the beginning, Qianzong had not reached the limit of the half-saint level. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Therefore, such a battle was very beneficial for him. Qianzongdu was quite confident that after the Xianyuan sacred battle ended, no matter what his final ranking was, his strength would definitely improve by quite a bit. Fighting a life-and-death battle. Watching others fight a life-and-death battle. 22nd battle, 23rd battle, 24th battle, one battle after another went on. The exploration of the half-step sword essence deepened. Qianzong's sword became more and more harmonious and powerful. The battle went on. Qianzong won more than he lost. According to this situation, he might not be able to get into the top 10, but his ranking would not be too low. The higher his ranking, the more time he had to cultivate in the Xianyuan Holy Tower, and the greater the benefits. Yi Chendao's swordsmanship is indeed very powerful. It contains the impact of the heavenly will. After a battle, Qianzong would be enlightened and have a sudden idea. If his swordsmanship could also contain a strong impact of the heavenly will, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Although he thought about it, it was very difficult to do it. Qianzong had already given up on the Misty Rain Chaoyun sword technique. The Extreme Heart sword technique also carved out a path with its own advantages. So, he would think about it later. For now, the way to improve his strength was to further perfect the Extreme Heart swordsmanship and explore the potential of the half-step sword essence. If possible, his cultivation method should also be further improved. But no matter what, Qianzong knew that it would be very difficult. No matter how difficult it was, it could not stop him from moving forward. He had a fearless and sharp heart to pursue the Tao. In the 30th battle, Qianzong's opponent was very strong. It was a peerless genius from the Xian ancient path, named Qi Tian'ao. He was one of the top peerless geniuses in the Xian ancient path. Qi Tian'ao was a body cultivator. Qi Tian'ao's weapon was his body, his arms, and his fists. Qianzong had seen his fighting style before. It was very fierce, like an ancient savage beast. The power of each of his attacks was extremely terrifying. Moreover, Qi Tian'ao's physique was extremely strong and his defensive power was terrifying. Boom! Boom! Qi Tian'ao launched his fists. Each of his fists was as strong as the mountains and the earth. Qianzong was struggling to cope with it. Too strong, the power of each of his punches was too strong. It was very difficult to deal with. Qianzong exerted his body movement to the extreme. He kept dodging and counterattacking with his sword. However, when the gilded mountain sword slashed on Qi Tian'ao's body, it was difficult to cause any damage. Disadvantage: Chenzong was obviously at a disadvantage. Qi Tianao's physique was too strong. It was difficult to resist. Chenzong retreated. Suppression: Chenzong was completely suppressed by Qi Tianao. However, Chenzong's toughness was also very amazing. He could withstand Qi Tianao's punches. Rumbling sounds reverberated in all directions, like the endless beating of heavenly drums. Every strike caused countless ripples, like a surging tide surging endlessly. The fist strength was like a roaring dragon. Its power was unparalleled. The corners of Qi Tianao's mouth curled up in a cold smile. Suddenly, he threw out a punch. That punch was like the collapse of the sky and the earth. Chenzong only felt that the entire space was enveloped by that punch, and there was no way to dodge. It was as if he was being suppressed. An astonishing pressure pressed down from all directions, making Chenzong almost suffocate. This was an upright punch. It was a powerful punch. There was no technique involved. It was purely relying on brute force to suppress the opponent. Such a punch could not be avoided. It could only be faced head-on. Chenzong's face was cold. His eyes were shining. He immediately broke out all his strength. Celestial crystal body, half-step sword essence, heart realm, extreme heart sword style. The reason why Chenzong did not borrow the power of the Shura doppelganger was that he could not borrow it. He was suppressed by the power of the Lotus Throne, or rather, by the power of the Divine Mystery Palace. He could not use any power of the Saint Realm. Otherwise, some other peerless geniuses might have the means to borrow the power of the Saint Realm. It was obviously not good for the Xianyuan Holy War. One of the purposes of the Xianyuan Holy War was to further stimulate the potential of everyone. Naturally, it was better to use one's own strength. Even if it was a secret technique, it was closely related to one's cultivation. Shatter, shatter, everything turned to dust, Chen. Zhongming could clearly see and feel that his full-powered extreme heartsword style was crumbling inch by inch under that incomparably terrifying punch. That extremely terrifying power was only slightly weakened, and it continued on its way with irresistible force. His body also crumbled inch by inch under the terrifying blow and turned to dust. At that moment, Chenzong did not feel any pain. This showed that not only was the power of the punch extremely terrifying, but the force was also extremely fast. This kind of death could be called a kind of death, but in fact, it was not a real death. It could only be regarded as a pseudo-death. Because this kind of death only caused the body to shatter, the soul to remain. Therefore, after dying once or twice, everyone gradually adapted to it. Chenzong was a person who had truly experienced death. In an instant, Chenzong's soul flew back to the Lotus Throne, and a mysterious force was born from the 12-petaled Lotus Throne, quickly wrapping up Chenzong's soul and constructing a new body for him. This body was exactly the same as Chenzong's original body, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, this was not a real change of body. It was just a method that belonged to the mysterious God Palace. The real body still existed. It had not been changed, and it had not been truly destroyed. It was just that everyone's realm was not high enough, and their knowledge was not enough, so they did not understand the mysteries of this method. Even many Saint Realm masters did not understand the mysteries of this method. Chenzong didn't feel dejected after losing this battle. It was very normal for someone to be stronger than him. He wasn't the favored child of this world, nor was he the child of the Heaven Tao. He'd only relied on some fortuitous encounters to be reborn and step onto the path of cultivation. Moreover, he'd relied on his own hard work to advance step by step, and he'd only arrived at this step after experiencing countless difficulties and obstacles. How difficult it was, and how much effort he had put into it, only he knew. Therefore, Chenzong never felt sorry for himself, and always worked hard to improve himself. This was also inseparable from the teachings of his papa when he was young. Each of the 108 people would have a life and death duel with the other 100 people. Chenzong defeated a few more opponents, and then he was defeated by others. Take Xianxia for example. The power of his black flames was simply terrifying. Once he unleashed it, it would cover the entire sky and burn everything. It directly filled the entire Lotus platform, leaving no place to hide. Compared to He Yanlin and He Yanming, he was much stronger. Zong fought with all his might, but he was still defeated in the end. Of course, Zong's strength was still a threat to Xianxia. Yang Quan's strength was also very terrifying. He was like a sun hanging high up in the sky, shining in all directions. Every strike was like a beam of light from the sun, blazing and tyrannical. However, both Yang Quan and Xianxia felt threatened by Zong. Therefore, they had to show their true strength. However, Zong felt that Chu Zhongyang, who was known as the number one among the younger generation of the Xianyuan dynasty, was unfathomable. Chu Zhongyang stood quietly on the lotus platform with his hands behind his back. His body did not move at all. His eyes were indifferent. His gaze seemed to be fixed on Zong, but there was also a hint of emptiness in his eyes. It was as if he was looking into nothingness and did not care about anything in front of him. Supercilious, nothing more than that. However, it seemed that Chu Zhongyang's attitude was normal. If it were someone else, they would be regarded as arrogant. Chu Zhongyang just stood there. He did not take the initiative to attack, nor did he speak. It seemed that as long as Zong did not move, he would not move. The stalemate continued. However, Zong had to move, because a faint aura gradually spread out from Chu Zhongyang's body. The aura was very weak at first and was difficult to detect, but it gradually grew stronger. Zong's perception was amazingly sharp. He sensed it in advance and realized that if the stalemate continued, when the aura became stronger, it would be the end of the battle. At that time, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist. There was no reason. It was an intuition that came from his soul. And Zong always believed in his intuition. Attack. Not only did he have to attack, but he also had to attack mercilessly. Celestial crystal body, heart realm, half-step sword intent. After one fierce battle after another, Zong dug deeper into the potential of half-step sword intent. It became more powerful and sharp, and he operated it at will. Therefore, the power of this extreme heart swordsmanship was 30% stronger than before the sacred battle of Xianyuan. A 30% increase in power was naturally very shocking. However, the 30% increase in power of the extreme heart swordsmanship was still not a match for Chu Zhongyang. Zong attacked with all his strength. The speed of the sword seemed to surpass the speed of light. It was unbelievably fast. Chu Zhongyang seemed to have just noticed it. His hollow eyes turned slightly and condensed. In an instant, Zong felt that he had been seen through. It was as if all the secrets of his sword were no secret in his opponent's eyes. It was as if this sword was full of flaws. His opponent saw through it at a glance and targeted it. Zong felt that his belief was shaken in an instant, which made him feel incredulous. His belief had always been firm. This time, he actually felt shaken. Although it was not real shaken, it had never happened before. What kind of eyes were those? They were like the sky, vast and boundless, containing endless mysteries. They were also like the water in a well, reflecting the bright moon. In the next moment, Chu Zhongyang made a move and pointed a finger. The finger turned into a cold light with countless mysteries floating. It seemed fierce and domineering, yet gentle like a breeze. The finger directly pierced through the flaw of the extreme heart swordsmanship and penetrated Zong's forehead between his eyebrows. At that moment, Zong could see it clearly. Facing Chu Zhongyang, Zong did not have the power to resist. The gap between them was too big. Appearing on the 12-petal lotus platform, Zong was still absent-minded. He was not really absent-minded, but he was recalling Chu Zhongyang's finger. That finger contained two types of half-step Dao intent, Zong said to himself, his eyes flickering. Moreover, Zong had a feeling that the two types of half-step Dao intent were not at the first level. They were at least at the second level, and they had been comprehended to 100%. Thinking about the others, some were still trying hard to comprehend half-step Dao intent, some had comprehended and grasped half-step Dao intent, but had not improved to 100%. Some had comprehended half-step Dao intent to 100%, but had only grasped one type. However, Chu Zhongyang had grasped two types of half-step Dao intent to 100%, and he had perfectly merged them together. Grasping multiple types of half-step Dao intent was one thing, but they had to be merged together to release a stronger power. In terms of comprehension of half-step Dao intent, it could be said that Chu Zhongyang had already surpassed many of his peers. Even Chenzong could not compare to him in this aspect. However, Chenzong would not belittle himself because of this. Others had other people's paths of cultivation, and he had his own path of cultivation. Constantly improving oneself was the foundation of cultivation. When one was born and stepped onto the path of cultivation, there had to be someone that was more brilliant and formidable than oneself. Otherwise, wouldn't one be too lonely and lonely at the top? Of those two types of half-step Tao intent, one should belong to the fire Tao intent, and the other should belong to the wind Tao intent, Chenzong thought to himself. Of course, he wasn't clear about the specifics. But what's going on with his eyes? Chenzong's eyes squinted slightly as he looked at Chu Zhongyang once more. Chu Zhongyang still had an appearance as if he was in a daze, and his eyes were empty. The life and death battle still continued, and Chenzong continued to comprehend. Even though he was quickly defeated in this battle, along with Chenzong's deep contemplation, his gains gradually increased. The potential of half-step sword intent was unearthed a step further. It was another battle, and this time, Chenzong's opponent was the blazing Phoenix King, Feng Yanyan. When he saw Feng Yanyan that day, Chenzong knew that he wasn't a match for her, but now, that might not be the case. Boom, an extremely shocking flame suddenly exploded from Feng Yanyan's body, spreading out and burning fiercely. Faintly, one could hear an extremely resounding phoenix cry. At the beginning, Feng Yanyan didn't treat Chenzong as an opponent, but now, she had no choice but to face him head-on, because the strength that Chenzong had displayed was very strong. Fight, Feng Yanyan's weapon was a sword, a phoenix wing sword. As she slashed out with her sword, the raging flames transformed into a flaming phoenix that rushed out. Its speed was shocking, and it was incomparably domineering. Even though she used a sword, Feng Yanyan didn't comprehend the sword Dao intent, but the fire Dao intent. Burn, 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 that terrifying flaming phoenix burned everything. Chenzong's eyes squinted as he slashed out with his sword. One had to admit that Feng Yanyan was not called the #1 genius of the Mountain Flow Prefecture for nothing. Her strength was very, very strong, and she made Chenzong fall into a bitter and fierce battle. Even compared to Yi Chen, Feng Yanyan's strength was not inferior. Fortunately, Chenzong's strength was constantly increasing, and he was much stronger than before. Phoenix cry of the 9 heavens. In a clear shout, accompanied by an extremely resounding cry, Feng Yanyan slashed down with her sword. It was as if a phoenix from the 9 heavens had fallen from the sky. The tip of the sword was the phoenix's mouth, extremely sharp and burning with raging flames. Chenzong raised his head and squinted his eyes. His pupils shrunk to the size of needles, and he slashed out with his sword. Extreme heart sword style, with a strong conviction, he slashed out with his sword without mercy. It was an extreme sword, a sure kill sword. This was the most powerful collision. The sword lights paused one after another, and then they pierced through everything. Chenzong's body was instantly engulfed by the raging flames in the sky, as if he was about to be burned into ashes. Feng Yanyan's body was also pierced through by the extreme heart sword style. A draw? No, Feng Yanyan was killed, but Chenzong was still alive. Even though he looked very miserable, as if he was about to die. Chenzong won, and Feng Yanyan lost. The reason why Chenzong could win was because of the purple cloud black star flame and the mysterious ancient flame refining technique, which allowed him to better resist the burning of the flame to a certain extent. But no matter what, a loss was a loss, and Feng Yanyan could accept it. Until now, there were not many people who still had a complete victory. There were less than 10 out of the 108 geniuses. And it was certain that until the end of the battle, there would only be one person who could maintain a complete victory, and that person would be the champion of this Xianyuan sage battle. Now it seemed that everyone had already guessed it. It was the #1 person among the younger generation of the Xianyuan dynasty, Chu Zhongyang. So far, no matter which opponent he faced, Chu Zhongyang did not seem to show any signs of using his full strength. He had easily suppressed and killed his opponents. It was another battle. This time, Chenzong's opponent made the experts of the Xianming territory cry out in surprise. Pitch black, void white, for a moment, Chenzong couldn't tell what was going on. The light in his eyes rotated, as if the sun and moon were alternating. Sumubai's expression was calm. He waved his hand, and palm prints fell from the sky one after another, like a torrential downpour. Shenzong attacked with his sword. The sword light surged like lightning, and each of them was extremely ferocious, like a sky full of lightning. The sword light shattered under Sumubai's palm prints, unable to pose any threat. Shenzong unleashed his full strength, and used both the blood-dripping sword technique and the extreme heart sword style, but it didn't seem difficult for Sumubai to deal with it. Then, Shenzong saw Sumubai's eyes close and then open. His pupils seemed to turn white in an instant, like a vast expanse of sky clouds, and seemed to want to absorb Shenzong's soul. Shenzong's soul was powerful, and the effect on him was very weak. He instantly broke free and attacked with his sword. Then, not only did Sumubai's pupils turn white, but the white around his pupils also turned pure black, as if it was absorbing all light. Shenzong felt his heart palpitate for no reason. Even with Shenzong's powerful soul, he couldn't completely resist this kind of palpitating feeling. It was very strange. For a moment, Shenzong became absent-minded. For Sumubai, this momentary absent-mindedness was enough. Even if it was only for 1/100th of a breath, it was enough for Sumubai to attack with his palm. Void hand, a large hand condensed in the air and grabbed at Shenzong mercilessly as if it was trying to fish out the moon from the water. In 1/100th of a breath's time, Shenzong reacted and immediately executed the illusory Luo 9 body transformation technique to dodge. The 5 figures were difficult to distinguish between real and fake, but under that void hand, it was as if there was no way to dodge. It was as if that space had already been enveloped by that huge hand, and there was nowhere to hide. Extreme Heart Sword style, Yi Futian's most powerful sword attack was unleashed with determination and conviction. The hand that pierced through the void attacked Sumubai as if it wanted to pierce through him. However, Sumubai did not seem to notice it and did not have any intention of dodging. Bang! Shenzong was hit by the void hand, and immediately felt an extremely terrifying power. It was like a surging wave that continuously attacked him. Every time it hit him, it was as if it wanted to destroy his body. He tried his best to resist, but he couldn't completely resist it. His resistance collapsed under this terrifying and all-pervasive force, and his body was shattered. Death, defeat. When Shenzong reappeared on the 12-petal lotus platform, he was somewhat bewildered. Feng Yanyan had been defeated by him, but Sumubai had defeated him. Shenzong could feel that the difference in strength between him and Sumubai was not small. Then, was it true that Sumubai had defeated Zhao Xingkong by a small margin? If that was true, it could only mean that Sumubai's strength had increased tremendously during this period of time. But whether it was true or not, Sumubai became the second person that Shenzong could not see through. The first one was Chu Zhongyang, who was known as the #1 person in the Xianyuan dynasty's younger generation. I wonder what the result of the battle between Sumubai and Chu Zhongyang will be? Shenzong wondered. In many people's eyes, Chu Zhongyang was undoubtedly the strongest. Shenzong also thought so, but he changed his mind after the battle with Sumubai. Sumubai definitely didn't use his full strength in the battle with him. He still held back. As for how much he held back, Shenzong didn't know. Shenzong was looking forward to the battle between Sumubai and Chu Zhongyang. What would happen? Shenzong's question was answered not long after. Sumubai and Chu Zhongyang faced each other on the huge 36-petaled lotus platform. Chu Zhongyang stared at Sumubai. Sumubai seemed to be very cautious. However, the two of them stood still and did not move at all. No one could see what they were doing clearly, and no one knew what they were doing. Could they be looking at each other? Staring, however, some people were able to see some mysteries. The two of them had different eyes. Sumubai's pupils had turned white, while the whites of his eyes had turned black. The black and white seemed to be the opposite of each other. It was very frightening. Chu Zhongyang's eyes seemed to be empty, like the boundless sea of clouds in the sky, yet they also seemed to contain a boundless blazing sun. Both of their eyes were filled with mysteries. If I'm not wrong, this boy's eyes should be the Void God Eye, a Peak Saint Realm expert said with uncertainty. It's the Void God Eye, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. Its potential hasn't been fully stimulated, another Peak Saint Realm expert nodded in affirmation. If the Void God Eye reaches major completion, it can see through the void with a single glance, and it can use the power of the void to crush people into powder. Although the Void God Eye is powerful, Chu Zhongyang's heavenly ancient eye isn't bad either. That's right. Chu Zhongyang's heavenly ancient eye is better than the void god eye. Sumubai and Chu Zhongyang didn't seem to be fighting, standing still like two statues, but in reality, they were fighting with the void god eye and the heavenly ancient eye. This was a deep confrontation that couldn't be seen clearly, making it difficult for others to understand the danger involved. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, time slowly passed, making it difficult for others to endure. They didn't know how the confrontation was going. If they fought, no matter how intense it was, they would be able to see something. Whether they were evenly matched or who had the upper hand and who was at a disadvantage, they would be able to see it. However, in this kind of confrontation, even a half-step great saint expert would find it difficult to see what was going on. After a quarter of an hour, the expressions of the two became more and more solemn. It seemed that this kind of confrontation wasn't easy and consumed a lot of energy. Suddenly, Sumubai's expression changed slightly and he grunted. His body swayed slightly, and he closed his eyes unconsciously. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his eyes and slowly flowed down. Chu Zhongyang seemed fine, but his face instantly turned pale. He seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. "You've won," Sumubai said with his eyes closed. This confrontation ultimately ended with Sumubai's defeat, but it seemed that Chu Zhongyang had also not won easily. This battle was not the final battle, but it was an extremely intense and eye-catching battle. Chen Zong fought with Chu Tianlu again. In the world of the Profound Origin Treasure Scroll, Chu Tianlu had one of his ears shattered by Chen Zong, and he harbored a grudge in his heart. If he had the slightest chance, he would definitely take revenge. Now, it was an excellent opportunity. Unfortunately, in the world of the Profound Origin Treasure Scroll, Chu Tianlu had suppressed Chen Zong, but Chen Zong was much stronger now. Chu Tianlu had used all his strength, but he was still no match for Chen Zong. In the end, not only did Chu Tianlu fail to take revenge, he was suppressed by Chen Zong and then killed. He died an extremely sullen death. As the battle continued, it was nearing its end. Chen Zong won another battle. This was the final round. The end of this Xianyuan sacred battle made people want to continue fighting, but at the same time, it also made people feel relieved. After all, each round only had a quarter of an hour of rest. It was fine in the beginning, but as the battle went on, it felt very short and not enough. The intensity of the battle was too high. During the battle, one had to do his best. Even when there was no battle, one had to focus on the battles of others. One's entire body was in a tense state. Even if there was a short break, there was no real rest. It was a high-intensity battle. Chen Zong knew that he would not be able to enter the top 10 in this battle. After all, there were as many as 17 people who had defeated him. Of course, this did not mean that there were 17 people who were stronger than him. For example, Li Han was his first opponent. At that time, Chen Zong was definitely not as strong as he was now. At that time, his half-step sword intent was still 90%, not 100% like now. If he fought with Li Han again now, it was hard to say who would win. Chu Zhongyang deserved to be in first place. No wonder he was called the number one of the younger generation in the Profound Origin dynasty. As for the second place, it was Sumubai. This was something that no one expected. It was completely out of everyone's expectations. The third place was Li Chenyu, the number one genius of the Li clan. The fourth place was Zhong Yunyan, the number one genius of the Zhong clan. The fifth place, the sixth place, the rankings were displayed one by one on a huge light screen, clearly visible. Chen Zong found his name. The 18th place, not being in the top 10, Chen Zong was not surprised or dismayed. This was within his expectations. No matter what, this battle had brought him a lot of benefits. His comprehension of the half-step sword intent had almost reached the pinnacle. He only needed to cultivate for a while to reach the true peak. The 18th place. According to the rules, Chen Zong would be given 180 hours of cultivation time in the Profound Origin Holy Tower. After that, everyone could stay in the Profound Origin Garden in the royal capital. As for when they could go to the Profound Origin Holy Tower, it would depend on their own arrangements. However, there was a clear rule that the cultivation time had to be used up within a year. If it exceeded a year, no matter how much time was left, it would all be wasted. However, even if the first place had 108 hours, it would still be less than 10 days if converted to the number of days. It would not be difficult to finish using it within a year. Even the geniuses felt that the time was not enough. The Shantian court was still the same small palace as before. Chenzong sat inside and cultivated. The battles in the Profound Origin Holy Battle were very intense. Some of the opponents were very strong. However, even if the opponents were not as strong as him, they had their own strengths that were worth learning from. The Grand Elder of the Profound Nether Palace and the experts of the Profound Nether Palace were gathered in Sumubai's palace. This was a supreme honor. This was the honor of the Profound Nether Palace in the Profound Nether territory. All of you can go back. I'll stay here, Sumubai said casually. All right. Cultivate well. The Grand Elder of the Profound Nether Palace was not displeased by Sumubai's indifferent attitude. Instead, he reminded him patiently. Sumubai did not say anything else. Instead, he waved his hand and signaled them to leave. He wanted to cultivate. The Xianyuan dynasty was in charge of the Xianyuan world, one of the 9 worlds of the Tianyuan sacred region. The Divine Mystery Palace was an important treasure of the Xianyuan dynasty's Xianyuan royal capital. It was not usually opened, only for major events, such as the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly and the Xianyuan Sacred Battle. The second most important treasure was the Xianyuan Sacred Tower. Of course, the second most important treasure was not the Xianyuan Sacred Tower, but the Xianyuan old ancestor had brought the Xianyuan Palace back a long time ago. The Xianyuan Sacred Tower was located in the center of the Xianyuan royal capital. It was a huge tower that stood above the ground, pointing to the sky. It was as if it was the center of the entire capital. How tall was the tower? It seemed to be 100 meters tall, but it also seemed to be more than that. It seemed to be endless, reaching straight into the sky. One look at it would make people feel awe. Even Saint Realm masters could not avoid it. This pagoda was a precious treasure. It stood tall on the ground, seemingly without any protection, but in reality, there were often many experts scattered around. Moreover, the pagoda itself also contained astonishing power. If someone with bad intentions wanted to seize or destroy it, the consequences would be dire. Such a thing had happened before. A half-step great saint from the dark forces sneaked in and approached the Xianyuan sacred tower, trying to destroy it with his full strength. That half-step great sage expert was indeed very astonishing. He had managed to avoid the surveillance of the other experts. But in the end, not only did the half-step great saint fail to destroy the Xianyuan sacred tower, but he was also counterattacked by the power of the Xianyuan sacred tower. It was said that at that time an expert walked out of the Xianyuan sacred tower. His body was covered in golden light, shining in all directions. It was even more dazzling than the sun. With just one move, he shattered the half-step great saint expert from the dark forces and completely obliterated him. Even his soul disappeared between heaven and earth. His soul was scattered and his Tao disappeared. Then, the figure that emitted a strong golden light returned to the Xianyuan sacred tower and never appeared again. No matter how the masters of the Xianyuan dynasty tried, it was useless. Until one day, the great saint of the Xianyuan dynasty ordered that no one should disturb the Xianyuan sacred spirit. But they also knew that the golden figure in the Xianyuan sacred tower was the Xianyuan sacred spirit. It seemed to be the spirit of the Xianyuan holy tower. It also let everyone know that the Xianyuan holy spirit had the strength of a great saint realm expert. In essence, it could be regarded as a great saint realm expert. Of course, this great saint realm expert was different. If no one was targeting the Xianyuan holy tower, it would not appear and would not care about anything. Mysteriousness made people even more curious. There was even a saying, or a legend, that whoever could obtain the approval of the Xianyuan sacred spirit in the Xianyuan sacred tower would have the Xianyuan sacred spirit appear, which represented a great opportunity. However, from ancient times until now, countless years had passed, yet no one had been able to do so. Gradually, this became a true legend, and no one believed it anymore. However, there were still some people who believed this. Some of the 108 geniuses had already entered the Xianyuan sacred tower to cultivate. Chenzong walked out from the Shantian garden and looked up at the seemingly endless tower that reached into the clouds. He was secretly shocked. Limitless, Dao Yuan, a feeling of looking up at a towering mountain filled his heart. It had been half a month since the end of the Xianyuan sacred battle. During this half a month, Zhenzong had been cultivating in the Xiantian garden. His cultivation had reached the limit and could not be improved, but his cultivation technique could be improved. After half a month of cultivation, with the excellent cultivation environment in the Xiantian garden, his Taiyuan cloud scraping technique had broken through again and reached the 14th level. His strength had also improved. In addition, Zhenzong had finally excavated 100% half-step sword intent to the extreme. It had reached a point where it could not be improved anymore. Naturally, the next step was to break through to the true heart sword Dao intent. However, this step was very difficult. It was even more difficult than breaking through from the half-saint realm to the saint realm. Countless people had been stopped by the half-step Dao intent to the Dao intent. Zhenzong was not in a hurry. He was currently only a half-step saint. It was enough for him to master the half-step Dao intent to the extreme. As for transforming it into a true Dao intent, it would not be too late to wait until he broke through to the saint realm. Moreover, he still had a mysterious underworld fruit. It would be better for him to comprehend it when he consumed it. Now, Zhenzong planned to comprehend more half-step Dao intents. At least, he had to master the second one. The more half-step Dao intents one mastered in the half-step saint realm, the greater their potential. For example, Chu Zhongyang had already mastered 2 types of half-step Dao intents. It was not clear whether he had mastered the third one. Perhaps he had, but he did not use it for various reasons. However, the Xianyuan Sacred Tower was a good opportunity. It was a rare opportunity. In half a month, Zhenzong cultivated and comprehended with all his strength. Finally, he had truly transformed and absorbed the tempering of the Xianyuan sacred battle into his own use. Now, it was time to enter the Xianyuan Sacred Tower to cultivate. 90 hours, Zhenzong did not know what it was like to cultivate in the Xianyuan Sacred Tower and what it felt like. Now, he was here. The door of the Xianyuan Sacred Tower was closed. When Zhenzong approached, the door was still closed. However, Zhenzong's body passed through the door and disappeared into the Xianyuan Sacred Tower. The Xianyuan Sacred Tower was a treasure that contained rich Taoist rhymes. It was a treasure to comprehend Dao intents. It was different from the Divine Mystery Palace. Although Zhenzong had not cultivated in the Xianyuan Sacred Tower before, he had some understanding of it. Challenge the tower, whichever level he reached, he would cultivate on that level. The time spent in the tower was naturally counted as cultivation time. On the first floor of the Xianyuan Holy Tower, Zhenzong felt an invisible force descending upon him, enveloping him in an instant. In an instant, his strength was sealed, and even the Azura avatar in his sea of consciousness was unable to sense anything. Zhenzong sensed that the only power he could sense was half-step sword intent. Challenging the Xianyuan Sacred Tower depends on Dao intents. Half-step Dao intents are also included. Zhenzong said to himself. The darkness around him gradually brightened. Traces of Taoist rhymes rippled and spread in all directions. Then, a figure appeared. It was a figure holding a sword. He wore a green robe, and a cool breeze accompanied him, blowing wisps after wisps. It was half-step wind Dao intent. As soon as the figure appeared, he attacked without hesitation. His sword slashed across the sky and attacked Zhenzong with the speed and sharpness of the wind. There were no other power fluctuations. Only the aura of Dao intent spread. Since that was the case, Zhenzong also attacked with his sword. He used half-step sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the sword slashed across the sky and defeated his opponent. His opponent's half-step Dao intent was only 70%. From another point of view, if the person who entered here did not comprehend 70% of half-step Dao intent, they would not have any hope of passing. Even if it was 70%, it was not 100% certain that they could pass. However, Zhenzong's half-step sword intent was already at 100%. It had reached the limit of 100%. Such an opponent was not enough. In the blink of an eye, Zhenzong entered the second floor of the Xianyuan Sacred Tower. There was another opponent on the second floor, but his half-step Dao intent had attained 80%. He similarly attacked with a single strike, yet he was defeated and killed by Zhenzong. On the third floor, his half-step Dao intent was at 90%. He was similarly defeated and killed by Qinzong with a single strike. On the fourth floor, his half-step Dao intent had attained 100%, and its might was obviously much stronger. Kill, on the fifth floor, his half-step Dao intent was still at 100%, but it was even deeper than the fourth floor. On the sixth floor, his half-step Dao intent was at 100%, and it had reached the limit. This time, Qinzong was unable to kill his opponent easily. He had to go through a fierce battle and seize an opportunity to successfully kill his opponent. On the seventh floor, it was still half-step Dao intent, yet it was suffused with an aura of invincibility. Qinzong was not a match for his opponent in the fierce battle and was killed. In the end, he stopped at the sixth floor. Could it be that my half-step sword intent has not reached the true limit? On the sixth floor, Qinzong couldn't help but ponder. It seemed that there was another level above this level, the level of perfection and flawlessness. From the first floor to the seventh floor, the time he spent was only around 30 minutes. This was nothing to Qinzong, who had 90 hours of cultivation time. On the sixth floor, Qinzong started to comprehend. The Dao aura that suffused the sixth floor was much denser than the first floor, and it could be easily sensed. Qinzong sat down cross-legged, eliminated all distracting thoughts, and carefully comprehended. This time, he comprehended the sword Dao intent. The sword Dao intent was a whole, and the heart sword Dao intent was a type of advancement. If he wanted to comprehend it, he naturally had to start from the foundation and gradually extend it. Time slowly passed by. Qinzong put aside the other Dao auras and only focused on the sword Dao intent's Dao aura, and he started to comprehend it from the foundation. With half-step sword intent that had reached the limit as the foundation, the efficiency of his comprehension was extremely shocking, and he quickly reached the limit. Under the combination, Qinzong looked for the point of breakthrough. In an instant, Qinzong felt that his half-step sword intent had a trace of perfection. This kind of perfection was the perfection after reaching the limit, and it seemed that no matter how one looked at it, it wouldn't be weakened in the slightest. In terms of power, perhaps it didn't increase, but there wasn't a trace of weakness left. From the deepest part of his heart and soul, a trace of satisfaction arose in Qinzong, and it seemed that there was nothing left out. At this point, the half-step heart sword Dao intent had reached the true limit, the limit of perfection. In fact, Qinzong didn't know that this step wasn't something that everyone could reach. The previous limit was already enough, and many people only reached that level. Whether one reached the limit of perfection was also very important, and it was related to the difficulty of improving in the future. Since the half-step sword intent had reached the limit of perfection, then the next step was to comprehend the second type of half-step Dao intent. But before that, he had to pass the seventh floor. Fight, a battle was launched again. This battle continued for an entire short period of time before Qinzong obtained a difficult victory and defeated his opponent. Subsequently, Qinzong attempted the eighth floor. His opponent at the eighth floor didn't utilize half-step Dao intents, but true Dao intents. Even if it was the lowest grade Dao intent, its might wasn't something that half-step Dao intents could compare to. A single strike, it was only a single strike, yet Qinzong was killed, and he could only cultivate at the seventh floor. But it was sufficient for him to cultivate at the seventh floor, as the density of the aura of the Dao here was much greater than the sixth floor. The Dao intent that's easiest for me to comprehend is probably the fire Dao intent, Qinzong thought to himself. No matter if it was the violet cloud black star flame, the ancient fire refinement technique, or the Dao intent refinement through the three tribulations, all of them provided great convenience to Qinzong when he comprehended the fire Dao intent. Burning, blazing, on the seventh floor of the Xianxia sacred tower, Qinzong's body was filled with a shocking aura as if it was burning everything. It was the fire Daoist rhyme, the aura of the half-step fire Daoist intent. 10%, Qinzong had comprehended 10% of the half-step fire Daoist intent in a short period of time. This half-step fire Daoist intent was the most basic level of the fire Daoist intent. With Qinzong's amazing comprehension ability and the unique environment of the Xianxia sacred tower, his comprehension speed was amazing. 20% of the half-step fire Daoist intent. 30%, soon, Qinzong had comprehended 40% of the half-step fire Daoist intent. Zong was able to comprehend so quickly because of his own conditions, such as the purple cloud black star flame and the ancient mystic fire refining technique. 40%, Zong soon comprehended 40% of the half-step fire Taoist intent. His speed slowed down slightly, but it was still amazing. Moreover, Zong directly appeared on the first floor of the Xianxia sacred tower and fought with the tower guardian. Using 40% of the half-step fire Taoist intent to challenge 70% of the half-step fire Taoist intent, the result was naturally that Zong was beaten up. However, in the process, Zong's mastery of the half-step fire Taoist intent deepened. 50%, 60%, 70%, the increase of 10% after 10% was incomparably shocking. When Zong raised his half-step fire Taoist intent to 70%, he easily defeated his opponent on the first floor of the Xianxia sacred tower and entered the second floor to continue fighting with the tower guardian. This kind of battle could be carried out many times as long as he wanted to. 80%, defeated, 90%, defeated, 100%, this time was even longer. However, it could not stop Zong's extraordinary ability and solid foundation. 100%. He kept going deeper until he reached the limit and reached perfection. After using the half-step sword intent, Zong's second half-step Dao intent reached perfection. During this period of time, Zong did not always stay in the Xianxia sacred tower to comprehend the half-step Dao intent. Sometimes he would comprehend it and sometimes he would return to the Xianxia garden to cultivate. Only in this way could he save time. After all, there was a limit to the amount of time one could spend in the Xianxia holy tower. If there was no limit, Zong would be more than happy to stay in the Xianxia holy tower at all times. When Zong had comprehended the half-step fire intent and comprehended it to the extreme, he had already used up 60 hours of the 92 hours, leaving him with only 60 hours left. However, although he had comprehended the half-step fire intent to the extreme, Zong's strength had not improved much in essence. It could only be said that he had more means to deal with the enemy. Furthermore, if he used the half-step fire intent, his strength would decrease. After all, the fire Dao insight of half-step fire intent was at the first level, and it was the most basic. On the other hand, the Dao insight of half-step sword intent was the heart sword Dao insight, and it was at least a second-level Dao insight, so its might was naturally different. However, if he could fuse the half-step fire intent and half-step sword intent, his power would increase greatly. For example, the finger strike Chu Zhongyang used to defeat him contained the combination of two types of half-step Dao insights, and its might was terrifying to the extreme and impossible to resist. Zong started to ponder. Should he use the remaining 60 hours to comprehend a new half-step Dao insight or use it to fuse the half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent? Zong was completely confident that he would be able to comprehend another half-step Dao insight, and it would allow his potential to increase a step further, and it would naturally be beneficial to his future cultivation. On the other hand, fusing two types of half-step Dao insights would allow his current strength to increase greatly. Of course, it would similarly be beneficial to his future. In this way, I'll spend some time to comprehend another half-step Dao insight. Zong thought to himself, and bright lights shot out from his eyes as he'd already made up his mind. He would comprehend another type of half-step Dao insight, but he wouldn't comprehend it to a profound level, and he would leave some time to comprehend the method of fusing half-step Dao insights. On the 7th floor of the Xianxia sacred pagoda, Zong comprehended it with all his might, but the comprehension of the third type of half-step Dao insight was even more difficult than the first two types. Zong didn't hesitate and directly chose the lightning Dao insight to comprehend half-step lightning intent. This ought to be the easiest half-step Dao insight to comprehend besides sword and fire. Lightning, 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 countless inspirations gushed out one after another, and Zong seemed to be able to grasp them, yet he seemed to be lacking something, and he was unable to grasp them no matter what. He didn't hurry, didn't become impatient, and comprehended slowly at a neither too slow nor too fast pace, and he would always be able to obtain something. When he was comprehending half-step fire intent, Zong had only spent 4 hours to comprehend 10% of it. Now, 6 hours had already passed, yet he still hadn't comprehended half-step lightning intent. 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, time flew by, and when it was the 14th hour, countless bright lights instantly gushed out into appearance and transformed into a bolt of lightning that seemed to be born from the void of darkness, and it instantly emitted a shocking might that tore through the sky. Lightning, lightning, Chen Zong's eyes flashed with bright lights, and the light of lightning illuminated the world. Half-step lightning intent. Initiate. As soon as he initiated, the accumulation of various comprehensions from before surged endlessly like a surging tide, and it caused Chen Zong's comprehension of half-step lightning intent to rise steadily. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, only when it reached 40% did it stop and slow down. Chen Zong made a prompt decision to temporarily give up on comprehending half-step lightning intent, and he switched to comprehending the fusion of half-step fire intent and half-step sword intent. Presently, Chen Zong had grasped half-step sword intent that was 100% at the limit of perfection, half-step fire intent that was 100% at the limit of perfection, and half-step lightning intent that was 40% at the limit of perfection. 3 types of half-step Dao insights had established a solid foundation for Chen Zong. Chen Zong had a feeling that he could still comprehend a 4th type of half-step Dao insight, but the difficulty would be even greater than half-step lightning intent, and it would probably be difficult for him to comprehend a 4th type of half-step Dao insight even if he used up the remaining time. In this way, he might as well spend his time on the method to fuse half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent, as he still had a chance of success. Chen Zong didn't hesitate much and resolutely started to comprehend. A skyscraper was built from the ground, and everything had to rely on a foundation. If he wanted to fuse 2 different types of half-step Dao insights, he could only start from a weak point. If the power was too strong, it would instead intensify the conflict. He first tried to fuse 10% of half-step sword intent and 10% of half-step fire intent. If he succeeded, he could try to fuse 20% of half-step sword intent and 20% of half-step fire intent. As soon as he tried, Chen Zong discovered the difficulty of it. Half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent were both Dao insights, but they were different. They were powers of different attributes, and it was extremely difficult to fuse them together. It was as if he wanted to forcefully squeeze 2 pieces of rock into one. It was simply difficult to do, and they would only collide with each other continuously. Chen Zong kept trying, but it would only cause the collision of 2 different types of half-step Dao insights. Every collision would cause Chen Zong's sea of consciousness to shake, and his spirit and willpower would be impacted, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Chen Zong couldn't help but ponder. In his mind, countless spiritual lights kept surging, like the blossoming of fireworks. Suddenly, a wisp of inspiration flashed through Chen Zong's mind. It was very difficult to fuse solid objects. It was like steel or stone that kept colliding with each other. But what if it was liquid? What about gas? For example, 2 different colors of water could be fused together more easily and become a mixture of colors. Of course, there were also some liquids that were very strong. Even if they came into contact with each other, it was difficult for them to fuse together. Instead, they clearly coexisted, and that was not a fusion. The difficulty of fusing gas was much easier than fusing liquid. If he could turn half-step fire intent and half-step sword intent into gas and then fuse them together, wouldn't the difficulty be even lower? Then, how could he turn half-step fire intent and half-step sword intent into gas? Chen Zong immediately realized that the advantage of comprehending half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent to the extreme was that his control of half-step fire intent and half-step sword intent had reached a level where he could truly control them as he wished. Half-step Dao insight mist. Suddenly, a wisp of mist that was almost colorless but contained traces of light gold filled the air. Then, a wisp of light red mist filled the air. The 2 different colored mists approached and touched each other. Chen Zong could feel the repulsion between the 2 mists. They were unwilling to fuse with each other, but the repulsion was much weaker than before. Spin. Under Chen Zong's powerful will, the 2 different mists instantly started to spin, and they used this method to strengthen the fusion. As expected, under Chen Zong's efforts, the repulsive force was eliminated bit by bit, and the 2 different mists gradually fused together. During the fusion process, countless lights appeared and sped up the fusion. Finally, the 2 mists completely fused and transformed into a wisp of light gold-red mist. It was slightly illusory, as if it wasn't material, yet it also seemed to exist in the void. It was like a reflection of the moon in the water, and it was indescribably profound. This aura fluctuation. Zong carefully observed the half-step Dao insight that had been fused. This was only the fusion of 10% half-step sword intent and 10% half-step fire intent, but he felt that its might was very strong. It had already surpassed 20% half-step sword intent and was close to 30% half-step sword intent, and it was even stronger than 30% half-step fire intent. In this way, if 20% was fused, its might would be even stronger, and if 30% was fused, it would be even stronger. If 70% was fused, then it would be close to 100% half-step sword intent and surpass 100% half-step fire intent. If 80% was fused, its might would surpass 100% half-step sword intent. If 90% was fused, it would be even stronger. If 100% was fused, this was Zong's assumption. But when Zong successfully fused 20% half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent, he realized that his assumption was wrong. The half-step sword fire Dao insight that was fused with 20% half-step sword intent and 20% half-step fire intent was actually close to 60% half-step sword intent and even surpassed 60% half-step fire intent. Could this increase be multiplied? If so, then wouldn't the fusion of 30% half-step fire intent and half-step sword intent be comparable to 90% half-step fire intent? In this way, as long as 40% was fused, it would surpass 100% half-step sword intent and be even stronger. If it was really so, Zong couldn't help but be extremely excited. Strong, however, the fusion of half-step Dao insights was very difficult and not so easy. After 20% was fused, 30% was several times stronger. After 30% was fused, it was just as Zong thought, and it directly reached the might of 90% half-step sword intent. In that case, his deduction was correct. However, when he wanted to fuse 40%, Zong realized that he had used up all his cultivation time. 90 hours had all been used up, and it was all used up. In the mysterious heavenly garden, Zong was meditating, constantly comprehending the fusion method of the half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent. Now he could fuse 30%, but the power of 30% fusion was not as good as 100% half-step sword intent, so it was useless to him. Only by fusing 40% half-step sword intent and 40% half-step fire intent could his strength break through the limit and advance further. It seemed that he still had a lot of room for improvement in the half-step Saint realm, so he was not in a hurry to break through to the Saint realm. This was to build the foundation. The more solid and vigorous the foundation was, the greater the benefits when breaking through. All the prodigies were like this. First, they had to accumulate, continuously accumulate until they reached the limit. After some meditation, it was extremely difficult to fuse 40% half-step sword intent and 40% half-step fire intent. It was impossible to do it in a short time. Should I stay or leave? Zong could not help but think. The world's essence qi in the mysterious heavenly garden was very rich. Although his cultivation had reached the limit, such world's essence qi was also helpful for the advancement of his cultivation method. However, the Taiyuan cloud shattering technique had reached the 14th level. It was extremely difficult to advance to the 15th level. Even with such an excellent environment, it was impossible to do it in a short time. Cultivation was difficult to advance, cultivation method was more difficult to advance, and the comprehension and fusion of the half-step Dao intent was also more difficult. It was also more difficult to further improve his strength. Zong began to think. Experience, putting oneself in danger was a way to sharpen oneself and stimulate one's potential, so that one's strength could be improved faster. Of course, experience was dangerous, but some dangers were inevitable if he wanted to improve himself faster. So, first, he had to find out which place in the mysterious heavenly dynasty was suitable for him to gain experience. If he wanted to gain experience, he could not just wander around aimlessly. There were very few people Zong was familiar with here. After all, the people of the mysterious Nether territory had left, leaving only him and Su Mubai. Therefore, Zong found an expert guarding the mysterious heavenly garden to inquire about information. This expert was at the Mastery Saint realm. He was very strong, but he was not arrogant when facing Zong. Instead, his attitude was very good. It should be noted that Zong had achieved 18th place in the Xianyuan sacred battle. Furthermore, he was a loose cultivator, which was even more impressive. Such a person had extraordinary potential and a bright future ahead of him. There are indeed many suitable training grounds in the Xianyuan dynasty. The strong man immediately explained to Chenzong in great detail. In the end, he said, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if you want to listen. Senior, please go ahead. Chenzong did not refuse. If the other party's suggestion was beneficial to him, he would naturally use it as a reference. My Xianyuan dynasty has one army and one guard. The expert smiled and said, one army is called the Xiantian army and the other guard is called the Xianyuan guard. Black Heaven Army. Xianyuan Guardians. Chenzong muttered. The Xiantian army and the Xianyuan guards each have their own duties. The duty of the mysterious Heaven Army is to fight against the void demons. As soon as he said that, Chenzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Void demon, the Xiantian army was to fight against the void demons. The Xianyuan guard is to protect the Xianyuan dynasty, eliminate the dark forces, and maintain the stability of the dynasty. The Xiantian army and the Xianyuan guard each have their own duties. One was external while the other was internal. External was to fight against the invasion of the void demons, internal was to fight against the dark forces and maintain the stability of the dynasty. The combination of the Xiantian army and the Xianyuan guard ensured the immortality of the Xianyuan dynasty for thousands of years. However, both the Xiantian army and the Xianyuan guard have to be at least first heaven saint rudiment stage, the strong man said again. Chenzong waited for the other party to continue. Since the Xiantian army and the Xianyuan guard required one to be at least at the saint rudiment stage to join, and he was far from it, the other party must have his reasons for saying this. In order to better select talents, the Xiantian army and the Xianyuan guard jointly built the Xianyuan palace. Only those below the saint rudiment stage can enter. After listening to the other party's explanation, Chenzong's thoughts suddenly became clear. The Xianyuan palace, the Xiantian army and the Xianyuan guard jointly built it to select talents to supplement the army. After all, whether it was fighting against the void demons or the dark forces, there would be sacrifices. Once a sacrifice was made, new blood would be needed. Otherwise, the army would gradually weaken and eventually disappear. If an ordinary cultivator wants to enter the Xianyuan palace, they have to go through various tests, but you don't have to. All the prodigies in the Xianyuan Saint Battle can join the Xianyuan palace directly without going through the tests. Of course, this isn't forced. It's your choice. However, in my opinion, the Xianyuan palace is the best place for a loose cultivator like you, the strong man said. Chenzong did not answer immediately. Instead, he thought about it. The strong man was not in a hurry. He was just giving a suggestion. As for the choice, it was up to Chenzong. With Chenzong's talent, he was now staying in the Xiantian garden. There were relevant rules in place, and no forces could touch this place. However, if he left the Xiantian garden, he would soon be recruited by many forces. After all, a peerless prodigy who could obtain 18th place in the Xianyuan Saint Battle would have extraordinary achievements in the future. At the very least, he would be a super powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. His strength would be much stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. It was even possible for him to become a half-step great saint. As for becoming an ultimate powerhouse at the great saint stage, he did not dare to think about it. Even Chu Zhongyang, who was known as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Xianyuan dynasty, could not become an ultimate powerhouse at the great saint stage. Chenzong thought about it carefully. This was related to his future. There were nothing more than two paths in front of him. One was to continue being a loose cultivator. He would have more freedom, but it would also be bumpy. He would have to rely on himself to fight for everything. He might not even be able to achieve good results. Previously, Chenzong had planned to experience the cultivation of a loose cultivator. However, it would not be forever. Everything would depend on the opportunity. The second was to join a force and rely on his own ability to be valued by that force. He would rely on his own efforts to obtain resources. Compared to being a loose cultivator, it was undoubtedly more beneficial to his cultivation. However, to a certain extent, he would have some freedom. There were gains and losses. Chenzong knew very well that he would not resist. The most important thing was to choose a path that was beneficial to him. Only then would he be able to move forward. Deep in his heart, Chenzong preferred the second path. After all, it was the path that he was more familiar with. It would be more beneficial to his cultivation. In this way, joining the Xianyuan Palace was the best way. After all, if he wanted to join a force, the Xianyuan Palace was undoubtedly the most suitable because it belonged to the Xianyuan dynasty. Other forces, including the Li clan and the Zhong clan, were inferior to it. With Chenzong's talent and so on, joining the Xianyuan Palace would not require him to go through any assessment. He would directly become a member of the Xianyuan Palace. The Xianyuan Palace was actually not far from the Xianyuan Park. After joining the Xianyuan Palace, Chenzong received a token that was closely related to him. It was the symbol of the Xianyuan Palace's disciple identity. In addition, Chenzong received an additional initial reward from the Xianyuan Palace because he was a peerless prodigy in the Xianyuan sacred battle. In fact, every person who successfully joined the Xianyuan Palace would receive an initial reward, which was a sum of Xianyuan merit points and a Xianyuan rank. It was just that the rewards varied according to the individual. The Xianyuan rank was the Xianyuan Palace's disciple ranking. It was divided into 4 ranks, from the lowest to the highest, which were yellow, Xianyuan, earth, and heaven. The Xianyuan rank represented one's status and authority in the Xianyuan Palace. The Xianyuan Palace was backed by the entire Xianyuan dynasty and the Xianyuan royal family. The Xianyuan Palace was rich in resources. The higher one's authority, the more valuable items one could exchange for. However, it was not that easy to increase one's Xianyuan rank. Most of the disciples who joined the Xianyuan Palace received the same initial reward, which was a yellow rank disciple ranking and 100 Xianyuan merit points. However, Chenzong was different. Chenzong's initial reward was a black rank disciple ranking and 1,000 Xianyuan merit points. Within the Xianyuan Palace, Chenzong was arranged to stay in one of the palaces. This was a palace that corresponded to the Xianyuan rank, and the cultivation environment was better than the yellow rank palaces. As for what he could exchange for, he only needed to do it in the palace. Chenzong looked around to see what treasures he could exchange for in the Xianyuan Palace. His disciple ranking was black rank, which corresponded to the black rank authority. Therefore, he could see all the yellow rank, black rank, and half of the earth rank treasures. As for the heaven rank treasures, he could not see them at all with his current disciple ranking. If he wanted to see the treasures he could exchange for with the heaven rank authority, he had to at least raise his disciple's rank to the earth rank. After a cursory look, Chenzong found that the treasures of the yellow rank were basically useless to him. The treasures of the black rank were much better than those of the yellow rank, but they were not very useful to him now. However, the treasures that could be exchanged for with half of the earth rank authority tempted Chenzong. Unfortunately, he did not have enough Xianyuan merit points to exchange for them. It was worth mentioning that the treasures of the yellow rank required between 100 and 1,000 Xianyuan merit points to exchange for. The treasures of the black rank required between 1,000 and 10,000 Xianyuan merit points to exchange for. As for the treasures of the earth rank, they required more than 10,000 Xianyuan merit points to exchange for. Chenzong could not help but shake his head when he saw that he only had 1,000 Xianyuan merit points to exchange for the lowest black rank treasures. Just now, Chenzong had only taken a cursory look. Now, Chenzong was looking at it carefully. With this look, Chenzong immediately discovered something. Cultivation technique. Starting from the yellow level, there was actually a cultivation technique. Furthermore, it was a top-grade saint-level cultivation technique. The Xianyuan technique. Chenzong was curious, so he looked at it carefully. There was a detailed introduction to the Xian origin formula. It was said that it was a complete saint-grade cultivation method created by the ancestor of the Xianyuan dynasty. However, it was only a cultivation method and did not have any matching martial arts or secret techniques. Unknowingly, the value of this saint-rank cultivation technique decreased by a lot. After all, the saint-rank cultivation techniques that were passed down in many factions would at least have a matching martial art or secret technique that could unleash greater power. In addition, the power cultivated by the Xian formula was neutral and mild. There was nothing particularly outstanding about it, nor was there any shortcomings. The Great Mystic Art was a top-grade Saint-tier cultivation technique and had a total of 30 levels. Yellow level privilege could be exchanged for the first 10 levels, black level privilege for the first 20 levels, and earth level privilege for the complete 30 levels. The first 10 levels of the Grand Mystic technique required 100 Xianyuan merit points, the first 20 levels required 1000 Xianyuan merit points, and as for the complete Grand Mystic technique, it required 10,000 Xianyuan merit points. In comparison, Chenzong knew that the Great Profound Origin Art was a blessing. A benefit for joining the Mystic Origin Palace as a disciple. However, many Mystic Origin Palace disciples wouldn't choose to exchange for the Great Mystic Art because they were of high birth and could cultivate the top-grade Saint-tier cultivation techniques passed down in their respective factions. Even if they weren't complete, they could still cultivate because they could obtain the complete version in the future. Moreover, there were martial arts and secret techniques that went along with it, so it was undoubtedly more suitable. The Great Mystic Art was like a commoner's genius. It was also very suitable for those geniuses who possessed outstanding talent but were of lower birth. They just happened to lack a top-grade Saint-tier cultivation technique. Even though the Great Mystic Art was a mediocre top-grade Saint-tier cultivation technique in all aspects, it wasn't something a high-grade Saint-tier cultivation technique could compare to. It was only mediocre when compared to top-grade Saint-tier cultivation techniques. Chenzong cultivated the Taiyuan cloud scraping art. Although there was a martial art that went along with it, it couldn't compare to the Great Mystic Art. However, there was nothing wrong with choosing the Great Mystic Art since he couldn't obtain a better top-grade Saint-tier cultivation technique. At the very least, it could further increase his strength. Chenzong also came to a conclusion based on the characteristics of the Great Mystic Art. The Great Mystic Art was somewhat similar to the Taiyuan cloud scraping art, so it would be easier to cultivate it. 1,000 Xianyuan merit points might seem like a lot, but there was a limit to what he could exchange for. He might as well exchange for the Great Xianyuan Art to change his cultivation and raise his strength. After that, he could earn more Xianyuan merit points to exchange for more useful items. The inheritance jades for the first 20 levels of the Great Mystic Art were quickly delivered to Chenzong. Chenzong directly received the information within. A portion of it was the analysis of some experts on the first 20 levels of the Great Mystic Art. It could be considered a hidden benefit. Chenzong received the powerful soul in an extremely short time. Then, Chenzong began to comprehend it. The Great Mystic Art was worthy of being a top-grade Saint-tier cultivation technique. Even if it was mediocre, it was still profound, surpassing the Taiyuan cloud scraping art. However, as Chenzong continued to accumulate experience and improve his cultivation base, he was able to further develop the potential of his soul. Thus, it was not too difficult for him to comprehend it. Not to mention, the Mystic Palace was more or less helpful in cultivation. Chenzong wholeheartedly comprehended it. Moreover, some of the profundities of the Great Mystery Formula were similar to the Great Abyss cloud scraping technique, which further reduced the difficulty of comprehending it. Coupled with the experience and analysis of a group of experts, the difficulty of comprehending it was further reduced. Level. Chenzong wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he continued to comprehend. His Taiyuan cloud scraping art had reached the 14th level. If he wanted to cultivate the Great Mystic Art to a level that could rival or even surpass the Taiyuan cloud scraping art, he would need at least the 13th level. Therefore, Chenzong's goal was to comprehend the 13th level. If possible, he wanted to comprehend the 14th or even the 15th level. Then, with the help of the superior cultivation environment, he would cultivate to the pinnacle of comprehension. That way, his strength would increase by another step. Otherwise, if he didn't comprehend to a certain level and rashly changed his cultivation, it would only drag him down. It had to be said that the Great Mystic Art was indeed a top cultivation technique suitable for commoners. Not only did it cost a lot of contribution points, but it also came with the expert's own comprehension, allowing them to better comprehend the mysteries within. With Chenzong's powerful perception, it was very suitable for him to comprehend it. A month later, Chenzong achieved his goal of comprehending the 13th level. Chenzong didn't stop cultivating and continued to comprehend even though his momentum was not over yet. The 14th level was slightly more difficult. It took him a full 5 days to comprehend it. It took him 10 days to comprehend the 15th level. It took Qianzong 1.5 months to comprehend the 15th level of the great mystic art. It's time to change my cultivation, Qianzong said to himself as he took a deep breath. His eyes shone with an extremely sharp light. The Xianxia of heaven and earth in the Mystic Origin Palace's Mystic Origin Palace was about the same as the Mystic Heaven Gardens, but it was much purer. It was at least 30% purer. This would be extremely convenient for him to change his cultivation technique. Because of this, Qianzong was confident that he would be able to change his cultivation technique in a short period of time and recover his strength. The first level of the great mystic art began to circulate. Boundless and pure yuan qi of heaven and earth suddenly surged from all directions and entered Qianzong's body. It was immediately absorbed and circulated according to the first level of the great mystic art, producing great mystic half-saint force. The first level was completed. He cultivated the second level in a spurt of energy. Then he cultivated the third level. A day later, Qianzong began cultivating the fourth level. The further he progressed, the slower his cultivation speed became. After 5 days, Qianzong cultivated to the 7th level. After 15 days, Qianzong cultivated to the 10th level. It's time. Qianzong made a prompt decision. He immediately dispersed the power of the Taiyuan cloud-scraping art that had been compressed in a corner and transformed it into the purest energy. It filled every part of his body in an instant, as if it wanted to burst his body. The power of the 14th level, a high-grade saint stage cultivation technique, was at the peak of the half-saint stage. Once it was dispersed, it wreaked havoc like a flood bursting through a dam. It was like a tsunami that destroyed everything around it. It was extremely terrifying. If it weren't for Qianzong's tyrannical physique, he would have been injured or even shattered from the inside in an instant. Even so, Qianzong felt waves of pain coming from his body. It was as if his body was about to explode and his whole body was swelling up. He circulated the 10th level of the great mystery art with all his strength and began to absorb and refine the pure power of the Taiyuan cloud-scraping art. The reason why he chose to refine the power of the Taiyuan cloud-scraping art at the 10th level was because only a sufficient level of the great mystery art could refine it. Otherwise, if the level wasn't high enough, there would be nothing he could do. Refine, refine, refine. The boundless power of the Taiyuan cloud-scraping art was constantly being refined, increasing the power of the great mystery art and increasing the speed of refinement. The 11th level was completed. The 11th level was completed, and the speed of absorption and refinement increased by a lot. The 12th level, with sufficient power, the speed of cultivation of the great mystery art was astonishing. The 13th level of the great mystery art immediately absorbed and refined all the power of the Taiyuan cloud-scraping art. Qianzong gathered all the power in his body in a spurt of energy and exploded in an instant, breaking through the limit. Break! The 14th level of the great mystery art. After reaching the 14th level, Qianzong didn't stop. He continued to absorb and refine the yuan qi of heaven and earth into his body to consolidate his cultivation technique. The great mystery art was a top-grade saint-tier cultivation technique. The power cultivated at the 13th level was already superior to that of the 14th level of the Taiyuan cloud-scraping art. Now that he had reached the 14th level, it was even more powerful and had indirectly increased Qianzong's strength. After consolidating his cultivation, Qianzong opened his eyes. They shone with a sharp light, like cold lightning piercing through the air. This time, he had spent more than 2 months in seclusion, and his strength had also improved. Now that I don't have a single Xianyuan merit point left, I need to earn more merit points, Qianzong said to himself. Only by earning Xianyuan merit points could he exchange them for things beneficial to his cultivation. There was a very common way to earn merit points, and that was to carry out missions. Of course, turning in some treasures, cultivation techniques, and secret techniques could also earn a corresponding amount of merit points. For example, if Qianzong had turned in the Burning Fiend Azura technique and the 1000-form Azura technique, he would have definitely earned a lot of merit points. However, Qianzong wasn't willing to do so because those techniques belonged to his Azura doppelganger, Xianxia. As such, he could only carry out missions. He didn't need to leave the palace to choose a mission. He could do so in his own palace. Opening the panel, Chenzong looked carefully. There were many missions in the mission column, and they were divided into 4 levels, corresponding to the authority of a disciple. Yellow, black, earth, sky. Yellow rank disciples could only accept yellow rank missions and some black rank missions. Black rank disciples could not only accept all yellow rank and black rank missions, they could also accept some earth rank missions. The higher the level of the mission, the greater the merit points and other rewards. Chenzong looked carefully. He had only skimmed through the yellow missions, and the rewards were not high, at most 100 merit points. Chenzong's focus was on the black missions. The reward for a black mission was at least 100 merit points, and the upper limit was 1,000. Of course, the reward for such a mission wasn't that high since it required at least 1,000 merit points to exchange for black treasures. One had to go through many missions to accumulate a considerable amount of merit points. This was also why the Xianxia Palace didn't want to let their disciples have it too easy. Missions were also a kind of training. Chenzong carefully looked at the black rank mission, and then looked at the earth rank mission. The earth mission's rewards were naturally higher, at least 1,000 merit points. Chenzong also saw that apart from the yellow, black, earth, and sky missions, there were also 3 levels: low level, mid-level, and high level. After careful comparison, comparing the possible difficulty of the mission, comparing the execution time and route of the mission and so on, Chenzong finally made his choice. Of these 3 mystic rank missions, 2 were mid-tier mystic rank missions and 1 was high-tier mystic rank missions. If all 3 missions were completed, he would receive a total of 2,300 merit points and 500 earth restoration pills. If he couldn't complete them, there would be no punishment. Most of the missions in the Xianxia Palace were not unique, and could be chosen by many people. Of course, it wasn't unlimited. Each mission had a label and could be accepted by several people. For example, of the 3 missions that Chenzong had accepted, he could accept them at least twice, and at most 3 times. However, when Chenzong accepted them, one of the missions had already been used up, and the other 2 missions each had 1 use left. Some of these missions could only be completed once, while others could be completed multiple times. In the Profound Origin dynasty, there were 1 capital, 3 paths, 9 provinces, and 27 prefectures. Of the 3 missions that Chenzong accepted, he chose the most optimal route and completed them one by one. The first mission was to harvest the cold nether essence, which was used for refining pills. The cold nether essence was located in the cold nether mountain, and it usually grew in caves. Hanming Mountain was a mountain in the Mingyuan path. Chenzong used the Empty Space Temple's Empty Space Gate to reach the Mingyuan city of the Mingyuan path. After leaving Bright Origin City, Chenzong headed straight for the Cold Nether Mountain. The Cold Nether Mountain was a huge mountain range that stretched for more than 1,000,000 li. The moment one stepped into the range of the Cold Nether Mountain, they could feel the temperature drop. The deeper one went, the colder it became. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to survive in this environment, and they would freeze to death in a few breaths. However, this kind of coldness was nothing to Chenzong. As he went deeper into the mountain, Chenzong tried to comprehend the fusion of his half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent. Once he succeeded, his strength would break through the limit once more, and he would become even stronger. If I don't borrow the strength of Azura's avatar, I might be able to kill an early First Heaven Saint Realm expert, Chenzong thought to himself. As for whether it was true or not, he wasn't sure. After all, his strength had increased a lot, but it wasn't by much. Following the instructions on the mission, Chenzong began his search. There were many caves in the Cold Nether Mountain, and they were called Cold Nether Caves. Almost every Cold Nether cave produced Cold Nether essence. However, after so many years, many of the Cold Nether caves' Cold Nether essence had been taken away. Although it could be reproduced, it took time. Usually, it would take 100 years to produce a single drop of Cold Nether essence. As time passed, the amount of Cold Nether essence decreased, and it became more valuable. In the beginning, Cold Nether essence could be found anywhere, and its value wasn't high at all. Now, the difficulty of finding Cold Nether essence had increased by thousands of times, and its value had increased by tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of times. Even so, there were still many cultivators who would enter the Cold Nether Mountain to search for the Cold Nether quintessential essence. If they sold it, they would be able to obtain a considerable amount of wealth for their own cultivation. Chen Zong walked out of a cave. This was an abandoned cave, but Chen Zong went in to try his luck. He wanted to see if the cold nether quintessential essence would regenerate, but unfortunately, it wasn't. Chen Zong was not discouraged. This was only the first cave. There were many more in Cold Nether Mountain. He continued to search. 1, 2, 3, Chen Zong searched one mountain after another, but he couldn't find the Cold Nether quintessential essence. However, this mission was a Mystic class mid-tier mission. The reward was 600 Mystic Origin Merit Points and 100 Earth Origin Elixirs. It was not cheap and it was normal that it was hard to find it. Chen Zong searched patiently. He searched through more than a dozen caves, but he still couldn't find the Cold Nether quintessential essence. When Chen Zong walked out of another cave, he encountered 3 cultivators. There were 2 men and 1 woman. One was a middle-aged man, one was a young man, and the woman also looked young. When they saw Chen Zong, the young man's eyes were filled with vigilance. The young woman stared at Chen Zong as if she wanted to see through him. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed, but he immediately restrained himself and revealed a smile. "Friend, it seems that you're also here to search for the Cold Nether quintessential essence," the middle-aged man greeted with a smile. Chen Zong nodded. "Friend, I can see that this should be your first time searching for the Cold Nether quintessential essence," the middle-aged man said again, which surprised Chen Zong. How could he tell? As if he could see the surprise in Chen Zong's heart, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "My name is Yuan Huan. I'm a quintessential essence seeker. I have rich experience in searching for the Cold Nether quintessential essence. I can determine whether a cave like this has Cold Nether quintessential essence with a glance." Yuan Huan pointed at the cave not far away. He wasn't lying. He did appear in the Cold Nether Mountain all year round, searching everywhere for the Cold Nether quintessential essence to sell. Therefore, he had accumulated rich experience over the years. Although he didn't dare say that he was 100% accurate, he was 70% to 80% accurate. "If you're willing to pay a price, I can take you with me to search for the Cold Nether quintessential essence." Yuan Huan stated his purpose. Chen Zong took a deep look at Yuan Huan. Soon after, he smiled and asked, "What price?" With his extremely sharp senses, Chen Zong could sense that this person wasn't as kind as he appeared. At least, his purpose wasn't so pure. However, this person did have experience in searching for the Cold Nether quintessential essence, which would be helpful to him. As for whether this person had any ill intentions, Chen Zong wasn't afraid. After all, these 3 people were only half-step saints. Chen Zong wasn't afraid of half-step saints. If worse came to worst, he still had his Azura clone. His Azura clone was now much stronger than before. Strength was the source of confidence, the source of confidence. With strength, one should be fearless. Of course, fearlessness wasn't just related to strength, it was also related to one's temperament. Some people didn't have enough temperament, so no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be confident enough. Chen Zong wasn't like that. "Not much, just 10 Earth Origin pills." Yuan Huan smiled. "If you find the Cold Nether quintessential essence under my guidance, you'll have to pay me another 100 Earth Origin pills." Yuan Huan's asking price wasn't little. Of course, compared to the value of the Cold Nether quintessential essence, it wasn't much. "Okay." Chen Zong directly took out 10 Earth Origin pills and gave them to the other party. This was a deal. Yuan Huan took the 10 Earth Origin pills, and a trace of light flashed in his eyes. It was almost undetectable. "Follow me," Yuan Huan said. As for the young man and woman, he didn't introduce them. The 2 of them didn't speak either, as if they were mutes. Since the other party didn't speak, Chen Zong naturally wouldn't care. One had to admit that this Yuan Huan was very experienced. After a few rounds of observation, he was able to determine whether or not there was Cold Nether quintessential essence in an abandoned cave. This saved Chen Zong a lot of time. Shortly after, Yuan Huan stopped in front of a cave and carefully observed it. Then, his face became slightly serious, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. "There's most likely Cold Nether quintessential essence in here," Yuan Huan said in a low voice. He was secretly excited. For essence seekers like them, it wasn't easy to find cold nether quintessential essence. Of course they would be excited to find one. As for why they didn't sell it themselves, there were other reasons. For example, they didn't have enough strength to protect the cold nether quintessential essence. Hearing that there was cold nether quintessential essence, Qinzong's eyes lit up, but he didn't rush in. "Let's go," Yuan Huan immediately said. She took the lead and stepped into the cave. Qinzong followed behind her. Then, the young man also took a step into the cave. At the instant he entered, he turned his head around and cast a glance at the young woman, signaling her with his eyes. The young woman nodded her head in an undetectable manner. Soon after, she walked into the cave. However, she did not immediately enter the cave. Instead, she quickly set up a barrier and sealed the entrance of the cave, forming a layer of light barrier that rippled like water. With this barrier, no matter if it was going in or out, it would be blocked. After setting up the barrier, the young woman walked into the cave. As Yuan Huan, the marrow seeker, ventured deeper into the cave, Qinzong could feel that they were descending. The temperature in the air was getting lower and lower. Ice shards could be seen on the walls and ceiling of the cave, emitting a frightening chill. Even a Foundation Realm cultivator would find it difficult to move in a place like this. However, Qinzong didn't feel any discomfort. Even if the temperature dropped twice, it wouldn't affect Qinzong at all. "We're almost there," Yuan Huan whispered. She couldn't suppress the excitement in her voice. After about 1,000 meters, Yuan Huan stopped. Qinzong also stopped and stared ahead. There was a small hole in front of them, and there was a pool of black liquid inside. It was very thick and gave off a shocking chill. Cold nether quintessential essence, Qinzong's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and appeared in front of the cold nether quintessential essence like the wind. He took out a jade bottle and sucked the cold nether quintessential essence into it. As long as he brought the cold nether quintessential essence back to the Mysterious Origin Palace, he would receive 600 Mysterious Origin merit points and 100 Earth Origin pills. Qinzong did not care about the 100 Earth Yuan elixirs, it did not matter if he had them or not. However, the 600 Xian Yuan merit points were what Qinzong really needed. Immediately, Qinzong took out 100 Earth Origin pills and gave it to Yuan Huan. This was the price they had agreed on. After he found the cold nether quintessential essence and obtained it, he would have to pay another 100 Earth Origin pills. Yuan Huan took the 100 Earth Origin pills and put them away. A strange smile appeared on her face and she quickly retreated. At the same time, she waved her hand. Suddenly, light surged and intertwined, spreading in all directions and sealing the area. It was extremely fast. Even though Qinzong was vigilant, he was still a bit slower. He was trapped in the light like a cage. "What is the meaning of this?" Qinzong didn't panic at all and asked casually. "This is a formation disk. The formation disk activates is called the Dragon Imprisoning Formation. As the name suggests, even a true dragon will be imprisoned." Yuan Huan's previous amiable appearance was replaced by a cold and stern smile, and his eyes became sharp. At the same time, the male and female youths appeared beside Yuan Huan and coldly stared at Qinzong in the dragon prison formation. They constantly sized him up and a cold smile appeared on their faces. "Hand it over." Yuan Huan's voice was low and ethereal, with a hint of greed. "Hand over the cold nether quintessential essence and all your wealth, and I will spare your life." Otherwise, needless to say, Qinzong knew what it meant. It was none other than to take his life. "The cold nether quintessential essence is with me. You have seen it. Moreover, there are many Earth Origin pills in my storage ring." A smile appeared on Qinzong's face as he said slowly. Through the light of the dragon prison formation, he stared at Yuan Huan and said, "If you want it, come and get it yourself." However, Yuan Huan was very vigilant. He could vaguely see that Qinzong was a sage-to-be and not a saint, which was why he dared to make such a move. However, he didn't know his opponent's strength, so he couldn't be too cautious. Qinzong waved his finger. It streaked across the sky like a sword. Layers of ripples suddenly appeared on the light of the imprisoning dragon matrix. The ripples spread out. The power of this finger was astonishing. It was enough to kill an ordinary high-level half-saint. However, it couldn't do anything to the power of the imprisoning dragon matrix. It's useless. With your half-saint strength, even if you are a peerless genius, you can't break the imprisoning dragon array, the young man said again. His voice was sharper, and there seemed to be some resentment in it. Little brat, hand over your storage ring obediently, and you can still live, Yuan Huan said with a gloomy expression. There was already a hint of impatience in his voice. Chen Zong ignored him. He unsheathed the gilded mountain sword and slashed at him. To be honest, the range of the imprisoning dragon array was very small, while the gilded mountain sword was very large. It was difficult to use it, but Chen Zong didn't have such a problem. With his superb swordsmanship, he could control the sword in his hand with great precision. With a twist of his wrist, the gilded mountain sword spun in a small range and suddenly burst out with amazing power. The sword that seemed to be able to split open a mountain made the expressions of the three people outside the imprisoning dragon array change. Although they kept saying that the imprisoning dragon array could trap a Saint Realm expert, they had never really tested it. After all, with their strength, it would be suicide to fight a Saint Realm expert. However, they had trapped a lot of half-saints, and none of them had been able to break it. Boom, the sword slashed down, and a terrible power burst out. The imprisoning dragon array shook and flashed, but it still didn't break. Yuan Huan and the other two people subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. They realized that the person trapped by the imprisoning dragon array was definitely a peerless genius. Otherwise, the power of his sword couldn't be so terrifying. That sword was enough to kill all three of them. Fortunately, the imprisoning dragon array was strong enough and didn't let them down. Uncle Yuan, it's better to do it as soon as possible. The young man was very afraid of Chen Zong. There was jealousy and resentment in his eyes, which made Chen Zong a little confused. Chen Zong knew that this imprisoning dragon array was very tough. If he was given enough time, he would be able to find a weak point and break it. However, the three of them would not give him enough time. And from the looks of it, he was already anxious. Since that was the case, he might as well unleash all his power. Heart Domain, Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, 100% Half-Step Sword Intent, the 14th level of the Dexian Formula, an ultimate sword move. Extreme Heart Sword Style, Extreme Heart, Extreme Sword, this was an extremely powerful sword. If he could return to the Xianyuan Holy Battle with such strength, Chen Zong was confident that he would be able to increase his ranking by at least a few places. He might even be able to challenge the top 10. With this kind of strength, killing an early First Heaven Saint Realm expert wouldn't be a problem. The power of this sword had already surpassed the half-true Saint Realm. The golden sword beam pierced through the air and struck the imprisoning dragon matrix. Wherever the tip of the sword landed, a speck of light surged and rippled like a raging wave. A pop sound rang out. It sounded very beautiful, but it caused Yuan Huan and the other two's expressions to change greatly. They were extremely terrified. The three of them were originally about to attack and kill Chen Zong within the imprisoning dragon formation, but they suddenly retracted their strength, turned around without hesitation, and fled at their fastest speed. The light of the imprisoning dragon array shattered like porcelain. It couldn't block Chen Zong's sword at all. Of course, Chen Zong had to admit that the dragon imprisoning formation was indeed very strong. It could withstand the power of many high-level half-saints. Chen Zong estimated that if half of the peerless geniuses in the Xianyuan Sacred War were trapped, they would not be able to break free from the dragon imprisoning formation without using some trump cards. After breaking the imprisoning dragon array, Chen Zong's gaze fell on the three figures who were flying away. He took a step forward. Flowing light flying shadow, in the blink of an eye, Chen Zong's speed reached its peak. After integrating the half-step thunder will into the flowing light flying shadow, Chen Zong was like a flash of lightning. His speed was much faster. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong caught up with the three people and swung his sword without hesitation. Stop, no, the three people were horrified and shocked, but they couldn't stop Chen Zong at all. If they took the 100 Earth Restoration elixirs, it would be fine. Unfortunately, they were too greedy and didn't have the corresponding ability. In other words, they found the wrong people to be greedy. With a slash of the sword, the three people were cut in half in an instant and died an unnatural death. Chen Zong flicked his huge sword, and immediately picked up the three people's storage rings, and checked them. There weren't many things in the young man and young woman's storage rings, and they weren't valuable. However, Qinzong found hundreds of earth restoration elixirs in Yuan Huan's storage ring, which was a good value. In addition, he even found a trace of cold nether essence. Qinzong couldn't help but smile. After turning in the 2 traces of cold nether essence, it was equivalent to him completing 2 missions. He could obtain 1200 Xianyuan merit points and 200 earth restoration elixirs. Qinzong didn't know if Yuan Huan had evil intentions from the beginning or if it was gradually growing. He also didn't know why the young man was hostile to him, but it didn't matter. These 3 greedy people had already suffered. Now that this mission was completed, it was time for him to leave Cold Nether Mountain and carry out the next mission. The target of the next mission was a mountain stronghold that was causing trouble. There were powerful bandits in the stronghold. He could obtain 700 Xianyuan merit points and 100 earth restoration elixirs if he killed them. As for what he could obtain in the stronghold, it was up to him. However, when Qinzong arrived at the stronghold, he found that it was empty. There were only broken weapons, countless dried bloodstains, and crisscrossing traces of chaos. Obviously, there had been a fierce battle here, and the result of the battle was the destruction of the stronghold. Either it was destroyed by someone, or it could be a disciple from some faction or a disciple of Xianyuan Palace. However, since it had been destroyed, Qinzong couldn't complete this mission. He could only leave and head to the next mission location. This was a high-grade Xianyuan rank mission, and the reward was 1000 Xianyuan merit points and 300 earth restoration elixirs. It was quite generous. He just hoped that no one else had completed it. This mission was to kill a person, an extremely vicious cultivator. So far, several geniuses had already died in his hands, which was why there was such a shocking reward. 100 transformation blood butcher. 100 transformation meant that this person was good at changing his appearance, figure, and even aura, making it difficult for others to find his whereabouts. Blood butcher meant that this person was ruthless and merciless. When a ruthless and merciless person mastered the ability to change his appearance and figure, it would be even more difficult to find and deal with him. Mingyuan Road, in a small town in Taixing Province. According to the information, this was the place where 100 transformation blood butcher last appeared. As for whether he was still here, Qinzong didn't know. However, in order to complete the mission, he could only rush over to have a look and search. Maybe he would be lucky enough to meet him. In this small town, Qinzong had already stayed for 3 days, but he still couldn't find any trace of 100 transformation blood butcher. Today, Qinzong went to a restaurant to enjoy delicious food. There were people talking in the restaurant. However, the content of the conversation was useless to him. At this time, a figure walked into the restaurant. It was very ordinary, and there was nothing unusual about it. However, for some reason, Qinzong raised his head to take a look. It was a young man in a white silk robe. There was an oily white jade hanging on his waist. As he walked, he had a graceful demeanor, like a fine young master in a chaotic world. His aura was very ordinary. He had cultivated, but was not strong. Such a person would naturally attract people's attention. Many people greeted him, so he must be a regular in this restaurant, or a famous person in this small town. Young Master Min, I had a great time talking with you a few days ago. Please take a seat here. Let's toast again. A middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood up and greeted him with a smile. Okay. The elegant young master immediately closed the folding fan in his hand and walked over with a spring breeze smile. It was a very ordinary scene, a very harmonious scene. When Qinzong was about to withdraw his gaze, he suddenly stopped and stared at the young master. Brother, is there anything I can help you with? Young Master Min noticed Qinzong's gaze. He stopped and turned his head to look at him. With a modest smile on his face, he asked politely. Nothing. Qinzong smiled slightly. He shook his head and withdrew his gaze, ignoring the young master. If you don't mind, please come over and have a few drinks with me. Young Master Min spoke again. Thank you, but I have to go. Qinzong refused. He called the waiter of the restaurant, paid for the dishes, and got up to leave the restaurant. Young Master Min glanced at Qinzong's back, then withdrew his gaze and ignored him. Qinzong could feel the young master's last gaze. He felt more and more strange in his heart. Unusual. At first, Chenzong thought it was a very normal scene. There was nothing strange about it, and there was no need to pay attention to it. But when he looked at it for the second and third time, Chenzong felt something was wrong. Young Masterman's expression was strange. What was strange about it? As Chenzong walked out of the restaurant, he started to think. His mind kept turning, looking for something strange. Strange, unnatural. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Chenzong's mind. Unnatural, yes, young Master Min's smile was very gentle, like a spring breeze, but that was in the eyes of ordinary people or ordinary cultivators. However, Chenzong's soul was very strong, and his perception was extremely sharp. It was far better than that of a half-step saint. Even some Saint Realm masters could not compare with him. Therefore, when he looked at young Master Min for the second and third time, he felt that the young master's expression was a little unnatural. Why was it unnatural? It was a kind of numb, stiff unnaturalness, as if that face was not his. The moment this thought came to his mind, it was as if a bolt of lightning had split the darkness and shattered the fog. A thought suddenly emerged. This young Master Min was unusual. Maybe he was related to the person he was looking for, or even the 100 Faces Xue Tuesday. Judging from his title, the 100 Faces Xue Tu seemed to be a ruthless man with red eyes and a murderous aura. But don't forget that he was very good at disguising. Slowing down, Chenzong immediately thought further. It was late at night, and all the lights in the houses were dim. The night was dark, but it couldn't stop the restless hearts of the cultivators. In the flower house, young Master Min, who was dressed in a white robe, was drinking with a seductive woman whose clothes were half exposed. Suddenly, young Master Min struck out with his palm as fast as lightning. The woman fell to the ground and fainted completely. "You've been with me for so long. Are you tired? Why don't we have a drink?" Young Master Min raised the wine cup to his lips, but paused slightly as if he was talking to the air. It was as if he had walked out of the darkness or nothingness. He appeared in the flower house and sat in front of young Master Min. It was Chenzong. Young Master Min stared at Chenzong as if he had suddenly realized something. He raised his cup and asked at the same time, "Oh, it's you, brother. What can I do for you? Should I call you young Master Min or 100 Blood Butcher?" Chenzong didn't move, but said calmly. His simple words were like a long sword, piercing fiercely. "What are you talking about, brother?" Young Master Min looked surprised, as if he didn't understand Chenzong's words. But in an instant, the wine cup in his hand shot out with terrifying power, as if it could shatter a mountain. The wine cup spun rapidly, and the wine in it turned blood red in an instant, giving off a shocking murderous vibe. Immediately after, young Master Min's right hand turned blood red and was filled with an extremely strong smell of blood. It was like a blood-red swallow sweeping across the sky at an extremely shocking speed. It was like a bolt of lightning, and its trajectory was not straight. Instead, it flew from the side, but it felt like it was faster than a straight line. His fingertips were suffused with a wisp of blood-red cold light, cutting like a blade. Fast, shockingly fast, this move alone surprised Chenzong. Ordinary high-level half-saints couldn't avoid it and would be killed instantly. Chenzong could tell that this person's strength was definitely not inferior to some of the peerless geniuses from the Xianyuan Sacred War. It was no wonder that so many people had been killed by him. Of course, this didn't mean that this person's talent could be compared to the peerless geniuses in the Xianyuan Sage War. It was because this person had cultivated for a longer time and had settled in the Sage to be level for a longer time. In addition, he had some extraordinary talent and good opportunities, which allowed him to have such strength. In fact, many veteran half-step saints were not talented enough to break through to the saint realm, but because they had been in the half-step saint realm for a long time, they all had extraordinary strength and means. It was normal for those young geniuses to be killed if they were careless. It had to be said that this person was not only fast, but also decisive and merciless. At the same time, a thick smell of blood rushed into his nostrils, penetrating his lungs and rushing straight to his brain. This kind of stench of blood would make people dizzy and distract them for an instant, causing them to be unable to react as quickly as possible and thus be killed. With such a move, this person had already killed many people. This time, he was going to kill another person. However, not only was Qianzong prepared for this, but his perception was also extremely sharp. His opponent's wine cup and hand were all under Qianzong's control, and their trajectories were extremely clear. With a stroke of his sword finger, the half-step sword essence condensed in it and directly cut open the wine cup. Not only did the blood-red wine inside not spill out, but it was cut open as if it was solid and shot back at an even faster speed. It contained a sharp and direct sword qi. The sword finger didn't stop, but changed its trajectory and slashed towards the blood-red flying swallow hand. The sword blade was invincible. Young Master Min's expression was cold, and his eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. He was also a little surprised. So fast, this person's reaction was really too fast. Retreat. Without hesitation, young Master Min turned into a flash of light and retreated at an amazing speed, like a flash of lightning flashing across the sky. This speed surprised Qianzong, and his body movement was even more mysterious. As soon as he moved, Qianzong moved as well. The flowing light flying shadow, which had been cultivated to the perfection realm, and the half-step thunder essence, instantly flew out. His speed was even more amazing, and he closed in on young Master Min in an instant. Immediately, the gilded mountain sword was unsheathed, and it turned into a flash of golden sword light that tore through the sky and pierced towards young Master Min. Not only was it fast, but it was also extremely powerful. Blood slaughtering method. A shrill scream suddenly sounded, and young Master Min's body seemed to explode. Endless blood-red light rushed in all directions and quickly dyed the surroundings. The ground, walls, and roofs all turned blood-red in an instant, and a thick layer of blood that was close to a dark red color. In an instant, the surroundings were dyed with a thick blood-red color, as if they were in a blood-red cage. The extremely strong smell of blood constantly filled the air, and it was very pungent and nauseating. The aura and color here would make people feel depressed and extremely uncomfortable. In particular, the dark red color around them was more like a thick layer of blood that was constantly flowing, which was even more shocking. Under normal circumstances, one would be suppressed here, and their strength would be indirectly weakened. If Qianzong was only 90% sure of young Master Min's identity before, then now, he was 100% sure that young Master Min was Hundred Faces' blood slaughterer. Once the blood slaughtering method was performed, Hundred Faces' blood slaughterer's robe was also dyed with a layer of dark red halo, as if blood was flowing slowly. It looked very terrifying, and it seemed to have merged with the blood around it, making Hundred Faces' blood slaughterer's aura even more profound. On Hundred Faces' blood slaughterer's face, the original handsomeness had long disappeared. His face was full of cracks, and the cracks were blood red. He looked like an evil ghost, which made Qianzong's pupils shrink slightly. You will be one more genius to die under my blood slaughtering method. Hundred Faces' blood slaughterer's voice had completely changed. It was cold and hoarse, and full of killing intent. I'm afraid you won't get what you want. Qianzong smiled slightly. The aura here was indeed terrifying, and it made him feel oppressed and depressed. However, Qianzong's mind was extremely firm, and it was difficult for external evil to invade. He could completely resist it and was not affected at all. With the sword in his hand, the half-step sword essence surged, and he slashed out. Blood splattered everywhere, a line of blood light, as fast as lightning, pierced through everything. In an instant, Hundred Faces' blood slaughtherer's body was hit, and he had no time to dodge at all. Hundred Faces' blood slaughtherer's face was also filled with a trace of disbelief, as if he could not believe that he had been stabbed by young Master Min's sword. Immediately after, a strange smile appeared on Hundred Faces' blood butcher's face, causing people to tremble with fear. The blood around him flowed faster and surged, and the sword hole on his body was quickly healing. Can't kill him? Qianzong frowned slightly, then sneered and slashed out a second time. This time, the Hundred-Faced Blood Slayer reacted even faster. He turned into a blood-red bolt of lightning and flew out, dodging Qianzong's sword. Blood claws covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked from all directions. Every attack was extremely sharp and tore through everything. Qianzong narrowed his eyes and saw countless blood-red claws coming at him from all directions. It was as if they wanted to tear him apart completely. With the sword in his hand, all the bloody claws were blocked. The sword contained a rebounding force, shattering the blood light one after another. Immediately, a huge blood-red saber light slashed down from the sky, as if it could split a mountain. This was the most powerful attack, and it was also a sure kill attack. The bloody claws all over the sky were just a means. Of course, although it was just a hidden means, it was still very powerful. It would be good if it could kill the enemy, but if it could not, it would be used as a cover for this attack. The saber slashed down, as if it could split heaven and earth, and it was going to split Qianzong in half. Qianzong stared at the blood-red saber light that slashed down. The power of this attack was very strong, comparable to that of the top geniuses in the Xianyuan sacred battle who ranked in the 30th place. However, it was still not strong enough for him. He slashed out with his sword. Extreme heart swordsmanship, Qianzong did not even need to use the celestial crystal body. The sword pierced through the sky and slashed out. The blood-red saber light paused and was immediately penetrated. It mercilessly pierced through Hundred Faces' blood slaughtherer's body, which could not dodge. The power of this attack was even more terrifying. This attack directly shattered Hundred Faces' blood slaughtherer's neck, and his head immediately rolled to the ground. Countless streams of blood rushed over from all directions. Qianzong waved his sword and instantly cut them off. Then, with a flick, he directly collected the Hundred Faces' blood butcher's head and put it into his storage ring. This was the proof of completing the mission. The blood faded, and everything returned to its original state. The room was still the same room, but the seductive brothel girl was already dead. After Qianzong picked up Hundred Faces' blood slaughtherer's storage ring, he flicked a spark of fire onto the headless body, and it immediately burned to ashes. Leave. Now that the task was completed, Qianzong had to return to the Xianyuan palace in the imperial city to submit the task and get the Xianyuan merit points as soon as possible. On the way back, Qianzong also checked Hundred Faces' blood slaughtherer's storage ring. There were many earth restoration elixirs, human restoration elixirs, and a few heaven restoration elixirs. He was quite rich. Other than that, there were some other elixirs. There were elixirs that could restore one's strength and heal injuries. These were not of much use to Qianzong. Qianzong had many such elixirs himself. What was worth Qianzong's attention were the 3 cultivation methods and martial arts. The first one was the blood slaughtering technique, which was used by Hundred Faces' blood slaughterer. It was a new and quite mysterious technique. Once it was used, it could use the power of the blood slaughtering technique to heal one's injuries in a very short period of time. It was almost immortal. Of course, it was not really immortal. Otherwise, how could Qianzong kill Hundred Faces' blood slaughterer? Even so, it was very extraordinary. Unfortunately, its cultivation method was very cruel and bloody. It was to suck blood. Not just a little, but a lot of fresh blood. Qianzong directly ruled it out. The second one was the Hundred Transformation technique. It was another technique that Hundred Faces' blood slaughterer was proud of. It was also with this technique that Hundred Faces' blood slaughterer was able to change his appearance and escape from being hunted down. Unfortunately, the cultivation method of the Hundred Transformation technique was also cruel. It was to kill people and peel off their skin, then cultivate it into one's own body. Qianzong could not help but feel a little regretful. Qianzong did not like this method. Since he did not like it, he would not cultivate it. The third one was the body movement that Hundred Faces' blood slaughterer used. It was an upper sacred level body movement called Lightning Flash. Among the 3 books, only Lightning Flash was useful to him. The other 2 books could be completely discarded. However, Qianzong did not really throw them away. Instead, he kept them and planned to take them back to Xianyuan Palace to see if he could exchange them for some Xianyuan merit points. If not, it would not be too late to destroy them. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In a disciples' hall in Profound Origin Palace, Qianzong opened his mouth and exhaled a breath. The breath was as sharp as a sword, surging endlessly, as if it could pierce through the sky. Feeling the powerful surge of energy in his body, Qianzong smiled. The 15th level of the Great Mystery Formula. After half a year, this top-grade Sate-level cultivation technique made another breakthrough, taking another step forward. Qianzong also felt that he had reached the limit of his cultivation method. If he wanted to improve it again, he would have to break through to the Saint realm. Limitless, that was just a theory. Every level and every realm had its limits. However, these limits varied from person to person. Some cultivators' limits in the half-saint realm might be the 11th or 12th level, while others' limits were the 13th or 14th level. If there were no opportunities, the 15th level would be the limit of the half-saint realm. It was very difficult to improve from the 14th level to the 15th level. Every improvement required a lot of time and energy, as well as sufficient external forces. For example, in this Earth-grade disciple hall. That's right, Xianxia had been cultivating and carrying out missions for half a year, constantly accumulating profound origin merit points. When he exceeded 10,000 points, he applied for a promotion. The disciples of Profound Origin Palace were divided into levels, and disciples could be promoted. When one had 1,000 merit points, they could apply for a promotion to Profound Origin Disciple. When they had 10,000 merit points, they could apply for a promotion to Earth Grade Disciple. Of course, one had to have enough merit points to apply for a promotion. The Profound Origin Palace's disciple system was very comprehensive. When Xianxia applied for a promotion, it was approved immediately after half an hour. After the application was approved, Xianxia's disciple level was promoted from Profound Origin Disciple to Earth Grade. His authority also increased, but Xianxia still couldn't live in the Earth Grade Disciple Hall. Therefore, there was a limit to the number of disciple halls in Profound Origin Palace. When Xianxia became a Profound Origin Disciple, there happened to be an empty Profound Origin Disciple Hall. This time, the Earth Grade Disciple Hall was full, so he could only challenge. Survival of the fittest, so simple and direct. Xianxia won the challenge, so he naturally won the right to live in the Earth-ranked Disciple Palace. Of course, he also became enemies with that person because of this. After cultivating the great Profound Origin art to the 15th layer, his energy had become even more majestic and pure, and his strength had also increased. Reaching the 15th level of the greater mystic art is already my limit. There's nothing in the mystic Yuan Palace that can help me break through my limits. As for the Earth-class disciple authority, it allowed Xianxia to see a portion of the Heaven-class disciple authority. One of them was to enter the Xianyuan sacred tower to cultivate. Xianxia was very tempted, but when Xianxia saw the required Xianyuan merit points, he was dumbfounded. 10,000 merit points for 2 hours, in other words, the 91 hours of cultivation time he had previously obtained was equivalent to 910,000 Xianyuan merit points. After half a year, Xianxia knew how difficult it was to obtain Xianyuan merit points. 10,000 merit points would take him almost half a year, and half a year's worth of hard work could only be exchanged for 2 hours of cultivation time in the Xianyuan sacred tower. It was really, Xianxia didn't use his merit points to exchange for cultivation time in the Xianyuan sacred tower. 2 hours was too short, and it wasn't that obvious to the current him. After all, he could only reach the 7th level now, and he was very clear about the effects of comprehending the 7th level. These 10,000 merit points could be used by Xianxia to exchange for the complete Great Profound Origin art, but for now, it was enough for the first 20 levels. I've already comprehended 70% of the half-step lightning intent. This Thunder Echo pill contains the Tao of lightning intent, and it will have a miraculous effect on comprehending the half-step lightning intent. I can exchange for it. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he glanced over. A single Thunder Echo pill required 1,000 Xianyuan merit points. With his 10,000 Xianyuan merit points, he could only exchange for 10 pills. Of course, Xianxia wasn't clear about the effects of the Thunder Echo pill, so he would try to exchange for 3 pills first. As for the fusion of the half-step sword intent and the half-step fire intent, the progress was very slow, and he was only at 40%. However, the power of 40% fusion was obviously much stronger than that of 100% half-step sword intent. If that, Xianxia's strength was even stronger. Soon, a glowing white jade bottle was sent to Xianxia's hand. Inside, there were 3 pills. The pills were thumb-sized, round, and rippling with a purple halo. There seemed to be arcs of electricity jumping around in the halo, making a faint sound. Thunder Echo pill. After adjusting his breath, Xianxia threw a Thunder Echo pill into his mouth and swallowed it, and began to cultivate. Traces of electricity immediately scattered from his body, appearing on the surface of Xianxia's body and wandering around. Xianxia's consciousness was completely immersed in comprehension, and the 70% half-step thunder intent condensed into a bolt of lightning that surged endlessly. The thunder rhyme pill was refined using a special method, and it contained the aura of the Dao aura of lightning Dao insight, and it was helpful to the comprehension of lightning Dao insight. Of course, the thunder rhyme pill contained very little lightning Dao insight, and it was entirely insufficient to comprehend lightning Dao insight. But it was sufficient to comprehend half-step lightning intent. After the power of one thunder echo pill was consumed, Shenzong felt that his half-step thunder intent had improved, and he continued to take the second pill. Then, he took the third pill. When the power of the third thunder echo pill was completely consumed, Shenzong's half-step thunder intent also welcomed a breakthrough. 80%, the power of 80% half-step thunder intent was even more powerful. To be able to break through to 80%, other than the power of the thunder echo pill, it's also because of my own accumulation and comprehension. Shenzong's thoughts were very clear. If it were other people, 3 thunder echo pills might not be able to make their half-step thunder intent breakthrough from 70% to 80%. Since the thunder echo pill was effective, Shenzong continued to exchange the remaining 7,000 Xianyuan merit points for 7 more thunder echo pills. In the end, he only had a few hundred Xianyuan merit points left. He continued to take the thunder echo pills. When he finished taking the 7 thunder echo pills, his half-step thunder intent broke through again. 90%, Shenzong let out a sigh of relief after stabilizing. He could no longer improve quickly, and his Xianyuan merit points were almost used up. Suddenly, Shenzong couldn't help but feel a slight headache. He had to go on a mission again. With his current strength, those missions weren't difficult at all, but with his current level, he still couldn't achieve difficult missions. Relatively speaking, Shenzong didn't like to go on missions so much, and it wouldn't have the effect of gaining experience. However, in order to obtain Xianyuan merit points, he had to go. Shenzong opened the mission panel and started to search again, looking for a mission that was suitable for him and could satisfy him. After searching for a while, he still wasn't satisfied. In desperation, Shenzong could only choose some missions that were just passable and spend some time to complete them. Just as Shenzong was about to choose a mission that was just passable, suddenly, a red light flashed rapidly on the panel. It was very intense, as if a bloody light was spreading, with some kind of ominous feeling. Shenzong squinted his eyes slightly, feeling that the red light was dazzling and eye-catching. After the red light flashed for a few breaths, it didn't die down, but spread on the panel. Immediately, a paragraph of text appeared, as if it was written with blood. It was a new mission, which directly attracted Shenzong's attention. This was an urgent mission to gather a group of half-step saints to go to the Lesser Void Realm to kill the Void Demons. Void Demons? Shenzong's pupils shrank slightly. The Xianyuan dynasty's Xianyuan army was in the Void Battleground to resist the invasion of the Void Demons. The Lesser Void Realm was a space attached to the Void Battleground, a secret realm. Although the Xianyuan army was guarding the Void Battleground, accidents still happened. Some of the weaker Void Demons would sneak into the Lesser Void Realm, and then enter the Xianyuan dynasty through the Lesser Void Realm. Every time a Void Demon sneaked into the Xianyuan dynasty, it would cause a lot of damage and casualties. After all, the Void Demons and the human clan were not the same race, but enemies. Therefore, every time a Void Demon sneaked into the Lesser Void Realm, there would be an alarm, and a group of powerful half-step saints would be dispatched to kill them all. If they weren't killed, even if only one Void Demon invaded the Xianyuan dynasty, it would still cause a lot of casualties. This mission was marked in bloody red, indicating that this mission was very dangerous, and even the disciples of the Xianyuan palace would be in danger of death. Of course, the reward for this mission was also very generous. Killing a lesser soldier rank Void Devil was worth 1,000 merit points. Killing an elite rank Void Devil was worth 10,000 Xianyuan merit points. Shenzong was very tempted. When he knew that the Xianyuan army was fighting against the Void Demons, Shenzong had done some research. The Xianyuan dynasty, or the Tianyuan sacred region, divided the demons of the void into different levels. Miscellaneous demons were equal to high-level half-saints. Of course, the demons of the void were very powerful and were often stronger than half-saints of the same level. The elite rank void demons were at the Saint Rudiment stage, equivalent to the first Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Above the elite rank was the soldier rank, equivalent to the second heaven saint rudiment stage. Above the soldier rank was the murderous soldier rank, equivalent to the third heaven saint rudiment stage. Under normal circumstances, the void demons that sneaked into the lesser void realm were at the elite rank. However, the elite rank void demons were very terrifying, and ordinary first heaven saint rudiment stage were no match for them. This mission is suitable for me. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. There was a trace of excitement in his voice. Not only were the Xianyuan merit points rewarded, but they would also be able to have a life and death battle with the powerful void demons and hone themselves in the midst of life and death. Not only could he obtain generous Xianyuan merit points, but he could also train himself and stimulate his potential. It was killing two birds with one stone. As for the so-called danger, one had to be prepared to face all kinds of dangers when embarking on the path of cultivation. Sometimes, one would even have to look for danger himself. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately accepted the mission because there was a quota for this mission. 100, the quota for this mission was 100. When Chen Zong finished looking at the mission, more than 30 people had already accepted the mission. When Chen Zong accepted the mission, the number instantly jumped to 100. All 100 quotas were accepted. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the main hall of Xianyuan Palace, there were 50 figures in total, each of them exuding a different but powerful aura. These 100 people were all disciples of Xianyuan Palace. To be able to become a disciple of Xianyuan Palace, not only did they have extraordinary talent, but they also had extraordinary strength. They could easily kill an ordinary high-level sage to be. It was not an exaggeration to call them peerless geniuses. None of these 100 people could be underestimated. Chen Zong also noticed that some of these 100 people were peerless geniuses from the previous Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. There were Su Mubai, He Yanzi, Li Han, and others, but Chu Zhongyang was not present. Chen Zong felt a pair of eyes staring at him. That gaze was cold and sharp. Li Fangming, the disciple of the Li clan, did not participate in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly, but his strength was not weak. Chen Zong had previously challenged him to the Earth Disciple Hall, so Li Fangming bore a grudge against him. After all, the cultivation environment of the Earth Disciple Hall and the Xianyuan Disciple Hall was quite different. Li Fangming's gaze was cold and sharp, staring at Chen Zong like a cold knife, as if he wanted to cut Chen Zong into pieces. Chen Zong did not care. At this moment, a figure that looked short but also seemed very tall, like a mountain, stepped into the main hall. An expert, he was an expert with terrifying strength. With the appearance of this person, the yuan qi of heaven and earth seemed to fluctuate, surging and invading with an invisible and shocking aura. It was as if he wanted to crush everyone and deprive them of the yuan qi of heaven and earth. This middle-aged man, who looked short but had an imposing aura, stepped through the air with his hands behind his back. His eyes shone brightly as he opened and closed them. "Is everyone ready?" the short middle-aged man asked. His body did not look tall or strong, but his voice was extremely powerful and contained a shocking aura. Some responded, some nodded, and some were indifferent. The middle-aged man did not mind their attitude. After all, these people were peerless geniuses, so it was normal for them to be arrogant. This trip to the lesser void realm is not for fun, but to find and kill the demons of the void. Almost all of you have never faced a real demon of the void before, so you must be careful. The middle-aged man's eyes shone with a sharp light. What the middle-aged man said wasn't entirely accurate. For example, Chen Zong had truly fought against the void demon in the devil-devouring forbidden land of the earth demon abyss of Blue Wave's world. Of course, most of the void demons weren't very strong. It seemed like they were restricted. As for the other peerless prodigies, at most, they would fight against the demons of the void as a form of training. In the end, the void evil devil that was materialized was not the real void evil devil. There was a big difference. "Now, follow me," said the middle-aged man. He stepped into the air and the 100 geniuses of the Mystic Origin Palace followed him. The Lesser Void Realm was located between the Void Battleground and the Tianyuan Sacred Realm. It was like a space interlayer. To get to the Void Battleground, one had to pass through the Lesser Void Realm. Therefore, there was a void passage in the Mystic Origin dynasty that led directly to the Lesser Void Realm. There were void demons sneaking into the lesser void realm, but no Saint Rudiment realm cultivators were sent to kill them. This was because the strength of the space in the lesser void realm was not as strong as that in the Tianyuan sacred realm and the void battleground. If a Saint Rudiment realm cultivator attacked in the lesser void realm, it would cause cracks to appear in the space of the lesser void realm. It would be very dangerous. Of course, ordinary First Heaven Saint Rudiment realm cultivators could only cause some cracks in the space, but they could not shatter it. The second point was to make the lesser void realm a place of life and death for the half-saint Heaven's prides. In any case, these Heaven's prides would not only have to face the ferocious experts of the dark forces, but also the bloodthirsty demons of the void. Since it was only a matter of time, it was more beneficial for them to encounter the void demons now. If they could not even deal with the void demons, how could they talk about the future? The void passageway of the lesser void realm was located in a heavily guarded cave. Multicolored light fluctuated, and each color emitted a soul-stirring aura fluctuation. It was extremely terrifying. In addition, there were hundreds of well-trained Saint Rudiment realm cultivators who had experienced many life and death battles guarding the cave. The strongest was a half-step great saint. There were various defensive measures and powerhouses guarding the cave. There was also a void door that allowed them to retreat or reinforce the cave at any time. It was an amazing defensive force. It was almost impossible for the void demons to enter the cave through the void passage or the dark forces to destroy the cave. Under the leadership of the Mystic Origin Palace cultivators, 100 peerless prodigies arrived one after another and stepped into the heavily guarded cave. In addition, other young prodigies also entered the cave. 50-50, there were two groups of people, each led by a powerhouse. Long time no see, Mountain Guarding King, a burly old man in a black robe greeted with a smile. Long time no see, Black Light King, the middle-aged man who led the 100 peerless prodigies of the Mystic Origin Palace also responded with a smile. Both of you are still as elegant as ever. A gentle voice came like a spring breeze, but also like the tinkling of spring water. It was a beautiful middle-aged woman in gorgeous clothes. This beautiful middle-aged woman was yet another king who struck fear into the hearts of others. The 100 peerless prodigies of the Mystic Origin Palace sized up the two groups of people who had just appeared. The two groups of people sized each other up and also sized up the people of the Mystic Origin Palace. The difference in the attire of the two groups of people was very obvious. One group of 50 people wore black robes, while the other group of 50 people wore bright yellow robes. Obviously, they were from different forces. Zhenzong knew that the Mystic Origin dynasty was a powerful force. In the territory of the Mystic Origin dynasty, there were two forces that were not under the direct control of the Mystic Origin dynasty. They were the two great sect. The two great sect were called the Black Absolute Palace and the Dustless Palace. The Mystic Origin dynasty, the Black Absolute Palace, and the Dustless Palace were known as the three great forces of the Mystic Origin world. They ruled the Mystic Origin world together. However, in general, the Mystic Origin dynasty was the real ruler and the most powerful. Only the Black Absolute Palace and the Dustless Palace combined could rival the Mystic Origin dynasty. Everyone was responsible for fighting the void demons. Not only the Mystic Origin dynasty, but the Black Absolute Palace and the Dustless Palace also had to contribute. Therefore, this time, the Mystic Origin Palace sent out 100 disciples, while the Black Absolute Palace and the Dustless Palace sent out 50 disciples each to enter the Lesser Void Realm together to find and kill the void demons. After the colorful aura, there was a whirlpool that was constantly rotating. The whirlpool was round and had a diameter of 5 meters. It kept rotating inwards as if it was going to swallow everything. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed to be spinning outwards as if it was going to spit everything out. It seemed to be red, blue, and yellow. Many colors were flowing within it. This was the void passage that led to the Lesser Void Realm. Go in. The Mountain Suppression King said to the disciples of the Mystic Origin Palace, no matter how many void demons you kill, remember to collect their heart cores. When you bring them back, you'll be rewarded with Mystic Origin merit points according to the level and number of heart cores you obtain. Remember, the void demons are cruel and bloodthirsty. You can't let your guard down, the Mountain Suppression King reminded them one last time. Everyone nodded. Soon after, they took a step forward and stepped into the multicolored vortex. Then, they were directly swallowed and disappeared. Soon after, the disciples of the Black Palace and the Wuchen Palace also stepped out and disappeared into the void tunnel. As for the three powerful kings, they did not follow because if they entered the lesser void world with their strength, it was very likely that they would cause a small area of the lesser void world to shatter and collapse, which would lead to unpredictable consequences. Although one had to pass through the lesser void realm to go to the void battlefield, it referred to passing through directly and not stopping. The three of them were top kings at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. Their strength was extremely terrifying. I just hope we can all come back alive this time. The Mountain Suppression King was worried. Although the 100 people were all peerless geniuses of the mystic origin palace and each of them was powerful, the void demons were not weak either. Even the top kings couldn't guarantee that they could survive if they entered the void battlefield to face the void demons. The same was true even for half-step great Saint Realm powerhouses. In the ancient times, when the void demons invaded, even great Saint Realm powerhouses had fallen. In the face of the terrifying void demons that wreaked havoc in the void universe, who dared to say they could survive, the lesser void realm was a spatial mezzanine between the void battlefield and the heavenly Yuan sacred region. A large hall stood in the middle of the lesser void realm. The hall was a secret treasure that was extremely hard. Even if a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse attacked with all their strength, it would be difficult to break it. A colorful whirlpool with a diameter of 5 meters spun endlessly in the hall. It was firmly protected by the hall to prevent the void demons that sneaked into the lesser void realm from destroying it. At this moment, figures appeared from the colorful whirlpool and landed in the spacious hall. The light here was a little dim as if it was dusk. The hall was very tall and spacious. The 100 figures were the 100 peerless geniuses of the mystic origin palace. Then, another 50 figures appeared. They were the 50 peerless geniuses of the Black Absolute Palace, followed by the 50 peerless geniuses of the Dustless Hall. Jifenghan, let's compete to see who can kill more void demons, a peerless genius of the Black Absolute Palace suddenly said to a peerless genius of the Dustless Hall. Let's compete, Dustless Hall's Jifenghan snorted coldly and agreed without hesitation. As for the disciples of the Mystic Origin Palace, the Black Absolute Palace, and the Dustless Hall, they were not familiar with each other. Therefore, they did not greet or provoke each other. Chenzong, do you dare to compete with me and see who will get the most Mystic Origin merit points in the end? Li Fengming suddenly stared at Chenzong and said coldly, the loser will not only have to transfer all his merit points to the loser, but he will also have to bow and apologize in front of everyone. No matter where he meets the loser in the future, he will have to avoid him. Everyone was startled. The wager that Li Fengming had proposed wasn't small at all. In fact, it was extremely shocking. Everyone's gazes instantly landed on Chenzong's body and face. They wanted to see how he would respond. Although the Lesser Void Realm was an interlayer between the Tianyuan Sacred Realm and the Void Battleground, it was still considered an independent space. It was very vast and had both heaven and earth. The ground of the Lesser Void Realm was pitch black. Stepping on it felt a little soft, as if his feet would sink into it at any moment. But at the same time, he didn't sink into it. As he walked, Chenzong's foot landed on the ground. The moment his foot touched the ground, he suddenly stopped. A small vortex appeared on the black ground below his feet. As it spun, it seemed to swallow everything. Through the soles of his feet, Chenzong could feel the suction of the vortex, but this suction was not strong for him. As his foot landed, a surge of energy surged out and instantly shattered the small void vortex. The space of the Lesser Void Realm was more unstable than that of the Xianyuan dynasty, which made Chenzong feel lighter. Above him was the sky. It was not as clear and boundless as the sky of the Xianyuan dynasty. There was only a lot of gray qi that constantly filled the air. It flowed and changed like the wind and fog, and there seemed to be amazing dangers hidden in it. Chenzong did not move with the others. It was safer for him, but the peerless geniuses who came here, in addition to carrying out the mission, also had the intention to train themselves between life and death. Moreover, they were all talented and had great potential. It was inevitable that they would be arrogant and proud. Therefore, except for a few people, most of them chose to move alone. The pitch-black ground, the chaotic gray sky, the air was filled with countless mixed qi fluctuations. The chi of heaven and earth was very chaotic and not conducive to absorption and refinement. In such a place, it was better to take elixirs to recover one's strength. Zong carefully observed the environment of the lesser void realm while looking for the void evil demons. Relatively speaking, such a place would be more advantageous for the void evil demons. There were many kinds of void evil demons, but in essence, they belonged to the cruel and bloodthirsty killing race. After entering the lesser void realm, they were constantly looking for a way to sneak into the Xianyuan dynasty and would not deliberately hide their tracks. Therefore, it was not long before Zong found a void evil demon. The void evil demon also found Zong. Its triangular eyes emitted a scarlet killing intent that was extremely chilling. Boom! The burly body of the evil void demon moved in an instant and unleashed an extremely frightening and ferocious aura. It was as though a meteor had struck. It was as though the sun had exploded in the sky, the moon had been destroyed, and the stars had sunk. The frightening impact caused the void to tremble. Countless ripples spread out, and strands of black scratches appeared and disappeared like strands of hair. This was a void demon of the miscellaneous level. But even so, its strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary high-level half-saint. It was at least comparable to a high-level half-saint of the genius level. The more powerful ones were comparable to or even stronger than a high-level half-saint of the peerless genius level. Zong's expression did not change in the face of this powerful void devil's charge, but a glint of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Just as the enemy approached, the gilded mountain sword was unsheathed. Boom! The golden sword light streaked across the sky. The extremely powerful sharpness instantly tore open the void, leaving behind a faint black scar. It was a ghastly sight. The sword light was desolate, cutting off all life. Kill! The sword slashed through. Suddenly, the charging evil void demon's body paused in midair. It was split into two by Zong's sword. Death! Immediately, Zong took the heart core of the evil void demon and put it into his storage ring. The strength of this void demon was indeed very strong. However, to the current Zong, it was nothing. A single sword was enough to kill it. Suddenly, a strong sense of palpitation came over him. It grew from the bottom of his heart without any reason and quickly spread out. It filled his heart and made Zong feel uneasy. Why did he have such a feeling when he was unprepared? It was as though something terrible was about to descend. In the Xianming city of the Xianming territory, there was a district called the Xianming district. There were 108 courtyards called the Xianming courtyard. In one of the Xianming courtyards, a young man was playing with a long sword in his hand. The sword looked grayish-white. There was nothing special about it, nor was there any powerful or special aura. To put it simply, it was a very ordinary sword. However, the young man frowned and stared at the sword, as though he was trying to find out the secret of the sword. This person was a new prodigy on the Netherworld roll. He happened to be staying in the Xianming courtyard and found the sword that was placed there. He also knew who had stayed in the Xianming courtyard previously. Zong, a wandering prodigy. His name had spread throughout the Xianming territory and he had become a legendary existence. He and Sumubai of the Xianming Palace were known as the Xianming Duo. When he thought that the sword might have been left behind by Zong, the young man was naturally very excited. Unfortunately, he could not find any secret about the sword. The only thing he was sure of was that the sword could not be destroyed. However, if that was the only thing that could not be destroyed, it seemed to be useless and could only be reduced to a collector's item. Could it be that this sword is just Zong's collector's item? The prodigy could not help but be puzzled. Soon after, he guessed again, or could it be that this sword has nothing to do with Zong? Could it be a collector's item left behind by someone earlier? Because it was useless, Zong ignored it? Suddenly, the grayish-white sword trembled slightly. A grayish-white light rippled across the sword like water, attracting the attention of the prodigy. The light from the sword became more and more resplendent. However, it was not dazzling at all. Instead, it made his hair stand on end. It seemed to contain great murderous intent and terror that could destroy all life. What a good sword. Treasure. The prodigy on the Netherworld roll was very excited. He forgot about everything else and only had eyes for the sword. It could release such a terrifying aura, and he could not detect it at all previously. It was definitely a treasure. Now, this treasure was going to be his. With this treasure, he might become the second Chen Zong and become a legend in the mysterious underworld territory, comparable to the Xianming twins. The prodigy stretched out his hand to grab the sword hilt. However, he was repelled by a terrifying force. It was as if he had been hit by an invisible ancient beast. He spat out blood and felt as if all his bones and tendons had been scattered. He felt weak all over and could only watch as the sword, which was emitting a dazzling gray light, gently slashed through the void and disappeared in an instant. Everything seemed like a dream, if not for the sharp pain in his body constantly reminding him. Chen Zong was using 3 moves to kill a powerful void demon. Suddenly, the void in front of him was torn apart, as if an unknown demonic creature had opened its mouth and was about to devour everything. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately retreated. His speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. This was the superior sage movement technique, lightning flash, which had been cultivated to the initial level. The speed of the lightning flash at the initial level was even faster than the complete flying light shadow. With the help of the half-step thunder will, his speed had increased by a lot. After all, the lightning flash contained a trace of the mystery of thunder. It was very compatible with the half-step thunder will, even more so than the flying light shadow. However, the moment Chen Zong retreated, an extremely sharp gray light shot out from the pitch-black void crack. Fast as the aurora, fast as lightning, in an instant, it was in front of Chen Zong. He felt as if he had been pierced through. Even with his speed, it was difficult for him to avoid it. Chen Zong was about to attack with his sword when he was suddenly stunned. He let go of the sword hilt and reached out to grab the gray light. The gray light dissipated in an instant, revealing its true form. A sword, a gray-white sword, Nirvana evil sword. Chen Zong could not help but be stunned. At the same time, he felt his scalp tingle. Didn't he leave the Nirvana evil sword in the Xianming district of the Xianming city in the Xianming territory? That place was very far away from the Xianyuan dynasty. It should be even further away from the Lesser Void realm. Why did it appear here? Moreover, Chen Zong did not think that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The way the Nirvana evil sword appeared was by directly breaking through the void. Chen Zong felt that it was not difficult to break through the Lesser Void realm space. He should be able to do it if he used all his strength, but he could only cut it open. Moreover, the Nirvana evil sword had broken through the void from the Xianming city. It was unimaginable. For a moment, Chen Zong was extremely shocked. He stared at the Nirvana evil sword in his hand, and the fear in his heart became more and more obvious. Chen Zong was not the one who wielded this sword at first, but he had witnessed its evilness. He had also used this sword against enemies before, and that was when he slew the evil void demons in the devil-devouring Forbidden Land. This sword could absorb the life force of the void demons and seemed to be recovering itself. Thinking of this, Chen Zong suddenly had a guess in his mind. Could this sword be related to the void demons? Chen Zong felt that this guess was very bold. Otherwise, he had always left the Nirvana evil sword in the Xianming courtyard in the Xianming district of the Xianming city. He did not bring it with him, nor did he plan to bring it back. After that, the Nirvana evil sword did not appear, but when he entered the Lesser Void realm to kill the void demons, it broke through the void and appeared. Was this a coincidence, or was it inevitable? Putting everything together, Chen Zong felt that the latter was more likely. The Nirvana evil sword, the void demons, could this sword belong to the void of the universe? Chen Zong felt that his guess seemed to be close to the truth. For a moment, he could not help but feel a strong sense of curiosity, and at the same time a strong sense of fear. The void of the universe was a forbidden land to him. It was a forbidden land that he could not touch. Perhaps in the future, he would have a chance to step into the void of the universe, but not now. He did not know when it would be. After all, whether a Saint Realm powerhouse could enter the void of the universe was still unknown. If they could not, then what about a half-step great saint, or maybe only a great saint powerhouse had the ability to truly step into the void of the universe? Chen Zong collected his thoughts. He felt that he was thinking too far ahead. At present, it was the Nirvana evil sword that he was afraid of. Nirvana evil sword, since you can find it by yourself, it must have a spirit. Please show yourself. Chen Zong stared at the sword in his hand and said in a deep voice. Some things had to be solved sooner or later. since he had encountered it and faced it, he had to solve it. Otherwise, the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be. In the lesser void realm, Chenzong stood motionless on the dark ground, his eyes focused on the evil void sword in his hand. After that, Chenzong spoke once more. I'm certain that you can hear me and understand me. Chenzong had tested the evil void sword a long time ago, but unfortunately, there was no response. Chenzong had given up. But now, Chenzong was 100% sure that the evil void sword was extraordinary. It could definitely hear him, but it was playing dead and not responding. You need the life force of the void demon. Chenzong spoke again, and I can help you absorb the life force of the void demon. If you don't respond, then don't come looking for me again. The evil void sword still did not respond. Even if you come looking for me again, it's useless. I still won't use you. You won't be able to absorb the life force of the void demon. The life force of the void demon should be quite useful to you. Chenzong's words were neither threatening nor negotiating. It was as if he was talking about a very normal matter, and it really was a very normal matter. Under Chenzong's gaze, the evil void sword remained motionless and did not respond. Gradually, Chenzong grew impatient. He was ready to throw the evil void sword away again. Although the sword had extraordinary power, its origin was unknown. It was very mysterious. Chenzong did not know if it would be a blessing or a curse if he kept it by his side. As if it sensed Chenzong's determination, the evil void sword trembled slightly. Although it was very subtle, Chenzong sensed it. Breaking through space to arrive here, I've already exhausted all my strength. Kill the spatial fiend and seize his life force to aid me in my recovery. We'll talk later. A weak strand of will transmitted into Chenzong's mind, allowing him to sense it. The voice of this thought was very weak. After that, it fell silent and did not move at all. Chenzong stood motionless on the ground with his sword in hand. The light in his eyes dimmed as he pondered. As expected, the Nirvana evil sword could understand his words. It had a spirit, but could the words of this sword spirit be trusted? He didn't know. Chenzong was not sure. In that case, there were only two options. The first was to give up. The second was to believe him for now. Chenzong didn't hesitate for long and soon made his choice. The second choice was to believe him for now. In that case, he would use the Nirvana evil sword to kill the void demon. Once he made up his mind, he temporarily let go of all his misgivings. Only determination and sharpness remained, and he was invincible. The Nirvana evil sword could transform one's own power into Nirvana sword chi, and its power was terrifying. Therefore, with the evil sword in hand, one's strength would increase by quite a bit, surpassing the gilded heavy mountain sword. Was the Nirvana evil sword a saint weapon? Chenzong guessed that it should be the case. Moreover, it was not something ordinary divine artifacts could compare to. However, for some unknown reason, his strength had declined, and he needed to recover. There were perhaps two ways to recover. The first was to recover bit by bit over time, which would be extremely slow. The second was to absorb the life force of the void demon, so that he could recover faster. Now, Chenzong wanted the second method. This is. Holding the Nirvana evil sword, Chenzong suddenly had a strange feeling, as if he could sense the void demon in the distance. Could it be the Nirvana evil sword's ability to sense the presence of void demons within a certain range? Chenzong couldn't help but guess. His body moved, and he turned into a flash of lightning and flew away, following the direction of the Nirvana evil sword. Not long after, Chenzong saw two void demons. Chenzong was inwardly delighted when he saw that these two were just lackeys of the void demons. As expected, the Nirvana evil sword had such an ability, and it would allow him to find and kill the void demons more easily. The two void demons also noticed Chenzong, and they immediately roared and charged at him. With a slash of the evil sword, sword chi pierced through the air, leaving a faint black mark in the air. It was like a hot knife through butter as it shot forward. In an instant, the two void demons trembled and were directly cut in half. Then, the life force of the two void demons was also absorbed by the Nirvana evil sword, and they dried up, turning into ashes and dissipating. However, two void demon cores were left behind, and Chenzong collected them. The life force of the void demons was shocking, but two of them were not enough to recover the power of the Nirvana evil sword. Zhenzong didn't know how many void demons he needed to absorb. With the evil sword in hand, he was extremely happy. Relying on the evil sword's senses, Zhenzong quickly found another void demon and killed it. Search, kill, Zhenzong held the Nirvana evil sword, and he kept repeating the process, but it was not boring at all. The feeling of having the Nirvana evil sword in hand was really exhilarating, especially the feeling of killing the void demons. It was indescribable. Because Zhenzong kept killing the void demons, the Nirvana evil sword was also constantly absorbing the life force of the void demons, recovering bit by bit. However, it still had no intention of conversing with Zhenzong. Perhaps it hadn't recovered enough. With the Nirvana evil sword's guidance, Zhenzong found another void demon. Even from 10,000 meters away, Zhenzong could feel the terrifying aura of this void demon. Elite grade, this was an elite grade void demon, and it was also the first elite grade void demon that Zhenzong had encountered after killing more than 20 void demons. It was equivalent to a first Heaven Saint Realm human, but much stronger than an early first Heaven Saint Realm human. Zhenzong couldn't help but feel excited, and his battle intent soared to the heavens. This was an elite grade void demon at the first Heaven Saint Realm. How strong was it, and with his current strength, how strong was he? Zhenzong was fearless, and he decided to fight. Even if his true body couldn't defeat the void demon, he wouldn't be killed because he still had the Azura clone. The Azura clone's cultivation had reached the peak of the first Heaven Saint Realm, and it was only a step away from the second Heaven Saint Realm. Moreover, the Burning Fiend Azura technique had been cultivated to the 16th level, and its Burning Fiend Azura Saint energy was majestic and pure. It also had the Burning Fiend Azura sword technique, and the Frost Fiend Cold Sword, which was an elite 3rd Heaven Saint artifact. With all these factors combined, the Azura clone's strength was tyrannical, and an ordinary 2nd Heaven Saint Realm human was no match for it. Fight, the elite level Void Devil also saw Zhenzong and immediately let out a terrifying roar. Red light shot out from its eyes like lightning. Its figure flashed and turned into a black stream of light that streaked across the sky. It was filled with an incomparably cold murderous intent. It was like an abyss that was like a prison. Its sharp claws suddenly shot out, and it seemed to tear the void apart, leaving behind a few scratches. Fast, the elite grade void demon's speed was shockingly fast. In an instant, it crossed tens of thousands of meters and closed in on Zhenzong. Its pitch-black sharp claws carried a terrifying murderous aura, and it seemed like it would tear Zhenzong to shreds with a single blow. Zhenzong's eyes narrowed slightly, and a sharp light condensed into a sword that pierced through the sky. He could clearly see the trajectory of the void demon's claws. Heart domain, his heart domain had reached a radius of 10 meters, enveloping the surroundings. Everything within a radius of 10 meters seemed to be within his grasp. Swinging the sword, the Nirvana evil sword drew a simple but incomparably mysterious trajectory, and it instantly shot towards the void demon. Zhenzong did not know the origin of the Nirvana evil sword, but he was sure that the Nirvana evil sword had an astonishing destructive power against the void demon, and it was superior to other weapons. If the void demon was hit by the Nirvana evil sword, its injuries would be aggravated. Vaguely, the elite grade void demon felt a trace of threat from the evil sword in Zhenzong's hand. It was a very strange threat, and it was a little like the threat of a superior to a subordinate, but it was very faint. Although the void demon looked strange, it was also an intelligent creature. It possessed extraordinary intelligence, but its temperament was cruel and bloodthirsty. The elite grade void demon's speed was astonishing. It immediately dodged, and like a bolt of black lightning, it appeared behind Zhenzong. Its claws filled the air, and Zhenzong's body was submerged. But all of this was useless. His eyes could not see, but his heart domain had completely enveloped his opponent. All of his actions were under his control. Turning around, he slashed out with his sword. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it was incomparably mysterious. It was as if it had enveloped everything within the heart domain, and there was nowhere to hide. The sword and the sharp claws collided in an instant, and an extremely tyrannical force collided with the sword, causing Zhenzong to be slightly surprised. The elite grade void demon's strength was very strong. It felt like a first Heaven Saint Realm body cultivator, and it also contained an extremely tyrannical and destructive power that had an astonishing corrosive ability. This was the terrifying strength of the void demon. The reason why the Void Demon was stronger than cultivators of the same level was because of its tyrannical physique and destructive power. In addition, the Void Demon was not afraid of death, and it was ruthless and bloodthirsty. In an instant, Qianzong's sword and the elite-grade Void Demon's claws collided countless times, and countless sparks flew. It was incomparably intense. In just 10 breaths of time, the two sides had exchanged thousands of blows. Incomparably sharp sounds that seemed to be able to tear everything apart reverberated in all directions. The Void Demon's strength exploded, and a sharp claw emitted a blood-red radiance. In an instant, it expanded, like the claw of an archaic demon. Under this claw, the space of the lesser void world shattered inch by inch, and pitch-black cracks spread out like broken porcelain. It emitted an extremely terrifying aura that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Although the space of the lesser void world was not as strong as the profound origin dynasty, it was enough to shatter the space of the lesser void world with a single strike. It was enough to show the terrifying power of this attack. An ordinary First Heaven Saint Realm cultivator would not be able to do it. Such a strike instantly caused Qianzong's pupils to shrink to the size of needles, and he became extremely vigilant. This attack was very strong. If he was hit, his body would shatter and turn into dust just like the space of the lesser void world. However, Qianzong would not allow it to hit him. Under the cover of the heart domain, the claw's trajectory was very clear. However, the continuous shattering of space also affected the stability of the heart domain, causing it to fluctuate. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, 40% half-step sword intent, 40% half-step fire intent, merge, Extreme Heart Sword Style. Extreme Heart Sword Style, the sword radiance pierced through the void. It was a true piercing, not a superficial one. Wherever the golden red sword radiance passed, there would be a smear of blackness. The edges of the sword radiance were filled with countless fine marks. It was an extreme sword radiance, an extremely powerful sword radiance. Qianzong had used up all of his strength in this sword radiance. With the enhancement of the Nirvana Evil Sword, its power was even more terrifying and tyrannical. Furthermore, the Nirvana Evil Sword was even more damaging to the Void Demon. The sword radiance dissipated after a slight pause when it collided with the huge Void Demon's claws. However, the Nirvana Evil Sword continued to pierce through the Void Demon's claws, piercing through its body like a hot knife through butter. Under normal circumstances, this kind of injury was nothing to the Void Demons. It was not enough to affect their strength and boundless vitality. The elite-level Void Demon revealed a smile filled with evil killing intent. It ignored the sword that had pierced through its body and clawed out with its claws once again. At such a close distance, it could completely tear the opponent's body apart. It was a wonderful feeling. However, the moment the elite-level Void Devil's sharp claws reached out, its scarlet eyes suddenly changed. One could see the extreme shock in its eyes. Its claws seemed to be blocked by an invisible force and stopped in midair. It was only a few inches away from Qianzong's body, trembling violently, but it couldn't descend no matter what. Gradually, the claws became powerless. They seemed to be shrinking and shriveling like tree bark that had lost its moisture. Vitality, the Nirvana Evil Sword was absorbing the boundless life force of the elite rank Void Devil. The Void Demon's strength was not only 10 times stronger than the Void Demon's, its vitality was also many times stronger. It was the best tonic for the Nirvana Evil Sword at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the powerful Void Demon's vitality was sucked dry. It shriveled up and turned into dust. Qianzong also obtained the core left behind by the Void Demon. That was equivalent to 10,000 Xianyuan merit points. Including the 20 over Void Demons from before, Qianzong had accumulated more than 30,000 Xianyuan merit points. In such a short period of time, he had already obtained more than 30,000 Xianyuan merit points. Previously, he had worked hard for half a year and only obtained slightly more than 10,000 Xianyuan merit points. The difference was too great. Of course, Qianzong knew that this opportunity was hard to come by. If he had not encountered a group of Void Demons that had snuck into the Lesser Void Realm, he would not be able to obtain so many Xianyuan merit points in such a short period of time. However, when he thought about the cultivation time in the Xianyuan Sacred Tower, which cost 10,000 merit points per 2 hours, Qianzong felt a little discouraged. 30,000 Xianyuan merit points was only for cultivation for 6 hours. 6 hours wouldn't be of much help to him right now. He needed more Xianyuan merit points. Moreover, he still had a bet with Li Fangming. If he did not win, not only would he have to transfer all his Xianyuan merit points to Li Fangming, he would also have to avoid Li Fangming in the future. This would undoubtedly leave a shadow in his heart. It might even turn into an inner demon. In the worst-case scenario, it would affect his cultivation and progress. Therefore, he could only win this time. Strength, opportunity, he did not lack any. What he relied on was hard work. With the Nirvana evil sword in hand, he could better find the traces of the void demons and kill them. In another part of the lesser void realm, Li Fangming was also acting alone. He was searching for void demons to kill. As a veteran Earth-grade disciple of the Xianyuan Palace, Li Fangming was very strong. He was at least comparable to the top 10 peerless skyprides in the Xianyuan sacred battle. It was only because of his age that he could not participate in the Xianyuan sacred battle. Otherwise, he would be a strong opponent. I must win this bet. Li Fangming's eyes flashed with coldness and determination. This time, he only allowed himself to win and not lose because he could not afford to lose. If he lost, he would lose all his Xianyuan merit points. His efforts would be in vain. In the future, he would have to avoid Li Fangming whenever he saw him. It would invisibly plant an inner demon in his heart. If he won, he would have more Xianyuan merit points. At that time, he would be able to exchange them for treasures that would allow him to break through to the Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, he would be able to advance by leaps and bounds in the Saint Rudiment stage. His strength would skyrocket from then on. With a twist of his wrist, the Nirvana evil sword pierced through the air with a flash of lightning. Shenzong usually didn't utilize half-step sword intent or half-step fire intent when facing miscellaneous void devils because these two half-step Dao insights had already attained the perfection realm, and unless they fused together, they were unable to be improved upon. However, even though the strength of the demonic void devils was not weak, they were unable to help him in his fusion. Thus, by using the half-step thunder will against the enemy, he could use it to temper his half-step thunder will and make a breakthrough. Currently, his half-step thunder intent was at 90% perfection. After breaking through, it would be 100% perfection. After that, he would have to continuously dig out his potential until it reached 100% perfection. Every time he slashed out, there would be a flash of lightning. Gradually, Shenzong also created his own sword technique. This sword technique was created to complement the half-step thunder intent. Its power was not weak, but it was not as strong as the ultimate heart sword style. Shenzong did not bother to name it because he wanted to better comprehend the half-step thunder intent. There were many types of void demons. Shenzong had killed dozens of void demons so far. There were at least a dozen different types of void demons, and different types of void demons had different characteristics. Some void demons were extremely powerful, as if they could lift mountains. Some void demons were extremely fast as lightning. Some void demons had strong bodies, as immovable as mountains, and were difficult to break through. Some void demons were like ghosts, drifting and unpredictable, making it difficult to catch them. However, no matter what kind of void demons they were, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they possessed extremely terrifying power. Their destructive and corrosive properties were shocking, and their attacks were ruthless and decisive. Every attack was meant to kill the opponent. It was a killing technique that had been tempered thousands of times. When fighting with void demons, even if one was slightly stronger than them, one might not necessarily be able to kill them. One might even be killed by them. But at the same time, fighting with void demons could better temper one's fighting ability, and use one's power more thoroughly. Through the constant battles of life and death, Shenzong also felt that his sword technique had improved further, and he had reached a higher level of enlightenment. When the sword struck out, the lightning was blazing, and in an instant, it was as if a bolt of lightning had turned into a thunderbolt, and its power increased greatly. Under the sword, the void demon's body was immediately pierced through. Then, accompanied by a shrill scream, the void demon quickly weakened and died. Void demons had strong bodies and tenacious vitality. If they were only injured, it would not affect them much. However, the Nirvana evil sword could absorb vitality, so as long as they were injured, their vitality would be quickly absorbed by the Nirvana evil sword. And Qianzong also noticed that as the Nirvana evil sword continued to absorb vitality, its speed seemed to have increased. It could be said that the Nirvana evil sword had the ability to restrain void demons, and it imperceptibly allowed Qianzong to kill void demons more efficiently. After the void demon died, it turned into ashes and dissipated, and the half-step thunder intent welcomed a breakthrough. 100%, the half-step thunder intent had reached 100%, and its power was much stronger. Qianzong could not help but reveal a smile. 100% half-step thunder intent, its power was naturally stronger. If I can merge the half-step thunder intent with the other two half-step Dao intents and become one. Qianzong suddenly had an idea, and a bright light shot out from the bottom of his eyes, like the incessant rotation of the sun and moon. The power of merging two half-step Dao intents was already so strong, and if three were merged, it was unimaginable how strong it would be. Of course, Qianzong was only thinking about it for now. After all, he knew clearly how difficult it was to merge two half-step Dao intents. Presently, half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent had only merged to 40%, and it was still very far from 100%. He did not know how much time it would take, not to mention merging the third half-step thunder intent. Perhaps the difficulty would increase by more than 10 times. The extremity sword style was created based on half-step sword intent. 100% perfection half-step sword intent is able to bring forth the might of the extremity sword style to the limit. But if it's executed by merging half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent, even though its might would be even stronger, it would be unable to merge perfectly. Qianzong stood on the spot and pondered. Inspiration usually flashed by, and if one didn't grasp it in time, it would vanish. Now that Qianzong had grasped that inspiration, he naturally couldn't miss it. When he created the extremity sword style at that time, he'd put in all his effort and put all his mind into it, and he'd only succeeded after seizing the opportunity. He'd used the half-step heart sword intent as the foundation, and it was completely unrelated to other half-step Dao intents. Yet now, when he executed it by fusing half-step Dao intents, even though its might was even stronger, it had a jerky feeling. Jerky meant that it wasn't perfect, and it meant that there would be even more flaws, and it would be even easier to dodge or break through. So no matter how strong its might was, it would be useless. Earlier, when he'd killed the elite rank spatial devil, he'd executed the extremity sword style, but it was also because of the Nirvana evil sword. If he'd utilized the gilded heavy mountain sword, it would probably have been difficult to accomplish. Qianzong quickly found his own shortcomings. When cultivating, one wasn't afraid of having flaws, but one was afraid of not being aware of them and being unable to eliminate them and perfect them. The path of cultivation was originally a path to pursue the perfection of life, and all methods of killing were only for the sake of better protecting oneself and overcoming all obstacles on the path to perfection. If it's like this, then I can use the extremity sword style as the foundation and improve it, Qianzong thought to himself. But improving an ultimate move that was based on fusing half-step Dao intents wasn't such an easy thing. Now, it could only be said that he had this initial idea, and he still needed to think and experiment more before he obtained a suitable opportunity. If he could successfully improve it, then the might of the new ultimate move would surely be even more formidable and shocking. Qianzong couldn't help but recall Chu Zhongyang's finger during the Battle of Xianyuan Saint. It was a finger that was fused with half-step wind intent and half-step fire intent, and its might was terrifying to the extreme. It instantly destroyed his full force attack like a hot knife through butter, and he was utterly unable to resist it in the slightest before he was killed. Even if he recalled it now, even if his strength had increased greatly, Qianzong still didn't have much confidence in facing that finger. It was even to the extent that when he carefully recalled it, he felt that finger was even more terrifying and not simple. Wisps of gray aura filled the air, rippling like the undercurrent of the sea, hiding danger and danger. The pitch-black ground was as soft as the ground, and small spatial vortexes would appear from time to time. Although they were not enough to devour the peerless prodigies, they would still affect them to a certain extent. If they were careless and fell into them, it would be quite troublesome. Qianzong stomped his foot, and a tyrannical energy wave came from the bottom of his foot, instantly shattering the black vortexes into nothingness. The sharp sword pierced through the air, leaving behind a straight line. It was faint black, like a stroke of ink. A soldier-level void devil was directly pierced through its body. This kind of injury was negligible, but the Nirvana Evil Sword's power was terrifying, and it immediately absorbed its vitality. In just a short time, this powerful soldier-level Void Devil's vitality was completely devoured and turned into ashes, leaving only its core. The Nirvana Evil Sword also knew that Qianzong needed this core, or else it would be devoured as well, leaving nothing behind. Keeping the core, Qianzong checked it. There were a total of 58 miscellaneous soldier rank Evil Void cores and only one elite rank Evil Void core. In total, they were worth 68,000 Xianyuan merit points. Still not enough. Qianzong thought to himself. If he wanted to enter the Xianyuan Sacred Tower to cultivate again, he would need at least a few 100,000 merit points, or else the effect would not be good. Of course, to Qianzong, the more merit points the better. However, he did not know how many void demons had sneaked into the Lesser Void Realm. The peerless prodigies that entered the Lesser Void Realm came from the Xianyuan Palace, Dark Absolute Palace, and Wuchen Palace, a total of 200 people. Strictly speaking, the Lesser Void Realm was not very big, and most of the 200 peerless prodigies were traveling alone, so it was inevitable that they would meet each other. Xianyuan Palace's disciple. The Dark Absolute Palace's disciple saw Qianzong from afar, and a light flashed in his eyes. Immediately after, a sinister smile appeared on his face, and his figure flashed, flying over at an astonishing speed, and his tyrannical aura locked onto Qianzong from afar. Qianzong stared at the man with a cold expression. His sharp intuition told Qianzong that the man didn't seem to have good intentions. "My name is Fei Yong. I need to borrow something from you." The Black Absolute Palace disciple appeared in front of Qianzong. He stared at Qianzong and said directly, "Let me borrow your Void Demon core. I owe you a favor. Give me the core. In the future, I will repay you." Qianzong said in a neither fast nor slow manner. Fei Yong was momentarily stunned. Qianzong's reply was somewhat unexpected. However, he quickly recovered and sneered, "It seems like you have rejected my offer. Very well." As his voice fell, a tyrannical aura suddenly appeared and spread out. Faintly, traces of heat spread out, as if it could burn everything. It was the aura fluctuation of half-step fire intent, but Qianzong didn't know what kind of fire intent it was. "Don't worry. I won't kill you because we're both geniuses of the human tribe. But I'll teach you a lesson." Fei Yong sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Fei Yong took a step forward. Flames sputtered under his feet, and his speed increased rapidly. Blazing heat filled the air as he approached Qianzong and threw out a punch. The fist force was crimson red, like the eruption of a volcano. It shook all directions, and ripples spread out like waves. In the air. This punch was like a falling meteor that possessed peerless might. An extremely terrifying blazing sensation assaulted Qianzong's face, and it seemed as if it intended to ignite Qianzong and incinerate him into ashes. The terrifying might contained within that punch was powerful and overbearing like a mountain. Qianzong felt threatened by the punch. He unsheathed his gilded mountain sword and slashed out. A flash of lightning shot out, as if a thunderbolt had broken the sky. This was an unnamed sword, but under the influence of the half-step thunder intent, its power was amazing. The sword and the fist collided in an instant, and a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out, shattering into dust. Qianzong didn't retreat a single step. He used the illusory net 9 changes. In an instant, 5 figures crossed each other, holding swords in their hands. Fei Yong's expression was serious, and his eyes seemed to be filled with flames. His fists seemed to be ignited, and the blazing fire aura merged with the half-step fire intent, becoming more and more violent. Raging fire. Demon vanquishing. His low roar seemed to fluctuate like magma, and his aura was astonishing. His fists burst forth with unparalleled power in an instant, and suddenly blasted out. 1 punch, 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches, in an instant, 1,000 punches with the terrifying power of the blazing fire aura were thrown out. They were incomparably wild and boundless, and without hesitation, they blasted toward Qianzong, drowning Qianzong's body. The power of 1,000 blazing fists was amazing, and each of them seemed to be able to shatter a mountain. Under the 1,000 punches, the space in the Lesser Void Realm fluctuated, and tiny cracks appeared. Chen Zong felt that he was facing countless blazing fists, and he was about to be smashed into pieces. He stood with his sword in front of him, and slashed out. Boundless Blood Sea. This move was merged with the half-step sword intent, and the blood light turned into a raging tide that swept out in all directions. The 1,000 fists of the raging fire demon vanquishing fist blasted into the blood sea, bursting with endless power. Extreme heart sword style, the golden sword light condensed into a beam, piercing through the blood sea and piercing out. Fei Yong's expression changed drastically, and his pupils shrank. Too fast, the sword was too fast, and the golden light pierced through the void, leaving behind a faint black mark. It was a shocking sight to Fei Yong. Block it, I must block it, his mind was extremely focused. If he couldn't dodge it, then he must block it. He unleashed all of his power, and a crimson round shield appeared in his hand. He channeled all of his power into the shield to protect himself. An indescribable sound reverberated in the air, and the golden sword light condensed to an astonishing degree. Rings of golden and red ripples rippled out from the sword tip and the shield, spreading out in all directions. Crack, in the next moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard, and cracks appeared on the shield with the sword tip as the center. Fei Yong was shocked. The shield was extremely tough, and it had blocked many attacks for him, but now, it was broken. However, he reacted quickly, and he immediately took the opportunity to retreat. With every step he took, sparks flew out, and his speed increased. He turned into a streak of fire and fled. You can't escape, Chen Zong said in a low voice, and his body turned into a streak of lightning as he chased after Fei Yong. With the half-step thunder intent, Chen Zong's speed was even faster. Fei Yong was fast, but Chen Zong was faster. Don't force me. I'll be fine. Fei Yong saw that Chen Zong was closing in on him, and he immediately shouted. He was flustered and exasperated. He originally thought that he could steal some of the heart cores of the void demons, but he didn't expect to encounter such a tough opponent. Leave the heart cores, and I'll spare your life. Chen Zong's reply was simple and direct, and his tone was decisive and forceful. He usually wouldn't take the initiative to rob others, but if someone tried to rob him, they would have to pay a corresponding price. He could live, but he had to pay a price. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zong moved extremely fast, and he directly passed by Fei Yong to intercept him. He didn't stop at all, and his sword swept across the air. Fei Yong was furious, and he could only fight back. However, Chen Zong was undoubtedly stronger, and after a few moves, Fei Yong was suppressed again. Don't force me, or we'll die together. Fei Yong shouted angrily. You can try. Chen Zong's expression was cold, and his eyes were extremely sharp, as if he could see through Fei Yong's thoughts. Die together, Fei Yong didn't dare to do that, and he was just bluffing. His expression kept changing as he stared at Chen Zong with uncertainty, as if he wanted to see through Chen Zong's thoughts. However, Fei Yong's mentality was not as good as Chen Zong's, and he couldn't see through him at all. He only felt that Chen Zong's gaze was extremely sharp, and it was as if the tip of a sword could pierce through his heart. The half-step sword intent that was at the peak of perfect half-step sword intent was even more powerful than Fei Yong's half-step fire intent, and it was extremely intimidating. I'll give you 10 minion heart cores. Fei Yong started to negotiate. 50. Chen Zong demanded an exorbitant price. Fei Yong's expression changed when he heard the price, and he shouted hysterically, I don't have 50 heart cores. I'll give you 20 at most, or we'll fight to the death. Chen Zong stared at Fei Yong, and Fei Yong glared back at him. All right, Chen Zong replied. Soon, he obtained 20 minion heart cores, which were equivalent to 20,000 Xianyuan merit points. Chen Zong could tell that if he continued to force Fei Yong would probably use his trump card and fight to the death. That was not the outcome that Chen Zong wanted. Moreover, he could tell that Fei Yong's face twitched slightly when he took out the 20 heart cores, which meant that the 20 heart cores were a large portion of his wealth. The 20 heart cores were an unexpected gain, and Chen Zong was naturally happy. Fei Yong glared at Chen Zong and quickly retreated. He was relieved when he realized that Chen Zong did not chase after him. Damn it, I'll never let you go. Fei Yong was filled with hatred, but he didn't realize that he was the one who tried to rob Chen Zong. In the end, he was no match for Chen Zong, and he was robbed by Chen Zong instead. The root of the problem was himself, not others. However, some people just couldn't see this clearly and blamed everything on others. In his anger, Fei Yong lowered his guard. All of a sudden, an extremely strange black light shot out from the void. The black light pierced through the air silently, and a strange figure could be vaguely seen on the black light. It instantly hit Fei Yong's head from the side. However, Fei Yong did not die. Instead, his body stopped moving, and a struggling expression appeared on his face. After 10 breaths, he calmed down and became numb. His pupils were grayish-white, and they were dead silent as if there was no life in them. Soon after, his eyeballs rotated stiffly, and they gradually became lively. Then, the corners of his mouth twitched stiffly, and his expressionless face twitched continuously. It looked extremely strange, and it made one's hair stand on end. After a few breaths, his expression became more natural, and in the end, he looked no different from usual. This human's body is really weak, Fei Yong said stiffly. Soon after, countless grayish-black aura spread from all directions and surged toward Fei Yong's body, wrapping him up and forming a large cocoon. The gray spatial turbulence was like an irregular stream of water, flowing endlessly. Suddenly, one figure after another appeared from the spatial turbulence. It was the 3 spatial demons. The leading spatial demon was 2 meters tall, with 2 arms and 2 legs. It looked like a human standing upright, but with a single glance, one could tell that it wasn't a human. The top of its head was round like an amethyst, like a lid. Its somewhat sinister face was similar to a human's. Its silver-gray skin looked like it was cast from metal, incomparably cold. Its eyes were suffused with a scarlet luster. It had no nostrils, and when it opened its mouth occasionally, one could see several rows of sharp teeth that seemed capable of biting through everything. His body seemed to be covered with a layer of silver-gray metal. He looked extremely cold and incomparably vigorous. There was not the slightest bit of burden on his body. Those perfect lines contained an extremely terrifying explosive power. He was born purely for battle. It was a perfect body. It was a body that was born for battle. It was a tyrannical body that was born for slaughter. His slender arms and 10 fingers shot out extremely terrifying sharp claws that streaked across the void, leaving behind a series of faint black marks. On its back, a slender tail that seemed to be cast from dragon bones swung unconsciously like a long whip. Incomparably sharp chi energy incessantly streaked across the ground, leaving behind countless marks. Both feet stepped out, with only 3 long toes. When the soles of its feet landed on the pitch-black ground, layers of ripples spread out. On both sides of this extraordinary spatial evil demon, there were 2 spatial evil demons that were 3 meters tall and extremely muscular. They exuded an extremely shocking pressure that seemed to be able to suppress everything like a mountain. Elite class, these were impressively 2 elite-class spatial demons. As for the 2-meter-tall spatial demon, it wasn't an elite class, but an elite class one. But it could be seen that the 2 elite-class spatial demons seemed to be somewhat in awe of the elite-class spatial demon. The speed of the 3 spatial demons became faster and faster. Finally, they turned into 3 streams of light and flew past. The elite-class spatial demon's speed wasn't the slightest bit slower than the 2 elite-class spatial demons. 3 spatial demons. Kill. The killing intent in the eyes of the 2 Black Absolute Palace disciples was astonishing. In an instant, they erupted with incomparably tyrannical attacks, surging in all directions. Boom! 2 elite void fiends acted and shattered the 2 attacks. Leave it to me. That miscellaneous level void demon opened its mouth and spoke the language of the human race. Although it was a bit stiff, the 2 Black Absolute Palace geniuses could understand it, and their expressions changed greatly. Yes, Your Highness, the 2 elite level void demons replied in unison. Surprisingly, they were also speaking the human language. Void demons were intelligent creatures, so it wasn't strange for them to know the human language. After all, they were going to invade the Lingwu sacred world. If they did not understand the human language, it was inevitable that they would make some mistakes. Prince? The 2 Dark Absolute Palace geniuses were flabbergasted and couldn't understand. Soon after, the void demon called Prince took a step forward. Countless waves of energy turned into violent ripples under his feet, shaking and attacking. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the Void Fiend tore through space and closed in on the two like a silver-gray bolt of lightning. Too fast, although it was a miscellaneous level Void Demon, its speed was not inferior to that of an elite level Void Demon. The two Dark Absolute Palace geniuses' expressions changed greatly, but they didn't panic. Instead, they quickly acted and joined forces to attack, intending to blast the opponent into pieces. The Void Demon called Prince curled up the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful expression like a human. Whoosh, in an instant, under the joint attack of the Void Devil, the figure of the Void Devil flickered and disappeared, reappearing behind the two peerless geniuses of the Dark Absolute Palace. The 5 fingers of both hands stretched out, like the claws of an evil dragon, falling down. The aura was strange, but also overbearing and unavoidable. The two Black Absolute Palace geniuses wanted to dodge, but it was difficult for them to do so. It was as if they were bound. In the blink of an eye, their heads were clasped by the Void Demon's sharp claws. Their arms shook slightly, and under the impact of a strange force, their resistance was directly disintegrated. Their bodies were lifted up and swayed like noodles, unable to resist at all. You. What are you? One of the Black Absolute Palace disciples said with difficulty. Lowly ants, I'm a king blood saint. The miscellaneous level Void Demon's voice was sharp and overbearing, full of ridicule and disdain, as if it was looking down on dust. King blood. The two Black Absolute Palace disciples' faces, which were distorted because of the fierce clasping of their heads, suddenly froze. Immediately, their faces became even more distorted, and deep fear filled the depths of their eyes. Void Demon, this was what the human race called it, but it was said that the Void Demon called itself a saint. King blood, it referred to the bloodline of the Void Demons or the Void Saint clan. The majority of Void Demons had ordinary bloodlines, and the King blood was the royal bloodline, which had higher potential and more powerful strength. It was said that every Void Demon with King blood would bring a lot of casualties to the human race after they grew up. And the Void Demons were very protective of King blood demons. No one would have thought that there would be a King blood demon sneaking into the lesser Void realm this time. There was no doubt that it was very dangerous. But if the Void Demon with King blood demons sneaked into the Xianxia dynasty, the damage it would cause would be far greater than before. This King blood demon did not give the two Black Absolute Palace geniuses any extra time to think. It suddenly exerted force in its 5 fingers, and a terrible force penetrated its fingers, as if it could crush steel. 2 popping sounds were heard. Before they could even scream, the two geniuses' heads were suddenly crushed, and their brains splattered. Some of them splashed to the side of the King blood demon's mouth. It stuck out its snake-like tongue and licked it. Its eyes narrowed slightly, as if it was very delicious. Immediately, the King blood demon opened its mouth and sucked. A large amount of blood surged out and flew quickly from the two geniuses' broken heads into its mouth. In just a few breaths of time, the two heavens' prides had turned into shriveled corpses. After the evil demon had absorbed the essence and blood of the two heavens' prides, its body was surrounded by a blood-red light. After a dozen breaths of time, the blood-red light disappeared. Its aura seemed to have become stronger, and the scarlet color in its eyes seemed to have become more intense. Although the human race is a lowly race, the essence of their essence is really delicious. The King blood demon licked its lips and glanced at the two dried corpses with a bloodthirsty smile on its face. Immediately, its body flashed and left with the two elite-level Void demons to search for the human race. In the lesser Void realm, a group of geniuses were searching for Void demons to hunt, and some Void demons were also searching for the human race to hunt. The human race hunted the Void demons for their heart cores, not only to record the results, but also for other purposes. When the Void demons hunted the human race, they would absorb the human's essence to improve themselves. The hunter and the prey and the hunter, who was the hunter and who was the prey? There was no fixed number, it was all relative. The key was strength. The strong would be the hunter, and the weak would be the prey. With the evil destroyer sword, Chenzong killed more than a dozen Void demons. Not only did he absorb their life force, he also obtained more than a dozen heart cores, which was equivalent to more than 10,000 Xianxia merit points. It was not a small gain. However, the evil destroyer sword had absorbed a lot of life force from the Void demons, but there was still no reaction. It was unknown whether it was on purpose, or it had not absorbed enough life force and had not recovered. Chenzong did not care too much, or rather, he did not care for the time being. With the evil destroyer sword in hand, it would be easier for him to find and kill the void demons. Suddenly, Chenzong felt a chill run down his spine. A chill that made his hair stand on end emerged from the depths of his heart and erupted from the depths of his soul. It surged endlessly in his bone marrow and swept through his entire body, causing his scalp to go numb unconsciously. Danger, intense danger. He did not know where the danger came from, but it was constantly approaching, causing Chenzong's expression to turn solemn. Whenever this sense of danger appeared, it would endanger his life. Chenzong's expression was solemn. His eyes shone brightly as he swept his gaze across, but he did not see anything. However, from the evil destroyer sword, he could feel that the location of the void demons seemed to be approaching. The void demons were approaching, an extremely intense premonition of danger. Were these two related? In an instant, Chenzong did not hesitate to use his movement technique and flew forward at an astonishing speed. This was the direction where the void demons were coming from. Although his original body felt an intense sense of danger, he still had the Azura avatar and could use its power. With the Azura avatar's power, even if it was a warrior-level void demon, it would still be able to kill it. As for the murderous weapon level, which was above the warrior level, the space of the lesser void realm would not be able to withstand it. Because of his confidence, he was fearless. Soon, Chenzong saw the void demons. 3 of them. There were a total of 3 void demons, each of them exuding an astonishingly powerful aura. 2 elite-level void demons, 1 miscellaneous-level void demon. Chenzong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Immediately, Chenzong's heart trembled unconsciously. When he stared at the miscellaneous-level void demon, he actually felt a strong sense of danger. It seemed that the miscellaneous-level void demon's strength was even stronger than the 2 elite-level void demons. At the same time, the 3 void demons also saw Chenzong. Their speed increased, and they instantly approached. Chenzong paused, standing still and waiting for the void demons to come closer. Go, catch him. This time, the royal blood evil demon was too lazy to do it himself, because the opponent was too weak and not worth it. One had to know that he was from the sacred tribe with a royal blood. In the sacred tribe, he had a high status. Previously, he only acted out of interest and curiosity, but after that, he felt that the opponent was too weak. Suddenly, an elite-level void demon rushed forward. Its 3-meter-tall body was not very big, but it contained an astonishing aura, like a demonic mountain charging forward, bringing with it an astonishing pressure. This pressure seemed to want to crush Chenzong, and he could only wait to be captured alive. The elite-level void devil's physique was extremely tyrannical. It was like an ancient beast charging forward, destroying everything in its path. It was completely unreasonable and merciless. Its shocking aura and pressure made it hard for Chenzong to breathe. The light in his eyes was completely restrained as he stared at the evil void demon. His heart domain spread out silently, covering a radius of 10 meters. The elite-level evil void demon revealed a bloodthirsty and ferocious expression as it charged into the heart domain. Its speed seemed to slow down instantly. In fact, the elite-level evil void demon's speed did not slow down. It was just that after entering the heart domain, Chenzong's senses slowed down and its trajectory became clearer. In an instant, the evil void demon stretched out its big hand. Its thick fingers suddenly opened up, strong and powerful. When it opened up, it seemed to be able to break apart mountains and rocks. It emitted a powerful aura. The big hand suddenly grabbed and emitted a shocking oppressive force. It kept attacking Chenzong's body, as if it wanted to break Chenzong's body into pieces. The order of the evil void demon was to capture him alive. As long as he was not killed, it was fine. It did not matter if he was severely injured or disabled. If he was caught by this hand, his 4 limbs would be broken in an instant. It would be very miserable, but he would not die immediately. He would still have to endure great pain. Now was the time. The light in Chenzong's eyes shot out like a sharp sword being unsheathed. In an instant, his feet did not move, but his shoulders shook slightly. With a very subtle movement, the Nirvana evil sword slashed out in an unimaginable trajectory. This trajectory corresponded to the flaw of the elite soldier-level void devil that disappeared in a flash. Under the heart domain, this flaw was caught by Qianzong. Qi-La, the Nirvana evil sword slashed open the elite-level evil void demon's body, leaving a wound. However, the elite-level evil void demon's physique was very strong. Even if it was hit, the injury was not serious. It would not affect its strength at all. It was even insignificant. It could be said that almost all evil void demons grew up in harsh environments and through many life and death battles. However, in the eyes of the evil void demon with a king-level evil void demon, it found it interesting. A lowly human, whose level was not even as high as its guard, could actually make such a precise attack and injure it. Was it a coincidence, or was it skill? If it was the latter, it would be even more interesting. That wound was nothing at all. With the power of the void fiend, it would heal quickly. However, in the next breath, a terrifying power filled the air. Not only did the wound not heal, but his life force continued to pour out of the wound and was absorbed by his opponent's sword. His life force poured out like a waterfall, causing his strength to rapidly drain away in an instant. He was simply unable to continue fighting. This scene shocked the King Bloodline evil demon and the other elite-level evil demon, and they found it hard to believe. "Prince, what is that?" Another elite soldier rank void demon asked in shock. The evil demon with royal blood did not respond. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on the sword in Qianzong's hand, ignoring the evil demon whose life force had been sucked dry. He seemed to be deep in thought. After absorbing the life force of the elite soldier rank void demon, Qianzong took a step forward. His body turned into a flash of lightning and instantly closed in on the other two evil demons. After absorbing the life force of dozens of evil demons, the Nirvana evil sword's ability to absorb life force was further enhanced. It had become even more amazing. Even the elite soldier rank void demon could not resist it. If it had been at the beginning, it would have taken a lot of effort. But now, you watch. The evil demon with royal blood looked at the approaching Qianzong and immediately turned into a silver-gray flash of lightning and broke through the air. Close. In attack, the sword drew an extremely mysterious and sharp trajectory. When the evil demon with royal blood attacked, it also released an extremely terrifying chill. Its sharp claws tore through the void and clawed at Qianzong. Whether it was the speed or the threat brought by the sharp claws, Qianzong was slightly surprised. His pupils instantly shrank to the size of needles. Strong, the threat that this minor soldier-level void devil brought to him was even greater than the elite soldier-level void devil from just now. A miscellaneous soldier rank void demon was actually more powerful than the elite soldier rank void demon. Qianzong could not help but be shocked. Could it be that there were so-called peerless geniuses among the evil demons? Qianzong did not know much about the evil demons of the void, so he was not sure. However, he expected that there would be peerless geniuses among the human race. It did not seem to be anything special that there would be peerless geniuses among the evil demons of the void. Thinking of this, Qianzong suddenly felt that his blood was about to boil. It was a kind of excitement that came from the depths of his heart, from the depths of his bones, and from the depths of his soul. Peerless geniuses of the evil demons of the void, fighting like this would be even more satisfying. Killing such a strong enemy would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. The path of cultivation was to compete with the heavens and the earth, and to compete with strong enemies. Only by defeating strong enemies could one better cultivate one's self-confidence and become invincible. It was a kind of belief that emerged from the depths of one's heart and soul. Only when one's belief was strong could one cultivate the idea of being invincible. The sharp claws pierced through the air, leaving glaring scratches in the void as if they were tearing everything apart. Qianzong was shocked. Under the heart domain, Qianzong clearly captured the trajectory of his opponent's sharp claws. With the power of the Nirvana evil sword, as long as it hit his opponent, it would cause damage and even absorb his opponent's vitality to kill him. However, the moment the Nirvana evil sword was about to hit his opponent, a sharp claw suddenly appeared in front of the sword and blocked the sword. Not only was the claw extremely sharp, but it was also incomparably hard. The moment it collided with the sword, there was a burst of intense momentum. Sparks flew everywhere as a terrifying impact shook the entire area. The terrifying power with astonishing corrosiveness passed through the sword and rushed straight to Qianzong's arm, as if it was going to invade Qianzong's body and wreak havoc. However, the power of the Nirvana evil sword burst forth and instantly destroyed the terrifying corrosive power that was coming at him. An extremely mysterious sword technique was displayed, and the trajectory was extremely mysterious. In an instant, hundreds of sword lights fell from the sky like a storm, densely packed and unparalleled. Kill. In an instant, the King bloodline evil demon was enveloped by the shocking sword lights, and there was nowhere to hide. However, the King bloodline evil demon waved its claws and instantly blocked the hundreds of sword lights and shattered them. Evil. 99 forms. A strange voice sounded. It seemed to be the language of the human race, but it also didn't seem to be. It sounded very stiff. In an instant, the sharp claws glowed with black and red light, and the power was extremely shocking. It brought with it a supreme power that seemed to have descended from the heavens. The 99 forms were unparalleled, and Xianxia was immediately shocked. Even if his heart domain could capture its trajectory, it was difficult for him to dodge. Endless blood sea. When the sword struck out, the blood-red light swept out like a raging tide, surging endlessly and majestically, attacking everything. This move was an offensive move, and its power was extremely strong. However, this time, Xianxia did not use it to attack his opponent, but to defend himself. To defend against the 99 forms of the King bloodline evil demon's claw-killing move. The blood sea surged endlessly, but it was torn apart by the shocking sharp claws, and attacked Xianxia from all directions. Extreme heart swordsmanship. In an instant, Xianxia seized the opportunity and attacked with his sword. The golden sword light condensed into a beam, piercing through everything, tearing everything apart. It was unparalleled and unstoppable. The King bloodline evil demon's pupils shrank to the size of needles in an instant, and it was shocked. This move actually made it feel threatened. Although it was not very strong, this person at such a level, should be the so-called half-saint level of the human race, was able to make it feel threatened. This meant that this person's strength had reached the level of the elite divine clan. This person must be a powerful peerless genius of the human race. The essence and blood of such peerless geniuses were often more delicious, and would bring more and more power to the evil demon. The bloodthirsty and violent killing intent swept out in all directions like an invisible storm, and Xianxia suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He closed his 5 fingers and suddenly clenched them. There seemed to be a sound of the void shattering. Immediately, countless auras rolled back from all directions and poured into the fist. The fist shone brightly, and suddenly blasted out. Boom! It was like the sound of a drum striking the sky, and the momentum was vast and boundless. The fist smashed everything, including the golden sword light of the extreme heart swordsmanship, and blasted towards Xianxia with irresistible force. Xianxia only felt a terrifying and direct force directly attacking him. It was so strong that it made him feel suffocated, and he even felt like he was being crushed. Celestial crystal body. He used an 8th grade secret skill of the lower realm, and his strength increased. He once again used the extreme heart swordsmanship. Although the combination of the 40% half-step sword essence and the 40% half-step fire essence was not perfect, it was still very powerful and shocking in this kind of direct attack. However, the evil demon with a king's blood was amazing. It saw the flaw in Xianxia's sword at a glance, and seized it in an instant. The fist shook slightly, and ripples spread out in all directions. Kill. The sword light was smashed again. Xianxia was hit by the terrifying force of the fist. Xianxia's expression changed greatly, and his whole body flew backward. His chi and blood were in turmoil, and his muscles and bones were about to fall apart. So strong. Xianxia was shocked. Although the evil demon of the void was a small fry, its strength was very terrifying, and it did not seem to be afraid of the evil sword of Nirvana. In other words, it was not that it was not afraid of the evil sword of Nirvana, but that it seemed to be on guard against the evil sword of Nirvana. The characteristic of the evil sword of Nirvana was that it had to injure the evil demon of the void to absorb its vitality. If it did not injure it, it would be useless. Very strong. Just right, I'll let you be my whetstone, Xianxia said to himself. He wanted to use the half-step sword essence and the half-step fire essence as the foundation, and the extreme heart swordsmanship as the reference to create a new ultimate move, one that was even more powerful. However, without enough opportunity, it would not be so easy. Now, an opponent that was strong enough, one that was full of threats, might bring enough pressure from the outside world to stimulate his potential, allowing him to gain an opportunity in this kind of life and death battle, thus allowing him to gain enlightenment. There were great terrors between life and death, but there were also great opportunities. Whether one could seize them depended on one's strength. His will was firm, his belief was firm, and his sword principle was firm. With the sword in his hand, he was fearless and invincible. Chen Zong's heart domain covered a radius of 10 meters. Every attack of the evil demon with a royal bloodline appeared clearly in his mind. However, the trajectory of each attack was very fleeting. Even if Chen Zong could capture them, he was unable to grasp them completely. Using all his strength, his mind was constantly exhausted. Countless inspirations burst forth under the pressure of the life and death crisis. They were like countless sparks that constantly collided. The evil demon with a royal bloodline kept attacking, and its tyrannical power surged wildly, making it very excited. This lowly human actually had such strength and could fight with it to such an extent. Not bad, his essence blood must be very delicious. Using all his strength, Chen Zong could feel his potential seeping out like spring water, spreading throughout his body and mind. Unknowingly, under the pressure of the life and death crisis brought by the evil demon with a royal bloodline, Chen Zong was improving bit by bit. He swung his sword again and again. With the characteristics of the Nirvana evil sword, if he could injure the opponent, there was a chance that he could absorb the opponent's vitality. However, every sword was blocked by the opponent's sharp claws, and those claws were extremely terrifying. It was impossible to break through, let alone injure the opponent. However, with every attack and every collision, Chen Zong would gain some inspiration. With confidence, Chen Zong was fearless. Even if there were flaws in his sword, and even if the flaws were exploited by the opponent, he was fearless. Under such circumstances, Chen Zong broke down the extreme heartsword style and deduced a deeper level of profoundness. In his mind, it was as if a volcano was surging. Shocking magma was rolling in the volcano, as if it was about to erupt. The magma was like an inspiration. If it were to erupt, it would be the appearance of a new ultimate move. Slash, 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 the Nirvana evil sword kept slashing out, and the power of each sword was astonishing. It was extremely sharp, and it directly cut the void, leaving behind a faint black scar. It was a shocking sight. The evil demon with the elite soldier level stood at the side and watched, as if it was ready to attack at any time. Even if it seemed that the prince had the upper hand and was suppressing the human, it wouldn't let down its guard. Evil Dragon. 18. In the blink of an eye, the evil demon with a royal bloodline slashed out with its claws again. It looked like a single claw, but there were 18 claws that tore through the air. Although there were only 18 of them instead of 99, they were much more powerful than before. They posed an unparalleled threat to Chen Zong. This kind of threat made Chen Zong's mind tremble violently. An indescribable sense of horror emerged from his soul and surged endlessly. The inspiration that he had been accumulating burst forth in an instant. The magma in the volcano in his heart seemed to have been suppressed for thousands of years. In an instant, it erupted. Boom, it was like a thunderclap, a divine sound that could split heaven and earth apart. Countless spiritual lights appeared, causing Chen Zong's body to faintly tremble. The 40% half-step sword intent and the 40% half-step fire intent circled around the Nirvana evil sword and combined in a mysterious way, forming an extremely powerful sword. It was not the extreme heartsword style, but an even more powerful sword move. Kill. The sword move seemed simple, but it was filled with unparalleled explosive power. As the sword moved, it seemed to be filled with terrifying flames that burned in all directions. It also contained an astonishing sharpness that could tear everything apart. The sword move was as deep as an abyss. The sword move was as terrifying as a hell of fire. The sword move was filled with an astonishing aura of destruction. Kill. The sword move was as if a sword prison had descended and directly enveloped the evil demon with a royal bloodline. A terrifying power fell on its body, as if to suppress it, causing its body to tremble slightly. The sword move was extremely terrifying. The evil demon with a royal bloodline's pupils contracted in an instant. A scarlet light shot out like a needle, and it was filled with horror. The sword move made it smell the scent of death. Explode. The evil demon's strength completely exploded without reservation. An extremely terrifying light exploded from its body and shot up into the sky. It was like a raging flame that burned wildly and burned everything in its path. The terrifying power that exploded in an instant, as if to shatter the sky, blocked Qianzong's sword move. However, this was only the first sword move. Qianzong, who had a sudden burst of inspiration, naturally displayed the second sword move. It was also a sword move that had merged the half-step sword essence and half-step fire essence. Limitless Hell, the second sword move was more complete and its power was even more shocking. The power was not equal to the power, but it was closely related to the power. The stronger the power, the stronger the power. Evil Sky. 1. This was the most powerful claw move. It was a claw that had exhausted all of its power. It was extremely shocking and overbearing. When the claw attacked, the void was instantly torn apart. It was like streaks of black lightning that rapidly spread out. An astonishing aura of destruction filled the air. Everything was unable to withstand it and would be torn apart in an instant. It was as if it would be completely destroyed and annihilated. Kill, his heart domain shook violently as if it was about to be torn apart. The third sword move, Kill, this was a sword move that fell from the sky. Limitless Hell, it was extremely overbearing. It had exhausted all of Qianzong's strength. The Nirvana Evil Sword, which carried an extremely terrifying power, collided with the sharp claw. They both paused and trembled. An extremely terrifying force continued to surge and raged in all directions. The surrounding void was stirred up, and patches of black appeared one after another. The extremely overbearing force pushed Qianzong and the evil demon with a Qing bloodline back. The evil demon with a Qing bloodline suddenly took a step forward and charged toward Qianzong again. It felt that Qianzong was a great threat to it. One must know that he was from the Saint tribe with a Qing's bloodline. He was born extraordinary. But now, a lowly human was strong enough to fight against him at the same level. He must die, moreover, his essence blood must be very delicious. Not only would it be delicious, but it would also be of great help to it. Qianzong's figure paused, his eyes became brighter and sharper, like the tip of a sword piercing the sky as he stared at the void demon that was closing in like lightning, holding the Nirvana Evil Sword tightly. As if flames were spreading, the sword slashed down. It was as cold as hell. It was as if a purgatory had descended from the sky and suppressed all directions. A terrifying force blasted out in all directions and tore everything apart. Qianzong was pushed back again, and the evil demon with a Qing bloodline was also pushed back. Evil Claw, in the blink of an eye, the space behind the evil demon with a royal bloodline was torn apart, revealing a pitch-black space. A huge claw reached out. It was as if the claw of an ancient evil demon had descended from the void of the universe, wanting to annihilate and destroy everything. Qianzong's face changed drastically. An extremely fearful sense of danger surged from the depths of his heart and alarm bells rang. Danger, 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 unparalleled danger, wherever this claw passed, cracks appeared in space. It was as if space itself was collapsing inch by inch. Countless grayish-black flames burned on the giant claw like smoke on a battlefield. The aura was so thick that it made Qianzong dizzy. It was unstoppable, even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to resist this claw. Even if he borrowed the strength of Azura's avatar, he still wouldn't be able to resist it. This was a feeling that came from the depths of Qianzong's heart, and it terrified him. This attack and claw were enough to kill a first heaven saint. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying existence among the evil demons in the void? It would definitely be a disaster in the future. Without hesitation, Qianzong used his strongest trump card. A ray of light flashed between his eyebrows and shot out. A figure appeared in front of Qianzong. He wore a silver-gray sword robe and his face was no different from Qianzong's. However, he looked extremely cold, so cold that it could penetrate one's bones and enter one's soul. This scene startled the evil devil with the royal bloodline and the elite-class evil devil. How could another person appear out of thin air? Moreover, they looked exactly the same. No matter who it was, they would all be killed. The evil demon's giant claw fell from the sky. Countless flames burned on the claws and shot up into the sky. It was like a claw that could shatter heaven and earth, it was like a claw that could slaughter all living things. Faced with this merciless claw, Zhong didn't move. He left everything to Azura's avatar, Xianxia. Xianxia's avatar, which had been condensed by the 1,000 forms Azura, had an extremely cold expression. His entire body exuded a bone-chilling coldness that came from the depths of his soul. He stared coldly at the giant evil demon's claw without fear. His expression didn't change at all. The evil demon's claw fell from the sky. A terrifying force suppressed the air, as if it wanted to crush Zhong and Xianxia. In an instant, Xianxia drew his sword. Xiaochen unsheathed the frost-fiendish cold sword, and a cold ripple spread out. The fiendish chi of the ripple was endless and extremely pure. For some reason, it made the heart of the evil demon with a keen bloodline tremble, and he had a bad feeling. The sword suddenly disappeared, as if it had entered the void. A sword broke the sky. Fiendish thunder, this was the second level of the burning fiend Azura sword technique. When Xianxia used it, its power was simply terrifying. It was too powerful. The sword directly tore apart the space of the lesser void realm. It was like a bolt of lightning in the void. It was unstoppable. The evil demon's giant claw fell. It paused for a moment and was instantly penetrated. This sword seemed to be unstoppable. After penetrating the evil demon's claw, it also attacked the evil demon with a royal bloodline. Too fast, too strong, too fierce, it couldn't resist at all. The evil demon with a royal bloodline couldn't even react in time. Its body was penetrated in an instant. The extremely terrifying burning fiend Azura's Saint Power and the heavenly fiend Dao will mix together and wreaked havoc in its body. At the same time, Zhong's figure flashed. Like a bolt of lightning, he tore through the void and appeared beside the evil demon with a royal bloodline. He swung the Nirvana evil sword. At the same time, the evil demon that was watching the battle from the side also attacked. It punched at Zhong with all its strength. It seemed to be able to shatter everything. A crack appeared in the void as it mercilessly attacked Zhong. Xianxia swung his sword, and the sword light disappeared into the void, instantly shattering the fist force. It even pierced through the fist of the elite-level void devil like it was made of tofu. Its entire arm was pierced through in an instant. The Nirvana evil sword pierced into the evil demon with a royal bloodline. A terrifying power burst out and crazily absorbed the evil demon's vitality. Xianxia turned into a silver ray of light and returned to Zhong's mind to continue his cultivation. Zhong was shocked when he saw the cracks in the space left by Xianxia's sword. It was terrifying. It was as if it could devour everything. If Xianxia didn't have the same control of his own power as Zhong, he would have shattered the space around him and caused an even greater impact. Even now, the two cracks in the space were still there and were healing bit by bit. After killing the two demons and absorbing their vitality, Zhong felt that the Nirvana evil sword seemed to have changed a little, but it was just a feeling and he couldn't see it. Zhong waited for the Nirvana evil sword to speak. The most important thing now was the sword move that he had comprehended under the pressure of life and death from the demon. It was the ultimate move, the killing move. The sword move that was made with the combination of the half-step sword intent and the half-step fire intent had yet to be named. Zhong wasn't in a hurry to find more demons to kill. Instead, he carefully comprehended it. He didn't use the half-step saint-level sword intent when he swung the sword. It was just the combination of the half-step sword intent and the half-step fire intent. The half-step Dao intent enveloped the Nirvana evil sword. When he swung the sword's momentum was shocking. It turned into a hell-like shadow and pressed down. It was blazing like purgatory, it was sharp like a sword prison. When the sword light dissipated, a terrifying hole appeared on the pitch-black ground. It was full of sharp sword marks. Zhong was shocked when he saw it. The power of this move was indeed terrifying. It was even stronger than the extreme heart sword style. However, the extreme heart sword style was a one-point attack. This move wasn't one point, but an attack that covered a small area. I feel that this move isn't complete yet. It seems like it can be combined with other half-step Dao intents, Zhong thought. His eyes were shining. Zhong didn't think of this before. It was completely a coincidence. In this way, the potential of this move was even more profound and far surpassed the extreme heart sword style. After all, he could integrate the half-step thunder will into it in the future, making it even more perfect and powerful. Without much hesitation, Qianzong named this move Limitless Sword Prison. The moment the sword was unleashed, it was as if purgatory had descended, suppressing the world and extinguishing all life. Qianzong swung his sword again and again, continuously performing the Limitless Sword Prison and perfecting this move. Qin Wendian slashed out with his sword again, causing purgatory to descend. Within it, countless streams of sword qi shot out, wanting to annihilate everything. Limitless Sword Prison, true to his name. Finally, Qianzong let out a sigh of relief. Now that he had mastered this move, his strength had become even stronger. He could now continue to hunt down more spatial demons. Relying on the Nirvana Evil Sword's senses, Qianzong quickly found the Void Demon's whereabouts and proceeded to kill it. The minions were no match for him at all. He could kill them with a single slash. On the other hand, there were very few elite demons. Even if he encountered one, he would be injured by the Limitless Sword Prison and the Nirvana Evil Sword would absorb their life force. Finally, the number of spatial demons that died under Qianzong's sword had exceeded 100, and he had obtained a core that was equivalent to more than 100,000 Xianyuan merit points. However, 100,000 Xianyuan merit points could only be exchanged for 20 hours of cultivation time in the Xianyuan Sacred Tower. It was nothing at all. It was no wonder that everyone was so eager to participate in the Xianyuan Sacred Gathering. If not for the Lesser Void Realm's mission to eliminate the spatial demons, one would have to carry out a few missions in order to obtain 10,000 merit points. It would take at least a few months of time and effort. If one could only obtain 10,000 Xianyuan merit points in a few months, it would take a few years to obtain 100,000 Xianyuan merit points. A few years' time was enough for a peerless genius to greatly improve his strength. This mission was an extremely rare opportunity. He had to kill as many spatial demons as possible to obtain their core. With a slash of his sword, he killed another spatial demon and absorbed its life force to obtain its core. Qianzong suddenly turned around and saw a pair of gloomy eyes. He frowned slightly. This person was the peerless genius from the Dark Extinction Palace who wanted to snatch his core. However, he was defeated by Qianzong and ended up with 20 extra cores from the spatial demons. Qianzong did not expect to meet him again. It was really fate. Moreover, what surprised Qianzong was that when Fei Yong saw him, he did not turn around and leave. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. It was different from before. There was a strange feeling that could not be described. When Fei Yong saw Qianzong, a strange smile appeared on his face. Instead of leaving, he took a step forward and walked towards Qianzong. His speed was getting faster and faster. His aura was different, his eyes were different, it was as if he had changed into a different person. No, it was as if he had changed into a different soul. As soon as this thought came to his mind, Qianzong immediately looked at Fei Yong more carefully. The more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. Fei Yong's aura did not seem to have changed, but there was something different about it. Die. Fei Yong's voice was somewhat harsh and cold. His speed reached the extreme in an instant, transforming into a gust of cold wind as he closed in on Qianzong. His hand slashed out horizontally, as if it was a long blade. A terrifying aura tore through the void, terrifying to the extreme. Qianzong's pupil shrank. He clearly remembered that when Fei Yong fought with him previously, the power he used was blazing. But now, it was cold. It was indeed different. There was a reaction from the Nirvana Evil Sword. It was the same reaction as when it encountered the spatial demons. Qianzong could feel a strong killing intent from the aura of the other party's attack, a strong killing intent. No matter what happened to Fei Yong. Since Fei Yong had such a strong killing intent towards him, he should kill him. Without hesitation, Qianzong slashed out with his sword. The half-step Dao will infused into the Nirvana Evil Sword and performed it in an extremely ingenious way. Limitless Sword Prison, Purgatory Limitless. Slash, once he struck, he showed no mercy. He would not stop until he killed Fei Yong. Fei Yong was shocked. His speed increased again in an instant. He slashed out with his palm, creating afterimages. The extremely cold aura became even stronger. It was as if it wanted to cut and freeze everything. The coldness seemed to originate from the deepest part of the void. The saber radiance and the sword radiance collided. Unsurprisingly, the saber radiance could not resist at all and was shattered. Fei Yang's body was also enveloped by the terrifying sword radiance. It seemed as if he was being devoured. There seemed to be a blood-curdling scream. Under the terrifying sword radiance, Fei Yang's body was instantly shredded into pieces. But at the same time, he felt a strong sense of danger. It was as if something terrible was about to happen. A ray of light silently shot out from the purgatory sword radiance. There seemed to be an illusory, distorted face. It shot towards Qianzong's head like a ray of light. The strong sense of danger came from this ray of light. Qianzong could even see the twisted expression on the face above, as well as a kind of greedy determination. He swung his sword, the Nirvana evil sword slashed towards the ray of black light. However, the ray of black light had no intention of dodging. It seemed as if it was not afraid of the sword. In an instant, the ray of black light was hit by the Nirvana evil sword. An extremely sharp and strange scream suddenly sounded. It was as if it could pierce through one's brain. It pierced through Qianzong's eardrums and into his brain. If not for Qianzong's powerful soul, his consciousness would have been torn apart. Then, the shrill scream was cut off. It was like a duck that had been strangled. It could not make another sound. The strong sense of danger also disappeared in an instant. Qianzong was a little confused. He did not understand, but since it was fine, he did not care. The person died and left behind a storage ring. Qianzong immediately took the ring and checked it. There were many things inside. It was a little messy, but most of them were not of much value to Qianzong. However, there were more than 50 cores of the demons of the void. One of them was of the elite level, while the rest were of the miscellaneous level. Such cores of the demons of the void were worth more than 60,000 Xianyuan merit points. It was not a small sum. Next, Qianzong continued to search for demons of the void. However, it became harder and harder to find them. After all, there was a limit to the number of demons of the void that sneaked into the lesser void realm. They were constantly being killed, and their numbers were not replenished. It was difficult to sense the flow of time in the lesser void realm. One had to rely on some tools, such as a water hourglass, to know how long had passed. After almost half a day, Qianzong did not sense any more demons of the void. He also did not find any traces of them. Perhaps they had all been killed. However, there were no orders. Then, he continued to search. Another half a day passed. Finally, there was an order sent to the Xianyuan token. Qianzong immediately turned around and rushed towards the main hall of the void passageway. He used the lightning flash movement technique to its full extent. He was astonishingly fast, like a flash of lightning. Along the way, Qianzong also carefully sensed. However, he did not sense the aura of the demons of the void. Perhaps, the demons of the void in the lesser void realm had all been killed. In other words, this mission had come to an end. Qianzong was very fast. He rushed back to the main hall of the void passageway. However, there was someone who arrived earlier than Qianzong. Time passed slowly. Everyone was waiting for the others to arrive. While waiting, they did not waste any time. They all started to cultivate. The peerless geniuses were stronger than others not only because of their outstanding talent. There were also other reasons, such as unremitting efforts. 2 hours later, Li Fangming also stepped into the main hall. He glanced around and his gaze fell on Qianzong. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he strode over. "Qianzong, you are still alive. Very good. I was worried that you would die in the hands of the demons of the void." Li Fangming sneered. "I am still waiting for you to send me your merit points." Qianzong opened his eyes and said unhurriedly. "You are very confident. Unfortunately, you will lose this time." Li Fangming was full of confidence. His eyes were like lightning. The commotion attracted the attention of others. They all knew about the bet between Li Fangming and Qianzong. Hence, they wanted to see the result of the bet between the two. Who would win, who would lose? Moreover, since the two of them were betting, they would have to take out the cores of the demons of the void. Everyone could see how many cores they had and compare them. Although they did not bet with the two of them, as peerless geniuses, it was inevitable that they would want to compare. In the main hall, the evil demon heart cores floated in front of Li Fangming. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. When Li Fangming took out 50 evil demon heart cores, he stopped and stared at Chen Zong with a faint smile on his face. Chen Zong's expression did not change, and he could not see any abnormalities. Li Fangming continued to take out more evil demon heart cores. 60. Some of the Supreme Skyprides were astonished. 70. Many Supreme Skyprides' expressions changed. This meant that Li Fangming had killed 70 evil demons. This was a shocking number. However, this was not the end. Li Fangming continued to stare at Chen Zong. His eyes were extremely cold and there was a hint of a smile in the depths of his eyes. 71, 72, he wanted to see a trace of panic on Chen Zong's face. However, he was disappointed. Chen Zong's expression did not change at all. 73, 74, 80, Li Fangming stared at Chen Zong. However, Chen Zong's expression did not change at all. 81, 82, 83, Li Fangming stopped and sneered. Chen Zong, you don't have to pretend to be calm. Even if you do, I won't laugh at you. He had obtained 83 evil demon heart cores. This number was definitely not small. Looking at the expressions of the people around him, he knew that many of them had obtained fewer evil demon heart cores than him. The number of evil demon heart cores Chen Zong had obtained would definitely not be as many as his. 83 pills. That's all you've gained? Chen Zong asked unhurriedly. Li Fangming was a little bewildered by his calm and composed demeanor. If that's the case, I only need to take out 84 evil demon heart cores, Chen Zong said with a faint smile. He was not as pretentious as Li Fangming. With a wave of his hand, 84 evil demon heart cores appeared and floated in front of him. All of the evil demon heart cores were at the soldier level. There was only one more than Li Fangming's. But as long as there were more, they would win. Do you think you've won? Li Fangming's expression changed. Soon after, he took out another evil demon heart core. The fluctuations coming from this evil demon heart core were completely different from the 83 evil demon heart cores from before. In fact, they were even more powerful. It was the core of an elite void demon. Immediately, everyone was shocked. Only elite rank void demons would have an elite rank void demon core. In other words, Li Fangming had killed an elite rank void demon core. Regardless of whether he relied on his own strength or his life-saving trump card to kill the elite rank void devil, it was still shocking. An elite demon core was equivalent to 10,000 Xianyuan merit points. In this case, Li Fangming had the upper hand with 84 demon cores. Victory, Li Fangming stared at Chen Zong with a complacent expression. Then, he waved his hand, intending to collect the 84 evil demon heart cores in front of Chen Zong. This was the bet. 84 evil demon heart cores, that was worth 84,000 Xianyuan merit points, almost doubling his own. You're too impatient. Chen Zong blocked Li Fangming's attack with a wave of his hand. However, Li Fangming's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. Chen Zong took out another evil demon heart core. The aura coming from it made Li Fangming's expression change drastically. Then, he thought of the serious consequences and his face turned pale. An elite rank evil demon heart core, Chen Zong also had an elite rank evil demon heart core. Unbelievable, unbelievable, in this case, he was at a complete disadvantage. The other Skyprides were even more shocked. Chen Zong made his move. With a sweep of his energy, he was about to take the evil demon heart core in front of Li Fangming. However, Li Fangming reacted quickly and blocked it. Don't tell me you don't want to admit defeat? Chen Zong asked with a faint smile. Instantly, all eyes fell on Li Fangming's face. Those gazes caused Li Fangming to feel a burning sensation. It was as if they were mocking him, as if they were mocking him. As a Skypride with an extraordinary background, he was proud and arrogant. How could he let others look at him with such gazes? Li Fangming's expression kept changing, alternating between green and white. His eyes were faintly red, as if they were filled with blood vessels. He was like a gambler who had lost everything but was extremely unwilling to accept it. He was like a ferocious beast that had fallen into a predicament. He stared at Chen Zong as if he wanted to tear Chen Zong apart with his gaze. He was willing to admit defeat, he was willing to admit defeat. If he was unwilling to admit defeat, the news would definitely spread. By then, he would be so humiliated that even his family would not let him off. After all, the Li clan was a large clan with a long history and had been passed down for countless years. They attached great importance to their reputation and would not do anything that would damage their reputation. Even if they did, they had to do it secretly and not let others know. Otherwise, it would be used to expand and cause even greater losses. If it was just him and Qianzong, he could refuse to admit defeat. After all, even if Qianzong spread the news, he could deny it. There was no evidence. However, there were many people present. There were more than 100 of them. Every one of them was a skypride from the Xianyuan Palace, the Onyx Palace, and the Wuchen Palace. He could not change their minds or interfere. Admit defeat, this time, he could only admit defeat. Otherwise, he would not be the only one who would lose face. The Li clan would also lose face. However, if he admitted defeat this time, he would remember it. If he had the chance in the future, he would take revenge. He would take revenge viciously and make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. Thinking of this, Li Fangming retracted his power. However, his eyes were still fixed on Qianzong. Qianzong, don't go too far. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences of offending the Li clan. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ears. It was a little cold and threatening. It was the peerless skypride of the Li clan, Li Han. His eyes were as sharp as knives. It was as if he wanted to pierce through Qianzong and tear him apart. Li Han sent a telepathic message to Qianzong. The meaning behind his words was that he wanted Qianzong to take the initiative to cancel this bet. However, he did not mention what kind of price he would have to pay. He was completely asking Qianzong to withdraw himself. He was completely relying on the Li clan to bully him. Qianzong did not even look at Li Han. With a wave of his hand, he immediately stored all of Li Fangming's evil demon cores into his storage ring. Li Fangming's expression was cold. His face was twisted like a ghost. The murderous intent in his heart surged to the extreme. He locked his gaze on Qianzong. It was as if he was about to explode and kill Qianzong. Li Han's eyes were also extremely cold as he stared at Qianzong. His eyes were like peerless swords that pierced through the air, wanting to kill Qianzong. Qianzong felt a chill run down his spine. However, he did not care. Li Fangming was no match for him. Although Li Han had defeated him at the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly, he might not be stronger than him now. As for the Li clan, if they targeted him just because of this, it could only be said that the Li clan was too narrow-minded. If it was a narrow-minded clan, they would not know when or how they had offended the other party. Therefore, it did not matter this time. Remember, if you see me in the future, you must avoid me, Qianzong said to Li Fangming. Li Fangming gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Not only did he lose more than 90,000 Xianyuan merit points, but he also had to avoid him in the future. Humiliation, a huge humiliation. Trash. Li Han could not help but glare at Li Fangming and scold him in his heart. Although Li Fangming was older than him and could be considered his elder brother, in Li Han's eyes, he could not do anything right. If he was not trash, then what was he? After some time, no one else came. Of the 200 peerless skyprides, only 170 returned. What about the other 30, were they not back yet, or could they not make it back in time? No matter what, it was a good thing that they could come back alive. One by one, they passed through the Void Passage and returned to the Xianyuan dynasty's territory. Seeing that only 170 people returned, although the mountain guarding king and the others were mentally prepared, they could not help but feel sad. 30, it did not sound like a lot, but one should know that they were not ordinary people, nor were they ordinary cultivators. They were peerless skyprides. Each of them was a peerless skypride who could become a Saint Rudiment realm expert. They could even cultivate to a decent level in the Saint Rudiment realm and become the main force against the void demons or the dark forces. However, there was no other way. They had already expected to sacrifice themselves. Of the 30 people who did not return, 12 were disciples of the Xianyuan Palace, 10 were disciples of the Black Absolute Palace, and 8 were disciples of the dustless palace. Mountain Guarding King, farewell. The two powerhouses of the Black Absolute Palace and the Dustless Palace forced a smile and said to the Mountain Guarding King of the Xianyuan Palace. Then, they left with their respective peerless Skype rides. The loss this time was not small, so they were not in the mood to do anything else. Let's go, the Mountain Guarding King said to the group of peerless Skype rides of the Xianyuan Palace. There were originally 100 people, but now only 88 people returned to the Xianyuan Palace. Those who could not return were already dead. Those who were alive had to work harder. Next, they took out their heart cores to exchange for Xianyuan merit points. After obtaining Li Fangming's heart core, the number of heart cores Chenzong had directly exceeded 200. When he took it out, it immediately shocked everyone. Even if he didn't win the 84 heart cores, he still got more than 100 for himself. Thinking of this, many people gasped. It was too shocking. The Mountain Guarding King was also very surprised. It was unbelievable that one person could get more than 200 heart cores, because the second most people only had a little more than 100. Moreover, it could be seen that among the 200 heart cores, there were a small number of elite soldier heart cores. There were as many as 5 in total. The Mountain Guarding King could not help but take a few more glances at Chenzong. Soon after, he swept his gaze over the 200-plus evil demon cores and was slightly stunned. A strand of bright light shot out from his eyes as he stared at one of them. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, causing it to fall into his hand. The color of this heart core was different from the other heart cores. Its appearance looked more regular and extraordinary, just like a comparison between an ordinary stone and a finely carved stone. Is this? The light in the Mountain Guarding King's eyes became more intense. Then, he stared at Chenzong and asked in a deep voice, "Did you kill the demon of the void and get this heart core?" "Yes," Chenzong admitted. "Tell me what's so special about the demon of the void?" The Mountain Guarding King asked again. When Chenzong returned to his Earth-ranked disciple palace, he was still a little out of it. He was surprised. He had learned from the mountain subduing king the true identity of the powerful void demon that he had killed. A void demon with a royal bloodline, the strongest among the void demons, was known as the void demon god. It was equivalent to a human great saint stage expert. A void demon with a royal bloodline was equivalent to a future void demon god. Almost every void demon with a royal bloodline would eventually become a void demon god. This was why void demons with a royal bloodline had such a high status among the demons. Of course, some void demon gods did not possess a royal bloodline. However, those with a royal bloodline would not only become a void demon god, but they would also become stronger among the void demon gods. Other than the heart core of the void demon with a royal bloodline, Chenzong had a total of 232 other heart cores. Among them, there were 227 void demon heart cores of the void demon soldiers and 5 elite void demon heart cores of the void demon soldiers. A miscellaneous rank evil devil heart core could be exchanged for 1,000 dark origin merit points, an elite rank evil devil heart core could be exchanged for 10,000 dark origin merit points, and it was a total of 277,000 dark origin merit points. If he were to exchange them, then it was sufficient to exchange for 27 hours of cultivation time in the sacred mystic tower, and Chenzong believed that this would allow him to advance a step further in his half-step Dao insight. However, Chenzong was not in a hurry to exchange them. Instead, he waited. The Mountain Guarding King took away the heart cores of the void demons with a royal bloodline and told Chenzong that he would be rewarded later. Chenzong was waiting for his reward. He wondered what the reward would be. It should be good. After all, the one he killed was a void fiend with a keen bloodline, a powerful void fiend god in the future. The death of one of them was a great loss to the void fiend race. With 100,000 Xianyuan merit points, one could apply to become a heaven-ranked disciple. Chenzong did not hesitate to apply. Soon, the application was approved and Chenzong's authority level was directly raised. It just so happened that among the 12 disciples who died, there was a disciple with heaven-level authority. Since he died, the heaven-level disciple hall was naturally empty. Chenzong directly moved in. A heaven-ranked disciple was the highest authority in the mystic Yuan Palace. It had nothing to do with strength. Of course, it was impossible to become a heaven-ranked disciple without sufficient strength. After all, those who could enter the Mystic Origin Palace were all geniuses. With the Mystic Origin Palace's resources, their cultivation and strength would improve greatly. The longer they stayed in the palace, the more they would improve. Almost every heaven-ranked disciple had been in the Mystic Yuan Palace for many years. After moving into the heaven-ranked disciple hall, Chenzong began to check. Heaven-ranked disciples could now exchange for all the treasures in the Mystic Yuan Palace. When Huang Xiaolong was an earth disciple, he could see a portion of the heaven disciples' items. Now, he could see the remaining items. Chenzong began to choose carefully. The half-step Dao intent fusion mystic technique was written by a half-step great saint from the mystic Yuan dynasty. This technique required 10,000 Xianyuan merit points to exchange for, and Chenzong didn't hesitate in the slightest to exchange for it. In next to no time, this technique was delivered into his hands. Chenzong looked through it and noticed that it wasn't a cultivation technique, but some experiences on how to better fuse half-step Dao insights. Chenzong's comprehension was superb and extremely shocking. He quickly comprehended a portion of the technique's profundity and was immediately amazed. If I had this technique before, the difficulty of fusing half-step Dao intent from 10% to 40% would be reduced by at least 30%. Chenzong could not help but mutter to himself. Reducing the difficulty by 30% was equivalent to saving 30% of his time and energy. It was very significant. Although 10,000 Mystic Origin merit points was not little, it was worth it. Chenzong was not in a hurry to continue comprehending the half-step Dao intent fusion mystic technique. He continued to look through it. Dao Rhyme Stone, this was another treasure that moved Chenzong's heart. The Dao Rhyme Stone was a place with dense Dao Rhyme aura. It was a gemstone that had been soaked for a long time and contained dense Dao Rhyme aura. It could help one comprehend Dao intent and was also useful to Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. However, the value of the Dao Rhyme Stone was not low. No matter what type of Dao Rhyme Stone it was, it would cost 100,000 Mystic Origin merit points to exchange for one. Moreover, there was a limited number of them. Of course, most of the Mystic Yuan Palace disciples could not afford to exchange for a treasure like the Dao Rhyme Stone. 100,000 Mystic Origin merit points. Who knew how many missions one had to complete to accumulate that amount? Moreover, one had to keep it and not use it. Cultivating in the Mystic Yuan Sacred Tower could help one comprehend half-step Dao intent. The Dao Rhyme Stone could also help one comprehend half-step Dao intent. If the two were combined, the effect would be even better. However, Chenzong did not exchange for it. He had mastered 3 types of half-step Dao intent now. Half-step Sword intent, half-step Fire intent, half-step Thunder intent. Among them, he had comprehended the half-step Sword intent and half-step Fire intent to the limit of perfection. There was no way to improve them and could only be fused together. However, the half-step Thunder intent had just reached 100%, so there was still potential to be unearthed. With his comprehension ability and talent, Chenzong was confident that he could unearth the potential of the half-step Thunder intent in a short period of time and comprehend it to the limit of perfection. Therefore, he did not need the Dao Rhyme Stone. However, the Dao Rhyme Stone was not useful for fusing half-step Dao intent. Simply put, the Dao Rhyme Stone's function was to help improve the comprehension of half-step Dao intent or Dao intent, not to fuse them together. Fusing them together was very difficult and there were no shortcuts. At least in this place, one could only rely on one's own ability and some small techniques to improve step by step. Wait, Chenzong waited. A day later, he immediately received a notification. It was a reward given by the Mystic Yuan Palace's higher-ups after a discussion. The reward surprised Chenzong. Choose any Dao Rhyme Stone, choose any 9th grade secret technique, 1,000,000 Mystic Origin merit points. Chenzong had a premonition that the reward he would receive would not be small, but it was so generous that he was truly shocked. A Dao Rhyme Stone was worth 100,000 Mystic Origin merit points. A 9th grade secret technique could only be exchanged with the authority of a heaven-ranked disciple. Moreover, it was very expensive and required 300,000 Mystic Origin merit points. In addition to 1 million Mystic Origin merit points, it was equivalent to 1,400,000 Mystic Origin merit points. Chenzong suppressed the excitement in his heart and started to choose. First was the Dao Rime Stone. There were only 6 types of Dao Rime Stones on the exchange list. They were the Fire Dao Rime Stone, the Water Dao Rime Stone, the Wind Dao Rime Stone, the Earth Dao Rime Stone, the Thunder Dao Rime Stone, and the Wood Dao Rime Stone. Chen Zong started to ponder carefully. Should he choose the Fire Dao Rime Stone or the Thunder Dao Rime Stone? If he had to choose between the two, Chen Zong would definitely choose the Thunder Dao Rime Stone. It could be used now, and when he broke through to true Dao intent in the future, it would also be useful. Chen Zong had another idea, or rather, an ambition. It was to master another half-step Dao intent. However, it would undoubtedly be very difficult to master the 4th half-step Dao intent. Even if he relied on the Mystic Origin Sacred Tower, it wouldn't be that easy to attack. However, what if he relied on the combination of the Dao Rime Stone and the Mystic Origin Sacred Tower? Would he be able to comprehend it in a short period of time? Then, how should he choose the 4th half-step Dao intent? There were only 6 types of Dao Rime Stones. After eliminating the Fire Dao Rime Stone and the Thunder Dao Rime Stone, there were only 4 types left. In the end, Chen Zong's gaze locked onto the Wind Dao Rime Stone. Wind, thunder, fire, it would undoubtedly be easier to fuse these 3 types. However, it would be much more difficult to fuse fire and water. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong made his choice right away. The Wind Dao Rime Stone, it wouldn't be long before the Wind Dao Rime Stone would be delivered to Chen Zong. After that, Chen Zong started to choose a 9th grade secret technique. There were quite a number of 9th grade secret techniques in the Mystic Origin Palace. There were more than 10 different types of 9th grade secret techniques. Some were offensive secret techniques, some were defensive secret techniques, some were amplification secret techniques, and there was also a rare restriction secret technique. After it was executed, it could restrict the target's ability. For example, it could weaken the target's strength or speed, etc. Not only were these secret techniques rare, but they were also difficult to cultivate. Even if one obtained them, one might not be able to master them. However, if one could master them, the effects of these secret techniques would still be quite good. Chen Zong immediately started to ponder. Which type of secret technique should he choose? The Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body was an 8th grade amplification secret technique. He had only cultivated it to the initial stage and had yet to reach the phenomenal stage. Moreover, there were 9th grade amplification secret techniques in the Great Abyss King's memory. In that case, the amplification secret technique could be eliminated. There was no doubt that the restriction secret technique would be even more useful if he could master it. After some consideration, Chen Zong immediately made his decision and chose the restriction secret technique. 1 million Mystic Origin merit points were quickly transferred into Chen Zong's Mystic Origin token. It could be said that Chen Zong was now the wealthiest disciple in the entire Mystic Origin Palace. 1 million Mystic Origin merit points. I can exchange them for cultivation time in the Mystic Origin Sacred Tower, Chen Zong thought to himself. For now, the cultivation time in the Mystic Origin Sacred Tower was very useful to him. After all, he had already reached the pinnacle in terms of cultivation methods and cultivation. However, he still had not reached the half-step Dao intent. He could still continue to improve. Soon, the Wind Dao Charm Stone and the 9th grade restriction secret technique were delivered to Chen Zong's hands. The Wind Dao Stone was about the size of a baby's fist. It was in the shape of a cobblestone. It was cyan in color, and there were strands of dark cyan veins on it. They seemed to be gently moving, just like wisps of wind. A cool breeze blew past slowly. Chen Zong held the Wind Dao Charm Stone in his hand and seemed to be able to feel traces of the aura of the power of wind from it. After sensing it for a while, Chen Zong put away the Wind Dao Charm Stone and checked the 9th grade restriction secret technique, the 5-layer primordial ring. The 5-layer primordial ring was indeed a rare restriction secret technique. It was indeed very profound and mysterious. It was very difficult to cultivate. The cultivation of the 5-layer primordial ring could be divided into 5 levels. Each level corresponded to a different primordial ring. The so-called primordial ring was a ring that was condensed from the primordial energy of heaven and earth using one's own strength. It could land on the target and bind the target, thus achieving the goal of restricting the target's movements. The first difficulty of cultivating the 5-layer primordial ring was to precisely control one's own strength and the primordial energy of heaven and earth. The second difficulty was to precisely control one's strength and condense it into a primordial ring in a very complicated and mysterious way. It was extremely tough and would not be easily destroyed. The third difficulty was to successfully control the condensed primordial ring and make it so that it would not be easily dodged by the target. The seventh floor of the Xianxia Sacred Tower. Chenzong held the Wind Dao Charm stone in his hand as strands of half-step Wind Dao Charm lingered around his body. It was as if a breeze was blowing, circling endlessly. As expected, with the help of the Wind Dao Charm stone and the seventh floor of the Xianxia Sacred Tower, Chenzong spent less than 4 hours to comprehend the half-step wind intent. If he didn't have the help of the Wind Dao Charm stone and the Xianxia Sacred Tower, or if he didn't have one of the conditions, then the time needed would at least be doubled. He had used 1 million merit points to exchange for 100 hours of cultivation time in the Xianxia Sacred Tower. Time was precious and couldn't be wasted. Comprehend, comprehend, comprehend. The Wind Dao Charm stone in his hand was filled with dense Wind Dao Charm aura that surrounded Chenzong's body. It more than doubled the density of the Xianxia Sacred Tower's Wind Dao Charm aura, which was more beneficial for Chenzong's comprehension. 10%, 20%, 30%, the half-step wind intent was constantly being comprehended at an astonishing speed and was grasped by Chenzong. 40%, when the half-step wind intent reached 40%, the speed of comprehension suddenly decreased by a lot. However, with the help of the Wind Dao Charm stone and the seventh floor of the Xianxia Sacred Tower, it wasn't slow. Besides comprehending, Chenzong would also use the half-step wind intent in battle to hone himself. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 30 hours had passed. With the help of the Xianxia Sacred Tower and the Wind Dao Charm stone, Chenzong had comprehended the half-step wind intent to 100%. 100% half-step sword intent, 100% half-step fire intent, 100% half-step thunder intent, 100% half-step wind intent. The half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent had reached the pinnacle of perfection, but the half-step thunder intent and half-step wind intent hadn't. Then, the next cultivation goal was to raise these two half-step Dao intents to the pinnacle of perfection. 70 hours, Chenzong was 100% confident that he could do it. The continuous cultivation made Chenzong forget the passage of time. 100% half-step thunder intent to the pinnacle of perfection. 100% half-step wind intent to the pinnacle of perfection. By chance and coincidence, the 10% of half-step wind intent and the 10% of half-step thunder intent had fused into one. This was a good start. The cultivation time in the Xianxia Sacred Tower was finally over. 100 hours, everything was used up. When Chenzong left the Xianxia Sacred Tower, the heaven and earth yuan qi surged in the outside world. It was like 100 rivers returning to the current, rushing towards a single direction. The heaven and earth yuan qi turned into a visible airflow. Chenzong couldn't help but be slightly surprised. His gaze followed the direction of the surging yuan qi of heaven and earth. In the distance, countless yuan qi of heaven and earth converged and transformed into a large sea of yuan qi. It was turbulent and undulating endlessly. Waves of yuan qi radiance filled the air, like the divine light rippling out from the waves of the sun. If one sensed it carefully, one would be able to sense the extremely shocking fluctuation of origin energy. It was dense like the ocean, boundlessly vast, pure, and shockingly dense. With a thought, Chenzong immediately used his movement skill and quickly flew in the direction of the yuan qi sea. Not long after, Chenzong stopped because in addition to him, many people were rushing over from afar. There were many figures in the sky, many of them Saint Realm masters. Below the majestic yuan qi sea was a tall tower. This tower was called the Xianxia Tower. It had the miraculous effect of condensing heaven and earth yuan qi. Usually, it was used to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the Xianxia royal city. At critical moments, it was used by the disciples of the Xianxia palace to break through. In other words, at this moment, someone was breaking through from the half-step Saint Realm to the Saint Realm in the Xianxia Tower. It was a disciple of the Xianxia palace, but he didn't know who it was. Chenzong took a glance and judged the size of the yuan qi sea at this time. 100 miles, when breaking through, the larger the yuan qi sea, the more amazing the talent and potential of the person breaking through. Simply put, the more talented a person was, the greater the commotion of breaking through. However, Qianzong wasn't very clear about what level 100 miles was. But 100 miles was not the limit. As a large amount of heaven and earth yuan qi surged in from all directions, the size of the yuan qi sea was constantly expanding. With every breath, it would expand by 1 mile. 110 miles, 120 miles. Qianzong also noticed that the expansion of the yuan qi sea was slowing down. From the discussions of the people around him, Qianzong learned who was breaking through at this time. It was a heaven-grade disciple of the Xianyuan palace. He also knew the difference in the size of the yuan qi sea during a breakthrough. When a normal cultivator broke through, they would condense a yuan qi sea of about 10 miles. The more talented a person was, the more solid their foundation was, and the larger the yuan qi sea they condensed. Throughout history, the lowest record for a disciple of the Xianyuan palace was to condense a yuan qi sea of 50 miles. The highest record was to condense a yuan qi sea of 200 miles. The difference between 50 miles and 200 miles was very obvious. 130 miles, the yuan qi sea finally stopped at 130 miles. Such a result was considered very good. After all, in the history of the Xianyuan palace, there were less than 10 people who could condense a yuan qi sea of 200 miles during a breakthrough. The 130 miles of yuan qi sea slowly rotated like a huge yuan qi millstone. As it rotated, the yuan qi was constantly condensed, removing impurities and becoming increasingly pure. Shrinking, the yuan qi sea was constantly shrinking. Soon, the original 130 miles of yuan qi sea was condensed to 100 miles, and it was still shrinking. The process of shrinking was the process of removing impurities, causing the yuan qi to transform into yuan qi. 90 miles, 80 miles, 70 miles, as the yuan qi sea continued to shrink, traces of sparkling and translucent light rippled out like water waves. 50 miles, 40 miles, 30 miles, the compression of the yuan qi sea was also a reflection of a person's talent. Generally speaking, the compression ratio was 10 to 1. 100 miles of yuan qi sea would be condensed into 10 miles of yuan qi sea. 10 miles, in the end, the 130 miles of yuan qi sea was condensed into 10 miles of yuan qi sea. The faint light of yuan qi filled the air, creating a dazzling and enchanting halo. Following that, the 10 miles of yuan qi sea rotated faster and faster, and the light in the center became brighter and brighter, becoming more and more dazzling. It turned into a resplendent ray of yuan qi, and it was like a divine radiance that could split heaven and earth apart. The speed of the ray of yuan qi was shocking, and it seemed as though it could pierce through anything. It seemed as though it wanted to pierce through the Xianyuan tower. In an instant, the ray of yuan qi struck the top of the tower, and it emitted a dazzling light. The entire Xianyuan tower lit up with countless runes. These runes weren't for the sake of looking good, but to better absorb yuan qi and help the person inside the Xianyuan tower break through. Roughly an hour later, the 10 miles of yuan qi sea turned into yuan qi light and entered the Xianyuan tower to be absorbed. A tyrannical aura also erupted from the Xianyuan tower and soared into the sky. Early First Heaven Saint Realm, however, the aura continued to grow stronger. Mid First Heaven Saint Realm, Late First Heaven Saint Realm, when a cultivator broke through to the Saint Realm, they would usually be in the early First Heaven Saint Realm. However, those who had accumulated a lot of yuan qi could surpass the early First Heaven Saint Realm and reach the mid or late First Heaven Saint Realm. 130 miles of yuan qi sea, 10 miles of yuan qi sea, the ratio was 13 to 1. This kind of talent was very high, and one's foundation was very solid. Once they broke through, they would naturally improve even more. In the end, the aura stopped at the late First Heaven Saint Realm, and it had completely stabilized. In the future, they could directly break through to the peak First Heaven Saint Realm. After the breakthrough, everyone left, and Qianzong also left. Currently, his half-step sword intent, half-step fire intent, half-step lightning intent, and half-step wind intent had all been comprehended to perfection, and there was no way for him to improve any further. His half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent had reached 40% fusion, and his half-step wind intent and half-step lightning intent had reached 10% fusion. First, I'll cultivate the 5th level of the Origin Ring secret technique. Qianzong thought to himself and began to cultivate. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the heaven-ranked disciples' hall was denser and purer, and it was very beneficial for the cultivation of the 5th level of the Origin Ring secret technique. Time flowed like water. 10 days later, Xianxia drew a line with one hand, and his 5 fingers moved in an extremely mysterious trajectory. Using his half-step Saint Realm energy as the foundation, he guided the yuan qi of heaven and earth to quickly gather it. In a short 3 breaths, it condensed into a ring that emitted a silver-white halo. The ring was about the size of an adult's palm, and it looked very delicate, like a piece of art. Go! Xianxia waved one hand, and the ring flew out in an instant. Its speed was extremely fast, and like a flash of light, it crossed 100 meters in an instant and landed on the arm of the dummy, and it shrank instantly. This dummy was made of profound essence gold, and it could withstand the full force of a low-level half-step saint without breaking. It could withstand the attack of a mid-level half-step saint. However, when the ring shrank, the arm was instantly cut off. The power of this attack was much stronger than that of an ordinary low-level half-step saint. Xianxia shook his head as the ring dispersed. It was not enough. This level of power was not enough. Although the 5th level of the Origin Ring secret technique was not an offensive secret technique, but a restrictive secret technique, it was obviously not strong enough, and it would be broken. Cultivate, continue to cultivate. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Every day, the 5th level of the Origin Ring secret technique improved. In a short 2 breaths, Xianxia condensed a ring. The light of the ring gradually converged, and it became more tenacious. In an instant, the ring on his left arm began to shrink. Xianxia relied on his own body to perceive it more accurately. As the ring on his left arm continued to shrink, Xianxia could feel the pressure on his left arm, as if it was going to break his left arm. Moreover, the half-step Saint Realm energy on his left arm was also affected, and the speed of its circulation decreased by a few notches. It was not as smooth as before. Xianxia kept increasing the strength of his half-step Saint Realm energy. When it reached the high-level half-step Saint Realm, the restrictive power of the ring was resisted. In a short 10 breaths of time, the power of the ring was exhausted and disappeared. Xianxia could not help but shake his head. This level of the 5th level of the Origin Ring secret technique was obviously not enough to help him. However, he had only cultivated it for a dozen days. It was not easy to cultivate such a 9th-level secret technique. Moreover, the difficulty of cultivating a restrictive secret technique was originally higher than that of an offensive secret technique, a defensive secret technique, and an amplification secret technique. After more than 10 days of seclusion, Xianxia received some news as soon as he came out. Ruxumubai had made a breakthrough. Once he made the breakthrough, his primordial qi of 210 miles had directly broken the record of the mysterious Yuan Palace, causing a great commotion. Moreover, his primordial qi had been compressed to 10 miles, which was a ratio of 21:1. Such a foundation and talent was truly shocking. The Divine Black Army. Xianxia's expression turned solemn. Sumubai was specially recruited by the Divine Black Army with a record-breaking vitality C of 210 miles and a 21:1 compression ratio. Out of curiosity, Xianxia asked about it and was instantly shocked. The Divine Black Army belonged to the Xiantian Army. The Xiantian Army was a collective name and had their own bugle calls. The Divine Black Army was one of the bugle calls, and it was the most elite and most outstanding army in the Xiantian Army. At the same time, it had the fewest members. The Xiantian Palace was the academy built by the Xiantian Army and the Jinyuan Guards based on the Xiantian dynasty's power. It was the recruitment base for the Xiantian Army and the Jinyuan Guards. Entering the Xiantian Palace was equivalent to the preparation of the Xiantian Army and the Jinyuan Guards. The Divine Black Army was the most outstanding army in the Xiantian Army, so the threshold was naturally very high. It was much higher than the other armies in the Xiantian Army, and it would not easily recruit new people. Even if it did, most of them would choose from the other armies. However, some outstanding geniuses had such an opportunity. Sumubai had broken the record and was extraordinary, so the Divine Black Army naturally wanted him. Sumubai also knew the status of the Divine Black Army, so he did not hesitate when he was invited. The Divine Black Army. Xianxia repeated, his eyes shining brightly. When he chose to enter the Xiantian Palace, he also planned to enter the Xiantian Army or the Jinyuan Guards. Between the two, Chenzong actually had a preference. The Xiantian army, as the most elite army in the Xiantian army, the Divine Black Army was naturally the first choice. In fact, many prodigies who wanted to join the Xiantian army were aiming for the Divine Black Army. Unfortunately, most of them were not fated to join the Divine Black Army. The Divine Black Army was not something they could join just because they wanted to. It's about time for me to break through, Chenzong thought to himself. Now that he had cultivated to this level, his cultivation had reached its limit and could not break through anymore. However, he could still continue to fuse the 4 half-step Dao intents. However, the difficulty of the fusion was very high. Who knew how long it would take to complete the fusion? Chenzong estimated that it would take at least 10 years before there was any hope. If he fused all 4 half-step Dao intents, a few decades, a few hundred years? Based on his current progress, that should be the case. That was too long. It was impossible for him to stay in the semi-sage realm for hundreds of years. It was impossible for him to stay in the semi-sage realm for dozens of years. That would mean that he would fall behind his peers. Opportunities were to be fought for. How could they compete? Time was very important. A step earlier or a step later would make a difference. There was no room for hesitation in the struggle for power. It was time for a breakthrough. It was time for him to make a breakthrough. Then, Chenzong heard the news that Chu Zhongyang had made a breakthrough. As soon as he broke through, the wind and clouds surged. His aura was astonishing. In the end, his condensed origin Qi reached 220 miles. He broke a new record again, breaking the record set by Su Mubai. The elemental energy C was also 5 kilometers long, and the compression ratio was 22:1. Without a doubt, Chu Zhongyang's performance surpassed Su Mubai's. Of course, this did not mean that Chu Zhongyang's talent was above Su Mubai's. Perhaps their talents were about the same, and the only difference was their foundation. As the top genius of the Xianyuan dynasty, Chu Zhongyang's background and cultivation environment were better than Su Mubai's. It was not surprising that his foundation was better than Su Mubai's. But no matter what, Chu Zhongyang had broken Su Mubai's record. His fame was even stronger, completely overshadowing Su Mubai's. He had truly established the honor of being the top genius of the younger generation in the Xianyuan dynasty. Similarly, Chu Zhongyang also received invitations from various armies and the Xianyuan Guard. But in the end, he chose the Xianxian army. The Xianxian army was so powerful that even the Xianyuan Guard's Zero Guard could not compare. The Zero Guard's position in the Xianyuan Guard was equivalent to the Xianxian army's position in the Xiantian army. Naturally, the Xianxian army and the Zero Guard also competed for Su Mubai and Chu Zhongyang, who had broken records. But the final decision was still in their hands. In the end, both Su Mubai and Chu Zhongyang chose the Xianxian army. The Xianyuan Guard's duty was to guard the Xianyuan dynasty, find the dark forces and eliminate them. The Xiantian army's duty was to resist the void demons in the void battlefield. Comparatively speaking, the Xiantian army's casualty rate was higher because the void demons were more terrifying than the dark forces. Of course, high risk also meant high reward. There were many opportunities in the void battlefield, but whether one could encounter them and obtain them depended on one's luck and ability. It was unknown whether it was due to the stimulation of Su Mubai and Chu Zhongyang, but the peerless geniuses on the Xianyuan Saint ranking made a breakthrough and became Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. For example, when Su Mubai broke through to the Saint Rudiment stage, his cultivation base reached the early Second Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Chu Zhongyang also reached the early Second Heaven Saint Rudiment stage, but he was only at the peak of the early Second Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. He was only a step away from the intermediate Second Heaven Saint Rudiment stage. Yang Quan, Black Flame Swamp, Yichen Dao, the news of these people's breakthroughs also reached Chenzong's ears. However, other than Su Mubai and Chu Zhongyang, no one else broke the original record of 200 miles of origin Qi, let alone the new record left by Su Mubai and Chu Zhongyang. Even so, there were still people who had condensed 200 miles of origin Qi, which was enough to attract the invitation of the Xianxian army and the Zero Guard. Seeing the breakthroughs one after another, Chenzong was not in a hurry. If he wanted to break through, he had to be fully prepared. Only then could he break through in a better state. Chen Zong felt that his half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent was not far from breaking through to 50%. Moreover, he was not far from 20% of his half-step wind intent and half-step thunder intent. If he made a breakthrough in his cultivation base after breaking through, the stronger his foundation, the larger the origin qi he would condense. If he kept a low profile here, he would lose the attention of the powerhouses and lose some important resources. Unless he already had a lot of resources and did not need other resources, it would not matter if he chose to keep a low profile. Half of the Skype rides on the Xianyuan Saint board had broken through and achieved good results. Chen Zong, who was ranked 18th, naturally attracted many people's attention. However, there were no signs of him breaking through. In fact, after Chen Zong returned from the Lesser Void Realm, he had attracted a lot of attention because of the large number of Xianyuan merit points he had obtained. In particular, he had killed a void demon with king blood, which had attracted the attention of the higher-ups. As a higher-up, they were very clear about the void demon, especially the higher-ups of the Xianyuan army. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to pay attention to a peerless Skype ride who could kill a void demon with king blood. Time flew. In the heaven-level disciple hall, Chen Zong suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a gust of wind whistling in his left eye and lightning in his right eye. Immediately, wind and lightning intertwined and merged, wreaking havoc in all directions. The 20% fusion of half-step wind intent and half-step thunder intent was successful. Perhaps it could not increase his power by much, but it increased his foundation and foundation. As for the 30% fusion, it was even more difficult and could not be done in a short period of time. Next, Chen Zong began to fuse the 50% half-step sword intent and 50% half-step fire intent with all his might. However, the difficulty of the fusion was even more difficult than the 20% half-step wind intent and 20% half-step thunder intent. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Chen Zong found an opportunity. Fusion, a terrifying half-step Dao intent aura suddenly spread out from his body and rushed in all directions. It was extremely blazing, as if it could burn everything. It was extremely sharp, as if it could tear everything apart and penetrate everything. The 50% fusion of half-step Dao intent was even more terrifying and tyrannical. It allowed Chen Zong's strength to break through the original limit and take another step forward. It's time to break through, Chen Zong muttered to himself. The light in his eyes was like cold lightning and sharp swords. The best place to break through was undoubtedly the Xianyuan Tower. However, if he wanted to break through in the Xianyuan Tower, he needed to apply in advance and make arrangements. Chen Zong immediately applied. As soon as Chen Zong applied, it was immediately approved and a time was given. The time was 3 days later. During these 3 days, there would be others who wanted to break through. It was also the last time for Chen Zong to prepare. The news of Chen Zong's application to break through in the Xianyuan Tower was immediately sent to the Xianyuan army and the Xianyuan guards higher-ups. He's finally breaking through. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder if he can break Chu Zhongyang's record? It'll be difficult. Chu Zhongyang's record is difficult to break. That's right. Chu Zhongyang is the #1 person among the younger generation in the Xianyuan dynasty. Chen Zong is indeed outstanding, but he's still not as good as him. If it was Chu Zhongyang who encountered that miscellaneous king blood void devil, he would be able to kill it. From the words of these higher-ups, it could be heard that they favored Chu Zhongyang more. If that's the case, then the Xianyuan army shouldn't have any ideas about Chen Zong. The Xianyuan guard will nurture him well, a higher-up of the Xianyuan guard immediately said. Which ear did you use to hear that the Xianyuan army doesn't value Chen Zong? The Xianyuan army's expert immediately retorted. Every time a peerless genius entered their eyes, they would fight over him and attack each other's morale. Even if Chen Zong isn't as good as Chu Zhongyang, he's probably not inferior to Su Mubai. He's definitely a rare peerless genius. He should join the Xianyuan army, a Xianyuan army's expert said. No, he should join the Zero Guard. The Zero Guard's expert quickly said, Su Mubai and Chu Zhongyang have already been recruited by you. Chen Zong should belong to the Zero Guard. It's useless to say more. The final decision is still in Chen Zong's hands. This was a rule personally issued by the Xianyuan dynasty's king. Everyone had to abide by it. If any faction wanted to recruit outstanding peerless geniuses, they could offer their own conditions and treatment to attract and move the other party to make a choice biased towards them. Su Bai and Chu Zhongyang ultimately chose the Xianyuan army because of its attractiveness. In the end, who would Qinzong choose, the Xianyuan army or the Zhenyuan guard, but everything was still unknown. Everything could only be decided after Qinzong broke through in the Xianyuan tower. The Xiankong Tower had 9 floors and a total height of 99 meters. It stood on the ground like a giant sword pointing at the sky. Every floor of the tower was 10 meters tall. 9 floors meant 90 meters. The last 9 meters were the tip of the Xiankong Tower. It was as sharp as a thorn, as if it wanted to pierce through the 9 heavens and pierce through the void. At this moment, there were many people surrounding the Xiankong Tower. They were all here to see Qinzong break through. Many gazes swept over from afar. They were the gazes of the higher-ups of the Xiantian army and the Zhenyuan guards. Killing the King Blood Void Demon was an important addition to Qinzong's life story. Naturally, it would attract the attention of many people. Qinzong bore the gaze of countless people. His expression was calm as he stepped into the Xiankong Tower. Once he entered the Xiankong Tower, Qinzong immediately felt a completely different aura fluctuation. It was very mysterious. The floor of the Xiankong Tower was covered with many veined patterns. There were also many veined patterns on the walls. The veined patterns crisscrossed, forming a very complicated and mysterious pattern. It was as if they were a whole. When Qinzong walked down the stairs to the 2nd floor, he realized that the veined patterns extended from the 1st floor. They were like vines growing all the way to the 3rd floor. The Xiankong Tower had 9 floors. When one applied to use the Xiankong Tower to break through, the allocation would be based on one's ability and battle record. One could break through on the 1st floor, the 2nd floor, or the higher floors. The higher the floor, the better the effect. Qinzong's application was approved to the highest floor, the 9th floor. For example, Su Bai and Chu Zhongyang also broke through on the 9th floor. Of course, breaking through on the 9th floor and the 1st floor did not affect the size of the primordial qi. It did not affect the size of the primordial qi. It only allowed one to absorb the power of the primordial qi faster and make a breakthrough faster. Soon, Qinzong stepped into the 9th floor. The ceiling of the 9th floor was not completely covered. There were 8 transparent water droplets that allowed one to see the sky. There were no clouds in the sky. It was a vast expanse of blue. It was deep and boundless, as if it could contain everything. The earth, the common people. Taking a deep breath, Qinzong felt that the aura here was extremely pure and fresh. It went straight to his heart. He felt refreshed inside and out, and even his mind became clearer and calmer. Qinzong exhaled and cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts. He began to cultivate. The 15th level of the Grand Profound Origin art circulated faster and faster, and the 9 spirit wheels in his body revolved at an astonishing speed. They had reached their limits and were about to break through again. After maintaining this state for 15 minutes, countless amounts of heaven and earth yuan qi surged in from all directions. The runes in the Xiankong Tower began to light up from the 1st level and quickly spread to the 2nd level, the 3rd level, and finally the 9th level. Worldly anomalies began to appear. Whistling sounds could be heard as strong winds blew from all directions, bringing with them countless amounts of heaven and earth yuan qi. It's starting. Outside the Xiankong Tower, everyone looked up at the sky with anticipation. The heaven and earth essence qi began to turn into mist. Following that, it became even denser. Like flowing water, it rushed out and condensed above the Xiankong Tower. A sea of yuan qi began to condense. Once it was formed, it was 10 miles wide. However, with Qinzong's talent, it was normal for him to be able to condense a sea of yuan qi that was comparable to the highest limit of a cultivator's breakthrough. A 5-kilometer yuan qi sea did not cause anyone to be surprised. Shortly after, the yuan qi sea slowly rotated, unceasingly absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth that surged in from all directions, unceasingly expanding itself at a speed of 1 kilometer per breath. In the blink of an eye, 10 miles became 20 miles, and then it quickly became 30 miles. Not long after, the sea of yuan qi reached 100 miles. This did not surprise anyone. It was within their expectations. With Chen Zong's talent, the Sea of Yuan-Chi he condensed would definitely not be less than 150 miles. As for how many miles it would reach beyond that, it was difficult to estimate. Soon, the Sea of Yuan-Chi broke through 150 miles. Following that, it reached 160 miles. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Right now, the larger the Sea of Yuan-Chi, the higher Chen Zong's talent was. The more solid his foundation was, the smoother his cultivation would be after his breakthrough. 170 miles. Not bad. The higher-ups of the Black Heaven Army secretly nodded. Such a result was indeed very good. Moreover, the Sea of Yuan-Chi was still constantly absorbing the heaven and earth Yuan-Chi. It had not stopped expanding. 180 miles, the growth rate of the Sea of Yuan-Chi had not decreased, which meant that it would continue to expand. 190 miles, immediately, many of the higher-ups smiled. The higher the talent and potential Chen Zong showed, the better it was for them. They were not afraid of the high but were not afraid of the low. After all, the Black Heaven Army was facing internal and external troubles. Internal troubles were the dark forces. The external threat was the Void Fiend. Therefore, the more prodigies and experts there were in the Black Heaven Army, the better. 200 miles, immediately, everyone laughed. They were all surprised. Although there were two peerless prodigies who had broken the record, Sumu Bai and Chu Zhongyang, 200 miles was still a natural moat for many people. Now, another peerless prodigy had reached this natural moat. 200 miles, the higher-ups of the Xianxia army and the Zero Guards smiled. Such a result was enough for them to make up their minds to recruit Chen Zong with generous conditions. However, the expansion of the Sea of Yuan-Chi did not stop. Immediately, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. How many miles would it reach in the end? Would it reach Sumubai's 210 miles, or would it reach Chu Zhongyang's 220 miles? As for breaking Chu Zhongyang's record, in everyone's opinion, that was an impossible task. It was also impossible for Chen Zong to catch up with Chu Zhongyang. 210 miles, immediately, there was an uproar. Like Sumubai, Chen Zong is also from the realm of mystic underworld, someone suddenly exclaimed. The realm of mystic underworld was a remote place for the Black Heaven Army. If the Black Heaven Army was compared to a big city, then the realm of mystic underworld was like a small town or even a village far away from the big city. The difference between the two was huge. Sumubai and Chen Zong were prodigies who came from small towns and villages. Their inheritance and environment could not be compared to the prodigies of the Black Heaven Army. However, they had achieved astonishing results, which shocked countless people. The realm of mystic underworld could produce such amazing prodigies. For a time, the words realm of mystic underworld were deeply engraved in people's hearts. Many people were extremely curious, and some even wanted to go and take a look. However, that was a story for another time. 210 miles, it did not stop, but its speed had slowed down. However, it was still absorbing the chi of heaven and earth from all directions and constantly expanding. The expansion of every mile was not obvious compared to 210 miles. However, everyone had extraordinary eyesight and could see it. Gradually, the size of the Chi Sea approached 220 miles. Everyone was dumbfounded. Could Chen Zong catch up with Chu Zhongyang? Was he the dark horse that had hidden himself the deepest? It was hard to imagine, and they did not dare to believe it. 220 miles, the Chi Sea that Chen Zong condensed had reached 220 miles. Instantly, everyone was in a daze. The high-level experts were also shocked. It was unexpected, it was completely unexpected. Those who were certain that Chen Zong was inferior to Chu Zhongyang were all stunned. Their minds seemed to have frozen. The Chi Sea is still expanding. Suddenly, someone screamed. Indeed, after the Chi Sea reached 220 miles, it did not completely stop expanding. It was still slowly rotating, slowly absorbing the Chi of heaven and earth to expand itself. After 10 breaths, the Chi Sea expanded by another mile. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared. An expansion of 1 mile had already surpassed Chu Zhongyang's record. It was a new record. 222 miles, 223 miles, expand, 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 228 miles, 229 miles, 230 miles, the Sea of Vitality completely attracted everyone's attention. When it reached 230 miles, the Qi Sea's rotation became even slower. Gradually, it stopped absorbing the Qi of heaven and earth. 230 miles. The experts gasped. It was completely unexpected. Not only did it break Chu Zhongyang's record, but it also had a deeper meaning. After all, Chen Zong's background was far inferior to Chu Zhongyang's. Did this mean that Chen Zong's talent and potential were much better than Chu Zhongyang's? If Chen Zong's background was the same as Chu Zhongyang's, would the Qi Sea he condensed be even larger? All of this was unknown. But no matter what, Chen Zong's condensed Qi Sea of 230 miles had completely broken Chu Zhongyang's record. It had created a new record, enough to shake the Xianyuan dynasty. Inside the Xiankong Tower, Chen Zong was completely immersed in the breakthrough. The Qi Sea of 230 miles began to rotate again, faster and faster. It began to compress and condense inwards. Traces of Qi of heaven and earth were born in the Qi Sea, gradually spreading out. The Qi Sea was compressed and condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Qi of heaven and earth became denser and more dazzling. 200 miles, 190 miles, soon, the Qi Sea was compressed to within 100 miles. It continued to compress. Finally, the Qi Sea was compressed to 10 miles. The Qi of heaven and earth was terrifyingly pure. The compression ratio was 23:1. It was another new record. An incomparably pure ray of light condensed in the center of the Qi Sea. It was like a heavenly sword descending from the sky. Its speed was astonishing, and its power was terrifying. Chen Zong, who was inside the Xiankong Tower, could not move at all. The Qi of heaven and earth hit the tip of the tower. The Xiankong Tower seemed to tremble slightly. Soon after, the tyrannical power was dispersed throughout the entire tower. Then, through the patterns on the tower, it quickly spread out to the center of the 9th floor and entered Chen Zong's body. The grand profundity art started to circulate madly as it ceaselessly absorbed the extremely pure origin energy that surged into his body. Under the impact of this extremely terrifying energy, the 9 spiritual wheels gradually collapsed and shattered, transforming into the purest energy. Soon after, in the Qi Sea, the power of the shattered spirit wheels mixed with the pure Qi of heaven and earth and condensed once again. Gradually, it formed the outline of a vortex, and the speed of absorption increased in an instant. Condense, Chen Zong's aura gradually became stronger and stronger. It spread out and suppressed everything in all directions. After thousands of trials and tribulations, Little Rice Dumpling has finally broken through to the Saint Realm. Let's throw some flowers to celebrate. A few Union Masters won't be too few, and a few Supremes won't be too many. Ha ha ha. In the Transcendent Realm, one would condense a spirit wheel. One spirit wheel would form a total of 9 spirit wheels. However, the Saint Realm was different. In order to break through from the Transcendent Realm to the Saint Realm, one would first need to shatter 9 spirit wheels and convert them into pure energy. Then, they would condense them using a Saint-grade secret art to condense them into a Saint Vortex. The first-level Saint Rudiment stage had 1 Saint Spiral, the second-level Saint Rudiment stage had 2 Saint Spirals, 1 innermost and 1 outer. The third-level Saint Rudiment stage had 3 Saint Spirals, 1 innermost, 1 middle, and 1 outer. The 9th Heaven Saint Realm required 9 Saint Vortexes, 1 from the inside to the outside. The Saint Vortex was located in the Qi Sea. In Chen Zong's Qi Sea, a Saint Vortex that was almost white in color was constantly rotating. The white color was due to the Great Mystery Art. If one cultivated a fire attribute secret art, the Saint Vortex condensed would be red in color. The De Xianyuan technique was considered mediocre among top Saint-grade cultivation methods, so the Saint Whirlpool it condensed was rather ordinary compared to other top Saint-grade cultivation methods. Of course, it was much more condensed when compared to lower, middle, and upper Saint-grade cultivation methods. The size of the Saint Vortex was related to the level of the secret art. The density of the Saint Vortex was related to the level of the secret art. The sea of elemental energy turned into rays of elemental energy that shot down from the sky. Then, from all directions, it poured into Chen Zong's body and into the Saint Vortex. Breakthrough, the 16th stage of the Great Mystery Art. In an instant, the Saint Vortex in his Qi Sea became more and more condensed. Chenzong's cultivation continued to rise. Early First Heaven Saint Realm, Mid First Heaven Saint Realm, Late First Heaven Saint Realm, Peak First Heaven Saint Realm, Peak First Heaven Saint Realm, the Saint Vortex spun rapidly, constantly absorbing pure Yuan Qi. Gradually, a second Saint Vortex began to condense around the first. Early Second Heaven Saint Realm, immediately, the second Saint Vortex and Chenzong's cultivation continued to rise. Mid-Second Heaven Saint Realm, when Chenzong's cultivation reached the Mid-Second Heaven Saint Realm, the pure Yuan Qi in the Yuan Qi seed disappeared completely. It had been completely absorbed by Chenzong. At the same time, the Heartsword seal, which had been dormant all this time, shuddered and released a ray of light. A vague figure appeared, as though it was stepping out of thin air. Inside the Xiankong Tower, Chenzong circulated the Dexian Yuan art over and over again, constantly consolidating his recent breakthrough. Breaking through from the peak of the half-step Saint Realm to the mid-second Heaven Saint Realm was equivalent to breaking through several small realms. Chenzong needed time to adapt to his new strength. The Great Mystic Origin Saint Force from the 16th level of the Great Mystic Formula was pure, majestic, and powerful. 230 miles of Origin Qi Si, a ratio of 23:1, and his cultivation has broken through to the mid-second Heaven Saint Realm. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Every single one of them broke Chu Zhongyang's new record, achieving a brand new record. When Chenzong stepped out of the Xiankong Tower after consolidating his cultivation, numerous gazes landed on him. Those gazes were filled with shock and envy. It was as though they wanted to drown Chenzong. Faced with this, Chenzong remained calm. After breaking through to the Saint Realm, not only had his body undergone a complete transformation, but his mind had also undergone a transformation. It was slowly improving, allowing him to face everything better. However, Chenzong didn't have the time to properly digest these changes. Right now, he planned to return to the heaven-ranked disciple hall in the profound Origin Palace and enter seclusion for a period of time. He wanted to properly adjust to his new realm and cultivation. This period of time was of the utmost importance. Because his cultivation and realm had just ushered in a huge breakthrough, his body and mind had been affected, and it had begun to improve rapidly. This period was the time when one's potential was most active. It was also the time when it was easiest to improve after a breakthrough. During this period, one's strength would be significantly improved, which was very important. Whether it was the Profound Heaven Army or the Jin Yuan Guard, they had already made up their minds to recruit Chenzong. However, they didn't directly approach Chenzong. Instead, they sent their own conditions to Chenzong. Without a doubt, the main competitors were the Profound Heaven Army and the Jin Yuan Guard's Zero Guard. Both of their conditions were very attractive. However, Chenzong had already made up his mind. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and quickly responded. The Profound God Army, after making his choice, Chenzong immediately went into seclusion. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford to waste it. If the Foundation Establishment realm was the starting point for an ordinary person to grasp power, then from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Transcendent realm was the sublimation of one's self. One would grasp extraordinary power and truly stand above ordinary people. From the Transcendent realm to the Saint realm, it was a true transformation of one's life. It was a transformation from one's body to one's soul. When one broke through from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Transcendent realm, there would be a period of time when one's potential would be active. Then, when one broke through from the Transcendent realm to the Saint realm, there would also be a period of time when one's potential would be active, and it would be even stronger than when one stepped into the Transcendent realm. Of course, the length of this period was closely related to the individual. Generally speaking, the higher one's potential was, the longer the period of time. Sumu Bai and Chu Zhongyang didn't know about the news of Chenzong's breakthrough because they were in seclusion. Chenzong's seclusion seemed to be peaceful, but in fact, it wasn't. The outside world had already turned upside down because of Chenzong's record. When they learned that Chenzong's breakthrough was actually better than Chu Zhongyang's, their first reaction was disbelief, thinking that they had misheard. However, after receiving confirmation, they still found it hard to believe. Some people who worshipped Chu Zhongyang found it hard to accept. Chu Zhongyang was the #1 genius of the younger generation in the Profound Yuan dynasty. How could there be someone more outstanding than him? Moreover, it was someone who came from a remote place. Whether they believed it or not, the truth wouldn't change. The news of Chen Zong choosing the Divine Dark Army also spread, causing the Zhenyuan guards and the Zero guards to feel extremely regretful. Such a peerless genius would definitely have great achievements in the future. Unfortunately, he didn't choose the Zero guards, but the Divine Dark Army. This was already the third peerless genius to choose the Divine Dark Army recently. If it weren't for the king's order, even if they had to tie him up, they would have brought Chen Zong back to the Zero guards. No matter what happened in the outside world, Chen Zong had been recuperating in the disciple hall, developing his potential and transforming it into strength. Transformation, the transformation of the body, the transformation of the soul, the transformation of the level of life. It was as if he had transformed from a low level to a high level. Chen Zong was completely silent and undisturbed. He was fully focused on experiencing his own transformation. The transformation from the body to the transformation of the soul was a wonderful feeling. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Zong also began to comprehend. He decided to put aside his cultivation for the time being. Because of his active potential, it was not mainly reflected in his cultivation. If he used this period of time to cultivate and improve his cultivation, it was also possible. His cultivation would definitely improve. But relatively speaking, it would be a waste. Therefore, Chen Zong used this opportunity to comprehend the half-step Tao intent. Comprehend, cultivate, there was no time to waste. Time passed by unknowingly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Those geniuses who had broken through before were still in seclusion. After that, many geniuses also broke through as if they were stimulated. After breaking through, they immediately went into seclusion. A month, another month passed, time flowed like water. Half a year had passed, and the geniuses who were in seclusion came out one after another. Their cultivation had completely stabilized, and their auras had completely changed. What? Sumubai actually broke the record and condensed a 210 miles origin qi? As expected of Chu Zhongyang, the number one genius of the Xianyuan dynasty. Sumubai can't be compared to him at all. What? Chu Zhongyang's record has been broken. Chen Zong. It's actually him. The geniuses who came out of seclusion were extremely shocked. First, it was news of Sumubai, then news of Chu Zhongyang, and finally news of Chen Zong. It was like a heavy blow to their minds. The feeling of surpassing their limits again and again was very uncomfortable. When Sumubai and Chu Zhongyang came out of seclusion one after another and heard the news, their first reaction was disbelief. Sumubai was not familiar with Chen Zong, but he knew that Chen Zong came from the mystic underworld territory with him. This person was inconspicuous at the beginning, but his subsequent performance had exceeded his expectations time and time again. He did not expect that the biggest surprise would be this. He had actually broken his and Chu Zhongyang's records. How interesting. A smile involuntarily appeared on Sumubai's face. There seemed to be a flash of pure white in his pitch-black eyes. He did not feel jealous because Chen Zong had broken his record and performed better than him. Instead, he felt even more competitive. Chu Zhongyang's reaction after he heard the news was different from Sumubai's. He frowned deeply. He was the top genius of the mystic underworld dynasty. This honor and title had been on his head for many years. It had long become a fact, as if it was a decree of the heavens. Chu Zhongyang also thought so from the bottom of his heart. No one in the younger generation could compare to him. Even many of the older generation could not compare to him in terms of talent. One day, he would definitely surpass everyone and achieve unparalleled achievements. No one could compare to him. Chu Zhongyang looked like he did not care about others. However, he was actually arrogant and looked down on others. Therefore, he did not care about others because no one could threaten his position. However, it was different now. Someone had actually broken his record. No matter how this person broke his record, it would affect his position. Chen Zong. Chu Zhongyang could not help but mutter. He vaguely remembered that during the Mystic Underworld War, he had killed his opponent with just a finger. However, now, his opponent had surpassed him in breaking through to the Saint Realm. He was shocked and could not allow this to happen. Now, there were even rumors that Chen Zong was the real top genius of the Mystic Underworld dynasty. How could that be possible? Chu Zhongyang's frown relaxed. His face was cold, and his eyes looked more and more empty. He ignored everything and seemed to encompass everything. Chen Zong. These two words once again rang out from Chu Zhongyang's mouth. The awe-inspiring tone within them reverberated endlessly within the great hall. Some of the geniuses who had broken through this time chose to join the mystic underworld army, while others chose to join the Jinyuan guards. Now that they had come out of seclusion, they naturally had to report to the mystic underworld army and the Jinyuan guards to officially become a member and contribute their strength to the stability and prosperity of the mystic underworld dynasty. After 9 months, Qinzong finally came out of seclusion. As soon as Qinzong came out of seclusion, someone immediately came to pick him up. Now that Qinzong was a Saint Realm master, he automatically left his identity as a disciple of Profound Yuan Palace and went to the place he had chosen. Profound Sky Army, Divine Dark Army. The Profound Sky Army was the largest and strongest army in the Profound Yuan dynasty. Its barracks were not built in the Profound Yuan dynasty but in a mountain range. This mountain range was named the Profound Sky Mountain Range and stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. The Profound Sky Army's barracks were located in the mountain range and occupied a large area. When Qinzong arrived on the Xianming flying dragon, looking down from the sky, he could see a large area of colorful light rippling like water. That was the power of the formation. It was a big formation that was in operation. This spirit array is called the 9 Revolution Profound Sky Dust Particle Array. It's the most powerful spirit array in our Profound Sky Army. It consists of 9 large spirit arrays that are linked together. Each large spirit array has 9 medium spirit arrays, and each medium spirit array has 9 small spirit arrays. They are closely connected and have no flaws. Min Zhe, the divine dark soldier who received Qinzong, said to Qinzong with a smile. The 9 Revolution Profound Sky Dust Particle Array. Qinzong pondered. This name gave off a very powerful feeling. Qinzong had not studied spirit arrays, but he knew the basics. Strictly speaking, spirit arrays could be divided into 4 scales: super large, large, medium, and small. The larger the scale of a spirit array, the more powerful it was, and the more difficult it was to set up and break. The 9 Revolutions Arcane Dust Atomic Formation was a super large-scale formation that covered an extremely wide area. It was estimated to cover 100,000 kilometers. This super large-scale formation was formed by 9 large-scale formations, 81 medium-scale formations, and 729 small-scale formations that were tightly linked together without any gaps. If the 9 revolving heavenly dust ground array is fully activated, the energy consumption is astonishing. However, its strength is enough to withstand the attack of a Great Saint Powerhouse for a short time and trap and kill a half-step Great Saint Powerhouse. Min Zhe spoke frankly. This was not a secret. Since Qinzong had also joined the Xiantian army and was a member of the Xianxian army, he had the right to know this. However, under normal circumstances, only 1/10 of the 9 Revolution Xiantian dust formation will be activated to reduce the energy consumption and maintain the same level of recovery. Even if it's only 1/10 of its power, it will still be able to withstand the attack of a half-step Great Saint expert. Furthermore, it will be able to fully activate its power in an extremely short period of time. It could be said that with such a large defensive and killing formation, the Xiantian army was extremely stable and difficult to attack unless it was broken from the inside. In order to enter the 9 Revolutions mystical dust formation, one's identity had to be verified. It was very strict to prevent people from the dark forces from sneaking in and disrupting the operation of the formation. Min Zhe's identity had been verified, and so did Qinzong's. Only after passing the verification would they be allowed to enter. If they tried to force their way in, they would be killed. The Xiantian army has a total of 9 armies. They are the Mingxian army, Wanxian army, Tianxian army, Taishan army, Longxian army, Zhanshuan army, Aoshuan army, Hunxian army, and the Xinxian army. Our Xinxian army has the least number of people, but every one of us is the best of the best. The Tianxian army is ranked second. Although our Xinxian army is the most elite, the other 8 armies are actually not bad compared to our Xinxian army because they have more people. Among them, there is no lack of outstanding peerless geniuses who are comparable to our Xinxian army. Min Zhe led Qinzong to the camp of the Xinxian army as he introduced the structure of the Xiantian army to Qinzong. After passing through many tents, they finally stepped into the main camp of the Xianxia army. A huge black tent covered with golden lines was right in front of him. Chen Zong felt an indescribably powerful aura that made him feel even more oppressed. It was as though a terrifying primordial fierce beast was sleeping in the tent. "Let's go. The army commander is waiting for you inside," Minze said solemnly. Outside the tent, there were 2 soldiers standing on each side of the tent. They had long sabers at their waists and were clad in black armor with golden lines. They gave off a mysterious feeling. Terrifying aura fluctuations emanated from their bodies. It was as though they had been through hundreds of battles. They were like divine sabers that had returned to their scabbards. Mastery Saint Rudiment Stage, 7th level Saint Rudiment Stage. Chen Zong was astonished that the 2 of them were actually experts of this level. 7th level Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouses were actually here as guards. It seemed like there were countless powerhouses in the Xianxia army. Chen Zong took a deep breath to calm his mind, and then he immediately strode out and followed Minze towards the tent. However, at this instant, 2 extremely sharp gazes that seemed capable of penetrating everything descended onto him in unison, and these gazes contained a strong sense of warning. If he insisted on going forward, it was very likely that they would attack him. Minze and Chen Zong stopped in their tracks. "I am Senior Sergeant Minze. I am here on the orders of the army commander to bring Xianxian army recruit Chen Zong to pay a visit to the army commander," Minze said solemnly. The Xintian army was divided into ranks. They were sergeant, general, and army commander. The difference in military rank was the difference in status, and also the difference in treatment. Of course, there was no absolute relationship between rank and strength, but there was a close relationship. For example, a senior sergeant might not be stronger than a junior sergeant, but in most cases, a senior sergeant would definitely be stronger than a junior sergeant. After all, it was not easy to raise one's rank. Not only did it take time, but it also required one's own efforts to earn merit points. Merit points could not be obtained by just sitting and waiting. One had to put in effort and experience life and death situations. In this way, one's own strength would also be improved and become stronger. "Wait," one of the guards said coldly. Then, he turned around and entered the tent. Not long after, he came out again and opened a corner of the tent. At the same time, he said, "The army commander summons you." "Let's go," Minze took a deep breath and said to Chen Zong. He then stepped forward. Chen Zong seemed to be affected by the atmosphere. He took a deep breath and his face became solemn. The corner of the tent seemed to be the entrance to an abyss. Chen Zong could not help but feel dignified. Minze stepped into the tent first and disappeared in front of Chen Zong. It was as if he had merged into the darkness. Chen Zong followed him in. In front of him was a dazzling light. He could not look directly at it. However, the light only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. Chen Zong saw the inside of the tent. It was huge, it was very spacious. A figure sat on the seat of the host. He was extraordinarily tall and wore black-colored armor with golden markings that were like fire. Not only was he mysterious, he was peerlessly mighty, and as he sat there, he emitted an aura that was powerful and heavy like a primeval mountain and boundless and deep like the sky. An expert. An extremely terrifying expert. At first glance, Chen Zong felt a sense of awe. But then, he vaguely sensed his level. Half-step Great Saint. The army commander of Xianxian was a half-step Great Saint expert. The army commander of Xianxian opened his eyes and shot out an unparalleled divine light. The divine light was like a flash of lightning in the darkness. It passed through Minze and fell on Chen Zong. Chen Zong's heart tightened as if he had been seen through. However, Chen Zong's expression did not change at all. He was calm and composed. After breaking through to the Saint Realm, not only did one's cultivation base and realm improve, but one's body and soul had also undergone a transformation. The aura exuding from one's body came from the deepest part of one's heart and soul. It was completely different from before. If Chen Zong had not broken through, he might have felt nervous facing the army commander's gaze. But now, he could face it calmly. This was his foundation and confidence. Under his gaze, Chen Zong could remain calm and composed. The army commander of Xianxuan's expression did not change, but he was somewhat certain in his heart. There were several generals sitting on the left and right of the army commander of Xianxia. They were the higher-ups of the army commander of Xianxia. All of them were looking at Chenzong. Chenzong was a name that reverberated like thunder in their ears. When he broke through, his yuan qi si had been compressed to a ratio of 23:1. Once he broke through, his cultivation base had soared to mid-second heaven saint realm. All of this had turned Chenzong into a legend. It had also caused the Black Sky Army and the Jinyuan garrison to fight over him. The army commander of Xianxian had also offered generous conditions. Although the army commander of Xianxian was the strongest among the 9 armies of the Black Sky Army, the combined strength of the other 8 armies was not much different. Therefore, for peerless geniuses like Sumu Bai, Chu Zhongyang, and Chenzong who had broken the record, they naturally had to be recruited. When they grew up, the army commander of Xianxian would become even stronger. Sumu Bai, Chu Zhongyang, and Chenzong were all offered very generous conditions by the army commander of Xianxian. Among them, Chenzong was the most generous. After all, the Jinyuan garrison, especially the Zero Guard, had offered very generous conditions to recruit Chenzong. If the army commander of Xianxian wanted to attract Chenzong, their conditions would not be inferior to the Zero Guards. Sharp and domineering gazes were focused on Chenzong, but he did not feel any pressure. Instead, he faced them calmly, which made Minze sigh inwardly. Late stage second heaven saint realm. Not bad. The army commander of Xianxuan's eyes retracted as he nodded inwardly. There was a trace of admiration in his voice. When Chenzong had broken through, his cultivation had been at the mid-stage second heaven saint realm. He had not yet reached the peak of the mid-stage second heaven saint realm. However, after 9 months, he had reached the late-stage second heaven saint realm. This speed was not considered fast for peerless geniuses. However, there was one thing that could not be ignored. 9 months was the period when one's potential was most active. Increasing one's cultivation was the weakest part. If Chenzong had used the 9 months to cultivate, based on the talent and potential he had displayed, he should have been able to reach the peak of the second level, or even the limit of the second level. However, right now, he was only at the late-stage second heaven saint realm. The increase in his cultivation was only incidental. The real improvement was in other aspects. However, one's cultivation was also the easiest to discern. As for other aspects, it was very difficult to discern. In fact, it was even difficult to sense. The Spirit Xian camp was huge and seemed to contain its own world. The Spirit Xian army's general and the other generals all looked at Chenzong. They stared at Chenzong. Minze also stared at Chenzong, waiting to see what Chenzong had to say. 1 breakthrough and 9 months of closed-door cultivation. What level had Chenzong reached? General, I'm cultivating the 17th level of the Great Mystery Formula. I'm at the late second heaven saint realm, Chenzong said calmly. Everyone was familiar with the Great Mystery Formula. It was a top-grade saint-grade cultivation method for ordinary people. Many prodigies cultivated this cultivation method. Being able to cultivate it to the 17th level right after breaking through to the saint realm was no small matter. It meant that he had cultivated it to the 14th or 15th level before breaking through. After breaking through, it was normal for him to break through 2 levels at once with the help of his active potential. If he wanted to break through the next level of his cultivation technique, it would not be so easy. However, the purity of the Great Mystic Saint power cultivated from the 17th level of the Great Mystic Formula was also extremely shocking. Compared to his Azura clone, Xianxia, it was a pity that Xianxia had broken through in an ordinary environment. If he had broken through in an environment similar to the mysterious Void Tower, it would have been even more amazing. Of course, even if Xianxia had broken through in the mysterious Void Tower, the effect would not have been as good as Xianxia's original body because it was composed of fiendish qi. The burning evil Azura skill not only required the world's origin energy to cultivate, but also fiendish qi. Where did the fiendish qi come from? Killing was one of the sources of fiendish qi. In addition, there were some special environments. It was because of the lack of fiendish qi that Xianxia's cultivation had been slow to improve. Now, Xianxia's cultivation had surpassed his clones. High-grade sword intent, first-grade fire intent, first-grade thunder intent, first-grade sword intent, first-grade sword intent, first-grade sword intent, Chenzong continued. As for the wind Dao intent, Chenzong had chosen to hide it. Although he wanted to show off and attract enough attention, he could not reveal it completely. Everyone was even more surprised when they heard Chenzong's report. All 3 Dao intents were first grade, and one of them had even reached the high grade. It was indeed good. 50% of the fusion of sword intent and fire intent, Chenzong said again. Earlier, after he'd fused half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent to 50% and broke through into true Dao insights, their might had increased greatly. But because he had the foundation of fusing half-step Dao insights, Chenzong had once again fused them to attain the 50% level within 9 months of time. Hearing Chenzong's words, everyone nodded silently. For a peerless genius who had just broken through, such results were indeed very shocking. Very good, satisfied. After this, you can go to the Saint Weapon Mound and choose any Saint Weapon, said the Spirit Xian General. This was one of the conditions he had given to Chenzong. The Sacred Weapon Mound was a place where countless sacred weapons were stored. Some of those sacred weapons were new, while others were left behind by powerful seniors. They were extraordinary. Not everyone was qualified to enter the Saint Weapon Mound to choose a Saint Weapon. 10 mysterious Spirit Essence Dawn will be delivered to you very soon. The mysterious God Army Chief spoke again. The mysterious Spirit Essence Dawn were a kind of cultivation pill within the Divine Xian Army. It contained incomparably pure and majestic yuan qi that could be refined and absorbed to improve one's cultivation. It was said that one of the main ingredients to refine the mysterious Spirit Essence Dawn could only be obtained in the void battlefield. It was extremely valuable, and usually, only generals were qualified to obtain it. As for sergeants, they would only be rewarded if they had made a great contribution. Chenzong was a newcomer to the Divine Xian Army, so it was amazing that he could obtain 10 mysterious Spirit Essence Dawn at once. Minze was envious. He had once obtained a mysterious Spirit Essence Dawn, and after consuming it, his cultivation had broken through from the peak of the 6th Heaven Saint Realm to the 7th Heaven Saint Realm. Of course, he was able to break through because he had been accumulating yuan qi at the peak of the 6th Heaven Saint Realm for a long time. With the help of the mysterious Spirit Essence Dawn, he was able to break through the shackles of the 6th Heaven Saint Realm. Although it wasn't all due to the mysterious Spirit Essence Dawn, it accounted for at least half of it. The 3 mysterious Spirit Enlightenment Dawn are still in the process of being refined. They can only be given to you after a while, the Divine Xian Army Chief said again. The mysterious Spirit Enlightenment Dawn were a kind of treasure dawn that could increase one's comprehension in a short period of time. Its effects were extraordinary and extremely precious. The materials needed to refine it were also very rare, and 3 of them could only be found in the void battlefield. Thus, the value of the Spirit Mystical Enlightenment Dawn was extremely high, far surpassing the Spirit Mystical Profound Essence Dawn. The majority of the Spirit Mystical Army might not even be able to obtain 1 in tens or even hundreds of years, but Chenzong was able to obtain 3 in one go. Minze was envious. He had been in the Divine Xian Army for several decades, but he had never seen a mysterious Spirit Enlightenment Dawn before, let alone possess one. However, Chenzong had obtained 3 of them at once. Although he didn't obtain them immediately, it was still very shocking. Chenzong didn't know much about the mysterious Spirit Enlightenment Dawn, but the conditions given to him at that time had moved Chenzong and attracted Chenzong. A Saint Weapon from the Saint Weapon Tomb, 10 mysterious Spirit Essence Dawn, 3 mysterious Spirit Enlightenment Dawn. That day, the Divine Xian Army of the Divine Xian Army had given many recruitment conditions. In addition to these 3 conditions, Chenzong could also choose a Dao Will Stone and obtain a place to enter the desolate ancient mystery land. The so-called Dao Will Stone was actually an upgrade of a Dao Charm Stone. In other words, a Dao Charm Stone was a low-grade Dao Will Stone, while a Dao Will Stone was a high-grade one. The Dao Charm aura contained within was so dense that it directly transformed into Dao Will. Using it to comprehend Dao Will was 10 times more effective than using a Dao Charm Stone. Therefore, the value of a Dao Will Stone far exceeded that of a Dao Charm Stone. It wasn't as simple as 10 times, but 100 times more. As for the last place to enter the desolate ancient mystery land, according to the introduction, it was very precious. Once one entered, there was hope to obtain great benefits. It could be said to be the most valuable of all the conditions. However, the desolate ancient mystery land hadn't opened yet, so it couldn't be used in a short period of time. However, the mysterious spirit essence dawn were enough to allow Qinzong's cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Moreover, it wouldn't leave any side effects. As for the mysterious spirit enlightenment dawn, they could enhance Qinzong's comprehension for a short period of time. Qinzong had already experienced the effects of enhancing his comprehension several times, so he was very clear about it. The effect of the mysterious spirit enlightenment dawn would probably be better and stronger than the treasures that he had obtained in the past that temporarily enhanced his comprehension. Qinzong was also looking forward to the Saint Weapon Tomb. Now that he was at the Saint Rudiment stage, the gilded heavy mountain sword could no longer display its strength. He needed to change to a Saint Grade sword. He might be able to find a satisfactory sword in the Saint Weapon Tomb. As for the Daowil Stone, Qinzong had to consider it carefully. Now that he had the Wind Dao Charm Stone, although it couldn't be compared to the Daowil Stone, it was still helpful for him to comprehend the Wind Dao Will. Then, the Daowil Stone should be chosen from the three directions of sword, fire, and lightning. His Heart Sword Dao will belong to the Advanced Dao Will category, and it was the Heart Sword. Heart and Sword, so the Sword Dao Will Stone's effect on the Heart Sword Dao Will would probably be mediocre. Moreover, he still had the last two tribulations of the three tribulations sharpening that he had yet to cultivate. Then, the Daowil Stone would have to choose between fire and lightning. Without much hesitation, Qinzong made his choice. The Fire Daowil Stone, because for now, his Heart Sword Dao Will and Fire Dao Will had fused by 50%. The Fire Daowil Stone could help him comprehend the Fire Dao Will, and there was even a chance that it could advance to the Intermediate Dao Will. In this way, the power of the fused Dao Will would be even stronger and increase his strength. Qinzong, although your talent and potential are outstanding, our Divine Dark Army has always been fair. However, we will give you more preferential treatment. What do you want? Strive for it yourself, the Divine Dark Army commander said seriously. Those preferential conditions from before were naturally to compete for Qinzong. Now that Qinzong was a member of the Divine Dark Army, everything had to be done according to their rules. Qinzong expressed his understanding. Otherwise, without clear rules, the Divine Dark Army wouldn't be able to survive for long. It would have fallen apart long ago. Now, Qinzong was a new recruit in the Divine Dark Army. He was a low-ranked soldier with no military experience and no military contributions. He was a pure newbie. Our Divine Dark Army is divided into three divisions: the Combat Division, the Defense Division, and the Assassination Division. The Combat Division is responsible for offense, the Defense Division is responsible for defense and containment, and the Assassination Division is responsible for killing. Which division do you choose? General, please allow me to understand the situation before making a decision. Qinzong thought for a moment and replied. Allow. The Divine Dark Army commander said, go to the Saint Weapon Mound to choose a Saint Weapon. I'll give you a month. After a month, as a new recruit, you'll enter the Void Battleground to complete a mission. Minze then led Qinzong out of the tent. After leaving the tent, Qinzong naturally asked Minze about the mission. Minze also told him everything he knew. The mission was actually a kind of ceremony, a baptism. Although Qinzong's talent and potential surpassed many and could be said to be the best of his generation, in the end, fighting against the void demons didn't rely on talent and potential, but strength. Talent and potential needed time to be converted into strength. Moreover, some people had great talent and potential, but they weren't good at fighting. Moreover, recruiting Qinzong with such generous conditions had already caused dissatisfaction among many in the army. After all, they had fought countless life and death battles to get to where they were. Therefore, the ceremony was necessary. Only by completing the ceremony could one be considered to have truly integrated into the Xianxia army and be recognized by the other members. Hearing Minze's words, Qinzong couldn't help but nod. He didn't have any objections. Next, Qinzong naturally went to the Saint Weapon Mound to choose a suitable Saint Weapon for himself. However, a person was walking towards him. Step by step, there seemed to be wind, tigers, clouds, and dragons following him. As he walked, his aura continued to condense, becoming more and more majestic. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of waves surging endlessly. A terrifying force of heaven and earth surged towards Chenzong, as if to suppress Chenzong. Chu Zhongyang, the person who walked towards him was Chu Zhongyang. It seemed that he had been waiting here for Chenzong. End of chapter 1437. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.